The story begins 10 years ago. At that time, a young woman with plump lips spoke up. I just got married and my husband passed away. What's a widow supposed to do now? Even with everything that happened, we should still look on the bright side. If Xiao Shu hadn't sacrificed her Danshin to protect the family, we would all be done for. A group of 3 women were staring intently at something. That's right. Xiao Shu sacrificed herself to save us. She's our hero. Look, she's awake now. Yes, the Xiao Shu they're talking about is me. Here's what happened. At Indra, the heavenly king of the Sword Immortal sect, 9 senior disciples of the sect got married on the same day, but they were ambushed by the blood demon patriarch. The sect leader and all 9 senior disciples died, and the entire sect was left with nothing but a single cat. When everything was about to collapse, I crossed over just as that terrifying lightning struck, hitting the blood demon patriarch. In that moment, I became a formal disciple of the Sword Immortal sect, Ye Xuan. But to my disappointment, I overheard these words from the fairy maidens. Xiao Shu, we need to tell you something. Your spiritual root was struck by heavenly lightning and is gone. It's okay, it's okay. At worst, we'll just be sisters. How could that be? A man still has to maintain his dignity, or else the 6th sister will create a Danshin for you. And so, I became someone who had lost the honor a man should have. At the same time, a voice rang out, stop making a fuss. Big sister is here. Big sister was a girl with white hair and mesmerizing eyes with red pupils. So what if you don't have a Danshin? From now on, Big sister will protect you. And just like that, I found myself surrounded by 9 exquisite meals, 9 beautiful disciples, each more stunning than the last. It was like water flowing into a barrel or a bird diving into the water. On top of that, everyone had incredibly perfect bodies with large, round, and flawless souls. There was also a double joy when Ye Xuan was given a system that deeply moved him. He had unexpectedly unlocked the system, which gave him hope for the revival of his Danshin. Check in for the useless master. 10 years of punching in will surely have its consequences. Please, master, follow the system's instructions to strike poses every day, receive tasks. Ye Xuan did this every day. He created 7,749 different poses with 3 different expressions of pain on his face, each one unique. The only thing that remained the same was the way his whole body would tremble while posing. Time passed quickly and 10 years had gone by. By now, Ye Xuan had grown up and become a true man. He was sitting and cultivating under the 5-colored light of the sun. Below, the disciples of the sect were looking up, their heads held high toward the rocky hill where Ye Xuan was meditating. Look, Martial Uncle is cultivating again. Stop talking nonsense, that useless one. His spiritual root was destroyed, and he's only surviving by sucking up to the 9 masters. How could he possibly be called Martial Uncle? Shut your mouth, or the sect master will hear you and you'll be in big trouble. As Ye Xuan was meditating, the system appeared before him, making him slowly open his eyes. Today's check-in is successful. The master has checked in for 10 consecutive years. The emergency selection system has been activated. Finally, after all this time, I've managed to stick it out for 10 years. As Ye Xuan spoke, his eyes filled with tears of joy, and he shouted, come on, hurry up and give me the golden hand and rewards faster. After checking, it was confirmed that Nangong Zhao had activated a random mission. The first mission read, Beast, O Beast, embrace Nangong Zhao and grant her the spiritual root reward. The second mission said, not as good as Beast. Do nothing at all, permanently disable the system. Holy crap, what is this? The system is bullying the weak. What kind of endless mission is this? Where's my unexpected joy? Where's my golden hand? Just then, Ye Xuan heard a noise and turned to look behind him. Standing there was Nangong Zhao, the eldest sister among the 9 beautiful disciples, and the current sect leader of the Sword Immortal sect. Xiao Shu, still practicing, she asked. As soon as Ye Xuan saw Nangong Zhao, his eyes widened with a smile in his heart. Oh shit, she's so beautiful. The system is too generous. I'm taking this mission. While lost in thought, Nangong Zhao raised her hand and gently stroked Ye Xuan's chin. What are you mumbling to yourself about? She asked. With the beautiful woman stroking his chin, Ye Xuan's eyes turned into hearts, and he blurted out, eldest sister, I'm sorry. Compared to being a beast with no spiritual root, I'd rather be a beast with a spiritual root. After a moment of reflection, Ye Xuan moved away from Nangong Zhao's touch and turned his face away. Eldest sister, I've come to realize something. From now on, you don't have to protect me anymore. They were right. I'm useless. I have no spiritual root and will only be a burden to you sisters. Upon hearing this, Nangong Zhao became furious and shouted, Ye Xuan, why would you say such things? I won't allow you to put yourself down like that. Those fools don't understand anything. If it weren't for your brave and selfless actions back then, no, Being useless is just being useless. Cultivation is hopeless. I have no face to face the world anymore. As he said this, Ye Xuan's eyes welled up with tears. He kept stepping back, chasing after wealth and status despite the danger. To get the eldest sister to embrace him willingly, he knew he would do anything. But then, Ye Xuan suddenly slipped off the cliff, leaving behind a sentence that left Nangong Zhao utterly shocked. Sis, you're so good to me, but I can only repay you in the next life. Without hesitation, Nangong Zhao leaped from the top of the mountain, reaching out her hands as she shouted, Ye Xuan, no. In the next moment, Nangong Zhao's hands reached Ye Xuan's waist. She pulled him close, their gazes locking in a tender, affectionate exchange. She cradled Ye Xuan's head and gently pressed it against her chest, whispering softly, You idiot, we'll depend on each other. I won't let you die. At that moment, Ye Xuan, completely dazed, broke into a bizarre, twisted grin. Ha ha ha, it worked. This is perfect. Who could resist this? A system notification appeared, congratulating the host for completing the first stage of the god-level selection and rewarding him with a piece of spiritual root. The spiritual root would continue to evolve and level up depending on how long the host stayed close to Nangong Zhao. Oh shit, this is awesome. I got the spiritual root now. Wait, why is it a low-level one? He muttered. What the heck? This isn't a spiritual root at all. It's clearly a flower stalk. Looks like the longer I hold on, the bigger it gets. All right, let's go for it. With that thought, Ye Xuan tightened his grip on Nangong Zhao and shouted loudly, Sis, what's the point of me living anymore? At that moment, at Sword Screen in the Sword Immortal sect, a group of disciples, along with an elder, were all looking up with their heads held high toward Nangong and Ye Xuan. Honored Master, what are you looking at? The outer disciples stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, shouting loudly, Oh my god, that's the sect leader and the useless guy. How can they be hugging each other like that? The sect leader of the ancient Sword Immortal sect, letting something like this happen. The inner sect trash is out of control. A male disciple stepped forward and whispered in the elder's ear, Honored Master, how long have you been chasing after Nangong Zhao? She doesn't even pay attention to you. She's openly slapping you in the face right now. Hearing this, the elder's face darkened and a murderous aura radiated from his entire body. Ye Xuan, Nangong Zhao, that pair of filthy man and woman, I will definitely eliminate Nangong Zhao, kill Ye Xuan, and then take full control of the Sword Immortal sect. The elder was Yuan Qin, an outer sect elder. Nangong Zhao above suddenly broke into a sweat, her face changing color. Ye Xuan and Nangong's entire bodies were surrounded by a glowing field of golden light. Why is this kid's dancing so hot? Waves of discomfort kept hitting my energy channels. It was really unbearable. While Nangong was in pain, Ye Xuan, on the other hand, seemed completely relaxed as he admired her big, white, round heart. Congratulations, you've unlocked the legendary Mystic Yang Dragon Root, an evolution of the spiritual root into the Heavenly Tao's most powerful and pure form, the Mystic Yang Dragon Root. After acquiring this spiritual root, you will be able to absorb the QI of heaven and earth. Would you like to begin? Please note, since the Mystic Yang Dragon Root is a Heavenly Tao spiritual root, the absorption speed will be 10,000 times faster than with ordinary spiritual roots. Please choose carefully. Ye Xuan's eyes lit up as he read this. A Heavenly Tao spiritual root? I can actually get one. Why wait? Let's start right now. As soon as the words left his mouth, something beneath Ye Xuan's danshin suddenly exploded, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. At that moment, a white smoke surrounded them both. Then, a surge of boiling hot blood coursed through Nangong's body, making her scream out in discomfort. Something's wrong. What's happening to you? Why are you so hot? Don't touch me. I can't handle this. Hey. Sis, what's going on? Calm down a little. Their struggle caused them to lose balance in midair, and they started to fall helplessly towards the ground below. Ye Xuan and Nangong Zhao landed, causing a massive explosion that shattered the cliffside and sent a cloud of dust and smoke into the air. Ye Xuan was lying on top of Nangong Zhao, and both of them were surrounded by a red aura that ran from head to toe. Nangong Zhao, pinned beneath Ye Xuan, tightly shut her eyes and furrowed her brows in pain. Frustrated, she opened her mouth wide and let out a sharp, angry shout. I can't take it anymore. I need to break through. As soon as her scream ended, Nangong Zhao's body suddenly released an illusory image of a fiery phoenix, wings spread wide as it soared toward Nirvana with immense power. The disciples standing below saw the golden light radiating from the phoenix and began to murmur excitedly, which fellow Taoists just broke through. The aura is so powerful. Could it be the mystic phoenix of the Nine Heavens spiritual root? That's the sect leader, Nangong Zhao. This isn't good. Elder Yuan Qin is about to lose his temper. A teacup fell, and Elder Yuan Qin looked up at the phoenix with a flushed face, his expression full of anger. No, Nangang Zhao has broken through to the late nascent soul stage. Her spiritual root has always been against the will of heaven. How could she break through so easily? Fuming, he gritted his teeth, muttering through clenched jaws. No, this can't stand. I must act immediately. She's just a woman, so if I can't defeat her, at least I'll ruin her reputation. Let's see how she holds on to her position as sect leader. I, the supreme heavenly Tao's spiritual root, will show her. Fine, fine. Even compared to my precious sword, we're about evenly matched. Ye Xuan walked through the forest confidently, his hands casually resting behind his neck, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He had even managed to help his senior sister break through immediately. Too bad she had to go into seclusion to consolidate her spiritual root. Otherwise, he was sure she would have been clinging to him nonstop. If the other senior sisters knew I still had such a great use, it'd be pretty impressive. Just as he was enjoying the moment, Ye Xuan was suddenly punched, spitting blood out of his mouth. Ugh, how shallow-minded. Furious and confused, he glared and shouted, "Who the hell said that? Step forward." As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful woman appeared in midair. She was wrapped in white bandages, looking almost like a mummy. This is truly bad luck, having a new master who's such a pervert, the woman said, crossing her arms and glaring at Ye Xuan with a frustrated expression. I'm the manager of the spirit system, and you can call me Ning Xiao. I can't believe the system's manager is such a beauty. It's almost too good to be true. Anyway, right now, you're just at the beginning stage of the system. We need to confirm if you want to link up with it. So explain this to me. What exactly is this God-level selection system? This is a long story, Ning Xiao began. The God-level selection system has been around since the primordial era. It's been passed down for billions of years, and no one knows its true origin. Up until now, countless people have been chosen. Some became supreme emperors who founded their nations with the help of the system. Others rose to become great immortals, the rulers of the world. There were also those who became unmatched war gods, shaking the world with their power. Each of them was a remarkable force in the immortal realm. But in the end, they all made the wrong choice. The God-level trials always give you two options. One is to fear death and cling to life, and the other is high risk with high rewards. However, the missions given by the system get more and more cunning, and they become harder and harder. The so-called God-level selection is a matter of life or death. You could ascend to immortality, or you could fall straight into hell. Once you make a choice, you must complete it, or you'll be turned to ash immediately. With a darkened expression, Ning Xiao pointed directly at Ye Xuan's face. With your skills, do you dare to make the connection? Ye Xuan, after hearing this, fell silent. He looked down, his eyes narrowing as he thought to himself, a God-level trial. It sounds dangerous, like a life or death situation. But that's life, isn't it? Fine. I've already endured enough scorn in my 2 lives. What's there to fear about death risks? I have to get stronger. After a moment of thought, Ye Xuan slammed his hand firmly on his chest and answered decisively. I'll make the connection. I won't regret it, no matter the outcome. Ning Xiao stroked his chin after hearing this. I hope you can live a little longer, but in the end, let me give you some advice. The 3 great powers of the world are also searching for you and the system. Don't reveal our existence to anyone, or you'll face catastrophic consequences. Once the words were spoken, the system screen displayed the master has successfully linked with the system. This is great. My path to immortality is officially beginning. Wait, hold on. Ye Xuan widened his eyes and stared intently at the system screen. Supreme Heavenly Tao's spiritual root is formed from the soul of the ancient primordial dragon, and its cultivation speed far surpasses that of ordinary spiritual roots. The mystic yang dragon root must be cultivated in harmony with the extreme yin spiritual root. Otherwise, it could lead to dangerous body explosions. After reading this, Ye Xuan broke into a mischievous grin like no one else could pull off. Extreme yin spiritual root. Ha! My eldest sister seems to have that attribute too. So, heh. At this point, he placed his hands on the ground and started doing an energetic little dance, creating dazzling bursts of golden light. After 10 years of hard work, I can finally step onto the path of cultivation. Let's see how much my body has evolved. With that, Ye Xuan stomped his foot on the ground and jumped into the air, leaving a circle of fiery shockwaves on the ground below. He tried leaping from one rock hill to another with lightning speed. Wow! Each jump was about 3 meters high, and Ye Xuan soared through the misty clouds, his face beaming with excitement. So this is what it feels like to have spiritual energy. What a joy. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Sao Shu, what are you doing? I could hear your laughter from afar. With that, a girl with a striking figure big chest, firm bottom, came rushing in, pushing the male protagonist aside. What's so funny? Second sister, this girl is Huang Yurong, Ye Xuan explained with a grin. She's the second elder of the Sword Immortal sect. Ye Xuan followed closely behind Yurong, smiling as he said, Second sister, what brings you here? I feel like something's different about Xiao Shu today. Big sister is in a rush to enter closed-door cultivation, so she asked me to bring you to collect your spirit stones and medicinal pills. Just so happens, the sect is giving out resources for cultivation today. Hearing this, Ye Xuan also stood on Yurong's sword and flew alongside her. All right, this is just what I needed. You're still looking out for me, big sisters. Back at the sect, the outer disciples were chattering excitedly in front of a building. Do you hear? Sect Master Nangon actually picked up that useless Ye Xuan and flew up into the sky with him. So crazy! What are you talking about? Sect Master Nangon is a recognized goddess. So many cultivators dream of becoming her Dao partner. How could she possibly fly with Ye Xuan? Exactly! How could a useless person like Ye Xuan ever get that kind of blessing? While they were talking, one of the disciples raised a hand and motioned for them to be quiet. Shh, quiet down, they're coming. Yurong and Ye Xuan calmly walked into the crowd of outer disciples. An inner disciple stepped forward to greet them. Greetings, second elder. Martial Uncle Yi has come to collect his spiritual stones. No need to queue up, please follow me. Sorry for the trouble. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp voice rang out. Wait. A group of outer disciples stepped forward and loudly mocked Ye Xuan. These spiritual stones and pills are meant for cultivation. He's a useless person with no spiritual root. If we give them to him, it's just wasting the sect's resources for no reason. After hearing this, Ye Xuan gave the disciple a cold glance. Yuan Ba, it's you again. A body-refining cultivator who's still stuck at the moral level, enjoying the same benefits as an official inner disciple. You have less potential than even the new recruits. And now, you're mocking me again. Yurong was furious when she heard those words. Yuan Ba, Ye Xuan is the only true disciple of the Sword Immortal sect. In terms of status, he's your martial uncle. How dare you speak disrespectfully and insult an elder? Guards, take him to see the law elder. After Yurong finished speaking, Yuan Bei was taken away by his subordinates, but he was furious. He opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, I despise you, Ye Xuan. You're nothing but a coward hiding under women's skirts, pretending to be tough. If you're a real man, come out and fight me. Hearing this, Ye Xuan's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with sharpness as he glared ahead, his nostrils flaring with rage. Fine, I'll fight. If you're so good, come here. However, just then, the system interface unexpectedly appeared and gave Ye Xuan 2 tasks. The first task, duel with Yuan Ba and earn a rare immortal treasure as a reward. On the other hand, if he continued hiding like a coward, the reward would be the growth of 2 layers of turtle shells that he would never be able to get rid of. The second task, if Ye Xuan saw the chest of Huang Yurong, he would be rewarded with great power. If he ignored it or didn't act, he would lose half of his good brothers. Ye Xuan stared blankly after reading this, thinking to himself, turtle shells? Lose my good brothers? What kind of malicious system is this? And what the heck is this second task? I've lived 2 lives and I've never even seen a woman's chest before. But it seemed like there was something hidden in these tasks that the system wasn't showing. With that thought, Ye Xuan rubbed his hands together, grinning mischievously. This is too twisted, but I like it. After thinking for a moment, Ye Xuan walked up, placed a hand on his chest, and whispered into Yurong's ear. Second sister, don't interfere. Let me handle this myself. I'll make them kneel and call me father. With that, Ye Xuan moved in front of Yuan Ba and flashed a mocking grin. Didn't you say I can't sense spirit stones? How about we settle this with a little competition? You and I hide spirit stones in 2 different places within the Sword Immortal sect. If I find mine first, you'll let me deal with you however I want. So, what if I find mine first? Ye Xuan looked at Yuan Ba with sharp eyes and bluntly said that I'll leave the sect on my own and never step foot in Indra, the Heavenly King, again. When Yuan Ba heard this, he looked up and burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, you're the one who said it. All right, let's start right now. This time, I'll see how the useless Ye Xuan can hold his own. Finally, we can kick him out of the sect. As the outer sect disciples murmured among themselves, Ye Xuan quietly spoke with Yurong. Xiao Shu, why would you agree to a public challenge like that? Yurong looked at Ye Xuan, worry in her eyes as she asked, what if? Ye Xuan cut her off, whispering into her ear, don't worry, I have a plan. I just need you to help me. Ye Xuan leaned in closer, speaking softly, which made Yurong's eyes widen and her face flush bright red. After a moment of whispering, Yurong raised her hands to embrace the 2 hearts of her soul, while Ye Xuan boldly stepped forward, his nostrils leaking blood. At the same time, he completed Task 2 of the system and received his reward. Has that brat Yuenba hidden it yet? Once it's hidden, let's get started. Useless and still making a fuss. Just start already. Ye Xuan stood facing Yuenba on the arena, beginning to sense the spirit stone. However, after a short while, Ye Xuan suddenly opened his eyes wide as if he had discovered something. Meanwhile, Yuenba shut his eyes tightly, concentrating so hard that sweat was pouring down his face. How is this even possible? Where did this useless guy hide it? Why can't I sense anything? Ye Xuan squinted his eyes, grinning with satisfaction, and walked closer. If you can't sense it, it's because you don't have the skills. So don't blame me when I find it first. Ye Xuan stood close, raised both hands in front of Yuenba's face, making him go pale and sweat even more. Then, Ye Xuan sat down and boldly began to pull down Yuenba's pants, accidentally catching sight of his tiny underwear. Tell me, which normal man would hide something in such small underwear? Oh, whoa, is it really that small? No wonder you have such a strong tendency for antisocial behavior. Ye Xuan pulled out a massive spiritual stone from Yuenba's pants. I won, he said, smirking. Are you convinced yet? Yuenba, furious, clutched his stomach with both hands, smoke practically coming out of his ears as he grumbled. How did you find it? And where did you hide the spiritual stone? Why couldn't I sense it? Of course, I hid it in a place with high moral standing, Ye Xuan replied casually. Yuenba's face turned purple with anger. His mouth dropped open as he shouted, cheating. You couldn't possibly sense the spiritual stone, you definitely cheated. Tell me, did the second elder help you? You've always been sucking up to him. Not only that, but everyone saw you and the sect leader hugging each other. Don't think we didn't notice. You wrong. Hearing this became furious. She frowned and snapped, cutting him off. Shut up. Yuenba, you have a lot of nerve, spreading rumors about the sect leader like that. Ye Xuan's anger flared too. His dark eyes were filled with murderous intent, but Yuenba showed no sign of remorse and even shot back more harshly. The second elder rarely covers up for them, but everyone saw it just now. Ye Xuan was practically hugging and fooling around with the sect leader up in the sky. This could destroy the reputation of our sect in an instant. The outer disciples began shouting loudly. Yeah, how dare he do that and not even own up to it? There's no punishment? Does the Sword Immortal sect still have any rules left? Just look at how the inner sect is falling apart. Thankfully, we still have Elder Yuen Qin leading us in the outer sect. But there were also some dissenting voices. Some of the lower-class outer disciples were clearly just talking nonsense. The martial uncle wasn't like that. However, even they had seen with their own eyes that martial uncle really was hugging the sect leader just now. When Yurong heard that, she furrowed her brows and shot an angry glance over. Ye Xuan, with a serious look on his face, glared straight ahead and said in a sharp tone, Are you done? Yuenba pointed at Ye Xuan's face, grinning widely, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Ye Xuan, you're just someone who relies on the protection of women to live comfortably and enjoy the benefits of rare resources. That's not fair. Today, I'll speak on behalf of many outer disciples to kick you out of the Sword Immortal sect and support the righteous cause. No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous punch landed squarely on Yuenbei's face, knocking his jaw sideways and exposing his teeth and gums. Support the righteous cause, my ass. You're not even a full man, yet you stand there talking about righteousness. Today, I'll show you what true justice is. The outer disciples of the Sword Immortal sect had always been divided, but for Yuenba, a mere common disciple, to openly insult the sect leader was something that couldn't be tolerated. This person must be dealt with. After taking the punch, Yuenbei's face swelled up, his anger boiling over. He quickly retaliated, You useless fool, how dare you insult me? I'll kill you. Hey, stop him. Don't let him attack martial uncle, damn it. Yuenba, get a grip. Hearing this, Ye Xuan mumbled under his breath. The system activated the mighty strength tool. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuenbei charged forward, throwing a powerful blow of golden energy. But Ye Xuan quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack with an impressive move. The protagonist then glared ahead. Ye Xuan poured all his strength into his fist and slammed it straight into Yuenbei's chin, causing him to spit blood. However, the battle was far from over. Ye Xuan unleashed a move from the Buddha's palm technique, striking Yuenba directly in the face, knocking one of his eyes out. Taking the full force of the punch, Yuenbei collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Ye Xuan turned and walked away, casually brushing the dust off his fingertips. A disciple rushed over, placed a finger on Yuenba's nose, and frowned deeply, sweating heavily. Brother Wenba, he's not breathing anymore. Ye Xuan clenched his fist tightly, glanced over with a sharp stare. According to the sword immortal sect's rules, anyone who insults the sect leader must die. Without a second thought, Ye Xuan kicked Ye Wenbei's face in front of the disciples, making his point clear. This happened because I accidentally fell off a cliff and the sect leader saved me, which led to all this. With that, Ye Xuan bent down, pointed at Ye Wenba, and warned with a low voice. If anyone dares to speak of this again next time, it will be you. The outer disciples were left completely stunned after hearing this, standing there in silence, too afraid to say another word. At the same time, the inner disciples watching the scene were also in a state of shock. So that's what happened. I knew it. Our sect leader and the 8 elders are all highly respected individuals. There's no way they would do something that would bring shame to the sect. One of them muttered, Exactly. Martial Uncle explained everything clearly. That's a relief, another agreed. You wrong. Standing behind Ye Xuan spoke up loudly. All right, clean up this place and then disperse. As Ye Xuan stood there, he thought to himself, Ye Wenba is acting so recklessly. There has to be someone backing him up, plotting to split the sword immortal sect. I need to think of a way to handle this fast. While deep in thought, Ye Rong approached, giving Ye Xuan a pat on the shoulder. The sudden contact made him jump, his eyes widening in surprise. Looks like Xiao Shu has really grown up. Not bad at all. At that moment, Ye Rong's pat brought a memory rushing back to him of the time he had hidden the spirit stones in her chest while drooling, his face burning red. The scene earlier with second sister. Xiao Shu, what's wrong with you? Hearing Ye Rong shout, he quickly wiped the blood from his nose, embarrassed. In his mind, he saw the image of a hand holding a breastplate high, stepping on the enemy with a powerful stomp. The purple swan-shaped breastplate of second sister would forever be etched in the heart of this fanatic. A system notification popped up, indicating that Task 1 had been completed, and the reward was 10 rare high-grade spirit stones. Since the owner had surpassed the task requirements, an additional reward was unlocked, the Ancient Dragon Emperor's Bone. Ye Xuan stared at the screen stunned, his gaze slowly sinking. What is the Ancient Dragon Emperor's Bone? Ye Rong, waiting for a response that didn't come, waved her hand vigorously in front of him. Ye Xuan, what are you standing there for? Snapping back to reality, Ye Xuan grabbed Ye Rong's hand and pulled her away. What were you talking about with this fanatic stuff? Ye Xuan, what are you memorizing? It's nothing at all. I was just thinking, since second sister helped me this time, I should figure out how to repay her. At this point, Ye Xuan reached forward, trying to grab Ye Rong's silicon bags. Or should I help you take the spirit stones out of here? Ye Rong, hearing this, lightly slapped his hand away. You brat, are you asking for a beating? Second sister, please spare me, I surrender. Ye Xuan put on a charming smile, clasped his hands together, and made a pitiful face. If you really want to repay me, then listen to me. Do you remember what happened 5 years ago when the blood demon patriarch came to attack? Your master and all your senior brothers fought to the death. They joined forces to sacrifice their cultivation in order to activate the mountain protecting formation, which was the only way to protect the sword immortal sect. But 10 days ago, the formation was struck by a powerful cultivator. We suspect it's the blood demon patriarch returning for revenge. His cultivation level is likely at soul transformation now, even higher than the eldest sisters. At this point, Ye Rong fell silent, her face clouded with sadness. It looks like the sword immortal sect will have to face another fierce battle. If you can cultivate, then do it as soon as possible. I'm planning to unlock the Mid-South mysterious scene and try some practice there. When that time comes, you should come too. As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Xuan reached out and touched the back of Ye Rong's neck, making her cheeks flush. He then pulled her into a gentle embrace, softly whispering into her ear, Second sister, I understand your pain. 10 years ago, I could have inflicted serious damage on him. If that turtle dares to show up again, I'll kill him. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll protect you and the others. Hearing this, Ye Rong smiled warmly and hugged Ye Xuan tightly, her voice full of joy. Kid, you've really grown up. You become a man who knows how to protect women. Just as she was feeling happy, a male inner disciple rushed in and shouted, startling them both, and they quickly separated. Second elder, something bad has happened. Elder Ye Wenba said he needed to see you urgently. All right, I'm on my way. I wonder if this is because Ye Wen Qin found out about the situation with Ye Wenba and is coming to stir up trouble. The scene shifted to the Sword Immortal Sect's meeting hall. As Ye Rong entered the room, she saw Elder Ye Wen Qin sitting with an air of authority at the head of the table. Elder Ye Wenba, I'm not sure what's so urgent that you need to see me. If it's about Yuan Ba. Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Qin interrupted, No, it's my fault for not disciplining him properly, which is why I spoiled that rebellious kid. I have no objections to how the second elder handled the situation. I'm here today to discuss something else with you. Oh, really? Well then, go ahead, elder. I'm listening. At the same time, Ye Xuan was lingering outside the door, thinking to himself, this old man has always been at odds with the inner sect. Now that my direct disciple is buried under my hands, he's not causing any trouble. This isn't like him at all. Yuan Qin glanced over at Yu Rong and said, with the 5 excellent SA Swords competition coming up soon, I suggest activating the Mid-South mysterious scene so our disciples can enter and undergo trials. This will give them the best chance to take first place. What does the second elder think? To be honest, elder, I was already considering that myself. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qin turned, clasped his hands in front of him, and nodded repeatedly. Then I'll leave it to you, second elder. I'll be waiting for good news. With that, Yuan Qin picked up his teacup and took a sip, wearing a slight grin as he glanced at Yu Rong, secretly thinking, Ye Xuan, even if you manage to restore your spiritual root, so what? You killed my disciple and blocked the path of my sect leader. I'll let you into the Mid-South mysterious scene, but once you're in, you will be coming back. After that thought, he turned his eyes away, his mind set. The subordinate standing next to him saw this and immediately understood the situation. He smirked, showing a wicked smile. Ye Xuan stood outside the door, arms crossed, peeking in with a curious expression. If nothing happens for now, he thought, he'd just wait for the other party to slip up on their own. He still had a few important things to take care of. Ning Xiao, come out here. Hearing the call, Ning Xiao was summoned by the system. Did you need something? This time the girl sat right on top of Ye Xuan's head, making him so angry his face turned green. You really know how to pick your spot, he muttered. What exactly is the ancestral dragon emperor's bone? He asked. The system didn't say, so there's nothing else to discuss, she replied. I can only tell you that it's a divine treasure. Whether you want to absorb it or not is up to you. Ye Xuan went silent, thinking to himself, a divine treasure, huh? After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, that's it. Among my 9 older sisters, 8th sister is from the Fox clan of Qingqiu in the celestial realm. Maybe I should ask her to help me take a look. On a serene night with a bright moon, a cool breeze, and a sky full of stars, Ye Xuan gently opened the door. 8th sister, I've come to see you, he called out. As soon as he stepped inside, his eyes were drawn to an ancient tree with pink leaves, casting an enchanting glow. Oh, where is she? He wondered aloud. Just as he spoke, a wine jug rolled his feet. He bent down, picked it up, and mumbled to himself. Seriously, the whole yard smells like alcohol. How much has 8th sister drunk? Then, a delicate white foot, smooth and flawless with no sign of mosquito bites, reached out to lift Ye Xuan's chin, leaving him stunned and wide-eyed in shock. The main character looked up and saw a beautiful woman sitting on a branch, someone who loved the color pink and hated dishonesty. It was none other than 8th sister. Sao Shu, why are you here? She asked. Her seductive pose made Ye Xuan's blood rush, and he couldn't help but feel his nose start to bleed like a volcano erupting. Oh shit, can I really see this for free? Thinking that, Ye Xuan gently lifted her delicate white foot with both hands. 8th sister, drinking too much is bad for your health. Why are you drinking so much? He asked. Hearing that, the fox woman jumped down from the tree and exclaimed, of course it's because of you. You revived the spiritual root. Now 8th sister can be saved. I'm so happy. 8th sister, what are you talking about? Does my spiritual root have another purpose besides helping me cultivate? Ye Xuan asked, confused. The fox woman stepped closer to him and spoke softly. I am the female general of Qingqiu, but my womb carries a rare poison. Only when a man with lightning powers mates with me and both of us cultivate to an equal level can the poison be cured. So I married your 8th brother, Jing Lei. But who would have thought that, before we could even finish the marriage rituals, he died in battle. I thought I couldn't be saved anymore, but because you're Jing Li's sibling, I decided to stay in Sword Screen. Now that your spiritual root has been restored, 8th sister can count on you from now on. Hearing this, Ye Xuan's face turned bright red. No wonder 8th sister had been so sad and down for the last 10 years. It turns out there's this hidden truth. What should I do now? At this point, Ye Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted loudly, dual cultivation. The fox girl raised her hand to her chin and said bluntly, yeah, as long as within 10 years, your cultivation reaches the same level as mine, we can start dual cultivation and gradually detoxify. You need to be at the same level as me in 10 years. If I remember correctly, 8th sister is at least at the nascent soul stage, right? That's right. I've been suppressing my cultivation a lot, so I'm only at the middle stage of Nascent Soul now. Eighth Sister knows that it's incredibly difficult for anyone to reach Nascent Soul in 10 years. Not even Indra, the Heavenly King, could do that, let alone anyone in our immortal realm. But now, aside from you, I can't count on anyone else. Recently, the poison has been spreading more and more. Every time, the pain is so bad, I don't even want to live. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan hugged the fox girl tightly. Eighth Sister, don't cry. I promise I'll reach Nascent's soul in 10 years and we'll dual cultivate together to detoxify. Ye Xuan, I'll wait for you. After saying this, the fox girl threw 2 grapefruits right at the male protagonist's face. But before that, Eighth Sister needs to check the goods. The fox girl pinned Ye Xuan to the ground, startling him. His eyes widened in panic as he exclaimed, "Hurry up, show me your new spiritual root." After checking something, the fox girl's eyes suddenly lit up. She leaned close to Ye Xuan and whispered, "This is really big, and it's the Heavenly Tao's spiritual root, pure yang energy." "Oh wow, sis, let go. I can't handle this, but now I feel better. The 10-year promise is still on. Eighth Sister is waiting for you." After saying that, the fox girl fell asleep. Ye Xuan stared wide-eyed, his mouth hanging open as he shouted, "Shit, perfect timing. I still haven't asked about the ancestral Dragon Emperor's bone." Ye Xuan picked up the fox girl and laid her down on a stone slab. As he did, she muttered a few words. "What's this about the ancient great emperor's bone? Are you targeting me?" Hearing this, Ye Xuan looked at her with a fond gaze and smiled. "Still thinking about the target? Well, honestly, you wouldn't be this drunk from just one peanut normally." After saying that, Ye Xuan stood up and turned to leave, but the fox girl spoke again. "Oh, the ancestral dragon emperor's bone is a treasure from the immortal realm. Absorbing it can regenerate your bones." The main character immediately spun around and asked, "What? Regenerate my bones?" Without waiting for an answer, he rushed out toward the door, not even noticing that the fox girl was still speeding behind him. You can't just absorb it recklessly or you'll destroy your radiance. 3 days later, the Mid-South Mysterious Scene trial was about to begin. The Mid-South Mysterious Scene is one of the 3 great holy lands of the sect. Inside, time flows at 1/4 the speed of the outside world. Essentially, it's a cultivation paradise. It's said that starting up this mystical scene consumes countless spirit stones, draining the sect's resources, so it's important to choose the right cultivation techniques to enter with. Senior brother Yuan Chi, with the cost of the Mid-South Mysterious Scene trial, you represent the outer sect this time. What level are you aiming for? Stop talking nonsense. Of course I'm aiming for the top. I'm the grandson of Elder Yuan Qin, after all. I'm born with 2 spiritual roots and have been blessed with powerful spiritual treasures since childhood. I reached high condensation years ago. Who else could possibly be above me? 5 years to reach the peak of high condensation. I'm a freak of nature. Yuan Chi clasped his hands behind his back and walked forward with confidence. The Mid-South Mysterious Scene has 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Imperial, with the Heaven level being the hardest. With my status and position, only the Heaven level cultivation techniques are worthy of me. At this, he glanced at the inner sect disciples behind him and coldly added, "If anyone dares to stand in my way, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this, the inner sect disciples became a little nervous, not daring to be his gaze. What's he even talking about? He's clearly targeting us inner sect disciples. Keep your voice down. His cultivation is so much higher, and with Yuan Qin backing him up, what can we do? Hearing the words from the inner disciples, Yuan Chi felt even more pleased with himself. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Is the elder sitting there like some kind of bird? Yuan Chi was startled by the voice and immediately turned around, scanning his surroundings. "Who dares to insult my uncle?" he demanded. "I'm right above you." At those words, Yuan Chi immediately looked up. At that moment, Ye Xuan and Yu Ron were descending on their swords, their faces filled with anger. Ye Xuan sneered, revealing a set of canine-like teeth. Yuan Chi responded to Ye Xuan with a sharp, hostile glare. The outer disciples, seeing the protagonist, stared in shock and gasped. "It's over. It's really over now. The stronger backing has arrived." A moment later, Ye Xuan leaped off his sword and landed on the ground. He walked over, casually raised his finger in front of Yuan Chi and shouted, "Yuan Chi, are you trying to act like some second-rate immortal and bully people? We're called disciples of the sect, so why are you threatening the inner disciples?" "Ye Xuan, you useless fool, you better speak more respectfully, or you'll have to deal with the consequences." Hearing that, Ye Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. "Consequences," he said. Without another word, his fist came crashing toward Yuan Chi's cheek, causing him to roll his eyes in shock. In the next instant, a powerful force hit, sending Yuan Chi's jaw flying out of his mouth, his teeth scattering too quickly to recover. After the fight, Ye Xuan stepped back, brushed off the dust, and tossed his hair in a dramatic, confident way. On the other hand, Yuan Qi, stunned from the punch, was left confused, not sure what had just happened. Ye Xuan, his face turning a shade of purple, stared intensely at his fingers and said, "Not only was I rude, but I even slapped your face. So what? What's the consequence? You want to show me something now?" With that, Ye Xuan moved forward and gave Yuan Qi's cheek a couple of sharp slaps, continuing, "From now on, stop talking about your useless uncle. His disciple, Yuan Ba, is already dead at my hands. Do you think he cares? The Sword Immortal sect has its own rules. If I catch you bullying your fellow disciples again, don't blame your martial uncle here for not holding back." Hearing this, Yuan Che ground his teeth in anger, unable to say a word. The inner disciples, however, were overjoyed by Ye Xuan's words. "Wow, martial uncle is so awesome. He won't even let us fight back against him. What gives? Sword Immortal sect isn't even his personal home." A moment later, Yu Rong jumped down from his sword and spoke up, "All right, it's almost time. Let me announce the rules for this trial. No fighting. But if you kill a fellow disciple, you'll be expelled from the sect. If you're in danger, just break the teleportation jade slip and return. Also, in the mystical scene, every technique has its own restrictions. You can only get a new technique by challenging it. Know your limits or you'll end up dead. Got it?" With that, Yu Rong shot a stern glare ahead and raised his hand, releasing a wave of spiritual energy. The flow of spiritual energy from her hand spread out everywhere, creating a spatial rift. As the rift widened, the mystical scene inside became clearly visible. "Now, you can enter," she said. Ye Xuan and the disciples behind him smiled as they looked at the shifting rift. Before leaving, Yu Rong secretly placed a storage ring into Ye Xuan's hand. She discreetly transmitted a voice message to him. "Ye Xuan, I've prepared some medicinal pills and spirit stones for you, and they're all in this ring. Yuan Qi has excellent talent, and he's at the late stage of Qi condensation, with a lot of people helping him. You must be very careful." Hearing this, Ye Xuan grinned and flashed a friendly smile, clearly happy. "Still, my big sisters care about me. Don't worry, second sister, I'll come back in one piece." With that, Ye Xuan happily skipped into the mystical scene, singing as he went, but he did notice that Yuan Qi was lurking behind him. Yuan Qi glared at Ye Xuan with one eye, his jaws clenched in frustration. As the disciples stepped inside, the spatial rift began to swirl violently. After a moment, Ye Xuan found himself transported to a new place within the mystical scene. He stood up, looked around, and exclaimed, "So this is the Mid-South mysterious scene. After years of cultivation, this is the first time I've been here." At that moment, Yuan Qi and his group suddenly appeared behind the main character, shouting, "Ye Xuan, we finally found you." He calmly turned around, a smirk forming on his lips as he chuckled. "Oh, my little ones, now you're finally learning some manners. Are you here to welcome your martial uncle?" Yuan Qi stepped forward, casting a glance at Ye Xuan and sneered. "Martial uncle, you're just a useless parasite clinging to women's skirts. Now that no one's here to protect you, you won't be able to escape." Yuan Ba had been killed by him, and everyone rushed forward to take him down. The first thing they needed to do was cut off his dog leg so he couldn't run. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan's expression slightly changed, but he smiled. He hadn't expected to be surrounded so quickly. Facing so many people at the Qi condensation stage on his own was indeed a bit dangerous, but when it came to fighting, strategy mattered. The one with the upper hand in spirit couldn't afford to lose. After a brief pause, the main character pointed to his own face and boldly responded, "What nonsense are you kids talking about? I'm martial uncle, and I don't need anyone to protect me." Yuan Qi then took out a sound recording jade, holding it up in front of Ye Xuan as he said without hesitation, "If you want to die peacefully, you better tell the truth. Why did you restore your spiritual root? Is there something going on with Nangong Zhao? If you don't come clean, suffering will be waiting for you." Hearing the disciples mention Nangong Zhao's name, Ye Xuan's expression immediately changed. "Big sister, so he's attacking her mind with this. Big sister, as the sect leader, was incredibly powerful, but still a woman. Any rumors or lies could cause serious damage. Once her reputation was harmed, her position as sect leader would be in jeopardy. This must be Yuan Qin's scheme." As Ye Xuan thought about it, something suddenly clicked in his mind. The system interface appeared, showing a random task. "You're facing a public relations crisis. You have two choices. 1. Kneel and call him sir, becoming a punching bag to vent his anger. This will grant you a minor fate boost. 2. Teach him a lesson, kill Yuan Qi and the others, and obtain the Celestial Immortal 8 Trigram's Mirror." Note, the Celestial Immortal 8 Trigram's Mirror is a mid-grade jade treasure that's missing half of its pieces. If you find a missing part, its power will increase. After reading it, Ye Xuan looked up, glanced over, and said bluntly, "Do I even need to choose?" Ye Xuan raised a finger and waved it at Yuan Che. The main character waved back, grinning provocatively. "If you want to hear the truth, come over here." Hearing that, Yuan Che grabbed the sound recording jade and moved closer, saying, "I'll take it as you're being sensible and confessing. Maybe I'll spare your life." With a dark expression, Ye Xuan leaned in close to Yuan Chi and the sound recording jade and said, "The truth is, I'm the 18th generation ancestor of your family." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Xuan immediately kneeled and drove his knee straight into Yuan Chi's face. Blood from his mouth and nose splattered everywhere. After the hit, Yuan Chi's face was swollen and bruised, his teeth and lips shattered. The main character grabbed his hair and said, "Want to hear gossip about me and the older sisters, huh?" With that, Ye Xuan yanked Yuan Chi's hair down and began relentlessly pounding his face with powerful punches. "Come here, I'll tell you about it, old man style." Taking his time with the blows, Yuan Chi's face puffed up like a piece of beef, blood streaming from his nose. "Are all of you dead or something? Why haven't you rushed in yet?" Upon hearing that, the outer disciples quickly ran toward Ye Xuan as fast as they could. As the disciples neared, Ye Xuan delivered another sharp, glowing belly punch, sending Yuan Chi flying far from his body with a flash of golden light. As Yuan Chi's aura flared, all the disciples rushed in to support him. Seizing the chance, Ye Xuan quickly darted away, a grin spreading across his face. "Ha ha! Goodbye, you little brats. Every time we meet from now on, I'll be knocking you around." At this moment, Yuan Chi was furious. His anger intensified as he realized his upper row of teeth had been knocked out. "These fools, they're all useless. Kill him for me," he shouted. Upon hearing this, the disciples immediately chased after Ye Xuan, launching a relentless barrage of powerful attacks. Even with his extraordinary talent, Ye Xuan knew that it was hard to survive a group attack. He had to find a place to hide first, but something made Ye Xuan glance nervously behind him. In this mystical scene, there were many hidden techniques, each with its own set of restrictions. These restrictions allowed only one person to enter the trial at a time. After running for a while, Ye Xuan suddenly spotted something ahead, a space vortex. "I found it. This is it," he thought, relieved. At that moment, Yuan Chi caught up. Drawing his treasured sword, he infused it with spiritual energy and roared. "Kai condensation won't protect you now. You still dare to sneak attack? You're dead." Yuan Chi formed a golden energy sphere around the sword and sent it flying directly at Ye Xuan. But Ye Xuan, still focused on running, didn't notice it coming. The next moment, Yuan Chi's sword pierced right through Ye Xuan's body, causing him excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, fighting to endure the agony. The sudden life-threatening pain caught Ye Xuan completely off guard. The agony felt like his insides were being torn apart, and the waves of pain left him drenched in sweat, his face soaked. Without thinking twice, Ye Xuan grabbed the sword still lodged in his body and rushed straight toward the swirling vortex in the sky. His hands reached the vortex, and in an instant, Ye Xuan disappeared, but not before accidentally dropping the teleportation jade slip. Yuan Chi, seeing this, was furious. His eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, "You bastard, my sword is still in him, and he's about to die, but he's still stealing my treasure." A disciple approached and picked up Ye Xuan's dropped teleportation jade slip. "See your brother, look. That useless guy dropped his teleportation jade slip. Without it, he can't escape. We'll just wait here and catch him like a turtle in a jar." Inside the world of restriction, it was a vast, harsh desert. The pain from the sword wound made Ye Xuan crawl painfully across the desolate land. Then, he reached behind him and grabbed the sword's hilt. With a sharp pull, he yanked the sword free and let out a loud, triumphant laugh. "Ha ha, Yuan Chi, if you don't kill me today, you better start preparing a coffin for yourself." Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed over Ye Xuan, covering his entire body. He turned around and saw a terrifying beast behind him, a 13 dragon elephant. Ye Xuan wasted no time. He gripped his sword, sprang to his feet, and shouted, "Holy shit, what the hell is this? A challenge and restriction? A mammoth with dragon horns?" Ye Xuan stood up, striking a cool pose. He swung his sword, sending a powerful wave of energy toward the dragon elephant. However, the sword's energy was still no match for even one of the dragon elephant's toenails, and it barely had any effect. Ye Xuan's eyes widened in shock, and he gasped, "Damn, it's so tough. Not even a legendary sword can cut through it. Why isn't the system showing up yet?" Seeing the dragon elephant's fury, Ye Xuan, with no better options, decided that running was his best bet. He muttered to himself, "Looks like your luck's pretty good. You just randomly hide inside that high-tier heaven technique and end up facing a tough challenge like this." Sweat poured down Ye Xuan's face as he bolted. "Wait a minute. Aren't we still in the lowest level of the Imperial realm? How is there a heaven technique here? Whatever, there's no time to argue about that now. Is there any way to take down this massive beast? With that, Ye Xuan opened his system interface, scanning the information. 13 Dragon Elephant Strike is a low-tier heaven technique. If cultivated to the highest level, it can match the power of 13 Dragon Elephants. The best result comes from cultivating the body transformation stage. Ye Xuan leaned back against a large rock, frowning as he stared at the system's screen. The system might not give me a direct solution, but I can still use these data points to guide me. A divine beast guarding power equivalent to the peak of Chi condensation. If I can somehow challenge this, then defeating Yuan Shi at the peak of Chi condensation should be no problem. At this point, Ye Xuan flashed a confident smile, showing his teeth. The fool, Yuan Shi, will definitely be waiting outside looking clueless. Time moves 10 times slower inside the restriction compared to the outside. That means I have 10 times more time to train than they do. By the time I get out, I'll be able to surprise that kid with something special. After a refreshing shower, he lay on his side, letting the water dry off while waiting for his grandfather to leave. Finishing his thought, he peeked outside and thought to himself, but first I need to deal with that massive elephant. The body transformation method is the fastest way to level up. System, I want to absorb the ancestral dragon emperor's bone. No sooner had he spoken than a golden glowing bone covered with ancient inscriptions appeared. Ye Xuan placed the bone, surrounded by a golden light, into the center of his dantian. After a moment, the ancestral dragon emperor's bone erupted with spiritual energy, forming a bright golden ball. Feeling the power swirling within his body, Ye Xuan furrowed his brows. At the next instant, the golden ball exploded, engulfing the ancestral dragon emperor's bone. Suddenly, strange black energy began pouring out of Ye Xuan's dantian. It's almost absorbed. I just need to hang in there. But something made Ye Xuan's eyes snap open in shock. The black energy kept flowing out of his body, causing him excruciating pain, his eyes rolling back in agony. Why do my bones feel like they're about to shatter? The next day, Ye Xuan crawled weakly across the ground, his body emitting strange purple energy waves. His eyes snapped open, revealing red veins, and blood kept flowing from his mouth. Ning Xiao stood with his arms crossed, watching Ye Xuan lying motionless in a pool of blood, and remarked, "Looks like this fool couldn't make it through the marrow cleansing and tendon refinement. I guess it's time to find a new master." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Xuan clenched his fist tightly and said, "No, I can't give up. I've just revived my spiritual root and my sisters still need me." With that, Ye Xuan struggled to sit up, his body erupting in a strange purple flame. "I will keep going. I have to become stronger." After Ye Xuan absorbed the dragon bone, it transformed into a golden pill inside his dantian. In the next instant, a fierce golden dragon appeared, its eyes burning brightly with incredible power. The golden dragon's ethereal form immediately wrapped itself around Ye Xuan's body. The power and majesty of the dragon left Ning Xiao in awe. "You're still holding on?" Ning Xiao asked. "Not bad," he replied. In the near future, Ye Xuan might actually achieve results on par with those who came before him. Ye Xuan's eyes shot open, and the image of the golden pill appeared clearly in his pupils. He found himself transported to another space, with smoke continuously pouring from his mouth. Meanwhile, the dragon scales from the golden dragon began to form on his arm. Finally, he succeeded. Ye Xuan looked at his arm, now covered in dragon scales, and smiled with satisfaction. It seemed this time the absorption had taken place in his right ribcage. He wondered which part of his body would be next and felt a little excited about it. "System, what level am I now?" Ye Xuan turned around and saw the system interface showing the power level at level 3, body strengthening, and a body refining cultivation. While his cultivation wasn't very high, his physical strength had already surpassed that of Chi condensation. Now, unsure I can take on the 13 dragon elephant. A moment later, Ye Xuan walked over to where the dragon elephant was, only to find it still fast asleep. Still sleeping. If I don't ambush it now, when will I ever get another chance? With that, Ye Xuan gripped his sword tightly and charged toward the dragon elephant. "Take this." However, some unseen force stopped him in his tracks, leaving him stunned as he dropped his sword. Ye Xuan turned around, and to his surprise, a little girl suddenly appeared at the feet of the main character, nibbling on his calf. He bent down to pick up the girl, who struggled fiercely in his grasp. "What is this? Isn't this world supposed to only have divine beasts guarding it? Where did this child come from? Celestial treasure smells so good. Zhao Zhao wants to eat celestial treasure. Look closely. I'm a person, not a celestial treasure." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhao pouted angrily, puffed out her cheeks, and then lunged at Ye Xuan, poking her fingers into his eyes. Zhao Zhao saw it. "You are a celestial treasure. I want it. I want to eat celestial treasure. Don't poke my eyes. I can't see anything. After a moment of hesitation, Ye Xuan was struck on the head by Zhao Zhao, causing him to fall. Both he and his spirit creature tumbled onto the soft fur of a dragon elephant, which immediately snapped awake. The dragon elephant stood up, and at the same time, Ye Xuan and Zhao Zhao were tossed into the air. With its eyes glowing red with bloodlust, a dragon elephant raised its trunk and roared, exposing its sharp fangs. Zhao Zhao, lying on top of Ye Xuan, struggled frantically, shouting in panic, "We're dead! The dragon elephant's awake now, we need to run." Without a second thought, Ye Xuan grabbed Zhao Zhao and Ning Xiao and took off running as fast as he could. The luck was on their side, even managing to pick up a spirit from the mystical scene. But what kind of spirit is that anyway? It's more gluttonous than a pig, probably some kind of hungry ghost. You're the pig here. Zhao Zhao is the spirit, and Zhao Zhao wants to eat celestial treasure. While they were running, Ye Xuan turned into a cave between two large rocks. He held Zhao Zhao close to his chest, while Ning Xiao perched on top of his head, laughing as she spoke. The girl was a spirit born in the Mid-South mysterious scene, with a bloodline connection to the mystical scene. Only one of her kind is born every 1,000 years. But once her lifespan runs out, her appearance, intelligence, and martial strength will weaken like a child. She probably saw you absorbing the ancestral dragon emperor's bone and thought you had a celestial treasure, which is why she attached herself to you. Actually, the celestial treasure she's looking for is probably the rejuvenation fruit. If she eats it, she'll instantly regain her youthful vitality, kind of like reversing the aging process. What's the rejuvenation fruit? Where can I find it? It's available at the systems department store. As soon as he finished speaking, the system interface appeared. What's this? When did your system get a department store? It's always been there. You just didn't have any contribution points, so it wasn't unlocked. As long as you send the heads of your enemies or other valuable items to the system, you'll earn contribution points. These points can then be used to exchange for items. Ye Xuan stared at the contribution points needed for the rejuvenation fruit and broke into a cold sweat. 30 contribution points. How many heads does that even take? A quick calculation told him that even killing Yuan Qi and his brute might not be enough. Ye Xuan's face darkened with anger, his teeth clenched. Dan, is it really that hard to get points? After saying that, the main character shot Zhao Zhao a glare deep in thought. For a gluttonous demon like her, it didn't seem worth it. However, while deep in thought, Zhao Zhao suddenly looked up at Ye Xuan with her eyes sparkling and filled with tears. In a soft voice, she called out to the main character with a pitiful expression, "Big brother." The moment Ye Xuan saw her face, his eyes widened, his mouth dropped open, and his face turned purple. Holy shit, that's too cute. 30 years old or not, for saving this little Alita, I'm gonna do it. After thinking it over, Ye Xuan gently placed Zhao Zhao on the ground and said softly, "Xiao Zhao, stay here and wait for me for a bit. I'll kill a monster, and then we'll go look for the celestial treasure, okay? Kill the monster." After saying that, Zhao Zhao immediately started rubbing her stomach. Then she poked her finger into her belly. As soon as her finger touched her stomach, Zhao Zhao looked up, stuck out her tongue, and said 2 words, "Dead already." Could Xiao Zhao mean the weakness of the 13 dragon elephant is its stomach? Without saying another word, Ye Xuan gripped his sword tightly and ran quickly out of the cave. All right, big brother's going now. Big brother, you've got this. As soon as Ye Xuan left the cave, he came face to face with the 13 dragon elephant. He quickly hid his sword under his cloak and raised his middle finger in front of the dragon elephant as a challenge. "If you're so tough, why don't you come over and bite my butt?" Hearing this, the dragon elephant immediately opened its mouth wide, stuck out its long tongue, and lifted one of its huge feet. At that moment, Ye Xuan took the opportunity to launch himself straight toward the dragon elephant's belly. Using his stance from martial arts, he slid his knee right into the center of the dragon elephant's stomach. Surprisingly, those stances he had practiced before actually turned out to be useful. Breaking his thoughts, Ye Xuan's arms started to show dragon scales. The main character gripped the sword tightly in his hand, glaring straight ahead, and swung in a wide circle, releasing a powerful blast of energy. In that instant, he leaped into the air and slashed down with a fierce sword strike, followed by a loud, desperate scream. Ye Xuan's sword energy shot straight toward the dragon elephant's abdomen, blood splattering everywhere as it landed a fatal blow. The dragon elephant collapsed to the ground. The main character stood up and turned his head to look behind him, seeing the dragon elephant surrounded by a glowing golden light. Is that it? It's already over? Right then, the system prompt appeared, accompanied by a scroll of cultivation techniques. Congratulations, Master. You attained the heaven-grade cultivation technique, 13 Dragon Elephant Skill. This technique is a top-tier martial art that enables mastery over the physical body, allowing you to harness the divine power of the 13 Dragon Elephant. Ye Xuan held the scroll in his hand, flashing a wide grin. Got lucky there. I had just swum around randomly and I ended up with a heaven great technique. Just holding it, I can already feel the intense energy. Wonder how strong it's going to be. As he was speaking, a bright light suddenly flashed, illuminating Ye Xuan's face, followed by a loud scream. Big brother! Zhao Zhao rushed toward him with open arms, her eyes sparkling and her face full of longing. Celestial treasure, you want the celestial treasure? Ye Xuan raised his hand and caught Zhao Zhao, smiling as he spoke. Be good, Zhao Zhao. Once I gather enough souls, I'll trade you the celestial treasure, all right? After saying that, Ye Xuan's expression turned dark and he flashed a mischievous grin. Seems like the cowardly Yuan Chi's team is getting impatient, huh? At the same time, outside the mystical scene center, Yuan Chi's brute was still waiting impatiently. Shit, why hasn't that useless Ye Xuan come out yet? Is he just hanging out in there? It's been 3 days already. Do you think he might have escaped? Don't worry, his teleportation jade slip is still in my hands. He can't run, but if we keep waiting like this, it will delay everyone's choice of martial arts techniques. We really can't keep waiting. We need to spend more time picking our techniques. Yuan Chi folded his arms and glanced over deep in thought, but he couldn't afford to overlook Ye Xuan either. After a moment of reflection, a sly smile appeared on his face. Everyone, instead of wasting time here, maybe I should go ahead and choose a technique myself. You all keep guarding here and capture Ye Xuan. Once I've reported the situation to my uncle and get the mystic grade technique as compensation for all of you. How does that sound? The outer disciples were taken aback by this. Just the mystic technique. With our current strength, we might not even find something better on our own. I'm willing to follow his lead. We're with you. After discussing it, Yuan Chi shot into the air. All right, I'll leave everything here to you guys. Brothers, stay focused. The moment Ye Xuan shows up, we'll kill him. A moment later, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the swirling vortex in the sky. Ye Xuan and Zhao Zhao jumped out of the swirling vortex, both wearing excited expressions. Good little disciples, Martial Uncle is here. They rushed forward, charging ahead. Ye Xuan launched himself forward, kicking off a tree branch and landing on the ground. As he did, he sliced the air with a sword energy, catching 2 disciples who were just about to exit the ground, still too sleepy to react. Ye Xuan turned around and glared at the 2 disciples, sending a chill down their spines. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, Master. You decapitated 2 lower-level Clyde condensation disciples. Contribution points +4. After seeing the notification, Ye Xuan took Zhao Zhao and sped off, leaving the group of disciples staring in shock. Ha ha ha! After leveling up, those low-level Clyde condensation guys just don't cut it anymore. Ha ha! Ye Xuan, you're playing dirty again. Brothers, kill him. After running for a bit, Ye Xuan found himself facing another teleportation circle through the world's restrictions. Don't run! Stop right there! Uh-oh, he's about to escape to the mystic level. The outer disciples, realizing this, began charging into the teleportation circle. Wait, some of the brothers don't have enough cultivation to enter. Forget about them. Catching Ye Xuan is more important. The protagonist kept running, his cheeks flushed as he kept exclaiming, Oh wow, this is so much fun. You coward Ye Xuan, you just keep running. If you've got the guts, stop and face us. The outer disciples continued to unleash powerful attacks on the protagonist, but he dodged them all with graceful moves, avoiding every deadly strike. Ye Xuan glanced over his shoulder, his face drenched in sweat. Then suddenly, Zhao Zhao's arm appeared, followed by her short little legs. It turns out Ye Xuan right now is actually Zhao Zhao in disguise, tricking those outer disciples. Oh no, Zhao Zhao can't hold it together anymore. Holy crap, it's not Ye Xuan after all. Zhao Zhao, small and with her stubby legs, quickly darted away, easily losing the outer disciples chasing her. Seeing Zhao Zhao slip out of reach, the disciples were furious. I told you, how could that useless person possibly be in the mystic rank? We've all been fooled by that coward. What do we do now? Let's head back first. I suspect he might have tricked the brothers in the Earth rank. With that, the outer disciples stepped out of the mystic rank's restriction world. Outside the forest, a pool of red blood splattered. Ye Xuan, with his skilled swordplay, sliced through a group of unruly disciples in one swift motion. Congratulations, Master. You've killed 4 low-level Clyde condensation disciples, earning 6 contribution points. In the blink of an eye, only 1 disciple was left. Ye Xuan boldly struck again, earning 16 contribution points. He glanced behind him, grinning slyly. Great, halfway there. A big group can't be beaten all at once, but picking them off one by one works pretty well. After thinking for a moment, Ye Xuan spoke up, Ning Xiao, come out and collect the bodies. Why are you collecting the bodies? Are you trying to make zombies or something? Oh, only someone who doesn't understand would think that. The spiritual energy of these cultivators is abundant. By collecting their bodies, we can extract their spiritual energy and use it to help upgrade the system. It's the most efficient way. As soon as Ye Xuan finished speaking, the two disciples stepped out of the teleportation circle. Oh, they're quick to come back. As soon as the disciples landed, the system began absorbing the bodies. What's going on? Not a single one left. How strange that there were still figures standing here just a moment ago. Quickly split up and searched the area. Ye Xuan, with his stealth skills, saw the disciples and quickly leaped up into a tree. While the two disciples were still confused, searching around, Ye Xuan suddenly launched an attack from behind. Are you boys looking for me? Let Martial Uncle help you out. Without any unnecessary movements, Ye Xuan snapped their necks, killing the two disciples instantly. Hearing the noise, the other two disciples turned around and, seeing the main character, immediately opened their mouths wide and shouted angrily, Ye Xuan, so it's really you here. You're back so quickly. It seems like you're not as dumb as I thought, but it's too late now. Everyone's dead. Upon hearing this, the two disciples immediately drew their swords and charged toward Ye Xuan, shouting loudly, big words. As long as we can kill you, it'll never be too late. The scarred man glared at Ye Xuan and then swung his sword down, but he was immediately caught by Ye Xuan's dragon arm. Ouch, ouch, that hurts, it hurts, he cried out, not hesitating for a moment. Ye Xuan threw the scarred man toward the other disciples, making them stagger and fall backward. Ye Xuan lowered his sword, and after one strike, the disciples were all covered in wounds. They looked up at Ye Xuan with a mix of anger and helplessness. You can't kill me. Second Elder said we can't kill anyone. He wanted to be kicked out of the sect. Don't worry, Martial Uncle is very thorough in his work. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword case slashed through the air and blood splattered everywhere. The entire group of Kai condensation disciples was slaughtered mercilessly in their own blood by a single strike from Ye Xuan's sword. Congratulations, Master, for decapitating 2 mid-level fly condensation disciples and 4 low-level fly condensation disciples. You have earned 14 contribution points, bringing your total to 30 points. The system screen displayed an image of the celestial treasure rejuvenation fruit. Would you like to exchange for the rejuvenation fruit? Exchange it. Otherwise, that girl will probably see me as a chew toy. Below, Zhao Zhao was gnawing on Ye Xuan's leg. Big brother, Zhao Zhao smells the celestial treasure. Does Zhao Zhao get to eat it? Ye Xuan took out the rejuvenation fruit and handed it to Zhao Zhao, making her eyes sparkle with excitement. All right, you can have it. As she bit into the fruit, she accidentally nibbled on his finger as well. After absorbing the rejuvenation fruit, a 5-colored glow suddenly radiated from Zhao Zhao's body. Then, out of nowhere, Zhao Zhao vanished and a mystical formation circle appeared in front of Ye Xuan, radiating abundant spiritual energy. The next day, under the gentle glow of the lights, a graceful young woman with flowing hair appeared. Behind her was a slender figure exuding an ethereal aura. Zhao Zhao, once a small child, had now matured into a radiant and elegant presence. Brother, you're incredible. Congratulations to the Master for rescuing a mystical spirit. Our family now has a daughter who has grown up, and her beauty stands alongside Ning Xiao and the elder sisters. Is this the fulfillment one feels after raising someone with care and patience? A random task appeared. First, help Xiao Zhao into the designated uniform and reward her with a fragment of the ancestral Dragon Emperor's bone. Second, maintain proper conduct befitting a true gentleman. The Master will now remain in this mystical realm indefinitely. As Ye Xuan read the task, Xiao Zhao floated gently toward him and placed her hand lightly on his chest. Its face turned a shade of red. How should I thank you, brother? Ye Xuan took a deep breath, regained his calm, and handed her a neatly folded school uniform. Put this on. As for the ancestral Dragon Emperor's bone, I'll accept it. But for now, let's focus on doing the right thing. Xiao Zhao opened her eyes wide and stared intently at the outfit in Ye Xuan's hands. Big brother, what is this? After asking, she immediately put on the clothes and adjusted them to perfection. Once she finished, Xiao Zhao smiled brightly, feeling the fabric was something completely new to her. Is this how it's supposed to be worn? Ye Xuan, after seeing her, felt like his soul was about to leave his body. Yes. You look amazing in that. Congratulations, Master. You've completed the task and obtained an ancestral Dragon Emperor's bone. Haha. We've got 2 ancestral Dragon Emperor's bones now. Suddenly, something caught Xiao Zhao's eye. She glanced up, and in the sky, she saw a huge object slowly falling right above Ye Xuan's head. Big brother, watch out. Xiao Zhao widened her eyes and with a quick motion, raised 2 fingers and shouted loudly, causing a tree root to shoot up. The unicorn seal crashed into the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Thankfully, just in time, a vine wrapped around Ye Xuan's body and lifted him up, allowing him to dodge the deadly blow. As the vine lowered him back to the ground, Ye Xuan saw the unicorn seal shrinking in front of him. The main character raised his hand to wipe the dirt off his face. Damn, what's going on here? Ning Xiao, do you know what's happening? I'm not really sure. This thing has the aura of ancient times. It's really unusual. It doesn't seem like something a sect like the Sword Immortal sect could own. You should be careful. Yuan Chi floated in midair, holding the unicorn seal in his hand. His entire body burst with intense spiritual energy. Ye Xuan, you dare to kill one of my outer disciples. Today, I won't let you go. How could someone like you, so weak you can't even cultivate, manage to kill 14 high condensation disciples? How could that even happen? I will be careless this time. After saying that, he suddenly slammed the unicorn seal down towards Ye Xuan and Xiao Zhao. Both of them looked up, their faces filled with anger. Brother, the mystical scene has a contract. I can't strike at those being tested, but I can block that bronze seal. All right, leave Yuan Chi to me. Zhao Zhao raised both hands, formed a seal, and began chanting. The soul is condensed in the body, hidden in the spirit. Heaven and earth, all things fall for me and block. After finishing the chant, massive tree branches immediately appeared, intertwining to form a solid barrier that blocked Yuan Chi's bronze seal. Zhao Zhao used his spiritual energy to control the branches, catching the bronze seal firmly. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Xuan leaped forward and locked his sharp gaze on Yuan Chi. Seeing Ye Xuan charging toward him, Yuan Chi was momentarily stunned. Ye Xuan struck out with a powerful wave of energy, slicing past Yuan Chi. The sword energy streaked across, cutting a long, bleeding gash across his face, causing him to widen his eyes in shock, his face darkening with anger. Furious, Yuan Chi gripped his sword tightly and charged at the main character. Ye Xuan, you're asking for death. Ye Xuan spun around and raised his sword to block. The two blades clashed, sending violent sparks of golden energy flying. Unexpectedly, Ye Xuan reversed his sword and slashed down, pushing Yuan Chi into a furious rage. His teeth ground together in anger. Then, with a sudden jump, he lifted his leg, glaring and gritting his teeth as he stared at Yuan Chi. Ye Xuan's leg shot out, sending Yuan Chi crashing to the ground from midair with a powerful kick, causing a violent explosion that sent dust and smoke billowing into the air. Then, Ye Xuan charged forward, sword in hand, and aimed directly at Yuan Chi, shouting, "Die!" At the same time, Yuan Chi activated his martial arts technique using his spiritual power to control the bronze seal. The bronze seal was surrounded by a ball of spiritual energy, which gradually expanded. The seal grew larger and larger, its crushing force intensifying with each moment, making it impossible for Zhao Zhao to withstand. Ye Xuan turned around and saw that Zhao Zhao was about to be crushed by the bronze seal. He panicked and shouted, "Xiao Zhao." In that instant, Zhao Zhao was overwhelmed by the power of the bronze seal and collapsed to the ground. Her eyes snapped open and the mark within her pupils became clear. Then the bronze seal crashed down, causing the ground to explode and stones to shatter into pieces. Zhao Zhao slowly opened her eyes, and Ye Xuan's blurry figure appeared before her. She was startled, quickly widening her eyes, and saw that Ye Xuan had thrown himself in front of the bronze seal to block it with his body. She was horrified and cried out, "Big brother." Under the immense pressure of the bronze seal, Ye Xuan kept spitting out blood. Seeing this, Zhao Zhao's tears flowed as she reached out to touch Ye Xuan's cheek. "Zhao Zhao, are you okay?" "I'm fine. But big brother, why are you so stupid? Why would you use your own body to stop the bronze seal?" Ye Xuan smiled, his eyes crinkling with joy. "Now that you've called me big brother, protecting you is something I should do, right?" Zhao Zhao was stunned when she heard those words and burst into tears. "Protect me? But I'm just a little spirit. Even if I die, the mystical scene will just create a new spirit." Ye Xuan shot up, grabbed his sword, and glared ahead, saying firmly, "Even if it's a new spirit, it won't be you. Be careful and get behind me." Meanwhile, Yuan Chi struggled to get to his feet, releasing his spiritual power to control the bronze seal and launch an attack. "Ye Xuan, this time I'm making sure you're finished." Has Yuan Chi lost his mind? Controlling that seal uses up so much spiritual energy, and yet he's still trying to do it again. I have my protective cactus, but my organs are still damaged. How am I going to handle this? While Zhao Zhao was deep in thought, she stepped forward, grabbed the main character's arm, and smiled. "Big brother, do you trust Zhao Zhao?" "Ha, of course I trust you." Hearing this, Zhao Zhao used her spiritual power to create vine-like tendrils and wrap them tightly around Ye Xuan. "Well then, let Zhao Zhao protect Big Brother this time." Before the bronze seal could strike again, Zhao Zhao pulled Ye Xuan with her as they leaped off the cliff. Yuan Chi stood in front of the stone line, holding his sword in his hand, looking down below. At the same time, Zhao Zhao, carrying Ye Xuan, fell into a hole and into a dark, endless space. Zhao Zhao gently helped Ye Xuan towards a waterfall. Zhao Zhao, where is this? Ye Xuan asked. This is the spiritual liquid spring, Zhao Zhao replied. The spiritual energy here is incredibly rich. This is the core of the mystical scene formation. Ning Xiao, hearing those words, was stunned, his eyes wide and mouth hanging open in shock. Kid, you really stumbled into something amazing. This is the water spirit spring, where all the spiritual energy in the earth's veins converges. It's rare and hard to find. Even a master at the soul transformation level would be unable to resist setting up a retreat here upon discovering it. Zhao Zhao gently laid Ye Xuan against a large stone. In a weak voice, the protagonist spoke. Then, if I absorb the spiritual spring, won't that accelerate my level up process? That's right, Zhao Zhao said. If you absorb the spiritual spring, not only will you increase your cultivation, but you'll also heal your injuries. No one outside will be able to defeat you. Ning Xiao opened the system interface and activated a random mission. The prompt appeared asking the owner to make a choice. 1. Absorb the spiritual spring to achieve perfect celestial enlightenment. Or 2. Ignore the spiritual spring. Don't get too excited just yet. Although this is a huge opportunity, it's only for soul transformation cultivators. Right now, you're still at body refining and the capacity of your meridians and dantian is limited. If you recklessly absorb the spiritual spring, it'll definitely backfire and you'll explode and die. The system's mission doesn't mention any punishment, so as I see it, you don't even have to accept it. When Ye Xuan heard this, his expression slowly faded and his body grew weaker. If I absorb it, I'll explode and die, he asked. It's okay, big brother. Zhao Zhao will definitely protect you. Even if you're too afraid of dying to take the spiritual spring, Yuan Chi outside won't let me off the hook. I'll have no choice but to take the risk. Second sister gave me a lot of elixirs before. With that, Ye Xuan opened his mouth wide and stuffed all the elixirs into it, hoping it might reduce the risk of his body exploding. After a while, as the elixirs circulated through his meridians, his body suddenly burst with an intense surge of spiritual power. Ning Xiao, seeing this, felt helpless and thought to himself, well, if he insists on seeking death, then let him. It's his choice. Right at this moment, Ye Xuan sat inside a sphere of spiritual energy, his body constantly releasing intense waves of spiritual power. After a while, Ye Xuan's face darkened. He gritted his teeth, furrowed his brows, and thought to himself, this isn't a chance for cultivation, it's pure tribulation. Ye Xuan clenched his eyes shut, drenched in sweat. This was only the beginning. In his most desperate moment, images of the main character's sisters flashed through his mind. If you can't even endure a little pain, how are you going to protect us? That's right, do you plan to rely on us for your whole life? Xiao Shu, have you forgotten the promise you made to me 10 years ago? Thinking of this, Ye Xuan's hand trembled violently. I haven't forgotten. What I say, I'll do. Come on, is that all? As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up with glowing spiritual energy and lightning crackled as it merged into his body. The lightning ran through him, causing him excruciating pain. He raised his head, his eyes wide, mouth open as he screamed in agony. Then cracks suddenly appeared on Ye Xuan's face, glowing brightly. Zhao Zhao, seeing this, furrowed her brows and shouted loudly, Big brother can't take it anymore. This is it. Ye Xuan's body gradually cracked into small pieces. When Zhao Zhao saw this, she transformed back into her spiritual form, flying over to perform a spell. Condensation in the body, absorption in the spirit, heaven, earth, and all things are transformed by me. Zhao Zhao burned her soul, releasing her spiritual energy to create a lotus flower beneath Ye Xuan's body. Then she moved closer to him, gazing at him with sorrowful eyes and softly called out, Big brother. Ning Xiao, standing outside, saw this and stared in shock, his mouth wide open as he shouted, Hey, spirit, if you keep doing this, you'll die. Zhao Zhao ignored Ning Xiao's words, wrapping her arms tightly around Ye Xuan and sacrificing her soul for him with a kiss. Zhao Zhao will always protect you, big brother. Immediately after, the power of the spiritual energy erupted, causing an explosion that sent Ning Xiao flying far away. Staring at the scene before him, Ning Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, Mystical spirit, you're actually giving up your body and choosing to connect Ye Xuan's meridians to the entire mystical realm through yourself. A moment later, Ye Xuan's eyes suddenly snapped open, his pupils glowing with blinding light. A powerful pressure appeared behind him, in the shape of a massive golden dragon, its mouth open in a fierce roar. The system panel displayed a body strength of level 3. Body refining cultivation, has it succeeded? Ye Xuan stared intently at his palm, a smile on his face. The wound and broken bones from the bronze seal's strike had healed in the blink of an eye. It was, of course, fully recovered. I really don't know where your charm comes from, but you managed to make a mystical spirit take a hit for you. Ye Xuan's eyes widened in shock as he immediately turned and shouted, "What did you just say? Zhao Zhao took a blow to protect me." "Yes, that's right. Otherwise, with your cultivation level, do you think you could have made it through the last trial? After this, I'm afraid it'll take at least 100 years for her body to fully recover, but luckily, you gave her the spring revival fruit. Her original spirit is still intact, and with a few hundred years of recovery, she'll be able to return." Ye Xuan raised his hand and caught a trace of Zhao Zhao's original spirit, staring at it with a sorrowful look. "Zhao Zhao, why do you have to be so foolish?" Something suddenly made Ye Xuan's eyes widen. A tiny fragment of her original spirit materialized in its hand, showing an image of Zhao Zhao. "It's okay. Big brother protected me, so I want to protect him too. Mystical scene is here and I'm here. We'll meet again in 100 years. Hearing this, Ye Xuan clenched his fist, his face darkening. His expression twisted with anger as he looked down blankly, his lips curling up as he softly whispered, "Zhao Zhao." The system message appeared once again. "Congratulations, Master, for completing the mission. You have received the Seizing Talisman, which allows you to freely steal an item once." After reading this, Ye Xuan immediately jumped up, his face dark with anger, his killing intent radiating. The Seizing Talisman. This is interesting. A moment later, Ye Xuan jumped up from the abyss and saw Yuan Qi sitting cross-legged in meditation. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan swung his dragon fist and charged straight at Yuan Qi. The power behind his punch made Yuan Qi's eyes widen in shock. He quickly stood up and threw a punch of his own. The two fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air. After the strike, Yuan Qi looked down at his hand, which was bleeding profusely, his skin cracked. In his moment of confusion, Ye Xuan seized the opportunity to punch him in the face, sending Yuan Qi flying. Taking the full force of the blow, Yuan Qi staggered backward, his face pale, sweat pouring from him. Body refining, top grade. How can you have this power? Ye Xuan, with a dark scowl, rushed forward and landed a devastating punch on Yuan Qi's face. "This first punch is for myself," Ye Xuan muttered. Then he pulled back his leg and kicked Yuan Qi square in the face, making his eyes roll back in his head. "And this is for the Sword Immortal Sect." Ye Xuan unleashed a burst of energy, sending a powerful blast straight into Yuan Qi's head, causing golden light to explode in all directions. Next, Ye Xuan effortlessly turned around and kicked Yuan Qi to the ground, causing an explosion of flames. Ye Xuan focused, gathering a ball of golden energy in his palm that illuminated the area. With a fierce glare, he rushed forward and shouted, "This final blow is for Zhao Zhao." As soon as he finished speaking, his fist came down like lightning, repeatedly slamming into Yuan Qi's chest, causing him to cough up blood on the spot. Enraged, Yuan Qi quickly summoned the bronze seal with his spiritual power and yelled, I'm going to kill you." Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan smiled, feeling completely satisfied. "So, you finally decided to bring it out?" He shot a sharp look downward. "System, use the Seizing Talisman." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Xuan stood before a large golden seal. Massive chains appeared around him, and with a swift motion of his hand, he commanded, "Up!" The enormous chains shot forward, wrapping around the bronze seal, leaving Yuan Qi staring in shock. He looked up and saw that the bronze seal had been restrained, his face dripping with sweat. Ye Xuan rushed forward, grabbed the bronze seal, and as he held it, the chains slowly disappeared. With the item successfully taken, Ye Xuan thought to himself, "My grandson's luck really is a roller coaster." Seeing that scene, Yuan Qi gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Damn it, my bronze seal." Ye Xuan glanced at Yuan Qi with half an eye and bluntly said, "You should taste a bit of it too." Seeing the bronze seal in Ye Xuan's hand had grown unexpectedly large, Yuan Qi struggled to crawl away. Immediately after, the bronze seal dropped from Ye Xuan's hand with a loud thud, sending shockwaves through the air. The main character casually flicked his finger, and a bronze seal was instantly lifted. He flew over and peered into the hole in the ground, but saw no sign of Yuan Qi anymore. Then, Ye Xuan turned to look at the teleportation portal. He suddenly realized something and smiled. "You ran into the heaven level, huh? You're pretty quick." Yuan Qi crawled on the ground like a dog, gasping heavily. That was too close. It should be safe here now. Even if that useless guy's cultivation rises, he can't reach the heaven level. Now they'll outside and gather the fragments of the teleportation jade. I'll make sure to unite with all the outer sect elders to punish him for slaughtering his fellow disciples. By then, Ye Xuan will be captured, Isn't that the same as being trampled down? Breaking his train of thought, he glanced behind him and his face turned pale with terror when he saw a dark figure approaching. Yuan-Chi turned around only to see a pair of feet step into the heaven level. I saw that it was Ye Xuan. He was drenched in sweat, shouting loudly, "No, no way! How could you get in here? Only someone at the top level of Chi condensation can enter the heaven stage, but you're still at the lower level of Chi condensation. How could this be?" At this point, Yuan-Chi began to show clear signs of fear, constantly backing away. "Please don't come any closer. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you ask." Suddenly, a blue butterfly flew in and accidentally landed on the bronze seal before flying away again. When Ye Xuan saw this, he smiled. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke. "You killed the little sister I raised with my own hands. Do you really think I'll let you go?" With that, Ye Xuan raised 2 fingers and gathered spiritual energy into the bronze seal. In an instant, the bronze seal in Ye Xuan's hand began to shake, catching Yuan-Chi off guard. A system notification appeared. "Congratulations, Master, for successfully killing a late-stage Chi condensation cultivator. Contribution points increased by 77. You have obtained a lower-grade celestial immortal 8 trigrams mirror fragment, which can be used for fortune-telling and determining outcomes." A little while later, the disciples began to emerge one by one from the mystical scene. An elderly man stood behind Yuan-Kin, frowning as he asked, "Master, the mystic realm is about to close. Why hasn't your grandson, Yuan-Chi, come out yet?" Yuan-Kin stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "With his dual spiritual roots, my grandson wouldn't leave unless he obtained a heaven-tier technique. He'll wait until the very last moment to exit." After speaking, Yuan-Kin fell silent, his expression darkening slightly. Despite his confidence, something felt off. Why was Yuan-Chi taking so long? Could confronting Ye Xuan really have caused such a delay? 2 subordinates nearby suddenly pointed at the mystic realm and shouted, "Look, time's up. The trial is ending. The realm is about to close." Yuan-Chin and Yu Rong reacted instantly, one with panic, the other with growing concern. This can't be happening. Neither Yuan-Chi nor Ye Xuan has returned. Yuan-Chin rushed forward and grabbed Yu Rong's hand, shouting, "Hold on, Yu Rong, stop the realm from closing. Do something." Yu Rong's face turned serious. It's too late. Once the time limit is reached, the mystic realm closes on its own. No one can stop it once that process begins. The entrance to the realm had already begun to shrink. Just as the mystical realm was about to fully close, a beam of light shot out. "Look, someone's coming out," a voice shouted. Yu Rong and Elder Yuan-Chin immediately turned to look, anticipation in their eyes. "That must be Yuan-Chi," they both said. But when they saw the figure emerging, their expressions changed drastically. Standing there was Ye Xuan, not the person they had hoped for. "Why is it you?" Elder Yuan-Kin demanded, his voice heavy with disappointment. Yu Rong, on the other hand, sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, at least someone made it back safely." Ye Xuan stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke with composure. "What's the matter? Is junior brother Yuan surprised that I made it out unharmed?" Hearing this, Yuan-Kin narrowed his eyes at him and muttered, "No." Then where is Yuan-Chi? As he turned to look back, the portal to the mystical realm sealed completely with a flash. His face turned grim, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "This is bad. The portal has closed, and more than 10 of my disciples, including the highly talented Yuan-Chi, haven't returned." Elder Yuan-Kin stepped closer to Ye Xuan, his fists clenched and body trembling slightly. "The portal won't open again for another year. Their fate is uncertain. I can't let this matter be brushed aside. I must report it to the sect. I suspect Ye Xuan knows more than he's saying. We need to investigate thoroughly through proper channels." After thinking for a moment, the old man pointed his finger at Ye Xuan's face and shouted, "Ye Xuan, you definitely killed my disciple and murdered my grandson. Stop talking nonsense. Which one of your eyes saw me kill anyone?" Hearing this, old man Yuan-Chin and the elder behind him immediately rebutted angrily, "Don't act like you don't know anything to cover it up. All the outer sect disciples have gone missing. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" That's right, they were all carrying protective treasures. How could they possibly have all been killed? At this point, old man Yuan-Kin began to shout, calling for the elders. "All elders, Ye Xuan has massacred his fellow disciples. Everyone join together to capture Ye Xuan and bring justice for our disciples." As soon as he finished speaking, a feather fan suddenly swept past Ye Xuan's face, catching him completely off guard. Yu Rong stepped forward and coldly said, "Are you all planning a rebellion?" Hearing this, old man Yuan-Kin's face turned purple with rage. He pointed at her, opened his mouth, and shouted, Huang Yu wrong. Massacring fellow disciples will be severely punished. This is a rule you established. Today, Ye Xuan must be executed. Guards, seize him. Before anyone could move, a beautiful young woman stepped forward and spoke. Elder Yuan, you're quite impressive. I could hear your shouting all the way from the cave. The disciples all bowed and greeted greetings, third elder. This girl is Ye Xuan's third sister, Dongfang Saifeng. Saifeng placed her hands on her hips, looked straight ahead, and bluntly said, "But I'm the head elder, so it's not your place to discipline the disciples just yet." Ye Xuan tilted his head, glanced over at Saifeng, and smiled. "Third sister, you're here. If I hadn't come, I'm sure you'd have been bullied." Elder Yuan Qin glared, opened his mouth wide, and shouted loudly, spitting in the process, "Dongfang Saifeng, you're trying to pressure me today, aren't you?" Yurong stepped forward and whispered in Saifeng's ear, "Third younger sister, be careful. This scum is clearly using an excuse to push us around. While Elder Nangnong is in seclusion, he's come here to make things difficult for us. His motive is nasty. There's a secret exchange of messages among the outer sect elders. They're taking this opportunity to cause trouble and disturb Elder Nangnong while she's in seclusion, working on her nascent soul. If she doesn't come out, we'll stir up this whole situation." Taifeng and Yurong stood in front of Ye Xuan, along with the inner disciples, glaring at the outer sect elders with eyes full of anger. Ye Xuan smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Looks like they're serious. I can't hide anything from those old foxes in the outer sect. I'd better deal with this quickly. If this drags on, it'll only cause more trouble for the girls." After thinking for a moment, Ye Xuan stepped forward, spreading his arms wide and flashing a sly grin. Well, junior brother Yuan, it's nothing serious. It's not as bad as you're making it out to be." Old Yuan Qin trembled with anger upon hearing this. "Ye Xuan, how dare you call me junior brother?" The main character moved closer, pointing his finger directly at old Yuan Qin's face. "By rank, aren't you my junior brother?" An old man standing next to Yuan Qin heard this and his eyes widened as he spoke up. "That makes sense. Ye Xuan is the direct disciple of the previous sect master, so his rank is indeed higher. We are the junior brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, old Yuan Qin shot the old man a glare that could pierce through stone. "You still dare to speak?" Ye Xuan moved closer, squinting his eyes, and slapped old Yuan Qin on the shoulder. "All right, stop causing a fuss. Actually, this matter can be checked. You make it sound so simple. The mystical scene is already closed. How are we supposed to check now? With my second sister's extraordinary cultivation, she should be able to open a crack in the mystical scene. It should still be possible. People need to see the bodies to believe the death. Besides, those 10 people can't just vanish without any trace. You're an nascent soul. Don't you have a sensing technique that can investigate this?" The old man heard this and immediately raised his arm. "I can do that. I have the eye of the golden star mirror here. It can reveal the truth behind all baseless things, see through everything, and check the mystical scene." Ye Xuan suddenly remembered that after killing Yuan Qi, the system had rewarded him with half of a mirror exactly like this. This must be the other half. Old Yuan Qin held the precious mirror up high and then shouted loudly. "Then, Elder Wu, please use the mirror to peer through. Huang Yuram, open the mystical scene for me." After speaking, old Yuan Qin squinted and thought to himself, "As long as I find a clue, I'll be able to take advantage of the situation and stir up trouble among the inner sect." Ye Xuan, standing off to the side, heard this and smirked slyly. "But before we proceed, let me set a condition. If we can't find evidence that I killed someone, then you'll have to give me your mirror as compensation for my brother's emotional distress." Old Yuan Qin froze, his face blank. "Emotional distress? What are you talking about?" Elder Wu whispered into his ear, "I see now. He's betting with us." At this, the two old men turned away to discuss further. "Wu Yong Jr. brother, go ahead and place your bet with the mirror today. This will definitely succeed. Once it's over, I'll make you the head elder and add 100,000 spirit stones to your reward. How does that sound? That's a big deal. This mirror is my life's treasure, something I risked everything for. But adding 100,000 spirit stones does give me some incentive." A little while later, Yurong stepped forward and performed a spiritual technique, drawing a magic circle. A flash of light appeared from the circle, and immediately, the mystical scene opened up in the air, revealing a path. The mystical tunnel scene was revealed. Elder Wu Young immediately used his spiritual power to control the magic mirror and open the clairvoyance. The image of the entire mystical scene, including every corner, appeared clearly through the vision, but there was not a single trace left behind. Elder Wu Young was sweating heavily, his face drenched. He glanced over and said in a low, tense voice, "Everything inside the mystical scene looks normal. This doesn't make sense. How could more than 10 people go in and just disappear like that?" Ye Xuan stepped forward, bowed his head, closed his eyes, and murmured, It's possible they overestimated their abilities and ended up dying in the restriction world. Elder Wu Yun quickly withdrew the magic mirror. Elder Yuan Qin pointed directly at the male protagonist's face and shouted, "No way. This has to be related to you. You must have used some kind of dark magic for this to happen. Until we find Yuan Chi's body, don't even think about getting the mirror from me." Xifeng, hearing this, was furious. She frowned and raised 2 fingers to perform a spell. "If you start something, you should be ready to face the consequences. Hand it over now." A wave of spiritual energy from Xifeng wrapped around the magic mirror in Elder Wu Yum's hands, making him panic and sweat even more. "Oh no, my treasure." When Xifeng lowered her hand, the energy lifted the mirror and placed it into Ye Xuan's hands. "This ends here. If you dare to cause any more trouble, I will expel you from the sect." The 2 old men, hearing this, reacted differently. One was furious and the other was crying pitifully, still unable to accept the situation. "Ye Xuan, I swear I won't forgive you for killing my son. Hu, you have to pay me more. You have to pay me more." That evening, Ye Xuan held a piece of broken glass in his hand. He was soaking in a hot spring deep within a bamboo forest. No matter how he looked at the 2 shards of glass, he couldn't see the crack left after the mirror broke. It seemed like he would need to find a skilled expert to help him with this. Just as he finished his thought, Ye Xuan noticed a ripple on the surface of the water. Suddenly, Xifeng emerged from the water wearing a seductive swimsuit, her body drenched. "Third sister, what are you doing here?" Ye Xuan asked, surprised. "Little brat, you're getting more and more secretive. Let's see what else you're hiding now," Xifeng said as she moved closer. She placed one hand behind his neck and the other on his chest. Ye Xuan blushed deeply, unable to control his reaction. "Tell me, did you kill Yuan Chi and the others?" he asked quickly. No, I didn't." Xifeng widened her eyes in surprise. "You're not even being honest with third sister?" she said, raising her voice. After that, she curled her finger and lifted it in front of Ye Xuan's face, making him stare at her, shocked. Without hesitation, Xifeng reached out and touched Ye Xuan in a very intimate way, making him flush with embarrassment. "Then let me see for myself what you're really capable of, little brat." Ye Xuan was stunned and jumped up in panic. "Third sister, you can ambush me like that," he exclaimed. The main character raised his hand, preparing to use his ultimate move, the monkey steals the peach. "Well then, don't blame me for taking advantage of the situation," he said. As he spoke, Ye Xuan's 5-fingered hand was about to reach the pinnacle of Xifeng's inner being, causing her to widen her eyes and shout, "Ye Xuan, you little brat, you got some nerve." Xifeng immediately stepped back, surprising the main character. Then he glanced over at something, causing Ye Xuan's face to turn bright red. It turned out that Xifeng had raised her knee and Ye Xuan had accidentally caught a glimpse of her spatial tear. "I'll crush you." He took a knee to the face, nearly feeling his brain rattle loose, but the blood pouring from his nose only made him smile with joy, feeling exhilarated and satisfied, as if his wish had come true. "I'm willing to become a Buddha," he muttered. Xifeng then delivered another brutal kick, but he stood firm, unbothered. When Xifeng saw this, she glared at him, opened her mouth, and yelled, yet he still didn't move an inch. "Is your body laughing at me? Your physical strength has reached this level already. You just revived your spiritual root. How can your body be so strong? No wonder you managed to kill Yuan Che. Fine, third sister, don't think about it too much." Ye Xuan handed Xifeng a towel. "I have my own ways, but it's not the right time to explain everything yet." Xifeng sat by the lake, speaking clearly. "That's fine. This way, the upcoming sword discussion conference might not be entirely hopeless after all. The sword discussion conference, isn't that just a bunch of Foundation establishment experts talking and fighting? What's there to worry about?" Xifeng lowered her head, tears falling down. "It's not that simple. Although our Sword Immortal sect is one of the great sword sects, after the war 10 years ago, our strength has greatly weakened. Other sects are just waiting to tear us apart. The person named Lin Wanli from the Myriad Sword Alliance to the east is one of the so-called 4 great kings of the 4 great desolations. All he thinks about every day is stealing disciples, taking territory, and capturing platforms. Isn't that what happened last time when the leaders of the Pavilion of the Ultimate Sword were dragged in and forced to serve Lin Wanli? And then there's the Sword of the 4 Directions, led by that old man Zhang Hao. His sword techniques are so strange, they can only be perfected by someone with a twisted heart. That's why every day he's obsessed with your sister, Nangong. He dreams of taking her for himself. As for the North, there's no need to mention them. They're a bunch of crazies. For years, I still haven't figured out what they're after. They're like a wild pack, only interested in collecting immortal treasures, certain that one day they'll find us." At this point, Xifeng raised a finger, signaling for a maid to come over. "Anyway, none of these 4 sects are any good. Here's a business card for a disciple who has signed up for the competition. Take a look. It's from the Myriad Sword Alliance. Long Sa, 11 years of cultivation with a 5th grade spiritual root in the 5 elements, currently at the peak of foundation establishment. Pavilion of the Ultimate Sword, Meng Jianfei, 15 years of cultivation, mutated earth gold dual spiritual roots, peak foundation establishment stage. Heavenly Sword Manor, Shui Yun Qi, 13 years of cultivation, top-tier water spiritual root, peak foundation establishment stage. Finally, there's the Sword Seed Xiao Gutu, 5 years of cultivation, bone spiritual root, mid-foundation establishment stage. After reading this, Ye Xuan's eyes widened and he shouted, "Oh shit, out of the 4 contestants, 3 are at peak foundation establishment. Are they serious about this?" Without wasting any time, the main character immediately turned to look at Xifeng La and exclaimed, "So, who do we send up to compete?" Upon hearing this, Xifeng bent down and replied bluntly, "You." Seeing Xifeng's plump lips, Ye Xuan couldn't help but feel his cheeks flushed red. The cultivation levels are divided into 9 stages, with foundation establishment being the 5th, while body refining is the 1st. Ye Xuan could tell the difference in cultivation between him and those experts was enormous, so he waved his hand dismissively and said, "Sister, I had body refining. If that's the case, aren't you basically sending me to my death? Didn't you say you wanted me to experience life?" As they were talking, the system appeared notifying the user that the random God-level mission had started. System notification. God-level mission, 5 excellent essay swords. Faced with many genius opponents, you must choose. Option 1, brave the challenge. If you win first place, you will receive 200 contribution points or a designated treasure. Option 2, surrender out of fear. You will earn the title fleeing in battle, losing your right to choose once. Please make your decision quickly, master. 200 contribution points, huh? Well, I'm in. After thinking for a moment, Ye Xuan clenched his fist and shouted, "If we're going, then let's go. These sects have the nerve to look down on the Sword Immortal sect. We must defeat them." Xifeng glanced over, her face turning a little red. "You have ambition. I can see you're doing this for the benefit of our sect. As a reward, Third Sister will offer you a little something. Once you become the champion of this tournament, Third Sister will give you the opportunity to dual cultivate." After their exchange, the Sword Immortal sect's list was sent out. The representative for the Sword Immortal sect was Ye Xuan, a disciple who had been cultivating for 130 years. His cultivation was at the low level of body refining, and his spiritual root had shattered, only recently recovering, with its attributes still unknown. When the other sects received the notice, they immediately expressed disbelief. 130 years of cultivation and still only at body refining? What is this joke? Nangnong Zhao, she's attracting more attention now. Are the people from Sword Immortal sect out of their minds? Do they dare look down on us? Investigate this person and find out who he really is. At that moment, a subordinate riding a flying sword in the air dropped provocative photos of Nangnong Zhao and Ye Xuan everywhere, reporting the latest intelligence. Ye Xuan, the useless man who lives off others, has the most shocking connection in history. He is Xiao Shu, who is favored by the sect leader every night. When the other sects and the 5 great sects saw those photos, they were furious. Sword Immortal sect is the disgrace of the 5 great sects. At the same time, Ye Xuan over here kept scratching his ear and muttered, "Why does my ear feel so itchy? Could someone be talking about me?" He walked toward the Fire God Mountain in the Sword Immortal sect, casually flicking his ear to the side, and mumbled to himself, "Now that I think about it, if I'm going to join the 5 excellent essay swords, I definitely need a magical artifact." After saying that, he looked up at the sky, opened his mouth wide, and shouted, "Lady Nan, go." But right after the shout, the entire atmosphere became eerily quiet and gloomy. With a frown, Ye Xuan thought to himself, that silly girl was probably off lost in her high condensation research again. There was no other choice but to pull out his ultimate move. Ye Xuan walked over to the lava pit, holding an incredibly cute stuffed animal in his hands. He held it out in front of the lava lake and said, "No one needs it. What a shame. Might as well throw it away." The moment he finished speaking, a beam of light shot up from the surface of the lava lake and a voice shouted, "Stop right there." Then, a mysterious force snatched the stuffed animal out of Ye Xuan's hands. A very cute girl tightly hugged the stuffed animal, frowning in anger. "You're such a jerk, big brother. How could you throw a cute stuffed animal like this into a volcano?" She was none other than Nan Guo, the 6th sister of the male lead. Ye Xuan heard this and immediately rushed over, saying, "Sister 6, you finally came out? I need your help with something." "Aw, you're so cute, so cute. Just tell me what's going on," Nan Guo replied. Then she blinked her wide eyes and glanced over at him. "Hey, wait a minute. You don't look like you used to." "Really? How so?" Ye Xuan asked. Your body looks more energized. Your spiritual root must have recovered, right? Your muscles also seem stronger, and your left hand has this special, intense feeling. Could it be the power from being alone for 100 years? Nangu said, grinning mischievously. She then raised her hand, and immediately a giant hammer-shaped magical weapon appeared in the air. All right, let's have a fight, she said, eager for a challenge. Ye Xuan's eyes widened, and he immediately clamped his mouth shut, thinking to himself, shit, how can I forget this? Sister Six is so violent. Anytime she meets someone with decent cultivation, she insists on a fight. Nango's eyes glowed with fierce red energy as she bared her teeth in a sinister grin. Gripping the hammer tightly, she swung it back, preparing for an attack. Ye Xuan quickly raised both his arms and crossed them, shouting, No, no, no. We're not fighting today. I need to talk to you about something urgent. Nangu ignored him completely. Without a second thought, she swung the hammer down with full force, causing the ground to shatter into large pieces. After the fight, Nangu, with a calm expression, turned to ask insistently, if you have something to say, just say it now. I'm getting ready to participate in the 5 excellent essay swords competition, and I need you to help me. With that, Ye Xuan held up 2 pieces of jade and said, all you need to do is merge these 2 pieces of jade together. With your skills as a blacksmith, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Nangu was completely surprised when she heard this. She raised her hand to her chin, leaned in close to Ye Xuan, and asked, are you representing the Sword Immortal sect? Yes, that's right. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Nangu suddenly became furious. She swung her hammer up, opened her mouth wide, and shouted, then wouldn't that make my Sword Immortal sect lose all face on its home turf? If you want to embarrass my sect, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Wait, if it's just about fixing this jade, I'll make sure I don't bring any shame. Nangu wasn't bothered by his words, and without hesitation, she slammed her hammer down on Ye Xuan. He cried out in pain. Ah! As the hammer struck, it accidentally hit the 2 pieces of jade in Ye Xuan's hands. The full force blow sent Ye Xuan flying backward, crashing into a stone wall with a flash of white shockwaves. His eyes widened and he collapsed unconscious onto the stone, with smoke rising from his chest. Nangu jumped up, swung her hammer behind her, glared at him, and said with a frown, brother, you better keep your word. Ye Xuan sat up abruptly, his face dark and drenched in sweat as though it were raining. But when he opened his eyes, something completely unexpected caught him off guard. What's this? Is it over already? Sister Six is amazing. With this, I'll definitely win. The Mirror of Reflective Spirit Light, a mid-grade spiritual treasure created from the Celestial Immortal 8 Trigrams Mirror and the Eye of the Golden Star Mirror. It can release spiritual light attacks and break any illusions or mystical barriers, even dispelling falsehoods and life-threatening dangers. With the power of the innate 8 trigrams, it can even predict good or bad luck and foresee one's destiny. The mystical ability of the reflective light mirror can counter any attack from cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or below. You can only use it 3 times if the mirror gets damaged. Nangu raised 3 fingers. Even though it's been fixed, it can only be used 3 times. It's a pity though. There's still a missing rare spiritual stone. If we had it, we'd be able to use it more often. Spiritual stone. Where can we find one of those? Upon hearing this, Nangu scratched his chin thoughtfully. When I was out mining, I came across something like this during the 5 excellent essay swords event. I might as well grab one then. As they were talking, suddenly, a massive bell appeared atop the volcano, shaking violently. The bell rang out, signaling that the 5 excellent essay swords event was about to begin. Seeing that Ye Xuan was about to leave, Nangu raised her hand and gave him a few encouraging pats on the back. Big brother, good luck in the competition. Ye Xuan turned around and saw the clear outline of her hand on his back, with steam rising from it. He felt helpless. Okay, no. Nangu lowered her head, biting her nail shyly as she said to herself, right, even though spirit stones are a rare treasure, there are many powerful beasts around that want to guard them. If he plans to fight for it, he'll definitely need to be careful. After saying this, she turned around, but by then, Ye Xuan had already disappeared. Ha! Where did he go? The scene shifted to Adventure Miao Fang, where you, along with Taifeng and the Outer Sect elders, were standing on the stage waiting for someone. Elder Yuan Qin stroked his beard and flashed a sly smile. Masters, since the sect leader personally selected Ye Xuan as the representative, we don't need to discuss it further. But just to avoid embarrassing ourselves in front of everyone, I suggest sending my Outer Sect disciple, Staiahao Mao, to team up with it in the competition. With that, the old man pointed to a young man with white hair standing beside him. Staiahao Mao is my direct disciple. He has a rare thunder-type spiritual root, and his talent is exceptional. Even though he's only been cultivating for 15 years, he has already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Xifeng and Yu Rong heard this and immediately turned to discuss it with each other. This isn't ideal. Each sect is sending 2 disciples to compete. Yu and Qin's proposal makes sense. We can't reject it. Stai Hao Mao is very powerful, and I'm afraid they might target Ye Xuan in the match. We need to warn Ye Xuan to be careful. While they were talking, a sudden noise came from the sky. The 2 girls looked up and saw something moving toward them. A man was standing with his hands behind his back, atop a boat shaped like a dragon. Yu Rong immediately spoke up. That's the Van Long boat from the Pavilion of the Ultimate Sword. Only they have the ability to craft a boat like that and use a formation to make it fly. It's extremely useful in battle. The man was Meng Jianfei, the representative disciple of the Pavilion of the Ultimate Sword. The Pavilion of the Ultimate Sword, Meng Jianfei, Tian Lai worships the mountain. After speaking, Meng Jianfei descended from the boat. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he flashed a sneer. So this is what's called the oldest and most prestigious sect, the Sword Immortal Sect. It's really been turned into a group of female elders, huh? How pathetic. Arrogant. Whether it's declining or not is none of your business, especially for someone as lowly as you to judge. At that moment, a group of people appeared in the sky riding cranes. The man with white hair was Shuai Yunqi, the representative disciple of Heavenly Sword Manor. Honored seniors, fellow cultivators, Shui Yunqi pays his respects. The outer sect elders gaped at him in shock, their mouths hanging open. One of them shouted, "This is the sword prodigy of the world, Shui Yunqi. With a top-tier water spiritual root, he has reached the peak of foundation establishment after only 13 years of cultivation. Truly, a young genius. He only lacks the myriad sword alliance and sword seed." No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice rang out. "Sword seed has arrived." A young man carrying a massive blade on his back appeared suddenly before the elders. He was Xiao Butu, the representative disciple of Sword Seed. Taifeng and Yu Rong, upon seeing him, spoke up. "Who is that Sword Seed? Is he here alone to duel with a sword? He is the #1 genius of Sword Seed. One person is enough. Now we just need the Myriad Sword Alliance." As soon as they finished speaking, another group appeared in the sky, riding swords. Through a teleportation passage, the Myriad Sword Alliance had arrived. Before even touching the ground, Tong Dejiang, a member of the Myriad Sword Alliance, spoke up. "Where is the leader of the Sword Immortal Sect?" Standing beside him was Long Sa, a representative disciple of the Myriad Sword Alliance. Tong Dejiang clasped his hands behind his back, looked down below, and raised his voice. "Why haven't you all kneeled before the leader of the 5 great sects, the Myriad Sword Alliance?" Taifeng stepped forward and replied loudly, "Our sect leader is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. If you have something to say, speak to me. What rank do you even hold to be acting like this? Where is Sword Immortal Sect's Nangong Zhao?" Before he finished speaking, a voice rang out, "This is too noisy." Tong Dajiang and Xifeng immediately glanced over. Ye Xuan, with one hand on his hip and the other scratching his ear, swaggered toward them. Where did this dog come from? Barking like crazy. Tong Dajiang's people immediately sheathed their swords and jumped down to the ground. Who is this brat? Daring to show disrespect to the Myriad Sword Alliance. When Tong Dejiang landed, the earth cracked beneath him, causing massive damage to the Sword Immortal Sect. With a dark, menacing look and aura full of hostility, he raised his voice. "Is this how you teach your disciples in the Sword Immortal Sect? This is how you understand respect and etiquette? What's this nonsense about respect and etiquette?" Ye Xuan pointed to his own face, opened his mouth wide, and said boldly, "You old bastard, you come to our Sword Immortal Sect's territory, making all this noise, and now you want to speak to our sect leader. Why don't you take a good look at who you even are?" At this point, Ye Xuan pointed his finger at Tong Dejiang, curled his lip, and shouted directly in his face, "You talk about manners? You're just a small elder of the Myriad Sword Alliance, and I am the highest-ranking direct disciple of the Sword Immortal Sect. In terms of seniority, you should be calling me brother." Elder Wu Young, who was standing outside, felt a bit uneasy upon hearing this. Why did these words sound so familiar? Long Se stepped forward, stood next to Tong Dejiang, and said, "Elder Tong, don't get upset. There's no need to waste words with someone like him. When it comes to swordplay, I, Long Se, will personally kill him." Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan crossed his arms and sneered, "You're the careless disciple participating in the Myriad Sword Alliance's exam, right? As your senior, I wish you the best of luck in your exam." And just like that, Long Se, through the words of the male lead, was reduced to nothing more than a dog. Long Se, furious upon hearing this, had a dark look on his face, as if it were blackened like a pot bottom. "You filthy mouth. When the time comes for the sword match, you better pray for your own safety." Damn, Is he really talking like that? Ye Xuan designed a monk's hat for himself, put his hands together, and said loudly, "As an elder, I need to say a few things to you. If you continue like this, things won't end well for you. We are all part of the 5 great sects, so we should be united. I must seriously reprimand this kind of bullying and authoritarian behavior. Some people in the Sword Immortal sect talking about morals and literature on the outside, but thinking only of their own pleasure, both male and female. Stop with these unrealistic ideas. Make sure to pass this message on to Lin Wanli." Xiao Gutu and Shui Yun Qi, standing outside, couldn't help but chuckle when they heard Ye Xuan's words. Old Yuan Qin, upon hearing this, nearly fell backward in shock. This little brat is asking for trouble, bringing disaster to the sect. What a damn curse. Just as he finished speaking, a sound transmission suddenly came through to the members of the Myriad Sword Alliance. "Tong Dejiang, what are you standing there for?" Meanwhile, in another place, Lin Wanli was sitting confidently in a chair, watching the movements of Tong Dejiang and Long Se for a special viewing technique. "That arrogant fool, why haven't you killed him yet?" Lin Wanli's voice echoed through the sound transmission. Hearing this, Tong Dejiang quickly activated his cultivation technique, gathering spiritual energy at the tips of his fingers. He leaped into the air, releasing a flurry of sword intents. "Die, you brat." Ye Xuan raised his head high and stared fiercely at the incoming sword intents, ready to face them head-on. Before Ye Xuan could counterattack, a protective shield suddenly appeared right in front of him. Along with it came a voice. Who dares to touch him? The main character glanced behind him and saw Nangong Zhao. In her hand, she was still holding onto the remnants of her energy, glaring down below and saying, "Tong Dejiang, if you keep acting so arrogantly, the next strike of my sword will sever your head." Tong Dejiang looked up and saw Nangong, breaking into a cold sweat. Nangong Zhao, she really has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. The inner disciples, upon seeing Nangong Zhao, were ecstatic. It's the sect leader. The sect leader has finished her closed-door training. The sect leader is so imposing, now the Sword Immortal sect can hold its head high. Shui Yun Kai raised his hand to his mouth and boldly spoke up. With one move, she's already threatening Tong Dejiang. As expected, the leader of Sword Immortal sect is incredibly powerful. At that moment, Ning Xiao appeared unexpectedly. "Big sis is so awesome. No wonder she's my woman." Ning Xiao whispered in Ye Xuan's ear, "You've done well. The mission is completed, but the consequences are serious. It could cause a lot of trouble for Sword Immortal sect. If I don't scold him, these people might actually be polite." Damn, Ye Xuan gave a sharp look ahead, and once again he thought he had figured out the relationship between them. He'd heard that the Myriad Sword Alliance might be able to take over the Pavilion of the Ultimate Sword. It seemed there was some truth to the saying, where there's smoke, there's fire. Heavenly Sword Manor and Sword Sea definitely weren't aligned with them, but it wasn't certain they would help Sword Immortal sect either. As Ye Xuan was deep in thought, a hand suddenly reached out, accompanied by a sharp scream. "You little rascal." This startled Ye Xuan awake. Nangong Zhao grabbed Ye Xuan by the ear, making him cry out, "Did you steal my stuff too?" It hurts. "Big sis, I didn't steal anything. I just borrowed it temporarily." Hearing this, Nangong Zhao whispered in Ye Xuan's ear, "Considering you helped me break through to a higher level, I'll let you off this time. But for this sword contest, you absolutely must win the championship for me." After hearing that, Ye Xuan almost lost his soul, breaking into a sweat, a whole bunch of Foundation Establishment monsters. "Big sis, you want me to win the championship. Are you trying to kill me, huh? Don't worry, I'll make sure you get a reward." Upon hearing this, Nangong Zhao immediately raised her finger, confidently replying, "No problem." With that, Nangong Zhao turned around and announced the start of the competition. "All right, the 5 Excellent Essay Swords contest begins now. Let me explain the rules. Each sect can send up to 2 disciples to participate. Their cultivation must not exceed Foundation Establishment level. The competition will take place in the Great Marsh of Yunming at the foot of Sword Immortal Sect's mountain. The task is to behead demon beasts. Beheading a level 1 body refining demon beast earns 1 point. Level 2 high condensation beasts earn 5 points. Level 3 foundation establishment beasts give 30 points, and level 4 core formation beasts are worth 100 points. All points must be verified with the demon core. The hunt will last for 10 days, and the champion will be determined by total points. Also, keep in mind that the Van So Great Marsh was once formed by battles between ancient gods and demons, so the core area still holds demons that have reached the soul transformation stage. Once the contest starts, there will be no communication between the Cloud Marsh of Su and the outside world. You won't be able to send any messages about life or death. Everything depends on the participants themselves. The Elder Tong grinned smugly after hearing that, then raised his hand high, giving a commanding order. Wait a moment, the Myriad Sword Alliance wants to add a new rule. When disciples enter the arena, they can fight each other to take the demon core. Life and death are fate. Wealth is in the heavens, and no sect is allowed to interfere or seek revenge. Upon hearing this, Nanglong Zhao immediately glanced at Ye Xuan, signaling for a quick discussion. What that person wants from you in this trial is your life. What are you going to do about it? Don't worry, just agree to it. With those words, Nanglong Zhao gathered spiritual energy into both of his palms. In that case, I declare that the official sword contest begins now. In the blink of an eye, the barrier around the arena vanished, and the disciples representing each sect left their positions to take action. The representatives transformed into streams of spiritual energy soaring through the sky. At that moment, Meng Jianfei, Shui Yunqi, Xiao Gutu, and Long Sa had already flown off, while Ye Xuan remained standing calmly in place. In the sky, everyone else was riding their swords, but the main character was casually walking and whistling. Xiahao Mao, noticing this, called out to him, Hey, why aren't you flying on a sword? Ye Xuan turned and answered bluntly, Because I can't fly. Xiahao Mao, taken aback, was left speechless, unsure of what else to say. The 4 representative disciples from the various sword-flying sects gathered together. Long Se spoke up, saying, When we get to the training grounds later, don't rush to grab the demon core. He paused, his face growing serious. Just kill them directly. The other 3 representatives exchanged sharp glances. I want that brat dead before tonight, one of them muttered. A little later, Ye Xuan and Xiahao Mao entered the swamp within the cloud marsh of Suo. Xiahao Mao reached into his clothes, searching for something. He pulled out a silent vial, thinking to himself, I can't keep following him around wasting time. If I do, I won't be able to form any alliances on the other side. Besides, now that we've entered the cloud marsh of Suo, no one from the outside will know anything. It's time to act. With that thought, he immediately shot a flare into the sky to send a signal. Ye Xuan noticed and immediately turned his head to look. Xiahao Mao, who are you signaling? Are you trying to collude with outsiders against our Sword Immortal sect? The main character's face twisted into an annoyed frown. Let me guess, the 5 excellent SA swords should be a young person's matter, but that old man Tong Deijiang is here too. That can't be a coincidence. Is there some kind of body trade going on between you two? Are you trying to kill me or what? At this point, Ye Xuan's expression darkened further. Are you trying to make a move on my older sister? Xiahao Mao drew the sword from his back, lightning crackling around him as he smirked with sinister confidence. You're cautious, but it's already too late. Once someone is taken down, Long Seta will shield me and support my rise to second in command. As for Nanglong Zhao, Lin Wanli will use her influence over her. By then, my master will be the next sect leader. Hearing this, Ye Xuan curled his lips into a mocking grin. Xiahao Mao, I always thought you were pretending to be clueless. Did a lightning bolt really scramble your brain? With your outer sex tricks, you really thought I'd come unprepared? Want to know why I brought you here? Confusion twisted Xiahao Mao's face. His jaw clenched as a wave of doubt rushed over him. Ye Xuan suddenly stumped the ground hard and cracks split the earth beneath him. Xiahao Mao's eyes widened in horror as realization dawned on him. This is bad. Could it be? In that instant, the ground ruptured, revealing a surge of molten lava. From within it, swarms of spirit insects with glowing red eyes burst forth into the air. The lava roared forward, carrying the swarm as they flew with a deafening buzz. This is terrible. It's a monster horde. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiahao Mao quickly turned his car and fled. On the other hand, Ye Xuan remained calm and casually sprayed himself with a layer of mineral mist. This was the camouflage medicine from Fourth Sister that had been recycled. When sprayed, the Bloody Empress would mistake him for one of their own. Having older sisters watching over you is really the best. They make sure you know these little tricks inside and out. The Bloody Empress were fierce in battle, enough to kill Xiahao Mao for sure. Young Xiahao Mao, face twisted with anger, eyes wide with rage, swung his sword and unleashed a powerful sword strike, cutting through the Bloody Empress in half. Ye Xuan, you're nothing but a cowardly, sneaky little man. The main character, sitting across from him, happily cracked sunflower seeds, smiling as brightly as a blooming flower. Not bad at all. You're quite skilled with the sword. Your fighting spirit is impressive. No wonder you're the top disciple of our Sword Immortal sect. Xiahao Mao, gripping his sword tightly, continued to move like a whirlwind, his feet running all over the place, attacking with superhuman speed. Ye Xuan, you wait. I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. A little while later, the demon cores from the Bloody Empress began to fall to the ground with a clatter. Ye Xuan saw them, his eyes sparkling like diamonds, his cheeks flushed. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, Wow, this is awesome. Without wasting a second, he grabbed a 3-sack pouch and rushed over to collect the demon cores from the Bloody Empress. Zai Mao turned around and upon seeing the scene was immediately overwhelmed by anger and disbelief. Hey, those are my demon cores. As Ye Xuan happily picked them up, he suddenly sensed a chilling presence behind him. His face turned pale and a cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Gathering his courage, Ye Xuan slowly turned around, and sure enough, the Bloody Empress was standing there, her gaze sharp and intense. He froze, not daring to move a muscle. Then a plan quickly formed in his mind. Ye Xuan stacked the demon cores into a small tower and burst into loud, dramatic sobs. Oh no, my brave brothers, you've fallen in such a tragic way. All that's left are your cores. I'll keep them close to remember you always. He wiped away fake tears with his fingers and glanced around. Suddenly, Ye Xuan jumped to his feet, pointed at Xiahou Mao, and shouted, "You coward! I swear I'll avenge my fallen comrades." Before he could say more, Ning Xiao appeared at his side and whispered, "You should run now. The Myriad Sword Alliance is on the way. Don't worry. No one, not even Long Se, will dare touch the Bloody Empress's forces." At this point, he glanced over at Xiahou Mao, who was frantically swinging his sword under the relentless attack of the Bloody Empresses. Seeing this, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile. So, what am I waiting for? Xiahou Mao, at the Foundation establishment stage with all those treasures on him, has sold both his soul and life to you. How does that feel? Today, you're calculating to sell your nephews. You're the most heartless uncle in history. Hearing this, Ye Xuan pulled out a basket of demon cores and proudly showed it to Ning Xiao, then started singing a tune. What's the big deal? Killing my outer disciples doesn't bother me at all. There are so many fools in this world, one after another. The ground is full of demon cores, one after another. In contrast to Ye Xuan's carefree attitude, Xiahou Mao gripped his sword tightly, determined to use all his strength. Why were the Bloody Empresses attacking Ye Xuan? Could it be because he sprayed that strange potion earlier? If he could figure out a way to kill him, he could get his hands on that potion and survive this. With that thought, he took out a charm and pressed it against his leg. Good thing my master gave me this protective charm before I left. It said that even gods and demons can't stop its speed of attack. A powerful surge of energy shot out, fast as the wind. Xiahou Mao gripped his sword with both hands, releasing violent bolts of lightning from his body. Gritting his teeth, he yelled out, "Die for me." After finishing his words, he slashed down with a powerful wave of his sword, but Ye Xuan only used one arm to block the attack. His arm was protected by a layer of cactus spikes, so Xiahou Mao's strike couldn't hurt him. Holy shit, a useless body-refining stage guy like him can actually block my full-force attack? Ye Xuan kicked off the ground and charged forward, pushing Xiahou Mao back. Back off, move away for your old grandpa. With that, Ye Xuan kneeled and sent Xiahou Mao flying with a light knee strike. Go on, grandson. Xiahou Mao flipped to the air and landed headfirst into the ground, his legs sticking up in the air. Ye Xuan stood there, grinning smugly. Oh, I forgot to tell you, my body's been enhanced. With the way you fight, even someone like me, an old man, wouldn't die from your attack. Hearing this, Xiahou Mao quickly sprang to his feet, his face covered in cuts and bruises. What? Enhanced body? Isn't that something only a nascent soul cultivator can achieve? Ye Xuan's face darkened, his eyes glowing red with killing intent. He slammed the bronze seal into Xiahou Mao's face, leaving a deep, painful imprint. Bronze seal, take this punch from your grandpa. Ye Xuan struck so hard that Xiahou Mao fell back to the ground, his face a bloody mess, with blood and flesh all mixed together. His hands trembled as he reached inside his clothes. Xiahou Mao secretly activated his technique, gathering a dark energy inside his body. A moment later, this dark energy quickly formed into a lightning ball. Is this the lightning summoning technique that only someone with a spiritual root in the lightning element can use? At that moment, Xiahou Mao's body began to release a powerful force, surrounded by violent bolts of lightning, forming a circle of energy in the dark space. Xiahou Mao unleashed a fierce burst of strength. His eyes turned white, flashing with light, and veins bulged across his face. So the spiritual root has this kind of effect too. Being struck by lightning is basically the same as being electrocuted. Inside the circle of lightning, Xiahou Mao slowly stood up, his face dark with murderous intent. This secret move was originally meant for when I compete for the championship against Long Se, but now I'll have to use it on you first. I'm going to make you feel pain 100 times worse than what you feel from Bloody Empress's bite. In response to this threat, Ye Xuan crossed his arms and looked ahead with an unbothered expression, calmly speaking. Sounds good. Looks like I'll have to get serious too. Zai Hao Mao gripped his sword tightly, pulled it back to gain momentum, and then leaped forward toward Ye Xuan. Even if it's long sa, anyone who faces my move will die. What's the point of you being serious? Ye Xuan heard this and reached into his clothes to pull out the glimmering bagua mirror. Oh, you're that confident, huh? Ye Xuan held the mirror out in front of him, ready to counterattack. The mirror glowed brightly, flashing powerful rays of light. Seeing this, Zai Hao Mao's face darkened. He opened his mouth wide and sneered. Fool, how can a broken mirror protect you? You're dead. With those words, Zai Hao Mao charged forward, his sword aimed straight at Ye Xuan. But just as the tip of his sword was about to reach Ye Xuan, the light from the mirror pierced through his body. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion behind Ye Xuan. He turned around, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Before him in long sa stood a white, misty object inside a glowing golden circle of light. Upon closer inspection, Ye Xuan realized it was a piece of the ancestral dragon emperor's bone he had been searching for. At the same time, in a nearby forest, a rabbit couple was grazing peacefully. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared and she was stunned. The rabbit couple quickly ran over and called out to the group of wild beasts, urging them to rush towards the light. Outside the cloud marsh of Suo, the sky turned dark and gloomy, throwing the elders into a state of confusion. Nangon Zhao stepped forward, her face filled with worry. This is strange. The energy from the beasts inside the cloud marsh of Suo is suddenly spiking. What's going on? She glanced at Xifeng as she spoke. Sis quietly sent someone to investigate. If anything goes wrong, make sure to protect Ye Xuan first, Xifeng replied. Yes, big sister. Behind the two women, Elder Yuan Qin's face turned dark. He shouted angrily, Nangon Zhao, it's definitely you. It's always you. Zai Hao Mao is incredibly talented. How could he possibly lose to Ye Xuan? Nangon Zhao must have used some dirty trick to kill my disciple. In his hand, Yuan Qin held a life token, which was linked to the 3 souls and 7 spirits of its owner. When the owner died, the token would break. Tong Dajiang stepped forward and whispered into Yuan Qin's ear, Elder Yuan, Nangon Zhao killing your disciple is meant to suppress you. As the representative elder of the outer sect, how can you tolerate this insult? Hearing this, Elder Yuan Qin immediately glanced behind him, his face darkening as a murderous aura surged around him. Elder Tong is absolutely right. She's not fit to be the leader of the Sword Immortal sect. This is the moment for us to unite and restore order. Back inside Cloud Marsh of Suo, the beast in the forest stirred, causing a loud commotion. Ye Xuan widened his eyes, thinking to himself, this is bad. It seems like the ancestral dragon emperor's bone still doesn't have an owner, attracting a beast to come and steal the treasure. After a quick thought, Ye Xuan wasn't too worried. He dashed forward, shouting loudly, First strike, strongest wins, you dare steal from me, you beast. Ye Xuan rushed toward the circle of golden light, raising his hand in greeting. I won't hold back anymore. At that moment, the ancestral dragon emperor's bone was almost within reach, but Longsa suddenly lunged forward to cut in, shouting, It's mine! However, before he could even touch it, a beam of light shot out and snatched the ancestral dragon emperor's bone away in the blink of an eye. Looking back, Ye Xuan saw that the light came from the ring on his hand. The protagonist raised the glowing storage ring in front of him and laughed heartily. Haha, Long Sa, you're not lucky enough to have this. You better leave it alone. Long Sa, left empty-handed, turned furious, his face turning purple with rage. He immediately drew his sword, turned to face Ye Xuan, and spat. Arrogant, I'll kill you. All the treasures will be mine. Once he finished speaking, Long Sa charged forward with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, his eyes filled with a fierce, murderous intent. Reacting quickly to Long Sa's lightning-fast attack, Ye Xuan regained his composure, stretched out his hands, and summoned the bronze seal. His eyes widened in determination as he gritted his teeth, thrusting the bronze seal forward. In an instant, 2 powerful forces clashed, creating a violent explosion that sent shockwaves through the air. After the explosion, both Ye Xuan and Long Sa were thrown to the ground. Ye Xuan lay there, stunned, silently thinking, "Gan, my internal organs are all shaken up. This Long Sa really knows his stuff." Long Sa stood facing Ye Xuan, grinning wickedly as he bared his teeth. He sneered, "Useless, is that all you've got? I'd advise you to hand over the treasure now, and maybe I'll let you live." Ye Xuan shot a glance at him, silently thinking, there's still someone else watching like a hungry wolf. I need to end this quickly. Meng Jing and Fi, be careful. Meng Jing and Fi rushed forward like a gust of wind, unleashing a full-force sword strike, but Ye Xuan quickly dodged to the side. Meng Jing and Fi, you're really just a top-tier lapdog, aren't you? Long Sa would even betray his own teammates. What makes you think he'll give you anything in return? If you don't want to be a lapdog forever, let me show you a better way. We could team up, take Long Se down together, and split the treasure 3 and 7. When Meng Jianfei heard those words, he ground his teeth in anger and spat out. You don't even think about causing trouble between me and Long Sa. Ha ha, you're hesitating, aren't you? To put it plainly, you're getting nervous. And let me tell you, being nervous is not the same as acting on it. Young Qi, standing behind Ye Xuan, smiled. Ye Xuan's move was truly clever. By openly sowing discord, even though Long Sa and Meng Jianfei were fighting side by side, they would now be suspicious of each other, maybe just a little. That would weaken their power by at least 2 or 3 times. Such brilliant scheming. Ye Xuan glanced ahead with half an eye, a sleek grin spreading across his face. What about Brother Shui? Are you willing to team up with me? Sure. Long Se immediately sneered, mocking, You think you can kill me with just the 2 of you? Oh, really? Not enough, huh? Well, let me help you out, Ye Xuan replied. With that, he pulled out Xiao Gutu's flute and blew a sharp note. In just a moment, Xiao Gutu appeared like a gust of wind rushing to the scene. He jumped up and, with an emotionless expression, locked his gaze on the front. Xiao Gutu flew right next to Ye Xuan and demanded, Speak. Why did you call me here? Did you say you owed me a favor? Well, now it's time to pay up. After speaking, Ye Xuan and Shui Yun Qi quickly charged forward. Xiao Gutu also drew his sword. Today, if Long Sa doesn't die, none of us will survive Cloud Marsh of Su. Let's kill him together. Hearing this, Xiao Gutu immediately sprinted forward with a sharp, cold look in his eyes. All right, it's time to repay the favor. Shui Yun Qi leaped high into the air, sending 2 intersecting sword strikes toward Long Se's head. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan and Xiao Gutu, one summoning the bronze seal and the other wielding his precious sword, rushed forward. Ye Xuan glared, furrowed his brow, and shouted loudly, Long Sa, surrender your life. With that, Ye Xuan gripped the bronze seal tightly in his dragon-winged arm and charged forward with an expression as cold as ice. In response to Ye Xuan's attack, Long Se raised his arm to block, creating a circle of light around him. But that wasn't all. Young Qi and Xiao Gutu simultaneously held their magical weapons and rushed toward him, leaving Long Se stunned. Young Qi advanced and slashed a sword beam toward Long Sa, but he quickly dodged, retreating a step back. In the face of the fierce attacks from Ye Xuan's group, Long Se gritted his teeth, his face dark as a pot, and thought to himself, fighting alone is such a hassle. First, I need to split their team up. With 6 cold, sharp eyes staring at him, Long Se shouted loudly, Meng Jianfei. Seeing that Ye Xuan's group was charging toward him, he quickly tossed a pill toward Meng Jianfei. Help me out, and I'll let the past go. Meng Jianfei caught the pill, his eyes wide in surprise. This is a 3 immortal origin pill. If I take it, my cultivation will rise significantly in a short amount of time. For Long Se to give up something this valuable, it looks like even someone as proud as him is starting to take things seriously. Meng Jianfei clenched the pill tightly in his hand, staring ahead with a sharp gaze, thinking to himself, Long Se is powerful. If I don't cooperate now, I'll probably be stuck with nowhere to go in the future. Ye Xuan glanced over and seeing Meng Jianfei's reaction, couldn't help but laugh. That kid is still hesitating. After a moment of thought, Ye Xuan stepped back and shouted, I'll deal with Meng Jianfei. You two hold Long Se off for now. Shui Yun Qi and Xiao Gutu heard this and exchanged a glance before responding in unison, All right, be careful, Ye Xuan. As soon as they finished speaking, Meng Jianfei rushed forward, swinging his sword straight at Ye Xuan's head, shouting, Ye Xuan, die. Ye Xuan used his agility to lean back, narrowly avoiding Meng Jianfei's strike. Then he kicked off the ground and sprinted deeper into the forest. Meng Jianfei quickly turned around and saw this, immediately chasing after him, yelling, Gannett, you can't run away. Even though it's 3 against 2, Long Se is at the core formation stage. We should have a trick up our sleeve to win this. Ye Xuan, with a serious look on his face, stared ahead. In the distance, he could already sense the chaotic movement of the beast horde in the forest. It seemed they were about to arrive. After a moment's thought, Ye Xuan stopped running. He raised his head and looked at Meng Jianfei. The night was long, and there were many dangers. Why stop running now? Was he choosing the perfect place to bury himself? Hearing this, Ye Xuan sneered with a mocking smile. I'm worried about you. This place has good feng shui, a perfect spot for your grave, so you don't end up dying in the wilderness with nothing left. Meng Jianfei, enraged, jumped forward, swinging his sword directly at Ye Xuan's head, shouting, You little body-refining brat, you're about to die and still have the nerve to talk back. As the sword came down, Ye Xuan smoothly dodged to the side and arrogantly taunted, "Foundation establishment stage, huh? You're impressive. But aren't you just following behind Long Se like a lapdog?" Meng Jianfei, hearing this, was furious. He slashed upward with his sword, sending a powerful wave of sword energy. "Shut up. Even the pavilion master of the ultimate sword has become a subordinate of the Myriad Sword Alliance because of family obligations. You're just licking the heels of your master." The words that came out of Ye Xuan's mouth only added to Meng Jianfei's fury. His face turned as dark as coal as he gripped his sword tightly and charged at Ye Xuan. "Shut your mouth, you dog." Ye Xuan glanced at him, smirking, and said, "Ha, found your weakness." Meng Jianfei threw a full-force strike. Ye Xuan quickly stepped forward, kicking the sword's hilt, and leaped into the air, leaving Meng Jianfei wide-eyed and shocked. He summoned the bronze seal and rushed toward him, slamming the bronze relic into Meng Jianfei's chest. With Ye Xuan's incredible speed and overwhelming force, Meng Jianfei had no chance to block the attack. Shameful, falling into the false allure. Doesn't it humiliate you? Doesn't it make you embarrassed? If you continue living like this, you might as well let me send you on your way. With that, Ye Xuan soared through the air and landed a devastating slap to Meng Jianfei's face, causing his nose to bleed profusely. Blood streamed down his face as Meng Jianfei, bloodied and battered, lifted his head and shouted, "If there was any hope of saving myself, would I still be here? But now it's too late to say anything." The bronze seal was about to strike the top of his head. Just as it was about to fall, a massive explosion shook the air in front of Ye Xuan. "Congratulations, Master, for defeating a peak Foundation Establishment Realm expert." Ye Xuan received 35 contribution points. Suddenly, Ning Xiao appeared behind him, speaking up, "Not bad, killing a Foundation establishment with just body refining. But this isn't over yet. I need to quickly level up." A while later, Ye Xuan sat in the middle of a training forest, surrounded by cacti, heaven and earth creation pills, and spirit stones. He gathered all the treasures and said, "I want to absorb everything." In the blink of an eye, it was already past midnight, and the stars filled the sky. A group of demonic beasts stood in the nearby forest, watching the light trail before them. At the same moment, the system notified, "Congratulations, Master, for merging with the ancestral dragon emperor's head bone. Congratulations, Master, on successfully absorbing the spiritual energy. Congratulations, Master, on achieving complete body refining. Congratulations, Master, on refining the heavenly Tao creation pill, now upgraded to Kiai condensation." At the same time, in a different scene, Xiao Gutu and Long Se are locked in a battle in the sky. Their powerful forces collide, creating a spectacular display of strength and skill. Showa Yun Kei stands below, looking up with furrowed brows. Long Se has reached the peak of core formation, but Xiao Gutu is just as strong, truly a prodigy. With a dark expression, Xiao Gutu slashes down with a deadly strike aimed at Long Se. Long Se grits his teeth, shocked by the power. Xiao Gutu quickly adjusts the angle of his blade. With a fluid motion, he spins around and delivers another full-strength slash, forcing Long Se to fall to the ground just to avoid the blow. Xiao Gutu's face is a deep shade of purple, his expression cold and emotionless as he glares ahead. Then, he leaps forward, releasing a fierce wave of energy. This time, Long Se is truly hit by Xiao Gutu's strike. But Xiao Gutu doesn't stop there. He twirls his sword lightly and delivers a reverse slash with all his might, sending Long Se flying, leaving him no chance to defend. After the attack, Long Se crashes to the ground, exhausted and terrified, his body worn out. 4 hours. It's been 4 full hours, and I still can't bring down Xiao Gutu. Xiao Gutu landed, thrusting his sword deep into the ground. Long Se's face turned pale as he wiped the sweat from his brow, his teeth clenched tightly. Why is that bastard Meng Jianfei taking so long? He couldn't have killed Ye Xuan and taken the ancestral dragon emperor's bone, could he? As this thought crossed his mind, he grabbed onto his clothes tightly. Well, it's a long night, full of uncertainty. Long Se tossed aside his outer robe, opened his mouth wide, and shouted, "Sword Seed's hair, I admit you're strong. Until now, you're the only one who's made me take you seriously." With that, he raised 2 fingers to his mouth, silently chanting a spell to summon his precious weapon. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy wrapped around a beautifully crafted sword. Showa Yun, his eyes widened as he gasped in shock. Sword Seed's hair, this isn't just any sword, be careful. However, Xiao Gutu remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of fear whatsoever. Long Se gripped the sword tightly, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from his body. This is the Flying Sword, heaven-raging fury given to me by the Lin Alliance leader. If you die under this sword, at least you'll die with some pride. After speaking, he tightly gripped the heaven-raging fury sword and raised it high. Then, he unleashed the blazing flame heaven-raging fury, slashing down with an intense force that sent a powerful wave of energy flying forward. The strength of the heaven-raging fury sword was overwhelming and immense. When the blow landed, it caused a massive explosion that sent Xiao Gutu and Shui Yunqi flying far away. The blast was so strong that Xiao Gutu and Shui Yunqi were thrown hundreds of meters away. Xiao Gutu's face darkened, and he groggily got back up, coughing a few times. Long Sa, still gripping his sword, walked toward him. He glared, furrowing his brows, and with a look of surprise, he said, "Wow, I didn't expect that. You actually..." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Gutu, furious, clenched his teeth and swung his treasured saber at Long Sa. "You bastard." However, Long Sa merely lifted the heaven-raging fury sword with a casual motion, completely stopping Xiao Gutu's saber from moving. Long Sa glared down at him, smirking wickedly. "Descendant of the Sword Sea, you've managed to face me this long. Even in death, you'll die with honor." With that, he raised the heaven-raging fury sword high once again, aiming it directly at Xiao Gutu's head and shouted, "Die." As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of powerful force shot across Xiao Gutu's face, forcing him to raise his hand to block it. Next, a thick cloud of smoke and dust erupted, rising up in a great explosion. After a while, the dust slowly began to clear. Something about the scene made Long Sa's eyes widen in shock. Ye Xuan appeared, holding Xiao Gutu in his arms, landing from the sky. The main character stared sadly at Xiao Gutu. "Ye Xuan, you're back." Long Sa's face turned as green as a leaf, and he cracked a twisted grin. "Ye Xuan, you're still alive. Where's Meng Ji and Fai?" Ye Xuan casually placed one hand behind his back and stretched the other out in front, responding without hesitation. "Leaving so calmly, and yet I managed to kill him. You definitely aren't at the body refining stage." Ye Xuan raised his hand in front of him, closed his eyes, and gave a mocking look. "Isn't it because you kept sending people to me to gain experience? I had no choice but to rush and handle it, and got lucky enough to break through to a small stage." Hearing this, Long Sa's face darkened, his anger boiling over, but he still grinned through gritted teeth. Then his eyes bulged, and he shouted in a fury, "Ye Xuan, I was wrong about you. You're worthy of dying by my hands." With that, he swung his blazing flame, heaven-raging fury energy down toward Ye Xuan. However, Ye Xuan showed no fear at all. He smoothly sidestepped and dodged Long Sa's strike with ease. Well, come here and watch this. Core formation, bullying, high condensation, using strength to pick on the weak. Long Sa continued to strike with another wave of energy, but Ye Xuan leaped up like a frog, holding his powerful spirit sword. Shameless. Before Long Sa could react, Ye Xuan moved with lightning speed, closing the distance between them in an instant while continuously attacking. Long Sa's eyes widened in shock, his teeth gritted. What's going on? How is this kid so fast? While Long Sa was stunned, Ye Xuan seized the opportunity, grabbing a flying bronze seal. He shouted 4 words loudly, truly shameless. In response to the sudden attack from the protagonist, Long Sa's eyes widened, his brows furrowed, and he screamed, "Heaven-raging fury!" Against Long Sa's blazing flame, heaven-raging fury, Ye Xuan raised the ancestral dragon emperor's bone in front of him, using its power to defend. Yunqi and Xiao Gutu, witnessing the scene, gasped in shock and shouted, "Ye Xuan, move! Don't directly touch the sword's edge or you'll be torn apart. You idiot, you'll die." Long Sa stared ahead with a crazed expression, his murderous intent erupting violently, like a grasshopper kicking a car. As Long Sa's sword slashed down, a splash of fresh blood erupted. Ye Xuan blocked the strike with his dragon-scale arm and smiled. At that very moment, when Long Sa saw the scene, he couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "Why is your body so powerful? What level are you at exactly?" Ye Xuan ignored Long Sa's words and directly grabbed his sword. Then he pulled Long Sa's sword toward himself with force, staring at him with a strange look on his face. "You're the one talking too much," Ye Xuan said as he took Long Sa's sword and slammed a dragon seal onto his forehead. Long Sa, with the seal now stamped in the center of his forehead, spat out blood. "How is this possible? My cultivation is at core formation, and I even have a spiritual artifact sword to enhance my power." But in front of Ye Xuan, Long Sa jumped up and stomped his foot hard on the ground. His eyes widened, and the words "utterly defeated" appear on his forehead, releasing a violent surge of killing intent from his entire body. When Xiao Gutu saw the words on his forehead, he was at a loss for words. Shui Yunqi, with a confused expression, said, "You're like a quarantine pig. This is beyond humiliating." Long Sei's face darkened, and he furiously glared at Ye Xuan, shouting, "You damn little bug!" Clenching his fist tightly, flames began swirling around his body. "I'm going to crush you," Long Se said, his eyes wide open and mouth agape as he unleashed his heaven-raging fury technique, determined to annihilate everything in his path. He tightly gripped the heaven-raging fury sword, its blazing flame burning bright and fierce, raising it high. Then he gathered his spiritual energy, forming countless sword intents around him. Long Se swung the sword down, pointing it directly at Ye Xuan. Instantly, the powerful sword energy shot toward Ye Xuan like a storm. "Ye Xuan, die!" Long Se shouted. But Ye Xuan remained completely calm in the face of Long Se's attack. He glared, furrowed his brows, and sneered contemptuously. "Junior brother Long, how many tricks have you used already?" Ye Xuan asked, raising his arm and gathering a surge of spiritual energy in front of him. "Does it even matter?" In the blink of an eye, Ye Xuan summoned the mirror of reflective spirit light. As the sword energies were about to strike, he immediately raised the mirror, forming a protective formation with fierce bolts of lightning to counterattack. Almost instantly, the sword intents that Long Se had released were absorbed by the mirror of reflective spirit light. Ye Xuan bent down and used his spiritual energy to rotate the mirror. Then the sword intents recovered and were once again released from Ye Xuan's mirror of reflective spirit light. Long Se's eyes widened in shock as he watched the scene unfold. The sword intents he had created were now turned against him, as a simple flick of Ye Xuan's hand redirected them to point back at him. Long Se collapsed, with countless sword energies piercing through his body. How could this happen? Long Se dropped to his knees, slamming them hard against the ground. His eyes turned completely black, and at the same time, the sword intents around him began to fade away. Shuai Yunti and Xiao Gutu exchanged a quick glance when they saw the scene unfold. Even though Long Se had broken through the limits of an ordinary cultivator once again, he still wasn't on the same level as Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, he clearly holds a powerful treasure, yet he still dares to covet mine. With a confident stride, Ye Xuan walked up to Long Se, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Well now, I thought you put up more of a fight. What exactly are you trying to prove?" Before Long Se could respond, Ye Xuan summoned the ancient bronze seal, which began to expand rapidly above Long Se's head. Long Se's eyes widened, brows knitting together as he lowered his hand and murmured coldly, "Your time is up. Maybe in the next life, you'll think more clearly." As Ye Xuan gave the command, the ancient bronze seal began its descent, the air trembling around it. Just as it was about to strike, Long Se let out a deep cry, filled with desperation and fury. In the same instant, a brilliant ring of light erupted from his body, intercepting the incoming force. The explosion of light forced Ye Xuan to shield his eyes, his expression darkening. A barrier of golden energy had formed around Long Se, crackling with ancient runes. "This is the life-preserving talisman my honored master entrusted to me," Long Se said steadily. "It can withstand even attacks from someone at the peak of the nascent soul stage. If you've managed to force me to use it today, then I concede this round." He lifted a glowing jade slip from his robe. "But now I'll crush this teleportation jade slip and return to the Myriad Sword Alliance. I will report everything to my master. And as for you and the Sword Immortal Sect, prepare yourselves for what's to come." Shuai Yunti and Xiao Gutu frowned and looked annoyed when they heard this. Once Long Se returns to the Myriad Sword Alliance, it would be nearly impossible to kill him. Was the only option really to let the tiger back into the forest? There was no other way. Even Ye Xuan couldn't hold Long Se back. Ye Xuan's face darkened. He glared down and secretly called out to the system. "System, swap the shield that can pierce through a high-level nascent soul. Let the tiger back into the forest?" No way. Inside the protective formation, Long Se, hearing Ye Xuan's words, burst out laughing loudly. "Ha ha, stop wasting your time. This shield can block a high-level nascent soul. Even your sister couldn't hold me off, so what makes you think you can?" But before he finished speaking, the protective formation around Long Se suddenly cracked and shattered, leaving him staring in disbelief with wide eyes. Long Se raised his head, furrowing his brows and shouting in shock. "How is this possible? Why do you have so many treasures?" Ye Xuan raised his hand high, controlling the ancient bronze seal, which slowly descended. "Your mouth is too loud," he said. Long Se grabbed onto the cliff, looking up just in time to see the ancient bronze seal almost touching his hair. His mouth fell open in horror. The next day, a powerful beam of light struck the ground and rocks exploded in all directions. Once again, another young man had died under the ancient bronze seal of the main character. At the same time, outside clouds over the marsh, Tong Dajiang stood with the old Yuan Qin on a cliff, chatting. This time, at the sword discourse, Long Se will definitely top the rankings, said Tong Dajiang. Old Yuan Qin nodded. Elder Tong is right. If Ye Xuan is killed, Nangong Zhao will surely lose his composure. We should act immediately. At this point, the old man smiled maliciously. By then, I hope Alliance leader Lin can offer his full support. Ha, I wouldn't dare, Tong Dejiang replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the token on his wrist suddenly cracked. He looked up, eyes widening in shock. This is Long Se's Life Jade token. When someone dies, the token shatters. Elder Tong, didn't you say he was at the core formation level? How could he die so suddenly? Elder Tong, listen to me. If he died within the Sword Immortal Sect's territory, this is definitely something we can't avoid being involved in. We must have Nangong Zhao give us an explanation. Tong Dajiang shot a glance at the three women standing behind him, their faces dark as night, and coldly said, That's right. There absolutely must be an explanation. Back in clouds over the marsh, the ancient bronze seal was lifted and Long Se's body was completely destroyed. Blood still stained the surface of the seal. Holy shit, Long Se really was crushed to death. Ye Xuan stretched out his arm, drawing the flesh and blood of Long Se and handing it over to Ning Xiao. Good job, Ning Xiao said. Long Se has a natural 5-element spiritual root. This will help a lot in leveling up the system. I'll reward you with 100 contribution points. Ye Xuan was furious when he heard this. He turned and shouted directly at Ning Xiao. But I spent 300 contribution points to break that shield and save him. You're giving me only 100 points? Isn't that unfair? Fine, you've completed the system's mission, but don't get picky. Long Se dropped a lot of treasures, you know. As Ye Xuan was speaking to the system, Shui Yunqi and Xiao Butu rushed over, calling out loudly. Brother Yi, congratulations. Not only did you kill Long Se, but you're also almost guaranteed to be the leader of the Sword Discourse Tournament. No doubt about it. You're exaggerating, Brother Shui, Ye Xuan replied with a smile. If it weren't for everyone's full support, someone like me in Kai condensation stage wouldn't have been able to make it this far. Ye Xuan glanced over and gave a friendly smile. Take these treasures and divide them among yourselves. Consider it as a way to make friends. Making friends is enough. As for the treasures, forget about it. This is what Brother Yi deserves. At that moment, Shui Yunqi bowed and cupped his hands, lowering his head in respect. He only hoped that Sword Immortal Sect, Sword Seed, and Heavenly Sword Manor could unite to fight against the Myriad Sword Alliance. Ye Xuan was stunned by his words and fell into deep thought. What a pleasant surprise. The Myriad Sword Alliance claims to represent 5 sects, but they've been involved in plenty of dirty deeds. Gaining new allies is definitely a good thing for Sword Immortal Sect. However, Xiao Hutu tightly closed his eyes and turned away. Boring. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself, he said. Hearing that, Ye Xuan angrily jumped up. Hey, where are you going, kid? Aren't the people from the Myriad Sword Alliance supposed to work together to kill the bugs? Looks like Sword Seed doesn't want to get involved in this, probably doesn't want to join in. As soon as he finished speaking, a male disciple from Heavenly Sword Manor flew over on a spirit beast. Senior brother, it's almost time for the sword discourse. We should head back now. All right, yeah, you probably still don't know how to ride a sword, do you? Would you like to come back with us? It's fine. That night, under the bright moon and starry sky, Ye Xuan and Shui Yunqi sat on the back of a crane flying home. Ye Xuan had an eager, longing look in his eyes, his cheeks flushed red as thoughts of Nangong Zhao filled his mind. No matter what, I ranked at the top of the Sword Discourse leaderboard. I wonder what the eldest sister will reward me with. But just then, a loud, shrill scream pierced the air. You shameless bastard. Ye Xuan heard this and immediately snapped out of his pleasant dream, gritting his teeth and breaking into a cold sweat. His eyes widened in shock as he froze in place. That's the voice of my eldest sister. What's going on here? When Ye Xuan looked down, he saw Nangong Zhao facing off against Elder Yuan Qin and Tong Dajiang. At the sight of this, Ye Xuan's eyes widened even more as he gasped, thinking, why are they fighting? Could it be that those 3 old men lost the sword discourse and are now taking a frustration out on my sister? At that moment, Nangong Zhao unleashed a burst of powerful spiritual energy, countering the combined forces of the 3 nascent soul experts. Seeing this, Xifeng grew furious and rushed forward, but was stopped by Yu Rong, who grabbed her arm and held her back. Don't interfere, Yu Rong said calmly. Xifeng turned to her with a frustrated expression, sweat pouring down her face. Don't interfere, but those are 3 nascent soul experts. Their cultivation is just as strong as my sister's. Don't worry though, my sister is exceptionally talented. There's no way those old men will be able to win, even with their advantage. Just wait and see. A fierce clash of spiritual forces between Nangong Zhao and the 3 nascent soul experts sent shockwaves through the air. The force of the impact was so intense that it caused an explosion, sending the three Nascent soul experts flying, with thick clouds of smoke and dust rising into the air. Nangong Zhao gripped the sharp sword tightly in her hand, her eyes burning with anger as she stared ahead. She stepped forward and pressed the blade firmly against Tong Dejiang's neck, her voice sharp as she said, "As long as I'm here, no one will lay a hand on Ye Xuan." The disciples of the various sects gasped in shock at her words. She's terrifying. Mystic Phoenix of the Nine Heavens, spiritual root, truly unbeatable in the same realm. I kind of envy Ye Xuan. Tong Dejiang glanced at the blade resting against his neck, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Nangong Zhao, are you really willing to go to war with the Myriad Sword Alliance just to protect Ye Xuan? What's going on between you and that kid? Hearing this, Nangong Zhao shot him a sideways glance, just as Ye Xuan landed on the ground and shouted, "Old man, shut up." The main character walked over and stood beside Nangong Zhao, placing a hand on her shoulder and pushing her sword away. "Sis, don't get mad. What these old doves say isn't worth your anger. Ye Xuan, you're back." Ye Xuan grinned widely, his eyes squinting with a smile. "I've got my own plans from here on out. Don't worry, leave it all to me. What do you want to do?" Ye Xuan grabbed Nangong Zhao's hand and pulled her away, leaving her staring at him in shock. After a moment, as Nangong Zhao sensed his gentleness, her expression softened. Elder Yuan Qin, seeing this, was furious. He shouted, "You saw that, didn't you? You saw everything, didn't you? As an elder of the Sword Immortal sect, I shouldn't be saying these things, but now the Sword Immortal sect is in chaos, and I can't just stand by and watch anymore. You two, Ye Xuan and Nangong Zhao, are far from innocent. You've dishonored the Sword Immortal sect, and despite me, the Elder of the Outer Gate, advising you multiple times, Nangong Zhao has suppressed me. I asked the Myriad Sword Alliance to stand up for what's right." At this point, Tong Dejiang glared and immediately shouted directly at Ye Xuan. "Oh, really? Is that so? Do you know what your crimes are, Ye Xuan?" Ye Xuan couldn't help but laugh at this. He closed his eyes tightly, then smirked slyly and said, "I'm just laughing at the three of you old fools. You're over 2,000 years old and still stuck living in a dog's body. Sword discourse is sword discourse. What's up all this nonsense? Aren't you done playing yet?" The failure of the sword discourse was just the spark. From beginning to end, the Myriad Sword Alliance hasn't had things go smoothly. Sooner or later, a battle will happen. Instead of passively waiting, it's better to clarify things early and deal with the grievances. After thinking for a moment, Ye Xuan stretched his arm out in front of him, tilted his head, and bluntly said, "Everyone in the 5 major sects of the Alliance isn't some kind of hierarchy. Who do you think you are to point fingers at us? To put it simply, what's it got to do with you?" The 3 nascent soul cultivators were furious when they heard this. Their eyes widened, and they gritted their teeth so hard it looked like they might break. Ye Xuan looked at the 3 nascent soul cultivators with sharp eyes and said, "If you want to unify the 5 major sects, fine. Go ahead and do it yourselves. Otherwise, be careful, I might actually go through with it." Hearing that, Ye Xuan's 3 companions couldn't hold back their laughter. They tumbled over, unable to stop themselves. "Ha ha, that's great. Xiao Shu's mouth is really something, always saying the right thing. Worst case, we'll turn against them. Who's afraid of them?" Tong Dejiang was fuming with rage. One hand was clenched into a fist, while the other pointed directly at Ye Xuan's face, his voice shaking with anger. You really have some nerve daring, Toe?" Ye Xuan, with a completely indifferent look on his face, spat a glob of saliva onto the ground near Tong Dejiang's feet. The unexpected action caught Tong Dejiang off guard, and he jumped back in shock. Shit, this filthy bastard. Tong Dejiang was trembling with fury at that moment. At his age, nearly on his way to the grave, he was still dealing with his first shock in life. That's why his blood pressure spiked so high it rushed to his brain, causing him to cough up blood. Suddenly, a stream of spiritual energy shot down from somewhere, its power so overwhelming that the disciples couldn't withstand it and were writhing in pain. Above, glowing circles of light appeared surrounding a blurry figure. A moment later, Lin Wanli appeared with a grim expression, glaring down at everyone below with a wicked smile on his face. "Children don't know anything. Your alliance leader has arrived," he sneered. As soon as they saw Lin Wanli, Tong Dejiang and the disciples immediately knelt down respectfully. "We welcome the alliance leader. Ye Xuan killed Long Sa. Please, alliance leader, consider our plea for justice." Old man Yuan Qin and the outer sect disciples also knelt down. "Lin alliance leader, our sect is unfortunate. Sect leader Nangong Zhao has covered up the crimes of that brat Ye Xuan. Please, alliance leader, restore justice and make a decision." Lin Wanli furrowed his brows after hearing this, and with a cold expression, he spoke plainly. As Alliance leader, I hereby rule. Sword Immortal Sect will be fined 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for failing to discipline their disciples. Ye Xuan, a disciple of Sword Immortal Sect, harbors dark intentions and is unworthy of staying here. Immediately send him to the Myriad Sword Alliance to be torn to pieces as a warning to others. Faifeng and Yuron were so enraged they couldn't even speak. With a serious look on his face, Nangong Zhao stared up and asked coldly, "What if Sword Immortal Sect refuses to obey?" Lin Wanli grinned slyly when he heard that. "If you won't accept, then you're doomed. No one from the Sword Immortal Sect will be spared." Nangong Zhao raised his head and stared at him silently after hearing those words. Then Lin Wanli's face darkened as he raised his hand and said in a cold, clear voice, "Actually, there's another way. If you want to protect Ye Xuan, I can spare his life. All you have to do is come with me, become my cultivation partner, and let the Sword Immortal Sect merge with a Myriad Sword Alliance. What do you say?" "Alliance leader, I'm so generous, right?" Nangong Zhao's face darkened and his brows furrowed in frustration after hearing this. Suddenly, a glowing golden 8 trigrams formation appeared on the ground. From the formation, 5 colored light pillars shot up, accompanied by a loud shout. "Go dream about it." In the blink of an eye, Ye Xuan's sisters appeared, standing around him right in front of Lin Wanli. He fell silent, his smile fading, and he exclaimed, "The 9 great fairy immortals, aren't you afraid of a bloody fight? Is this the will of your Sword Immortal Sect?" "That's right, don't you dare hurt him. If he dies, who will make my meals? If you mess with Ye Xuan, I'll make sure you pay. Xiao Shu, you're really something. With your mere Kai condensation level, you dare to cause such a stir. Even Lin Wanli came because of you." Yurong stepped forward, spreading her arms wide, glaring at him, and said with a frown, "Ye Xuan, don't be afraid, we'll make sure to protect you." When Lin Wanli heard this, his face darkened even more, and he shouted angrily, "If that's the case, then the Sword Immortal Sect is officially removed from the 5 great sects today." As soon as he finished speaking, 9 great fairy immortals and Ye Xuan spoke in unison, making him roll his eyes and feel a mental shock. "Stop threatening us, we're already at the point of no return." Ye Xuan spread his arms and embraced Nangong Zhao. Then he pointed directly at Lin Wanli's face and shouted, "Go ahead, take our names off the list. We don't care, but I can see you're not after my life. What you really want is to mess with my older sister." With that, Ye Xuan widened his eyes and angrily said 3 words aloud, "Perverted scumbag. Sooner or later, I'll make sure you suffer from a serious case of erectile dysfunction." When Lin Wanli heard this, his dark eyes turned cold and a murderous aura radiated from his body. "Fine," he sneered. "You've got guts. Today I'll strip you down to the bone, and only when you're begging for mercy will I stop." As soon as he finished speaking, a foot appeared, and a man stepped out from a teleportation circle behind Lin Wanli. It was Zhan Wu Yi, the pavilion master of the Pavilion of the Ultimate Sword. Here to lend his support. The disciples in the distance saw this and immediately erupted in loud cheers. "Another legendary sect leader has arrived. We're done for. The Myriad Sword Alliance and the Pavilion of the Ultimate Sword are teaming up now. The Sword Immortal Sect is doomed. Is today the day we're going to see bloodshed?" Seeing this, Nangong Zhao began to feel a little worried. Fighting against 2 peak Nascent soul experts wasn't looking good at all. Ye Xuan, hearing the voices around him, turned pale and quickly looked at Shuo Yumqi. "Bro, make your move." Just after he said that, a formation circle appeared in the sky with rows of swords arranged neatly, pointing toward each other. The next day, just as a rain of swords came crashing down, a figure suddenly appeared amidst the chaos. "Lin Wanli, Jian Wu Yi, do you really take pride in overwhelming someone with numbers and force?" The newcomer turned out to be none other than the Manor Lord of Heavenly Sword Manor, Zhang Hao. "I, Zhang Hao, hold fairness and integrity in the highest regard. I will stand by while injustice is done." With his hands calmly clasped behind his back, Zhang Hao descended beside Nangong Zhao, a composed smile on his face. "Fairy Nangong, apologies for arriving late." He gave a respectful bow, both hands cupped together. "Please forgive the delay." Lin Wanli, seeing this, clenched his fists in frustration and shouted, "Zhang Hao, are you here to oppose me too?" Zhang Hao met his glare with calm intensity and responded coldly, "Indeed, because I hold the fairy in high esteem, I don't mind standing in your way." Furious, Lin Wanli raised both arms. A surge of brilliant spiritual energy exploded around him. "Very well, then I'll let you witness the true strength I possess." Suddenly, intricate glowing circles formed in midair and overwhelming force burst downward, cracking the ground and sending dust flying in every direction. Through the swirling dust, a colossal sword began to materialize. As the haze cleared, the full image of the legendary sword seed was revealed. Engraved upon its gleaming blade were 7 bold characters. Ye Xuan, Xiao Gutu is your good friend. The outer disciples gasped in disbelief. Heavens, that's the sword sea. Even it appeared for Ye Xuan. Soon after, the 4 great sect leaders, renowned masters of the cultivation world, also arrived at the scene. What kind of person is Ye Xuan? Why are both Heavenly Sword Manor and the Sword Seed standing behind him? Amid the confusion, Ye Xuan stood calmly, arms crossed and head lowered. A knowing smile played at his lips. All the pieces are in place. Ye Xuan stood behind the 9 great fairy immortals, with 2 powerful experts protecting him in front. He raised his head confidently and spoke boldly. I'm telling you, old man Lin, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Jian Wu Yi glanced over, saying, Leader Lin, be careful. They've got 3 sects working together. If we go to war, we might not stand a chance. We need to discuss this more, but before I arrived, Blood Demon Patriarch sent word that everything has already been settled. At this point, Jian Wu Yi leaned in to whisper in Lin Wanli's ear, the world is in chaos, and it's happening today. Fine, very well. After finishing his words, Lin Wanli grinned widely, showing his teeth, and looked toward the tower in front of them. The sword Immortal Sect was finished. In an instant, the tower before him seemed to grow larger, its chains glowing with golden light, holding it down. But suddenly, one of the chains snapped, breaking apart for no apparent reason. Ye Xuan and the 9 great fairy immortals watched the tower silently. Nangong Zhao, with an irritated look on his face, clenched his teeth and said, It's the Realm Tower. Yu Rong, go check what's happening. Hearing the command, Yu Rong immediately took off on her sword, flying towards the tower. Ye Xuan looked up, watching Yu Rong leave in a daze. Why is Big Sis so flustered? What is this Realm Tower? Hearing Ye Xuan's question, Nangu answered frankly, The Realm Tower is a demon-subduing tower personally created by the ancestor of the Sword Immortal Sect. Inside, it suppresses many nascent soul-level experts and all kinds of evil spirits and monsters. The 5 major sects are about to go to war, and if the Realm Tower is destroyed now, we'll be in serious trouble. Ye Xuan's eyes widened in shock, and he opened his mouth, shouting loudly, What? There are still so many nascent soul monsters. At the same time, Nangong Zhao summoned her sharp sword and called out loudly, Lin Wanli. She swung her sword, releasing a powerful sword energy. The Sword Immortal Sect has made up its mind to withdraw from the 5 major sects. Do you want to fight? Our sect will fight to the end. At this point, she fell silent and glanced ahead. We'll win quickly. Lin Wanli heard this and smirked, her lips curling into a sneer. Nangong's sect leader, why are you in such a hurry? The alliance leader follows the will of the people. If the Sword Immortal Sect can't even defend itself, should you focus on settling your own matters first? If not for the mishap at Realm Tower, thousands and thousands of demons would have gone wild across the Empire, and it would have been even more likely to harm your friends today. By then, the Sword Immortal Sect's crimes would have been too great, and you can't blame the Alliance leader for taking action to protect the people. After saying this, Lin Wanli, Tong Dejiang, and Jian Wu Yi turned and flew away. Ye Xuan was furious when he saw this. That damn old man, Lin, clearly couldn't handle a 2-on-1 fight, so he ran off. Yet he acted like he had a noble reason for doing so. Come to think of it, the incident at Realm Tower was suspiciously timed. Could it be connected to that old man, Lin? Zhang Hao walked up to Nangong Zhao, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully. Fairy Nangong, since it's like this, I won't trouble you any longer. When Ye Xuan heard Zhang Hao speak, he remembered what Caifeng had said before. That creepy old man, Zhang Hao, had his eyes on Nangong Zhao, always dreaming of taking her for himself. Well, he almost forgot Zhang Hao's intentions weren't exactly pure. With that thought, Ye Xuan immediately pulled Nangong Zhao into his arms. Wait, we need to make things clear. Thank you for your help this time, but if you're hoping for something with my sister, then don't waste your time. Zhang Hao chuckled when he heard this. It's fine. I have no intention of taking Fairy Nangong for myself. The way of the sword requires the utmost focus on cultivation, and my feelings for Nangong Zhao are only part of my path to mastering the supreme sword art. If I were to gain her, I would no longer be able to progress. When Ye Xuan heard this, he immediately had to change his mind. Is there really such a strange type of person in this world? Has cultivating to this level made you so stupid? Nangong Fairy, I must take my leave now. Zhang Hao climbed onto the spirit beast, turning back to glance over his shoulder with the gaze of a Levisic fool. My friend, if you truly want to protect her, then you better get stronger quickly, because she's really that dazzling. There are countless powerful figures in the cultivation world eyeing her, and I'm definitely not the only one who admires her, nor am I the strongest. Ye Xuan's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open, sweating heavily. Is my sister-in-law really that sought after? As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Zhao shoved Ye Xuan aside. Enough already. Sis, I'll work harder to become stronger. All right, let's focus on the main issue first. With that, she turned to confront the unpleasant old man. Yuan Qin, do you realize your crime? What crime? He asked. As an outer elder, you repeatedly challenged the inner sect. I've endured it countless times because I valued you as the sect leader, but this time you've joined forces with outsiders to conspire against us. It's truly unforgivable. From today onward, you are stripped of your title as elder and expelled from the sect. You will never be allowed to step foot in the sword immortal sect again. Lao Yuan Qin heard this and immediately drew his sword, glaring fiercely as he shouted, Nangong Zhao, what gives you the right? You're a widow and you've already violated the rules by becoming the sect leader, and now you dare punish me? Today, I'll make sure we both go down together. The outer disciples rushed forward. A group of elderly men, upon hearing this, acted cautiously and awkwardly, too scared to say anything. When Yuan Qin saw that there was no movement, he grew even more furious, his face darkening. He turned to shout, Why aren't you following me? I said we'd strike together. Wow, what a beautiful day today. Yes, yes, the sunlight is shining brightly on everything. You're all idiots, no one more foolish than you. Do you really think Nangong Zhao will let you off the hook? At these words, Nangong Zhao raised her hand and gathered a stream of spiritual energy, clearly not planning to let them off. With a serious expression, she extended her arm, releasing the spiritual energy in a powerful wave. From Nangong Zhao's arm, Funek's wings spread out, charging at the group of elderly men. Please, sect leaders, spare me. I still want to stay in the sword immoral sect. Sect leaders, spare us. Take your disciples and get off this mountain. Huayan Flong just flapped her wings once, and that sent Yuan Qin soaring straight into the air. Ye Xuan, Nangong Zhao, just wait for me. Junior, your older brother can't protect you anymore. I hope you die early and reincarnate soon. Just remember to come back as a human. After dealing with the old men, Saifeng walked to the back of Nangong Zhao. Big sis, we just embarrassed Lin Wanli, and now something's going wrong at Realm Tower. It's really strange, honestly. It's just too much of a coincidence. As she spoke, Nangong Zhao glanced over, and today, when they ran into Lin Wanli, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His cultivation had reached the point where he could break through to godhood. Nan Guo and a beautiful young woman were both shocked when they heard this. What? He's already broken through to godhood. If that's true, he could easily wipe out the Sword Immortal sect. Hearing this, Nangong Zhao could only sigh and look at the tower. Surrounded by powerful enemies, the immediate priority was to stabilize the Realm Tower. Let's go, sisters. Follow me. We need to check it out. Right at this moment, a powerful force was pressing down on the chain, forcing it to reconnect. Ye Xuan was using all of her strength to control the chain, trying to bind them together. The Realm Tower absolutely couldn't collapse, but the chaos inside the tower was so intense that the chains couldn't hold up. Because of this, Ye Xuan lost her grip, and she became very anxious. In this critical moment, a hand grabbed the chain. It was Nangong Zhao. She flew over, tightly grasping the chain and reconnecting them. Ye Xuan, watching from behind, saw Nangong Zhao's whole body erupting with spiritual energy, and she was filled with fear. She called out loudly, Big sister! But in just a moment, Nangong Zhao had already reconnected the chains and turned to say, Ye Xuan, you've worked hard. Leave it to me here. Ye Xuan raised her hand to her chest and replied clearly, Big sister, I tried to subdue the tower's core earlier, but the problem is inside the Realm Tower. There's no way to fix it from the outside. The others, hearing this, began to discuss, inside the tower. If that's really the case, then we're in trouble. Exactly. If the problem is inside the tower, we have to go in to resolve it. Someone has to go in and subdue it. We can go in, but right now, things are delicate. If anyone comes to cause trouble, we'll have a big issue with not enough manpower. Hearing this, Ye Xuan stretched out her arm and asked, Big sister, what should we do now? Ye Xuan stood outside listening, one hand on his hip, the other pointing directly at his face as he suggested, Sisters, how about letting me go into the tower? The women were shocked and exclaimed loudly, What? You're only at Shive condensation. Going into the Realm Tower would be like asking for death. The fox girl stepped forward, placing her hand on Ye Xuan's chest and said, Entering the Realm Tower is a life or death gamble. Don't do something reckless. Don't forget you still have your 10-year promise with 8th sister. Ye Xuan responded, Don't worry, 8th sister, I haven't forgotten. After speaking, he grabbed the fox girl's shoulder and pushed her aside. Sisters, listen to me. Right now, the Sword Immortal sect has enemies everywhere. You all need to conserve your strength to deal with the threats outside. But I'm different. My cultivation is the lowest. If I die inside the Realm Tower, It won't affect the sect's overall strength, but if there's a chance to survive, I'll take it for the greater good. Sisters, let me go." The girls were silent, exchanging looks without saying anything. After a long pause, Nangnong Zhao spoke up. "The prison realm is a good place for cultivation." Ye Xuan had made enemies with countless people, and if he ran into someone stronger, he could be in serious danger. But if he entered the prison realm, there would be less to worry about. Plus, this kid was still useful. After thinking for a moment, Nangnong Zhao glanced over at Ye Xuan. "Come with me." She then handed Ye Xuan a manual. "Sister allowed you to enter the prison realm. Although the risks are huge this time, you can't build without breaking. It will also help with your cultivation. Take this manual. What she gave me must be something special. Is it a technique passed down through generations?" Hearing this, Nangnong Zhao lowered her head and a slight blush appeared on her face. "Your spiritual root, which is extremely firm and pure, is perfect for cultivating this technique. It will also be very beneficial for the others, just like how you helped me break through." Ye Xuan couldn't help but blush, and his nose started to flare up with a little irritation. "Oh, enough already. Is there really something good like this? I get it now. This is definitely the best fit for me. I'm heading into the tower now." With that, Ye Xuan quickly ran off. Nangnong Zhao watched him, furrowing her brows and muttering under her breath. Does this person really want to cultivate together so badly? Ye Xuan ran up to Xifeng and hugged her tightly. "Sisters, my mind is made up. Xiao Shu, be careful. Don't push yourself too hard. Trust me, I'll make sure everyone keeps smiling. Your lives are more important. Don't take risks. You have to come back." After saying goodbye to the 9 girls, Ye Xuan boldly walked toward the tower. "I'm going now. Even if it's for dual cultivation with the sisters, I have to charge into this realm tower." Ye Xuan reached the tower, opened the door wide, and stepped inside. He immediately felt his foot hit something soft, and then he suddenly fell, free-falling into an unknown space. Ye Xuan's eyes widened in shock. Oh shit. When he looked down, he saw an incredibly mysterious world below. Inside the realm tower was indeed a completely different world. No wonder it was a treasure personally created by the sect leader of the Sword Immortal sect. Ning Xiao suddenly appeared right next to the main character, her eyes wide open as she looked around at everything. "I feel a presence inside the realm tower that seems connected to the system. If there's a way in, you'll have to give it your all to get as deep as possible," she said. Hearing this, Ye Xuan adjusted his stance, glaring down below as he replied, "All right, let's go explore." After flying for a while, Ye Xuan suddenly dropped down. He stood up, looking confused, and said, "Did we land? Why does it feel like the ground under my feet isn't very stable? It feels soft, almost like a ball." Looking down, he saw his foot stepping on the face of a creepy zombie. When he looked closer, he realized it wasn't just one zombie. It was thousands, tens of thousands of them, all opening their mouths to greet him. "Holy shit, what is this?" Ye Xuan exclaimed in shock as he saw the zombies with their mouths wide open screaming. He was terrified. This is so wrong. Zombies? Ye Xuan immediately jumped high into the air and summoned the ancient bronze seal. Ning Xiao, standing next to him, said, "These are Crimson Savage Sky Generals. They used to be cultivators who had their souls stolen by demons inside the tower, their bodies refined and turned into zombies. They don't have any special abilities, but their physical strength is incredible. They're on the same level as peak condensation cultivators." After hearing this, Ye Xuan swung the ancient bronze seal down, smashing one of the zombies' heads off. "Take that, peak chi condensation," he said, finishing off one zombie. Just as he was about to move on, another one with bulging eyes lunged at him, causing Ye Xuan to stare in shock. He immediately kicked the heads of the fast-moving zombies as he searched for a spot to counterattack. Not only did they have higher cultivation than him, but there were also more of them, making things quite troublesome. After moving for a while, Ye Xuan clung to a wall, looking down silently without saying a word. The zombies noticed him and quickly charged, mouths wide open, ready to devour the main character. He summoned the Mirror of Reflective Spirit Light and used it to perform a banishing technique against the demons and monsters. Once the Mirror of Reflective Spirit Light was activated, powerful beams of light shot out. With a single strike, Ye Xuan sent a surge of energy toward the zombies. As a result, his contribution points for killing them began to increase. After a while, the system showed a notification congratulating him for reaching a total of 2,000 contribution points. After using his full force, Ye Xuan continued to pant heavily. There are extreme training challenges in this realm tower that would really suit you. What you gain here will definitely be more than what you could achieve at the Sword Immortal sect. No wonder the older girls warned that this place is dangerous. I never thought I'd already use up all the charges for the Mirror of Reflective Spirit Light at the very start. From now on, I'll have to fight my way through everything. However, after the dust and smoke cleared, a person appeared curled up on the ground wearing tattered clothes. There was still one person left unharmed. Ye Xuan immediately raised the ancient bronze seal, aiming it at the figure on the ground, muttering to himself, "Just use the bronze seal to smash him to death." But unexpectedly, the body suddenly opened its eyes, showing it stomped its foot on the ground for leverage and then opened its mouth wide, lunging quickly toward Ye Xuan. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Seeing this scene, Ye Xuan's face turned pale, drained of all color, and sweat poured down his face. What? What is this? Seeing the strange old man charging toward him, Ye Xuan froze, unable to move. However, just as he was about to get closer, the old man suddenly stopped, looked up at Ye Xuan, and exclaimed, "After 100 years, someone has finally entered the realm tower." Snarling, snarling, the old man muttered strangely. Then he began to run in circles like a madman, stirring up dust and muttering to himself with wild lies. "We've got food now." Snarling, snarling. "Mustn't let the other old ones know, or there will be nothing left for me." Snarling, snarling, so hungry. Ye Xuan wiped the sweat from his brow, watching in disbelief. He doesn't have the aura of a monster. He must be human. But how long has he been trapped here? He's completely lost touch with reality, and from what he said, there are others like him inside this tower. Just as he was deep in thought, a sharp sword whooshed past his head, making Ye Xuan flinch. The eccentric old man appeared right in front of him, eyes intense and piercing, so much so that Ye Xuan nearly choked on his breath. "Who are you? State your sect," the old man barked. Then, without waiting for an answer, he tucked the sword under his arm, spun on the spot a few times, and left Ye Xuan staring in stunned silence. That speed, it has to be someone at the nascent soul stage, Ye Xuan thought. "I am Ye Xuan from the Sword Immortal sect." As soon as he heard that, the old man leaped back as if burned, eyes wide in disbelief. You're from the Sword Immortal sect, a disciple of that person." His grip on the sword tightened and a heavy pressure began radiating from him. "I can't let this go. I swore I'd never forgive them." Before Ye Xuan could respond, the old man raised his sword and charged forward, eyes burning with fury. "This is your end." At the lightning-fast attack of the old man, Ye Xuan's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in panic. "Wait, damn it. He really means business. I need to find his weakness. I have to find his weakness. He's hungry." Once the thought hit him, he immediately placed a dish of spicy braised pig's feet right in front of the old man. As soon as the old man saw the food, he immediately leaned in to sniff it. "What's this?" The old man muttered, "I traveled through 3 worlds, tasted dragon's tendon and phoenix marrow, but none of those scents compared to this." Seeing this, Ye Xuan let out a sigh of relief, though sweat still poured down his face. Luckily, he had won the bet. As expected, the old man was a glutton. This was spicy pig's feet, a flavor completely foreign to the cultivation world. This was a cooking technique Ye Xuan had brought with him when he crossed over. Realizing he had found the old man's weakness, Ye Xuan adopted a proud look and started shaking the dish back and forth, causing the old man to bounce along with it. "Do you want to try some?" Yes. What if you don't give it to me?" The old man's anger flared as he glared and shouted, "If you don't give it to me, I'll kill you and take it for myself." Ye Xuan, hearing this, squeezed the pig's feet until it crumbled in his palm. "Dare you," he said. The old man lifted his head, staring intently at the meat falling to the ground. "Wasting such a heavenly treasure. It's such a waste of the heavens." Without hesitation, the old man crawled down and began licking the fallen meat like a starving tiger, unwilling to let anything go to waste. So delicious, so delicious. This is even better than the dragon's flesh and phoenix marrow." Seeing this, Ye Xuan brought out another dish. Hey, wants some more?" The old man's eyes gleamed like diamonds. Of course, but let me ask you something first. For 10 answers, I'll give you one. What's your name?" The old man, upon hearing the question, put on a tough expression, crossed his arms, and arrogantly said, "Do you think someone as lowly as you could ever hear my name?" After hearing this, Ye Xuan grabbed a pig's foot and brought it to his mouth, causing the old man to burst into tears, crying uncontrollably. Hey, don't eat it. I'm Jian So." Ye Xuan's face darkened as he continued to ask, "What grudges do you have with the ancestor of the Sword Immortal sect?" Enough, the old man quickly replied. "That's all in the past. It means nothing to me now. I don't want to talk about it." But Ye Xuan immediately brought the pig's foot back to his mouth, which made the old man widen his eyes and sob even harder. Stop. I'll tell you. He and I were once brothers. To put it simply, we built this realm tower together. Most of the demons and monsters here were captured by me when I went down the mountain. But because our cultivation paths differed, he schemed against me and locked me in here. I had to endure all kinds of ridicule during my years in this tower. At this point, Jian-su let out a strange, eerie laugh. Ha ha, sword immoral? What a joke! Does he even deserve that title? With that, Jian-su jumped up and snatched the pig's foot from Ye Xuan's hand. So that's what's going on. This explains the strange situation in the Realm Tower. Wow, 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 it smells so good. The collapse of the Realm Tower is because someone on the heavenly layer is causing trouble. After speaking, old Jian-su realized he had let something slip. Oh, why did I say that? Never mind, never mind. Anyway, your cultivation level is too low. You can't even enter the Heavenly Gang level, and not even the 10th level of Earthly Sha can reach it. Even if I tell you, you really have the power to stop it. That heavenly layer has old monsters at the soul transformation stage, and I can't even touch them. If you go there, you're basically looking for your own death. Then who will make pig's feet for me to eat? If you built this realm tower, you must have a way to reinforce it, right? Old Jian-su heard this and turned around, shouting back, "What? You really want to save the realm tower? Even if I knew how, I wouldn't tell you. I've been hoping day and night just to get out of here. Why should I help you?" Ye Xuan, upon hearing this, froze for a moment and thought to himself, that's true. He's been imprisoned here for 1,000 years, full of hatred. He probably just wants to get out to take revenge. This isn't something that some pig's feet can solve. So what information do you have in your mind related to this tower? Tell me everything. Lao Jian-su heard this and threw the bone aside, saying quietly, "You still want to trap me, don't you?" After saying that, he stood up and walked off without a second glance. If we're not on the same path, then we're not on the same wavelength. I'm out of here. Ye Xuan let out a long sigh, then pulled out his prized possession, an exquisite bottle of wine. It seemed he had to use a different approach with this old man. He opened the bottle, and the rich aroma instantly filled the air. The fragrance hit Lao Jian-su, freezing him in place, his eyes widening. "Kid, is that another one of your treasures?" Ye Xuan went straight to the point, holding out the wine bottle. "The secrets of the Realm Tower. Give them to me, all of them. You're not scared how I trick you. If I die, you won't get to drink this wine or eat this food." Lao Jian-su, holding a roll of the secret manual, rushed over and snatched the bottle from Ye Xuan's hands. He dropped the secret manual to the ground and slowly began to vanish. "I advise you not to walk down a path to your own destruction." Ye Xuan picked up the roll of the secret manual, staring at it intensely. He thought to himself, is this all the secrets of the Realm Tower? After thinking for a moment, Ye Xuan crushed the rolled-up secret manual in his hand and closed his eyes tightly. Then the protagonist suddenly opened his eyes wide, shining with brilliant golden light. The older sisters were right. The Realm Tower itself is an incredibly powerful treasure. It has a total of 108 floors, divided into 72 floors of Earth Slaughter and 36 floors of Heaven's Guard. Each floor is guarded by fierce demons, and there's only one path to overcome them. The lowest Heaven's Guard floor is so dangerous that even Jian-su wouldn't dare enter. Just how terrifying must it be? Also, I've made another discovery. The design of this realm tower is very intricate. Every 9th floor has a section for maintenance. When the ancestor ascended, he left a will. Once every 10 years, 10 disciples at the nascent soul stage or above must enter the tower to keep it running and activate the mechanisms regularly. But in recent years, the Sword Immortal sect has been weakening. Even the Elders team isn't strong enough to carry this out. No wonder something happened to the Realm Tower. The older sisters just got married here, and their husbands died without even knowing that the tower needed reinforcement. Even if they did know, given the current state of the Sword Immortal sect, they couldn't gather 10 nascent soul experts. So, who's taking advantage of the situation and causing chaos? A while later, Ye Xuan entered a cave. He saw a glowing area ahead and thought to himself, forget about that for now. I need to try and activate the mechanisms of the first 9 floors. Ye Xuan continued walking, unaware that someone behind him was staring at him intently. When Ye Xuan reached the door, 2 shadowy figures began to whisper. I didn't expect the Realm Tower to have such a secret. I'll go down and check it out. You follow him. At the same time, in a different location, Elder Yuan Qin had brought along a group of elderly men and outer disciples to the massive grand structure of the Myriad Sword Alliance. Upon entering the Great Hall, Elder Yuan Qin cupped his hands and bowed respectfully to Lin Wanli. Yuan Qin pays respects to Lin's sect master. Nangdong Zhao has abused his power, showing no respect for hierarchy, causing you great humiliation. I truly cannot stand it any longer, so I've come here personally to submit. If I am given the position of sect master, I will absolutely follow your lead, Lin sect master. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanli spread his arms wide and said, you truly are a wise man. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the black curtain was pulled aside. Then show me your sincerity. Elder Yuan Qin glanced over. Behind the curtain was a mysterious array, and beneath it, Corpses were piled up, blood flowing everywhere. Soon after, on a blood-soaked orb, a man appeared, floating in midair, absorbing the blood essence from the bodies below. When old Yuan Qin saw this, he clenched his teeth in shock. This was a life force sacrifice for the Blood Demon's ancient formation, a spell from the Dark Sect. The only one capable of activating this kind of formation in the Emperor's Heaven Realm was the Blood Demon Patriarch. Could it be that Lin Wanli was in cahoots with him? The chaos at the Realm Tower must be related to them. The Sword Immortal Sect is in danger. Nangong Za was doomed this time. Lin Wanli's face darkened, a twisted smile appearing on his lips. This formation was tightly connected to the Realm Tower, but it required more living blood sacrifices and time was running out. "Are you willing to help the Alliance leader?" he asked. Old Yuan Qin broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. He thought to himself, as expected, Lin Wanli is suspicious by nature. If he wants my help, it looks like I'll have to cut off my own arm to get it. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and looked at his disciples. "My children," he said, "I have been a cruel master to you, and now you must be the ones to make the sacrifice." With that, he activated his technique, pulling the life force from his disciples, who struggled and screamed in hopelessness. "Master, no." In an instant, the outer disciples were completely absorbed into the formation, dying before they could even close their eyes. Their lifeblood was drawn into the strange dark orb. The violent power erupted around the sphere, fiercely entering the man's meridians. The man on the sphere turned out to be an old man. After he absorbed the blood essence, his eyes suddenly opened wide, his teeth clenched, and he thought to himself, "It's been 10 years. Sword Immortal Sect, this demon lord will crush you into dust." Meanwhile, in a different scene, Ye Xuan stood in front of a poisonous purple jellyfish and exclaimed, "I can't be this lucky. I just entered the 2nd floor and already ran into a level 2 magical beast. From Jianzhou's guidance, I know this is the Poison Sea Matriarch, a beast that guards this floor with cultivation at the peak of Ki condensation." Before he could make a move, the jellyfish released a beam of toxic light toward Ye Xuan, startling him into jumping up quickly. The poison spread across the ground, releasing strange, pungent smells. Ye Xuan stared, horrified at the disgusting sight. "Holy crap, the poison's unlike anything I've ever seen. Meow meow, its beast core is amazing. Give it to me. Feed me that. Feed me. I'm lucky enough not to get killed by it." After saying that, Ye Xuan realized something, quickly turned to Xiao Bai and shouted, Hey, hold on. How are you talking? I'm not the kind of guy who lives off others. Evolving a little isn't that surprising." After speaking, Xiao Bai stepped forward, pressed his head against Ye Xuan's cheek, and gently rubbed it. "Being my follower will bring great benefits. Work hard." A system message appeared. Poison Sea Matriarch is a top-tier level 2 magical beast affiliated with the wood element with venomous tentacles. Its weakness is that it fears attacks from the metal element. Ye Xuan glanced at the message, confused. Is this all the information about the Poison Sea Matriarch? It's at its peak, huh? And it even has a weakness? After saying that, Ye Xuan immediately summoned the ancient bronze seal and smiled with satisfaction. "Perfect, my ancient bronze seal is a metal element item. What a coincidence." Without hesitation, Ye Xuan threw the ancient bronze seal at the Poison Sea Matriarch's head, aiming for a fatal strike, hoping to knock its brain out. "Ha ha ha, a single brick will send you to your grave." After being hit in the head by the ancient bronze seal, the Poison Sea Matriarch began releasing toxic fumes and soon collapsed, dying. A system message appeared. "Congratulations, Master, for killing the Poison Sea Matriarch and earning 50 contribution points." The Poison Sea Matriarch fell from the sky right at Ye Xuan's feet. He was shocked and said, "Wow, I have so many contribution points today." Just as he spoke, Ning Xiao appeared next to him and exclaimed, "This creature was originally a boss guardian, very powerful. Even if you have the ability to find a small white cat that can see the essence of magical beasts, you still wouldn't have been able to defeat it so easily without that." Hearing that, Ye Xuan glanced over at Xiao Bai and thought to himself, even though Xiao Bai loves to eat, is lazy, doesn't have a main skill, and enjoys doing shameless things, he can still spot the weaknesses of magical beasts. What exactly is he? Oh well, whatever, I'll just keep him around. Even if he's a bit useless, it's fine. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "What a despicable thief!" Ye Xuan's face darkened as he looked over. Who was that? A powerful force shot toward him, fast as lightning. Ye Xuan quickly raised his ancient bronze seal to block the intense energy gritting his teeth, but the force was incredibly strong, grazing his face. The impact was so powerful, it sent him stumbling backward. Damn, that's strong, Ye Xuan thought, his hand shaking as he grabbed the ancient bronze seal. He had already refined 4 dragon bones and had the power of the heavenly army, but his arm still felt numb from that blow. This person couldn't be taken lightly. A foot, surrounded by spiritual energy, slowly stepped toward Ye Xuan. The next day, a young man appeared with a strong and muscular build, his entire body radiating intense spiritual energy. "Not bad," he said. "You took a hit from me and didn't die." "Who exactly are you?" he asked. The young man bared his sharp fangs and smirked. "I am a porcelain patrol from the 9th Realm Tower. What's a human like you doing sneaking around here?" With that, he tightly gripped his spear and charged forward, shouting, "I'm under orders from the Demon King to capture you." The porcelain patrol, wielding his spear with immense strength, lunged straight at Ye Xuan, causing him to jump back in surprise. Damn it! The Realm Tower even has an organized force like this, and there's a Demon King and patrollers too. In a life-or-death situation, Ye Xuan suddenly noticed a possible escape route behind him. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed toward it. As soon as he stepped through the passageway, Ye Xuan entered a whole new space. Before him stood an enormous demon beast, its 3 eyes fixed on him. The aura it exuded was unmistakably that of a demon beast. Could it be that the demon beast guarding this level was lying in wait by the entrance? Thinking this, Ye Xuan turned his head and looked at the stairs. If that's the case, then let them face each other. As he was deep in thought, the 3-eyed beast, with a fierce face and mouth wide open to reveal its sharp fangs, charged toward Ye Xuan. Just as the 3-eyed beast swung down, Ye Xuan quickly leaped into the air. At that moment, the porcelain patrol appeared, running with a spear and shouting, "You fool! Where do you think you're running to?" Before he could finish his sentence, he froze when he saw the 3-eyed beast. Before he could react, the beast charged directly at him, knocking him to the ground with a heavy blow. Furious, the porcelain patrol kicked the 3-eyed beast in the face with all of his strength. Then he raised his hand, unleashed his martial art technique, the Chaos 8-sided Storm. Immediately, he swept his spear across the beast's body, causing powerful gusts of air to coil tightly around the 3-eyed beast. The beast crashed to the ground, joining its ancestors. The porcelain patrol, sweating heavily, opened his mouth in shock and shouted, "Wait, why did I kill my own monster? Where's that thief?" Ye Xuan stood behind, watching the porcelain patrol as he kept looking around nervously. Unable to hold it in, Ye Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Not bad for a roaming warrior. You've helped me take down the enemy in no time. Impressive." Hearing this, the porcelain patrol started crying rivers of tears, cursing the stupidity of humans. "Do you realize how serious this mistake is? My reward for this year is completely gone, and they're even cutting my pay. I can't take this shock." With that, the porcelain patrol grabbed his spear and charged at Ye Xuan. "I have to kill you to redeem myself. Go to hell." He launched a powerful attack, but Ye Xuan quickly ducked to avoid it. Then he sprang up, eyes locked on the waves of energy in front of him. He realized the entrance to the next level hadn't opened yet, and there was nowhere to escape. He was going to have to fight this monster. But the patrol's weapons were many, making it difficult to deal with. Just as Ye Xuan dodged an impressive strike, a blast of energy from the porcelain patrol shot straight at him, making him grit his teeth and widen his eyes in shock. Suddenly, a burst of red energy swept by, knocking the patrol's attack off course. However, the pink mist only brushed past lightly and then disappeared, leaving Ye Xuan completely stunned. The porcelain patrol, with an angry look on his face, pointed at Ye Xuan and shouted, "What kind of dark magic did you use? Where's my weapon?" Hearing this, Ye Xuan suddenly realized something and grinned maliciously. With newfound confidence, he charged at the porcelain patrol, yelling, "Ha ha! Without your precious Ba Dian Long, you're like an old tiger without teeth. Let's see how I handle you." "You're talking big. Even without the Ba Dian Long, I'll still cut you down." But as soon as he finished speaking, the pink mist reappeared and rushed toward the porcelain patrol, attacking him. "Shit, where's that coming from?" Taking advantage of the moment, Ye Xuan rushed in and slammed the ancient bronze seal right into the porcelain patrol's face. "Here's a gift for you, head." The porcelain patrol, now taking hit after hit, quickly opened a teleportation portal and ran off, looking to tattle. "This fight is too weird. I should head back first." "What's the rush? Aren't you even going to try for a better result?" Porcelain Patrol's face had gone pale, as if all color had drained from it. He raised both hands, muttering an incantation to activate a teleportation spell. "You don't understand. A strong body is the foundation for lasting centuries. I'll be back tomorrow, and you won't be so lucky next time." With that, he disappeared in a flash of light. "Running off again, huh? Figures. When things go south, even the loudest ones know when to vanish," Ye Xuan muttered. "Well, not bad. I could use a short break." But just then, the faint scent of that luminous powder returned to the air. Ye Xuan's expression shifted. He clasped his hands and turned slightly. "Thank you, hidden warrior, for aiding me in silence. Why not come out and greet me properly?" Yet even as his words faded, the shadow that had been lingering nearby melted into the air without a trace. Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes. Humph, I guess I'll need to get creative if I want to see your real identity. While he was still pondering, Xiao Bai darted toward the fallen body of the three-eyed beast with eager speed. Before the little creature could sink its teeth in, Ye Xuan grabbed it by the scruff. Whoa there, I didn't give you the go-ahead yet. What's with this instinct? Feed a cat once and now it thinks it's royalty. Fine, go ahead and eat. But in return, you better tell me everything you know about the spirit's weakness. Hearing this, Xiao Bai immediately leaned close to Ye Xuan's ear and whispered, So that's how it is. Ha ha, fate's a tricky thing. If you dare come here, you'll be putting your life on the line. With that, Ye Xuan moved to a corner to meditate while Xiao Bai happily enjoyed his food. There was still plenty of time, so he figured he'd just practice a little. The next day, while Ye Xuan was meditating, a teleportation circle appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, the porcelain patrol showed up, carrying a spear over his shoulder, striking a dramatic pose. He shouted, Well, well, look who's back. Surprised, huh? These two are my life's treasured weapons. Summon them, and I'm here instantly. Ha ha. After saying that, he pointed the spear at Ye Xuan's head and yelled, Kid, this time I'm going to strip you clean to get back what's mine. I know you're busy, so you can leave now. Hearing that, the porcelain patrol looked irritated and sat off to the side. Fine, whatever. But just a moment later, he turned back with an angry expression. Wait a minute, you're not even my beloved lord. Why should I listen to you? After speaking, the porcelain patrol immediately swung his spear and charged at Ye Xuan, shouting, Prepare to die. See how you handle this move. Xiao Bai used his holy water burst skill and shot it straight into the face of the porcelain patrol. What the hell is that in my eyes? The porcelain patrol roared, his face filled with frustration. Annoyed by the scene, Ye Xuan grinned mischievously. Ha, didn't expect that, huh? My urine has a strong acidic effect on the eyes of demons. It could even blind you. Could you be going blind for real? Taking advantage of the porcelain patrol's confusion, Xiao Bai kept mocking him. You want my life, huh? The porcelain patrol frantically waved his spear around, yelling, Oh, my parents. It hurts so much, I'm going crazy. Damn you. Go die already. Ye Xuan gripped his bronze staff tightly and charged forward, shouting, Die already. But then something made Ye Xuan's eyes widen in shock. In that moment, he was suddenly trapped by the porcelain patrol's air currents. You little brat, the porcelain patrol said. I can't deny that you're the strongest human body I've ever encountered. Then he struck Ye Xuan with a deadly palm strike to the chest, causing Ye Xuan's eyes to bulge and his face to go pale. But you still have to die. A splash of blood erupted. Ye Xuan collapsed, falling beneath the shadow of the demon. When he collapsed to the ground, the fox girl stepped out from the teleportation portal, her face filled with fear as she called out loudly, Ye Xuan, don't scare me. Ye Xuan. She opened her eyes wide, drenched in sweat. The fox girl gently supported Ye Xuan's head, feeling a wave of sadness as she thought to herself, I was too careless. I never expected the monster's cultivation to be this strong. Now we can't leave the realm tower. What should I do? She then thought, this isn't good. I'll have to try testing his vital energy to see if it can protect his heart pulse. After that, she placed her hand on his chest and felt something strange. Oh, what's this? Why is it so hard? Curiously, she pulled it out, and it turned out to be Ye Xuan's mirror of reflective spirit light. So it's a mirror? Suddenly, a scream echoed in the distance. The fox girl heard it, and her eyes shot open. She glanced far ahead and saw the porcelain patrol being overwhelmed by some unseen force, blood spilling everywhere. How could this happen? He's only at the QI condensation lower stage. How could I die at his hands? At this point, she realized something and became furious. Pretending? You're still pretending with me? You dare deceive me? Watch me kill you. Ye Xuan pressed his entire face into the fox girl's speakers, his face turning bright red. Eighth sister, please spare me. I'm sure a beautiful, kind, and powerful fairy secretly helped me. It really was eighth sister. The fox girl stared into Ye Xuan's eyes and snapped. You damn bastard sure know how to sweet talk. Who'd want to protect you? I'm here to check why the realm tower is unstable. If it weren't for that, how could a brat like you save our sect? She paused, then added, You're getting a bit tough with your words, aren't you? It's obvious you're worried about me. You still can't keep your promise from 10 years ago, can you? Hearing this, the fox girl quickly shoved Ye Xuan away and got up to run off. Stop talking nonsense. Who cares about some silly promise with you? She didn't get very far before Ye Xuan caught up with her and held her tightly. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Speaking of that, eighth sister, hot at the top of the sword discourse rankings of the 5 great sects. Don't you think it's about time you rewarded me? Get lost. Did I say anything about rewarding you? But you can pretty responsible. Even with how dangerous the realm tower is, you still dared to go in. It's kind of touching. But I don't care about bloodlines, I only care about the safety of my sisters. The fox girl pushed Ye Xuan's face away. Hey, calm down, brat. Don't forget, before your cultivation surpasses mine, you won't be able to break the eye technique. But Big Sister arranged it for me, and after we leave the realm tower, I'll train together with my sisters in both yin and yang. What do you think of that? When Ye Xuan heard this, a fox girl flicked his forehead. Where's your head at? Big Sister's arrangement for training means practicing the 9 heavens' mysterious extinction and 9 suns' mysterious mother techniques, the yin-yang harmony. Nah, that other thing. Ah, I see now. I thought it was something else. After finishing her words, Ye Xuan shot a twisted glance, her face filled with an expression like no other. But doesn't 8 Sisters' poison need to be merged first? No sooner had she spoken than a voice suddenly rang out, startling both the fox girl and Ye Xuan, making them widen their eyes in surprise. Merge? What are you talking about? The voice came from a beautiful young woman, none other than Ye Xuan's 7th eldest sister, Duan Mufu. Oh, so 7th eldest sister is here too. Hey, what were you two just talking about? Ye Xuan and the fox girl blushed and became flustered when they heard this. Don't misunderstand, we were just talking. Well, about cultivation. Haha, we were talking about cultivation levels and training. Yeah, that's it. With a serious look on her face, Duan Mufu stepped forward, causing them both to sweat nervously. 7th eldest sister is really the #1 mysterious and aloof assassin in the cultivation world. Just one glance from her makes me feel like my whole body, even my soul, is frozen. Then she shut her eyes tightly and sighed. All right, anyway, I'm only concerned about stabilizing the realm tower. Right? How's the situation over there? Have you checked it? Duan Mufu's face darkened as she frowned deeply. Just as the old man had said, there was a demon blood formation outside the realm tower that was affecting the protective array, causing the demon forces to go into a frenzy. If no one entered the reinforced mechanism of the tower, the entire structure would collapse. Ye Xuan heard this and angrily clenched his fist. I remember 2nd Sister said that the blood curse formation was created by the blood demon patriarch, and it's extremely wicked. It seems like this has to be connected to that old thief. But right now, the most important thing is to reinforce the realm tower and deal with the riot. As he said this, Ye Xuan put his arm around the shoulders of his 2 younger sisters. I believe that as long as the 3 of us join forces, we'll definitely scare him out of his wits and shatter his soul, he said with a laugh. But just as he finished speaking, a delicate hand brushed Ye Xuan's face aside, rejecting his words. Then, a sharp, hidden blade swished past him. No way. Bringing you along will only slow us down. Hearing these words from the 2 girls, Ye Xuan felt like a sharp arrow had pierced his heart. He felt as though he was something discarded, someone of no value. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back. The fox-like girl sat down beside him, forcefully pulling the arrow out, then putting it back and pulling it out again before speaking gently to comfort him. 7th eldest sister is being a bit harsh. How could she say that men are slow? But she's not wrong in a way. We should split up into 3 groups. It'll be better. 8th sister, maybe you should stop trying to comfort me. Duan Mufu turned around and left, her eyes tightly shut as she spoke. I'm heading to the heavenly suppression level. You 2 can take care of the earth slaughter level yourselves. 7th eldest sister, no. Even though your cultivation is at the mid-nascent soul stage, challenging the heavenly suppression level alone is still tough. Come back. However, Duan Mufu ignored the words of the fox girl, making her so angry that she nearly steamed from her ears. This guy is really something. Big Sister only told us to keep an eye on you, not to go to the Celestial Tower, so Big Sister sent them to protect me. Big Sister is so kind. But is 7th eldest sister really okay on her own? After thinking for a moment, Ye Xuan stood up quickly, glaring ahead, and said, with things being this way, how about 8th sister handles strengthening the traps from level 36 to 72, and I'll take care of 36 and below. That should be the most effective. We'll also be able to get to 7th eldest sister faster. The fox girl fell silent for a moment before responding. Looks like that's the only option. You can't let her fight alone. Take this, and if you're in danger, crush it. I'll come right away. Ye Xuan reached out to take the magical artifact. All right, be careful yourself. After their conversation, the 2 of them split and ran in different directions. At the same time, Elder Jian So, sitting behind a large rock, watched Ye Xuan and muttered to himself. I knew it. No wonder that kid dared to go into the tower alone. Turns out he has 2 nascent soul stage immortals with him. Pity though, there aren't enough people. With 10, they'd have a chance, but with just the 3 of them, None of them will get out of here, and the soul is already dead. The demon emperor's side should have made a move by now. Kid, I'll wait to take all the good stuff from you. Heh. At the same time, in the realm of the prison tower on the 72nd floor, there stood an incredibly grand and magnificent structure. Inside the main hall, thousands of demonic beasts knelt before a demon king. This was the demon king of the earth-sinking floor, Huang Biao. Was Jingming really killed by some random rat-like envoy? A servant stepped forward with a magical artifact for Huang Biao. He hefted the weapon onto his shoulder and, with a sneering grin, said, I want to see which god or spirit thinks they can break into my realm of the prison tower and kill my patrol envoy. As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman's foot stepped forward and she spoke. Father, wait. A beautiful girl walked boldly up to Huang Biao. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill Fly. Let me handle this small matter. This girl was Ye Xuan, the princess of the demon tribe in the realm of the prison tower. Upon hearing this, Huang Biao immediately stood up and walked toward King Xian. My dear daughter, this is no trivial matter. The outsider, even though at the quaked condensation lower level, was powerful enough to defeat Jing Ming. He's not someone to take lightly. King Xian, undeterred, walked up to him, took his hand, and smiled brightly. How could Jing Ming compare to me? Father, I've been inside the tower since birth. I'm so tired of dealing with these monsters. It's not every day that someone from the outside comes in. Let me go and take care of him. It'll be a great way to relieve my boredom. Huang Biao heard of this and glanced away, sweating heavily and seeming a bit hesitant about this. Before he could say more, King Xian turned to him, pouting, and waved her hand dismissively. If you don't agree with me, I won't care about you anymore. Huang Biao, hearing this, helplessly raised his hand and waved it in surrender. Ray, go ahead, have fun for a while. In a few days, when the realm of the prison tower collapses and we're out, kill as many as you want. As soon as he finished speaking, King Xian turned into a streak of light and flew off. You're the best dad. Just stay home and wait for the good news from me. However, once she was gone, Huang Biao's expression darkened. My Ning, follow her and protect the princess. Report every move she makes to me. Yes, don't worry, my lord. At the same time, in a different place, Ye Xuan approached the body of the patrol officer. Ning Xiao, you can go outside and collect the corpse now. All right, I'll handle it. Immediately, the system message appeared. Congratulations, Master, you have killed a core formation cultivator. You've retrieved the corpse and magical tools. You've earned a total of 3,000 contribution points, and your divine rank has increased by 3 levels. The numbers on the system began to shift, and when Ning Xiao saw the results on the display, his eyes widened in shock. Congratulations. After the system upgrades successfully, it'll become much more powerful and diverse. But is there any treasure left to claim? With how dangerous the realm of the prison tower is, having more trump cards would definitely increase your chances of survival. Of course there are, the response came. But I suggest you use some of your contribution points to appraise the ancient bronze seal first. It's clearly a treasure and would be a shame to use it like just another brick. That was true. But why was your attitude so different today? You used to always look so grumpy. Ning Xiao heard this and blinked, then put a finger to his lips, because the customer is king. How many contribution points do you still have left? As a customer service representative, I naturally have to welcome you with a smile. After hearing this, Ye Xuan immediately pulled a twisted, mischievous expression. Customer service, huh? In that case, you should wear a bunny outfit, then I'll be even more excited. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Xiao slapped Ye Xuan across the face, waking him up with a jolt. No more trying to act all high and mighty. Ye Xuan raised his hand to clutch his red cheek, dazed and speechless. So much for saying the customer is king. You're not being honest at all. After that, Ye Xuan took out his ancient bronze seal, cleared his throat, and got down to business. How many contribution points does it take to appraise the ancient bronze seal? Ning Xiao took the ancient bronze seal in her hands, stared at it for a moment, and then spoke up. This item has a huge background. Just identifying it will cost at least 1,000 contribution points. Please, I'm begging you. This is too much. Buying a life costs several thousand contribution points, and identifying it once takes 1,000 points. Isn't this just blood-sucking? Upon hearing this, Ning Xiao gave her a look of disdain. Well, it's up to you. If you're not willing to identify it, there's no way to fully unleash its power. What she said makes sense, though. If identifying it can help me break through the stages quickly, then it might be worth it. All right, just identify it already. With that, Ning Xiao shot a stream of white energy at the ancient bronze seal. Thank you, customer. 1,000 points have been deducted. However, something unexpected happened as the energy from Ning Xiao's hands caused her to widen her eyes in shock. She stretched both hands forward, channeling spiritual energy into the ancient bronze seal, and beads of sweat quickly formed on her forehead. Seeing this, Ye Xuan was startled and panicked. Hey, you don't have to risk everything for money like this, right? Are you trying to be like Jing Ming? Adding more to your life isn't worth it. Do you think I'm willing? I just checked and found out that there's a restriction from Guangchengzi in the Nine Mountains Peach Garden above it. If I keep going, it will backfire on me. A little while later, the ancient bronze seal fell to the ground with a loud thud and spiritual energy spread out everywhere. After finishing the task, Ning Xiao turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. All right, the appraisal is done. I need to head back and rest for a bit. You can take your time to look over it. The system interface appeared, showing that the Heaven Reversing Seal was one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts. Ye Xuan was stunned when he saw the shocking information. The original form of this artifact was the entire Mount Buchu, which Guangchengzi had transformed into a magical seal. After Guangchengzi passed this seal to his disciple Yin Jiao, he ordered him to go down the mountain and eliminate the enemies. But unexpectedly, Yin Jiao betrayed him, using the Heaven Reversing Seal to harm the people. Guangchengzi went down the mountain to make peace, only to be struck by this seal, losing his senses. After Guangchengzi's death, the seal shattered, and its fragments scattered across the 3 realms. If all the pieces were gathered, more divine abilities could be unlocked. After reading the information, Ye Xuan immediately raised the ancient bronze seal high and broke into a joyful laugh. Ha! So this thing is actually an ancient divine artifact. How amazing. It can even be used to suppress demons and monsters. I can't believe it. This artifact, by chance, ended up in my hands. Looks like I'm in luck. Oh, and please deduct 1,000 more for the appraisal fee. When Ye Xuan heard Ning Xiao's words, he felt like crying. Please don't. If you keep deducting, how will I be able to buy the cultivation technique for the Heaven Reversing Seal? Aren't we in business to think long term? You still have 1,000 contribution points. Do you want to buy a skill? Don't get your hopes up, someone said. Ye Xuan heard this and immediately pointed at his own face. Don't underestimate me. It's just about earning contribution points, right? I'll go get them for you. I'll step into the 4th floor of the realm of the prison tower, and as soon as I walk in, I'll run into a group of headless monsters. Their faces are right on their chests, and they charge right at you. The physical strength of these heavenly beast-like creatures isn't that strong. Can you use the dragon seal and the ancestral dragon emperor's bone to take them out? Hearing this, Ye Xuan immediately launched his attack. 13th dragon seal, 9th layer. In the blink of an eye, a phantom of a dragon appeared behind him. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan delivered powerful punches at the headless monsters, completely wiping them out. Congratulations, Master. You have earned 1,000 contribution points. When he reached the 5th floor, Ye Xuan immediately encountered a tree demon, fiercely releasing a surge of demonic energy. Master, this tree demon is afraid of fire. Burn it, and you'll be fine. He took out the Heaven-Raging Fury sword, which he had stolen from Long Sa. The sword had a fire attribute. Watch my move. Ye Xuan charged forward and delivered a devastating strike, splitting the tree demon in 2. A fierce flame erupted as a result. Congratulations, Master, on reaching 2,000 contribution points. As you stepped onto the 6th floor, you immediately saw a herd of bulls charging towards you. So, these must be the Bloodhoof Savage Ryu. I know what this is, Ye Xuan said. With that, Ye Xuan began to untie his belt, making Xiao Bai break into a cold sweat. Master, why are you taking off your pants? You're not planning to go crazy and make money, are you? Getting ready to sell your butt? Xiao Bai asked nervously. You wouldn't understand, Ye Xuan replied. I'm getting ready for work. After a bit of fiddling, Ye Xuan pulled out a pair of small red underwear from a famous brand. He twirled the underwear on the tip of his finger, placed his hands on his hips, and said confidently, no matter if you're a wild bull or a mad bull, I guarantee this red underwear will take care of you. Ha! Ye Xuan then tapped his cheek, gave a sharp glare ahead, and smiled. With a quick spin, he turned around and ran, still spinning the underwear. Come on, come and chase me. After running for a while, the bulls suddenly stopped. They stared wide-eyed at the ancient bronze seal hovering above Ye Xuan's head, sweating profusely. In the next instant, the ancient bronze seal slammed down with a thundering crash, sending clouds of dust flying. The bulls quickly turned into soft, squished, and utterly defeated creatures. Congratulations, Master, on reaching 3,000 contribution points. After receiving the notification, Ye Xuan casually stood with his hands on his hips, striking a pose as if he were some kind of mighty hero. He was already at the 6th level. This should be enough contribution points, right? With just over 7,000 points, did he really think he was better than everyone else? It was still too early for that. Hearing this, Ye Xuan immediately opened the system interface. I can't believe how expensive this cultivation manual is. As soon as Ye Xuan touched the book on the system interface, the price appeared. It's only about 10 million. Ye Xuan's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the price. He opened his mouth wide and shouted in disbelief. Holy shit, 10 million? Are you guys robbing me? After that, Ye Xuan quickly pulled himself together and walked forward. He shoved Ning Xiao against the tree, grinning like a mischievous villain, and said, "Hey, can I put this on credit?" Before Ye Xuan could finish his sentence, Ning Xiao slapped him hard across the face, nearly dislocating his jaw. Get lost. If you want it, buy it. If not, then forget it. Ye Xuan raised his hand to his cheek, feeling the sting of the slap, but still pretending to be heartbroken like a sad bird. Is the credit limit not enough? So what if I go into debt? I'll buy the first page first. Don't you dare think about it. The first page is just the table of contents. It's useless if you buy it. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan made a pitiful face, his eyes brimming with fake tears. Ning Xiao, come on, what's wrong with making some spiritual energy? The most important thing is flexibility. You've got to diversify your sales methods like offering credit, paying upfront. You need to do whatever it takes to make more, right? After hearing those words, Ning Xiao felt a bit moved. She started thinking for a moment, then tossed the cultivation manual to Ye Xuan. The Shard of Heaven's Heart has a total of 100 chapters. You could think of each chapter as being worth 100,000 contribution points. All right, given your leveling speed, you should be able to pay back those 100,000 contribution points. I'll put the first chapter on credit for you. If you can't repay it, then your life will be the collateral. A little while later, Ye Xuan opened the manual and began to absorb its contents. Countless lines of text appeared before him, and his body was soon enveloped by streams of golden spiritual energy. An illusory golden dragon emerged from his body and flew out, merging with the ancient bronze seal. After a short while, as the golden dragon and the ancient bronze seal fused together, they formed a beautiful and intricate seal. Ye Xuan held the newly created seal in his hand and couldn't help but laugh with joy. Haha, success! The heaven-reversing seal. This time, those demons and monsters in the prison tower won't know what hit them. A little later, Ye Xuan made his way to the 7th floor. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in his ears. He froze as if the sound had consumed his soul. At the same time, a girl from the demon tribe peeked out from behind a tree, watching Ye Xuan intently. She flew over to Ye Xuan and poked her hand into his chest, but Ye Xuan stood still, motionless, his eyes rolling back. So she turned around with a bright, cheerful smile and said, "Ladies, come over here." He's totally mesmerized and lost his mind. At the sound of her call, a group of 3-headed demonesses appeared and surrounded Ye Xuan, an actual human. It's been almost a year since anyone entered the realm of the prison tower, and he smells so good, so good. His soul must be incredibly delicious. I'm craving it already, leader. Let's start eating. As the 3-headed demonesses rushed toward Ye Xuan, ready to feast, tears began to stream down his face. Oh no, why is he crying? If he's upset, his soul will turn sour. That won't taste good. If that happens, we'll have to figure out how to cheer him up. After discussing it, the leader of the group crossed her arms, frowning in annoyance. Stupid man, what do you like the most? Hearing her voice, Ye Xuan's pupils started to return to normal. He reached into his clothes and answered, I love watching beautiful women dance. From his clothes, Ye Xuan pulled out some provocative pictures of girls dressed as bunnies dancing in these outfits. The 3-headed demonesses eagerly grabbed the pictures to take a look. This outfit is so strange, it looks like a bunny demon. It really does. But what's this about dancing? Just dance. All right, ladies, let's get on with it. After the dance, we can enjoy the feast. After their brief discussion, the 3-headed demonesses quickly started putting on their own bunny cosplay outfits. Then, each of the 3-headed demonesses struck a pose showing off for Ye Xuan. When Ye Xuan saw this, he immediately raised 2 fingers and his nose bubbled like a volcano erupting. Wonderful. This is even better than some of those girl groups, right? At that moment, the 3-headed demonesses began to realize what was going on and got extremely angry. Leader, look, he's awake now. This trickster actually dared to deceive us. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan half closed his eyes and pulled some cotton out of his ears. This isn't a trick. You all wanted to show off your skills, so what else was I supposed to do? The 3-headed demonesses glared at him, their eyes blazing with fury, and quickly turned their gaze towards Ye Xuan. Sisters, let's kill him. However, something made the demoness leader freeze in shock. The whole group was suddenly trapped by Ye Xuan's powerful aura. You scoundrel, let us go right now. Ye Xuan casually scratched his mouth with a finger. Ning Xiao, you said the system's level has tripled, so doesn't that mean you should level up too? What exactly are you planning to do now? Ye Xuan then flashed a friendly smile. I see you've been working so hard on your own, so I'll lighten your load a bit. How about I sell these demonesses to you as laborers to clear some of your debt? My place could really use some extra hands. Deal? You already have 7,000 contribution points. After deducting the 100,000 for the Shard of Heaven's Heart, you're left with a negative balance of 93,000. So let's just round up and call it even. These demonesses can cover that for you. Once the order was confirmed, Ning Xiao immediately called back the group of three-headed succubi, deducting 90,000 contribution points. Suddenly, Xiao Bai flew in from somewhere, hopping onto Ye Xuan's head and sniffing the air with his nose in the air. Hey, Xiao Bai, why'd you run off like that? Master, I think I can smell the presence of the ancestral dragon Emperor's bone on the floor above. As soon as Ye Xuan heard this, he immediately jumped up and ran off in a panic. What? Why didn't you say anything sooner? Let's go! He dashed up the stairs and to the entrance of the next level, then stopped at a stretch of sand. Looking up, Ye Xuan realized he was standing in the middle of another desert. Damn it. In front of him, a demonic beast was flapping its wings, soaring through the air. Suddenly, a powerful blast of force shot toward Ye Xuan, startling him and making him leap backward. Ye Xuan sat up quickly, glaring at the demonic beast, spitting out a mouthful of sand. Shit, what just flew by? That made me swallow a whole bunch of sand. Master, the ancestral dragon Emperor's bone is inside that giant eagle. Hurry, chase it down. Hearing this, Ye Xuan immediately summoned his heaven-raging fury sword. Piece of cake. Now that I know how to control a sword, let's do this. Ye Xuan climbed onto his heaven-raging fury and quickly closed the gap, chasing right behind the eagle. The two, a man and a demonic beast, raced across one sand dune after another. The evil shot an angry glance back, raised a paw, and released a powerful burst of energy. Damn it, die already. The evil's attack caused a loud explosion, sending a shockwave through the air. Then, it stared ahead in surprise. Looking down at the hole in the ground, the evil couldn't see Ye Xuan anywhere. Huh? Where did he go? The main character suddenly appeared behind the evil and said, Hey, you're lucky. This seal just got upgraded, and you're the first one to try it. With that, Ye Xuan slammed the heaven-reversing seal straight onto the eagle, sending it crashing to the ground. The impact was so strong that when the eagle hit the earth, it exploded in a massive blast, sending shockwaves in all directions. Ye Xuan landed in front of the eagle's body and saw that the demon core and the ancestral dragon Emperor's bone had been released from its body. With just one seal and I've taken down a peak-level 3rd-tier demonic beast. This heaven-reversing seal is insanely powerful. At this rate, I could probably capture a whole week's worth of breakthroughs. He said, grabbing the ancestral dragon Emperor's bone. He then sat down and began to absorb its energy. Anyway, I'm about to reach the 9th level, and who knows what kind of powerful enemy might be waiting. Even with the divine weapon boosting me, it's safer to absorb this dragon bone first and strengthen my defenses before moving on. A little while later, Ye Xuan finished his training, his eyes half closed in a dazed state. Suddenly, a powerful force shot toward him, causing him to freeze in shock. What the hell is going on here? As the attack approached, Ye Xuan gritted his teeth, raising his hand to block. The two forces collided with a burst of blinding light. In an instant, King Xian appeared right in front of him. I didn't expect your cultivation to be so weak, but your physical strength is similar to that of the demon tribe. You're worthy of fighting me. The scythe was about to strike him in the face, and Ye Xuan immediately jumped up, flying into the air. Damn it, not now of all times to be attacked during my critical training session, and it's a high-level core formation expert too. After taking a blow from King Xian, Ye Xuan was pushed back and Ning Xiao appeared instantly. He leaned close to Ye Xuan's ear and whispered, Your divine level choice has arrived. What would you choose when facing a formidable enemy you've never encountered before? 1. Kneel and beg for mercy. Who would have it worse than me? The system will immediately teleport you out of the tower. 2. Be a real man and hunt down the demon tribe princess. The reward is unlimited top-tier intelligence. Ye Xuan accepted the mission, sluggishly getting to his feet. He glared at King Xian, thinking to himself, Leave the tower? If I leave, the Sword Immortal sect will be in danger. I can't go. I have to stand my ground. I can do this. She mentioned the human race and the demon tribe a few times, and it seems like she really values bloodlines. Right now, I'm still refining my inner energy. My tension feels hollow, and there's no way I can break through to the peak of the core formation stage. Miss, how should I address you? At this point, my only option is to appear confident, though it's far from a proper strategy. Hearing Ye Xuan's question, King Xian stepped forward. You really think a mere human like you deserves to know my name? Then she leaned in, whispering softly into the Ye Xuan's ear, Are you trying to stall for time? Don't worry, I won't strike you while you're still weakened. Ye Xuan turned to look at her, barely suppressing a laugh. Ha, so you're someone who's lived a sheltered life. You won't strike when someone's down. If it were me, I would draw my sword long ago. In battle, you take every chance you get. Right now, I need to use this time to refine the dragon bone. This girl, she's young, probably raised in a palace or sect, with no idea how cruel a world can be. That's her only weakness, and it's the one I can use. Meeting me might be the lesson she needs about how the world really works. And once I start something, I finish it. While these thoughts ran through Ye Xuan's mind, a sudden surge of power raced toward him, making him instinctively brace himself. Mai Ning charged forward with her sword drawn, darting past Ye Xuan so swiftly that he blinked in surprise. She landed gracefully in the settling dust, striking a poised stance. Seeing both women before him, Ye Xuan's eyes widened. Seriously, another beauty, and she's at core formation too. Mai Ning stopped, clasped her hands, and bowed. Princess King Xian, I've been sent by the Demon King to assist you. My father, he always says he trusts me, but then he secretly sends someone like you. It's not your strength he questions, it's the dangers of the world outside. He fears I'll fall victim to the deceptions of the human race. Before she could finish, King Xian scowled. You think I'm some clueless fool? Just because you say I've been tricked. Do you think that makes it true? Hearing this, Mai Ning immediately turned around, raised her sword, glared at Ye Xuan, and shouted, Princess, don't let this vile human soil your hands. I am willing to do it for you. Did the intel come through? The blonde girl with the ears, so she's the princess of the demon tribe. And that person called Mai Ning, is she her bodyguard? Her master, rebellious and proud, and the bodyguard, hot-headed and impulsive, had a strategy in hand. After thinking for a moment, Ye Xuan stood up, extended his hand, and cheerfully said, Look, Mist, it seems like you have a deep grudge against the human race, don't you? Could it be that you've been betrayed by a man before? How could it be that way? The human race is despicable, but how could you compare yourself to the demon tribe? Ye Xuan noticed the change in King Xian's expression and thought, Wait a minute. Why is the princess suddenly looking so cold? She changed her face as soon as Mai Ning mentioned wiping out humans. Plus, she's really sensitive about her bloodline. Could she be a half-blood between humans and demons? This just got easier. Let's keep going. Today, I'll show her what a truly simple society looks like. Humans are the ones who are complicated. Oh, is that so? The human race is despicable, huh? Could you explain what exactly is so despicable about it? Mai Ning, hearing this, narrowed her eyes, frowned, and shouted angrily, It's your human race. Weak cultivation, corrupt morals. You're nothing but flies buzzing around. In any aspect, you'll never be able to stand on equal footing with the demon tribe. Those words, once spoken, made the entire atmosphere fall silent. King Xian bit her lip tightly, her face darkening, and a violent killing intent erupted from her body. Ye Xuan glanced over at King Xian, smirking slyly. Well, aren't you just indirectly insulting me? Mai Ning noticed and immediately turned, kneeling at King Xian's feet. Princess, I didn't mean to insult you. This is all that bastard's fault. He provoked me, and I forgot that your mother is human. She's especially sensitive about her mixed heritage, human and monster. I've always looked down on humans in front of her. What should I do now? Without thinking, Mai Ning grabbed her sword and lunged forward, her eyes burning with a fierce killing intent. You piece of trash. It's all your fault for tearing us apart. I'm going to kill you. But this time, when Mai Ning attacked, Ye Xuan just stood there with his arms crossed, completely unfazed, almost bizarrely calm. King Xian's magical weapon shot forward to block Mai Ning's sword. She glared at Mai Ning in silence and then said, So what if you're human or a monster? As long as you have strength, even with mixed blood, human and monster, you can roam the world freely. This girl has a fair amount of the insight and will of a human cultivator. Princess, I didn't mean that, Mai Ning quickly responded. King Xian narrowed her eyes and spoke sharply. Did I ever order you to kill him? Is it you who've overstepped your bounds? Now is the best time to strike, but even if we wait for him to recover, what difference does it make? He's like a mouse trying to fight a cat. Have you ever seen a cat in danger from a mouse? Don't sacrifice the big picture for small gains. Don't lose the pride of my demon tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, King Xian's magical artifact was aimed straight at Ye Xuan's face, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Human, don't think I don't know what you're planning. It's just that this princess isn't interested in such dirty schemes. If you want to live, give me a reason not to kill you right here and now. Ye Xuan replied bluntly. You have no reason not to kill me. Hearing this, King Xian's face turned purple with rage. Her eyes widened as she shouted angrily. What do you mean by that? You vile little rat. Why aren't you begging for mercy? Facing King Xian's sharp moo-wheel scythe, Ye Xuan simply smirked and smiled calmly. What I mean is, I've already fought once. My spiritual energy is low. If you want to kill me, now's your only chance. I won't hide it from you. I'm practicing a very powerful technique. Once I've mastered it, I'll beat you so badly, you'll be terrified for your life. Ha ha, now's your only chance to kill me. Mai Ning, hearing this, lifted her head and stared wide-eyed. Princess, this man is full of tricks. We can't let him fool us. Let me kill him for you. Mai Ning, ever the opportunist, was still trying to convince her, even after everything that had happened. She didn't seem to care about being straightforward. Ye Xuan spread his arms wide, tilted his head back, and said loudly, I wheeled my knife and laughed to the sky, daring to challenge the two immortal pillars of Kunlun. The demon tribe was truly laughable, filled with pride, yet no different from a rat taking advantage of others' safety. Upon hearing these words, King Xian's face darkened with anger. Fine, you're something else. I've never met such an arrogant, condensation cultivator like you. I'll give you a chance. After you recover, we'll fight again. If you're not dead after 3 moves, I'll let you live. What do you say? Ye Xuan crossed his arms, glaring at King Xian with eyes full of defiance. So, you raise your pinky finger. Let's do it this way. Pinky swear it's a deal. What the heck is a pinky swear? Ye Xuan stretched out his hand, glared, and shouted loudly. This is the most sacred oath we human cultivators must follow. Once the vow is made, there's no turning back. Hearing this, King Xian also raised her pinky and made the vow with him. All right, it's settled. A deal's a deal. After settling the issue, Ye Xuan moved to a corner to meditate. King Xian used her spiritual power to create a little desert retreat combo. She sat down calmly, sipping her tea, while Mai Ning was absolutely furious. Princess, that jerk is clearly stalling. Please, for the greater good, just kill him already. I've made up my mind. No more talk. You should go back to father. As the internal debate was going on, Ye Xuan spoke up again, saying, Beautiful and noble little princess of the demon tribe, I've run out of spirit stones, and I can't continue cultivating without them. He placed one hand on the other, looking at King Xian with a pitiful expression. Since you've already started this, could you finish it off and help me out with some spirit stones? King Xian immediately closed her teacup, silent and not saying a word. Mai Ning, livid with anger, shouted, How can you be so shameless? At this point, Mai Ning immediately drew her sword. Don't be unreasonable. Our princess is tolerant and generous, giving you time to adjust, and yet you have the nerve to ask us about spirit stones. So what if I do? Ye Xuan replied, The princess of yours keeps talking about reaching the peak, but how am I supposed to reach the peak without spirit stones? After saying that, Ye Xuan half closed his eyes, turned his head away, and clenched his teeth as he spoke again. From what I can see, you never really wanted to wait for me to finish training. You just wanted to take advantage of the situation. As expected, the demon tribe is nothing but treacherous and sly. Hearing this, Mai Ning was so angry she nearly threw her slipper at the guy to shut him up. Enough already. What was all this nonsense? How could she give him the princess's position? King Xian tossed a storage ring to Ye Xuan, and inside were 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Is this enough? Sure enough, the trick worked as expected. It was just the kind of foolish thing a girl would fall for. Ye Xuan grabbed the ring, and with an arrogant tone, he sneered. Seriously, is this all the demon tribe can offer? Only 100,000 spirit stones for a big princess like yourself? Looks like the demon tribe doesn't have much to offer after all. King Xian stood up in a fit of rage, slamming her hand onto the table. Her face turned bright red as she shouted, You shameless human, you think you can push me around? She bit her lip in frustration, holding back her anger. Oh, I can't kill him right now. It wouldn't feel like a true victory. I'll make sure he dies knowing he's defeated. After thinking for a moment, she immediately tossed all of her spirit stones right in Ye Xuan's face. Take them all. Inside, there's still 500,000 spirit stones. Use them to train, and later, I'll personally kill that dog-headed bastard of yours. Is that okay, huh? Right after that, spirit stones appeared from her storage ring. Ye Xuan grabbed one, and his whole body erupted with intense power. Sure enough, the demon tribe kept their word. I'm impressed. Once I perfect my skills, I'll definitely battle you for hundreds of rounds. At this point, Ye Xuan grinned, showing his teeth, and thought to himself, Heh, then you'll see that the world is pretty simple. The most complicated part is still humans. The scene then shifted to the 76th level of the heavenly abyss, a dark, gloomy place full of jagged mountains guarded by an ancient flood dragon. Suddenly, the flood dragon's eyes snapped open. It stood up on all fours and looked around. At that moment, Duan Mufu was hiding behind the dragon's tail, too scared to move. Quietly, she shifted to follow the dragon's path, and safely entered the gate to the 76th level of the heavenly abyss. Who would have thought that the entrance to the 76th level of the heavenly abyss would be guarded by a peak level 6th grade dragon? Luckily, I had concealed my aura. After thinking for a moment, the girl stomped her foot on the ground, gathered momentum, and shot forward like a flash. At the same time, on the 45th floor of the Celestial Tower, a fierce battle was unfolding, creating a massive explosion. In that instant, a fox girl stood in front of a terrifying cherry blossom ghost. How dare it trespass into my territory? It's time to turn into bones and become my meal. Hearing this, the fox girl jumped into the air, raised her sword, and decapitated the cherry blossom ghost. Enough talking already. Your chatter is giving me a headache. After dealing with the cherry blossom ghost, the fox girl immediately charged forward, determined to save the sword immortal sect. Meanwhile, back in the desert where Ye Xuan was training, a message appeared on his system screen. Congratulations, Master, for fusing with the left arm of the ancestral dragon emperor's bone. Your physical strength has reached the immortal body realm. Congratulations on successfully absorbing spiritual energy. Physical strength is now at level 9, and your cultivation in the immortal body realm has advanced to body refining. Ye Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Spiritual energy surged around him, and his entire body was covered in dragon scales. Fortunately, thanks to that silly princess giving him spiritual stones, his training speed had significantly increased. My body has reached the 13th level of cultivation. I've now reached the 9th level of the immortal body realm. My physical strength is now comparable to the nascent soul realm. Also, my Danshin is beginning to feel bloated, a sign that a breakthrough in Kai condensation is just around the corner. King Xian stood on this side, looking over, and summoned her Mu-wheel side, speaking in a harsh tone. So, you're finally ready, princess? The speed at which this kid is advancing is too fast. Something seems off. Be careful. Facing someone at the peak of core formation, fighting someone at the Kai condensation stage. What is there to fear? Ye Xuan walked over, pointing at King Xian's face, and shouted, "Hold on, you said it yourself. We're like a game of chess being crushed. To make it fair, I want to set a few conditions. Listen up. If I can survive 3 of your strikes without dying, you'll have to do 3 things for me. First, you and this girl, along with all the Demon King's followers, are not allowed to bother me anymore. Deal? But that only applies to below level 9. Ye Xuan smirked wickedly and raised 2 fingers. Don't rush. Second, after taking your 3 strikes, if I survive everyone, the Demon King has to let me level up once more. After hearing this, King Xian's whole body erupted with powerful dark energy. She struggled for a moment, then finally said, I agree your terms. Ye Xuan raised 3 fingers and added the 3rd condition. After taking those 3 strikes, I have the right to call stop at any moment. You can't take advantage of that to kill me. No sooner had he finished speaking than King Xian's Mu-wheel scythe shot toward him, fast as lightning. Ye Xuan barely had time to blink. Kid, let's settle it this way. Die for me. As the Mu-wheel scythe attacked with incredible speed, Ye Xuan rolled and dodged with all his might. Oh shit, too fast. Definitely no ordinary opponent. Seeing this, King Xian quickly raised 2 fingers, expertly controlling the side of his movement. You're just a low-level brat, but you move fast. Too bad. If you can dodge it so easily, then my Mu-wheel scythe will be a waste of its reputation. As the Mu-wheel scythe continued flying toward him, Ye Xuan could only hurriedly retreat. The scythe swept right past the main character's face, leaving him stunned. In the moment of vulnerability, Ye Xuan was struck from behind by the Mu-wheel scythe. The blow was so powerful that it sent him flying, crashing headfirst into the ground. King Xian, witnessing the scene, frowned and muttered, cheats asking for trouble. Mai Ning stood up, clasped her hands, and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, I apologize. I was too suspicious just now. Mai Ning had been my father's personal bodyguard since childhood. She had always looked after me, and I knew that well. But before I could say anything, a voice cut in. That old woman talks too much, always pointing her fingers at the master. It's so annoying. The 2 women turned around in surprise. Wait, what? How is that possible? He's not dead. Damn, luckily, I leveled up quickly. If I had refined my body with the dragon bone and reached the immortal body realm, I would have been a goner for sure. King Xian was stunned when she heard that. The kid really did have something after all. No wonder he managed to get here in such a short time. Princess, this guy's recovery speed is insanely fast. We need to kill him quickly. Hearing this, King Xian immediately grabbed the Mu-wheel scythe and charged forward. She stood on one leg, spun around, and threw the scythe directly at Ye Xuan. I won't show mercy this time. Die. As the attack approached, Ye Xuan raised both arms to block the impact, and a burst of powerful energy flashed. She's really ruthless, looking so beautiful, yet her actions are fierce. Ye Xuan was filled with rage and unleashed a massive surge of strength. King Xian, seeing this, simply said 2 words, useless. He threw the moo wheel scythe again, but this time, Ye Xuan charged straight at her. Ye Xuan wrapped her arms tightly around King Xian's waist, making the girl's eyes widen in shock. Little princess, doesn't this count as passing the second move? King Xian was flustered, her face turning bright red, and she started sweating. She shouted angrily, "You bastard!" She glared down at Ye Xuan, who was still holding her tightly. The sight of Ye Xuan's intense grip made her panic, her cheeks flushing even more. "You, what do you think you're doing?" "Hey, you've only said I'd lose my life in 3 moves, but you never said I couldn't fight back." King Xian was beyond furious. With her hand already raised, she opened her mouth wide and shouted, "Where did this kind of counterattack even come from?" She launched a powerful whirlwind energy strike that sent Ye Xuan flying. "You little brat, you're clearly messing with me. I'll have to kill you now." Taking the full force of the attack, Ye Xuan collapsed to the ground, trembling, covered in injuries. King Xian glared down at him, frowning. "You brought this on yourself. Eva, I'm not sure I can take 3 strikes from the princess. This kid's asking for trouble. He deserves whatever comes next." With that, both of them turned and began to walk away. But Ye Xuan, still lying there, called out, "Why are you leaving so soon?" King Xian and Mai Ning were both shocked and turned to look at him. He sat up quickly, glaring fiercely at them. "I fight bravely, never backing down from 100 battles. I'm not dead yet." At that moment, the 2 girls couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? I landed 3 strikes already, I won, and you're still standing. You lost, we won. King Xian, hearing this, was furious. She shot Ye Xuan a cold, angry look. "I keep my promises. I'll be waiting for you on the 10th floor. Ye Xuan heard that and immediately jumped to his feet, pointing directly at King Xian's face, shouting loudly, "Hold on, it's not over yet. I want to keep challenging you. From now on, each move adds another floor and you're not allowed to try to kill me." Mai Ning stood behind, feeling completely confused. How could this kid, so seriously injured, still dare to face a powerful enemy? He really had some courage. King Xian stared straight ahead and spoke, "Kid, you clearly have more than enough strength to fight back. So are you pretending to be weak just to stall for time? Are you messing with me? Fine, if you want to die, go ahead. Step up." King Xian raised 2 fingers and began to chant. The first image of the yellow sunset was clear and soft. The dark fragrance lingered in the air and the moon and flowers were thick in the atmosphere. After finishing the chant, she opened her eyes and shouted 4 words, the scene of the moon turning into a lake. In an instant, King Xian pulled Ye Xuan into her mental realm. Seeing the scene, Ye Xuan was completely stunned, drenched in sweat. Damn, the scenery has changed. Could this be the legendary mental realm? This girl's core formation level is advanced enough to unlock a mental realm. That's unreal. What was even more shocking was the powerful image of King Xian sitting on her own magical artifact. This girl's future was limitless. The princess's mental realm was the mood itself, combining a lunar transformation charm and the moo wheel scythe. Even the Demon King would have to respect this power. That kid was definitely finished now. King Xian narrowed her eyes and looked down, then coldly asked, "Human, are you ready to die?" Ye Xuan raised both hands, giving a slight smirk as he said, "It's ready now." Then he turned the situation around 360 degrees and shouted loudly, "I surrender." Hearing this, King Xian's eyes rolled back in anger, her whole body trembling with rage. Mai Ning immediately grabbed her sword and charged forward, her face full of fury. "You little brat, are you mocking the princess? You figured out all the princess's moves, and now you're suddenly surrendering? I'll take your head to vent the princess's anger." She swung her sword, releasing powerful and fierce sword energy. Ye Xuan calmly replied, "The rules say that after 3 moves, I can stop whenever I want." King Xian raised her arm and shouted, "Enough." In the blink of an eye, all 3 of them had left King Xian's mental realm. However, Mai Ning continued to attack the protagonist wildly. King Xian descended from above, standing in a beam of light, and said, "The demon tribe keeps its promises." After speaking, she glanced over and raised her hand to stop Mai Ning. "We'll meet again on the 10th floor." Once they finished speaking, the 2 women transformed into streams of spiritual energy and soared away. Ye Xuan slumped to the ground, lifted his head, and let out a relieved sigh. My God, they're finally gone. This demon tribe woman was both fierce and courageous, to the point where she nearly drained all my energy. Yet, here I am, still alive. It's obvious, isn't it? With all 5 of the ancestral dragon emperor's bones on me. If I could last through just 3 attacks, the dragon ancestors would be so furious they'd rise from their graves. Ning Xiao crossed her arms and looked up at the sky. True. After all, you've reached the immortal body realm. At this strength, even a nascent soul wouldn't be able to easily kill you. You've completed the god level selection, so now you can ask me anything. That girl will definitely stop me at the 10th level. I need to gather all the information about her. Hearing this, Ning Xiao immediately raised her hand, smiling as she responded, "Sure." Ye Xuan stroked his chin, smirking with a sly grin. Heh, she's still so arrogant. I want to infiltrate the realm of the prison tower, and the key to it lies with her. Just as they were talking, Xiao Bai quietly stepped forward. Ye Xuan heard the noise and turned around angrily, shouting, "Where has your cat gone off to eat without permission?" Xiao Bai replied, "Of course, it went to the lair of the golden eagle. There are many treasures inside. Master, you should come over and check it out." A little while later, Xiao Bai led Ye Xuan to a rocky mountain with a thick layer of fur at the peak. When they jumped to the top, they saw a massive pile of treasures. Ye Xuan stopped and said, "Hold on. This place has an unusual aura. It feels like there's even a sanking pill here, which is incredibly rare." Hearing this, Ye Xuan widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "What's that? I thought you learned the basics of Sword Immortal Sect, but you've completely forgotten. You don't even know what that is?" Xiao Bai explained, "This pill is made from 81 types of rare herbs and materials, specifically for human cultivators at the QI condensation stage. Once you take it, it activates your celestial destiny, allowing you to refine your essence and quickly increase your cultivation." Ye Xuan grabbed the pill bottle and stared at it, then shouted, "Is this like the celestial fate elixir from the previous Yuwood Peak?" Xiao Bai confirmed, "Exactly. So this pill is just as valuable as the ancestral Dragon Emperor's bone." Ye Xuan's eyes widened in amazement and he exclaimed, "Oh wow, now that you put it like that, I completely understand just how amazing this is." Xiao Bai continued, "There's also this cultivation technique. It's a mid-tier earth-grade technique called the Northern Ming Kunpeng. It's a lightweight skill that will be very useful for improving your cultivation." Ye Xuan picked up the two treasures in his hands, smiling brightly. "A light body technique? That's perfect. I practice martial arts, so my physical strength and spiritual power aren't a problem, but my speed still isn't enough. With this technique, even if I can't directly face Yu King Xian, at least I can dodge her attacks. I need to start training right away." Meanwhile, in the Blood Sea domain, the Blood Demon Patriarch continued to drain the life essence from countless innocent people. Their screams and cries echoed, filled with unbearable pain. "No, please. Please don't. Patriarch, the fresh nutrients have been delivered." The Blood Demon Patriarch opened his eyes wide, revealing veins of bright red. Lying in the center of the formation, he absorbed the blood of the living to restore himself, making progress even faster than he'd imagined. In less than a month, the realm of the prison tower will collapse, the demons will be freed, and the Sword Immortal Sect will be destroyed. Ha ha ha. Outside the realm of the prison tower, the chains holding it down shook violently. Nangong Zhao and Yu Rong stood before the tower, staring at it intently. The realm of the prison tower was still crumbling, and if it really collapsed, the Sword Immortal Sect would be doomed for eternity. The people were awaiting the will of heaven. Nangong Zhao gripped her sword tightly and charged towards the tower. She flew straight to the top in a single leap. Standing at the peak, Nangong Zhao looked down with a frown, clearly annoyed. "I'll personally guard this place. If any demons from the realm of the prison tower want to bring disaster to the human world, they'll have to answer to my sword." The other women around her heard this and began shouting as well. "We'll stand side by side with you, big sister. Who will never let the Sword Immortal Sect or the world fall into the hands of the demon race." The inner sect disciples below raised their heads, holding their swords high, and shouted, "We stand with the Sword Immortal Sect." Nangong Zhao lowered her head, her expression filled with sadness as she silently thought, "Ye Xuan, I'm sorry. If you're dead, I'll kill tens of thousands of demons to accompany you." At that moment, Ye Xuan was sitting in the desert, drenched in sweat, his face pale. He was cultivating, absorbing the golden spiritual energy around him, and said with a groan, "Ning Xiao, why does this celestial opportunity of 1Ki 3 purities hurt so much? Cultivating the path of immortality is always dangerous, and the celestial opportunity of 1Ki 3 purities can increase your Danshin capacity tenfold, even 100-fold. The size of your Danshin depends on your maximum cultivation level. Countless powerful techniques eventually disappear because they are limited by the capacity of the Danshin, unable to break through. But you are the supreme heavenly Tao with an absorption speed 1,000 times faster. If your Danshin capacity is 100 times greater than others, then your potential for cultivation will be limitless." Inside the sea of consciousness, Ye Xuan's body was falling freely. 3 flowers gathered at the top, once just an illusion. The clouds hanging below were also real. In a great dream, I awakened, returning to the dust without roots or an end. As soon as Ye Xuan opened his eyes, he saw a brilliant golden lotus in front of him. What is this? The petals of the lotus began to fall, dropping down, causing Ning Xiao to widen his eyes in shock. 3 flowers gathering at the top. He actually succeeded. At the same time, in the Demon King's great hall, he was sitting across from my Ning. What did you say? My daughter was tricked by that boy, and you state we can't take action before the 10th level. My Ning lowered her head, her expression serious, and answered clearly, that's correct. The princess sent me to report this to your majesty, and also to request that you allow the princess to handle the matter herself. Wang Biao fell silent for a long while after hearing this, then spoke. Fine, let the girl deal with that rat. Next time, make sure to kill him on the spot. Understood. Just as Mai Ning was about to leave, she suddenly broke into a cold sweat and hesitated. There's something I'm not sure whether I should mention or not. Now that you've started, don't leave it half said. Huang Biao said. I noticed the princess seems quite different when it comes to that person. The princess is now about 18 years old, the age to start thinking about marriage. She probably wouldn't be moved by something as simple as worldly emotions. Hearing this, Huang Biao's eyes widened in anger. What did he just hear? He immediately stood up, irritated, and walked forward. This situation couldn't be taken lightly. Huang Biao pointed ahead, his mouth wide open as he shouted angrily, You keep an eye on King Xian for me. If any lowly human dares to flirt with my daughter, I will crush him. Suddenly, a golden lotus petal fell onto the tip of Huang Biao's finger. Seeing this, he looked up sharply. What's this? Is it an omen? Someone is triggering a celestial phenomenon inside my prison tower. Out of nowhere, a loud scream reached his ears. Huang Biao, who broke through. Is that the voice of the Demon King of Heaven's generals? This has stirred him up too. Something big is about to happen. After a brief pause, he sat down in his chair and sent a voice transmission back to the mysterious person. The Demon King of Heaven's generals, I'm not sure. Recently, a human entered here. Could it be him? The restriction will be broken in just a few days. We can't afford any mistakes. Understood. I'll handle it. A little while later, Ye Xuan was sitting flat on the ground, his head held high, letting out a loud, joyous laugh. Ha ha! I actually unlocked the 3 flowers converging at the peak immortal destiny. Even though my cultivation level hasn't changed, my Danshin is now 100 times larger, and I'm able to store so much more spiritual energy. After saying that, Ye Xuan stood up and wiped the sweat from his cheek. Little Demon Tribe Girl with my immortal destiny, unlocking the 3 flowers converging at the peak, the amount of spiritual energy my Danshin can hold is comparable to a high-tier ore formation. The Heaven Reversing Seal can now activate continuously, hitting you to the point where you'll beg for mercy. If we were to fight again, my cultivation would likely break through once more. Just as he spoke, a violent tremor startled Ye Xuan. His eyes widened in shock as he glanced upwards. It seemed the realm of the prison tower was still collapsing. There was no more time to waste. He had to reach the 9th floor. With that, Ye Xuan used his system to open the entrance to the 9th floor. A blinding flash of light appeared, revealing a pathway. Stepping onto the 9th floor, Ye Xuan immediately found himself face to face with an active mechanism. He walked closer, his gaze fixed on it, and thought to himself, this must be the reason the realm of the prison tower is collapsing. The mechanism that maintained the restriction has been destroyed. To operate the restriction formation, it requires rare spirit stones that are even more valuable than top-tier spirit stones. Within the realm of the prison tower, there's a small storage space to keep some reserves to maintain the formation. According to Jiansu's memory, beside the restriction, disciples from the Sword Immortal sect usually stood guard with a spell. If there were spirit stone reserves, they would likely be stored here. Thinking about this, Ye Xuan entered the room, wondering where they might be kept. Suddenly, 3 waves of force shot toward Ye Xuan from behind. 3 demonic beasts appeared, charging in while yelling loudly. Ha ha, kid, it's your time to die. This kid doesn't think at all and just wandered into the underworld. I'm gonna cook him up and eat him. Before they could finish their words, Ye Xuan suddenly vanished. The 3 demonic beasts missed their target and crashed into each other, stumbling and falling down. The 3 demonic beasts fell on top of each other. The monkey-faced one landed on the mammoth, and the mammoth ended up on top of the dog. All 3 yelled in unison. Ha! Oh, ah! Then the 3 demonic beasts stood up and looked at each other confused. Ah, where did that kid go? He must still be nearby. Let's search for him. Little brother, your head is way too hard. You bumped into me and nearly made me die from the pain. The demon monkey glanced up, opened its mouth wide, and shouted, Big brother, second brother, look up there. Ye Xuan stood on top of the Heaven Reversing Seal, looking down with a slight grin. I told you, didn't I? How could the 9th level be without any demonic beasts guarding it? So you were waiting to ambush me, huh? Too bad. I've read more novels than you guys. Name trickery? No sooner had he finished speaking than a beam of golden light shot past, and the demon monkey with the devilish face spread its wings and licked up. It turned its head back in shock, only to find itself standing on the heaven-reversing seal, a truly unusual thing. Run, big brother, second brother, the pit bull, and the mammoth are already trapped under the heaven-reversing seal. Damn it, these despicable humans actually dared to ambush us. Ye Xuan floated in midair, looking down with calm eyes, thinking to himself, as expected of the Demon King guarding the 9th level, its strength surpasses the demonic beasts I've faced before. It took the hit from the heaven-reversing seal and didn't die, but if I take them down one by one, there's still a chance to win. Luckily, I've perfected the Northern Bright technique, so I can stay in the air for a while and deal with this monkey first. After a moment of thought, Ye Xuan glared and shot forward, then made a quick turn and appeared suddenly behind the demon monkey, catching it by surprise. When the demon-faced monkey turned its head, it was the exact moment Ye Xuan unleashed the 13th dragon statue technique. He glared, clenched his teeth, and used the power of the heavenly army, channeling all his strength into his fist. Ye Xuan charged forward and landed a punch that sent the demon-faced monkey's head flying, sending it straight to the afterlife, off to enjoy tea and cake with death. With the job done, Ye Xuan landed gracefully in front of the pit bull and mammoth. He saw them both screaming the demon-faced monkey's name. The pit bull broke free from its seal and, holding its weapon, rushed toward Ye Xuan, shouting angrily, "Damn you, surrender your life to me." As the hellhound charged, Ye Xuan remained calm, flashing a confident grin as he spread his hand to summon the heaven-reversing seal. Don't rush, don't rush. One at a time. The shadow of the heaven-reversing seal slowly overtook the pit bull's face, causing its eyes to widen, sweat pouring down its face in panic. Ye Xuan lowered his hand, and at that moment, the heaven-reversing seal slammed down. A brilliant aura of spiritual energy exploded, dazzling with light. The mammoth watched in stunned silence as the pit bull was crushed beneath the seal. What? The pit bull's down too? This kid is definitely not as simple as he looks. With that, the mammoth immediately turned tail and ran. Let the forest stay green, and there will always be firewood to burn. Let's go. Ye Xuan smirked and smiled. You think you can escape? He immediately activated his Northern Bright Staff technique, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the mammoth. Running away isn't that easy. The mammoth, terrified, knelt down, bowing its head repeatedly while shouting loudly, "Grandfather, please don't kill me." Sweat drenched the mammoth's face as it offered a sparkling spirit stone. You want a rare spirit stone, don't you? I have one here. I'll give it to you. Just let me live. Ye Xuan, seeing this, was very pleased and reached out to take the spirit stone. Oh, you're not that bad after all. But something made his face darken and his expression grew sour. Mining suddenly appeared, swinging her sword and cutting off the mammoth's head before using her spiritual power to snatch the spirit stone. She reached out to grab the stone, then with a cold smile, swung her sword forward and glared sneering. Kid, you just dropped it right into my hands. As soon as Ye Xuan saw Mai Ning, a sly smile spread across his face and he said, "You're really a demon tribe that keeps its promises. You clearly said you'd take 3 moves and wouldn't try to kill me before the 9th level. The kind-hearted princess was fooled by your tricks, but not me." With that, she leaped into the air, channeling her spiritual energy into her sword and shouted, "No matter what happens today, you're going to die." Ye Xuan looked up, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek, thinking to himself, the worst kind is someone like Mai Ning. She talks big and then delivers right away. Her strength far surpasses the 3 moves of the Demon King, making it hard to dodge. Ye Xuan stared wide-eyed and used his Northern Ming staff to avoid the fatal blow. However, just as he shifted his body, Mai Ning's attack came at him so quickly that it caught him by surprise. Moments later, a spray of blood shot up. Mai Ning's sword had pierced through Ye Xuan's chest, causing him excruciating pain as he screamed out. Mai Ning's eyes widened in shock and her mouth dropped open. You actually dodged the deadly strike as your cultivation increased. Without hesitation, she shoved the sword deeper into his chest. Now I'll just crush you right here and now. The next day, a powerful and sinister aura from Mai Ning burst out of Ye Xuan's body. Overcome by this dark energy, Ye Xuan lifted his head, his eyes rolling back, and blood poured from his mouth. Only the heaven-reversing seal can suppress Mai Ning. Ye Xuan thought to himself, too bad the spiritual energy in my dantian can only be activated once. The pain tore through his soul, making Ye Xuan grit his teeth, determined not to fail. Using what little strength he had left, he mustered the courage to grab Mai Ning's sword by the blade, glaring fiercely at her. You, King Xian, you finally arrived. As soon as Mai Ning heard the name King Xian, she fell into the trap, turning to look behind her. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, Ye Xuan lunged forward. In that moment, he wrapped his arms tightly around Mai Ning's waist, causing her eyes to widen and her face to turn bright red. Pervert. Let me go. You secretly brought you King Xian here to find me. Didn't you want this to happen? Ye Xuan finished speaking and raised his hand to strike Mai Ning's neck. Die. As their bodies collided, a violent surge of golden spiritual energy erupted from their dantian. Mai Ning lifted her head, her entire body trembling as a wave of intense sensation surged through her, bringing tears to the corners of her eyes. What did you just do to me? Ye Xuan noticed the bewildered and unsteady look on Mai Ning's face and let out a faint smirk. Humph, just as I thought. So this is the effect when the supreme heavenly Tao merges with a 9-cycle mysterious Yang technique. After a brief moment of reflection, Ye Xuan pressed against her shoulder, halting her in place. It seemed that, when dealing with someone as fierce and unyielding as her, applying direct pressure was the most effective strategy. Let it go. Ye Xuan shot her a sharp glance, raised his hand, and gave a cold smile. As you wish. With that, he sent Mai Ning to the ground, then raised his hand and summoned the heaven-reversing seal, slowly pressing it downward. An explosion echoed through the area, dust billowing into the air, scattering even the flying beasts overhead. Ye Xuan pulled the sword from his chest with a firm grip and held it tightly. This binding technique, not bad at all. The pressure was just where it needed to be. Mai Ning's face darkened as she struggled to push herself up with her hands, gritting her teeth and muttering, "Kid, don't get too cocky. Once I get away, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons." As soon as she finished speaking, the heaven-reversing seal suddenly expanded. The overwhelming pressure caused Mai Ning to widen her eyes in panic. Ye Xuan sat down, gently lifting Mai Ning's chin with his hand. He smirked, examining her closely. While she wasn't as beautiful as you King Xian, she certainly had her charm. It would be a shame to kill her with one strike. As expected, humans were weak and base. Mai Ning gritted her teeth in anger, her face darkening as she thought to herself, on the battlefield, still thinking about beauty. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson. After a moment's thought, she forced a charming smile, looking at Ye Xuan with a seductive gaze. Handsome, chasing me down was wrong of me. You've beaten me, so by the demon tribe's rules, you are now a master. I'll leave it up to you how to deal with me. Ye Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, you're calling me your master now? Weren't you the one who hated me so much before? You wanted to swallow me whole? What made you change so quickly? Mai Ning heard this and brought her hands together, raising them to her cheek like a cute, obedient cat. Master, you see we Mima only worship the strongest. It doesn't matter what race you are. If you can conquer us, you become our master. So are you still upset about me beating you up and leaving you covered in wounds? Hearing this, Mai Ning immediately took Ye Xuan's hand and placed it on her cheek, her eyes welling up with tears. It's because of responsibility. As the captain of the princess's personal guard, when I receive orders from Huang Biao, even if it puts me in danger, I have no choice but to obey. After saying this, she stuck out her tongue and licked Ye Xuan's hand. Master, can you let me go? Mai Ning will help bandage you up and then serve you. Would that be okay? When Ye Xuan heard this, he grinned and thought to himself, the succubus are a charm. She can easily seduce others into doing what she wants. If I could tame her and put her to use, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Are you really willing to accept me as your master? Mai Ning heard this and smiled, her cheeks flushing red. Yes, I am willing. Mai Ning is willing to accept you as my master. Ye Xuan smiled back at her warmly. All right then. He then bit the tip of his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto Mai Ning's forehead. What is he doing? A moment later, Mai Ning raised her hand and touched her forehead. Master, what did you just do? Ye Xuan retrieved the heaven-reversing seal and replied, It's nothing, just completing the final step of the property transfer ceremony. One day earlier, when Ye Xuan and Xiao Bai were still in the desert, Master, the woman next to you, King Xian, seems to be a royal succubus. What exactly is a succubus? She had a charm spirit root, a rare and powerful trait among demons, which allowed her to captivate others with her charm arts. The female demons who had danced earlier were also charm demons, but their bloodlines and cultivation were of a much lower level. This one, however, was different. If Master takes her in, she could be extremely valuable and very interesting. Maybe we could use her to stir things up within the demon race that imprisoned Tower Realm. But that wasn't all. Once a royal charm demon reaches her full power, even just a glance can control thousands of soldiers and horses. Wait, seriously? That's crazy powerful. In that case, I definitely have to catch her. As they spoke, Lin Nai appeared, holding out a scroll covered in strange talismanic symbols. Now that you understand her value, how about a binding contract for exclusive ownership of the charm demon? I can lend you 10,000 contribution points to buy it. Though I suspected she was inflating the price, I still decided to go ahead with the purchase. To form the contract, you'll need to complete 3 tasks. First, you must attack her. Second, she must acknowledge you as her master. Third, you must mark her with your blood. Once these are done, the charm demon's master recognition ritual will be complete. Back in reality, Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes and looked down with a serious expression. From this moment on, you belong to me. Mai Ning sat quietly, her hands resting on her thighs, gazing at Ye Xuan with eyes full of devotion. Yes, I am yours. I swear, born as a charm demon, I accept Ye Xuan as my master. I will never betray him. If I break this vow, my spiritual consciousness will be erased, leaving only an empty shell devoid of will or thought. As soon as she finished speaking, strange chains and mystical runes appeared all over her body. Without hesitation, Mai Ning crawled to Ye Xuan's feet, looked up at him with seductive, enchanting eyes, and placed a hand on his chest. Ye Xuan's eyes widened in shock. "Master," she whispered softly. Then she brought both hands to her chest, her cheeks turning a deep shade of red. Mai Ning willingly offers her heart to you. Ye Xuan, hearing her words, gently helped her to her feet and smiled at her kindly. Mai Ning lowered her head and pressed a gentle kiss to the back of his hand. As long as Master shows mercy. Ye Xuan heard those words and smirked, a smug smile spreading across his face. All right, as your master, I'll make sure to show you some mercy. No sooner had he finished speaking than the chain around Mai Ning's body suddenly snapped and vanished. Then her eyes shot wide open. Mai Ning clutched her head, her face darkened, and she thought, I think I just made a contract with this brat. After a moment, she shot backward, visibly enraged. You little bastard, you dare to use me again? Blame your ancestors for leaving behind this contract. I bet your ancestors must have been into being mistreated, probably masochists. Hearing this, Mai Ning's anger flared. She gathered all of her strength into her fists and shouted, How dare you insult my ancestors? I'll take your head as an offering. Ye Xuan, however, wasn't scared at all. Instead, he sneered in disdain and then called out 2 words, Lie down. In an instant, Mai Ning was forced to the ground, her body crashing down with such force that the earth cracked beneath her. Helplessly trapped by the contract, Mai Ning's face darkened further, her teeth grinding together as she muttered, I'll kill you. After speaking, Mai Ning sprang to her feet, gripping her sword tightly and charging straight at Ye Xuan. The male lead only uttered one word, calm and commanding, retreat. In an instant, the demonic mark imprint activated, sending golden rings of light bursting outward, slamming into Mai Ning and sending her crashing into a cliff wall. She hit the ground hard, struggling to get up. Her body was exhausted, covered in wounds and regret. Her gaze wavered as she bitterly thought, Stop this. I know that once a charmed demon signs a master contract, there's no way it resists the master's orders. But I'm a proud descendant of the Mai Ning bloodline. How could I lower myself to serve a mere human? Collapsing face first on the ground, she glanced sideways at the sword beside her, her eyes filled with despair. I'd rather die. She sat up straight and raised the blade to her throat. But just as the edge touched her skin, a black stone suddenly flew through the air, striking her weapon and sending it spinning far from her grasp. Startled, Mai Ning's eyes went wide. Ye Xuan walked over slowly, hands clasped behind his back, his face darkened with anger and disdain. In my life, the thing I despise most is someone who, powerless, chooses to end it all. He continued coldly. Back when the demon race rose like a forest, your ancestors created the master-servant contracts not to end their lives, but to ensure the survival of their people. His brow furrowed as he spoke again, his voice sharp with reproach. With your strength, why do you choose not to resist oppression and humiliation? When Mai Ning heard those words, her cheeks turned red and she froze in shock. Then her eyes widened as she remembered, my child has extraordinary talent. Even the Demon King himself wants to form a contract with him. The future will definitely be full of endless possibilities. It seemed like Mai Ning had probably been practicing all night in the training ground again. No wonder she was known as the strongest among the younger generation of the demon race. She would definitely break free from the curse of her bloodline. Mai Ning, I've always been curious, is all your training day and night for the purpose of inheriting the position of the powerful demon lord through a contract? If not, then why? All the memories rushed back to Mai Ning's mind, and she couldn't help but smile happily. What do you know about it? She stood up, clutching her injury, and walked toward Ye Xuan. Since I was little, I've fought to the death in training, mastering both body techniques and sword skills, all so I could become the strongest and never have to rely on anyone for a contract. As she spoke, Mai Ning glared, her brows furrowed, and tears streamed down her face. I just want to be powerful. I don't want to depend on anyone. Hearing her words, Ye Xuan smiled and said just 2 words, "Very good." Then he raised his hand and used his spiritual power to retrieve Mai Ning's sword. Then Ye Xuan handed the sword back to Mai Ning, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Remember your ambition. Keep pushing yourself. Give everything you've got to your cultivation. One day, if you reach the nascent soul stage, maybe by then you'll have the power to kill me and break the contract. When that time comes, nothing in this world will be able to hold you back anymore. You'll become a true powerhouse." Mai Ning looked up at him, her expression changing. You're really not afraid that day will come." Ye Xuan replied calmly without hesitation. "And what if it does? If I can be killed so easily by a female slave bound to me by contract, then it only means I'm not strong enough. I will never allow myself to become someone else's prey, to be carved up without resistance." Hearing these words, Mai Ning stared blankly at the sword in her hands, her cheeks flushing red, her lips softly pressed together in silence. Seeing the stunned expression on Mai Ning's face, Ye Xuan glanced sideways and gave a sly smile. "All right, now it's time to teach you a lesson." Mai Ning broke out in a cold sweat. "A lesson? What do you mean?" Ye Xuan stepped forward, grabbing Mai Ning's wrist and pulling her into a stance she couldn't easily escape. A wave of contract-bound energy surged through her body, rendering her powerless to resist. "You belong to me now. How dare you even think of self-destruction? A little punishment to remind you of your place." Mai Ning's cheeks flushed with shame and fury. She shouted, "You scoundrel! Let me go! Mai Ning, will never acknowledge you as my master." Ye Xuan shrugged casually. "I don't need your acknowledgement. The contract binds you whether you like it or not." He pointed to the armor she wore and commanded, "Remove it yourself. Accept the punishment with dignity." Bound by the pact, Mai Ning had no choice. Her hand trembled as it reached toward her chest plate. Internally, she seethed. "You vile human, just wait. The moment I break this contract, I'll tear you apart." But just as the act began, Ye Xuan barked. "Stop! I don't want a puppet. I want to see the fire in your eyes. Show me the strength of will worthy of a true warrior." Then he stepped forward, using the sword's hilt to poke into Mai Ning's robe, pulling it out and looking inside. "Mai Ning, take it easy." Right after that, the elasticity of the 2 soul cores caused an orange spirit stone to shoot out. Ye Xuan immediately caught the stone with a bright smile, without needing to water it. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could you get this great treasure if you were being gentle? Now we need to get down to business." After a while, Ye Xuan walked over to the mechanism on the ninth floor. He placed the spirit stone into a slot in the mechanism, and immediately, a burst of golden spiritual energy spread out. The mechanism had been activated and was working again. Meanwhile, the chains on the tower had been reconnected. Waves of abundant spiritual energy surrounded the chains, linking them back to the realm of the prison tower. Dua Mufiu and the Fox Girl sensed the vibrations coming from the tower and quickly turned to look. Could this disturbance mean that some mechanism in the realm of the prison tower has been restored? That kid Ye Xuan did well. The girls outside the tower saw this and cheered loudly. "Look! The main floor of the realm of the prison tower is back online. It must be those 2, and Ye Xuan did it. I bet it was Elder number 7. She's the most secretive and skilled. I'm on Ling Yu's side. She's the smartest." Nang Nong Zhao slowly opened her eyes as she stood at the top of the tower and spoke. "It's Ye Xuan. After Ye Xuan's spiritual roots recovered, I originally thought he had limitless potential, but I was completely wrong. Ye Xuan not only has strong potential, but now he's made a real effort to turn the situation around. He's become the backbone of our Sword Immortal sect, a true man we can rely on." Inside the tower, Mai Ning panicked when she saw Ye Xuan activate the mechanism and shouted in horror. "Kid, stop what you're doing. He actually restored the restriction. All the freedom and hope the demon tribe has had for thousands of years in the prison realm have just been destroyed by him." Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan glanced back. Mai Ning quickly and obediently sat down, folding her hands on her thighs, and congratulated her master for restoring the restriction. Suddenly, a circle appeared in front of Ye Xuan's chest, glowing with golden light. Why was the Heaven Reversing Seal reacting? Then the Heaven Reversing Seal flew out of Ye Xuan's body, leaving him in shock. What kind of secret is hidden in the realm of the prison tower? Why did it resonate with the Heaven Reversing Seal? In an instant, a powerful force pressed down on Ye Xuan's hand. Why is it so heavy, he thought. Soon after, the Heaven Reversing Seal returned to Ye Xuan's hand, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. What is this? This doesn't seem right. The size hasn't changed, but its weight must have increased by tens of thousands of pounds. And where did these 3 dragon scales come from? Could it be that the change in the Heaven Reversing Seal is related to the realm of the prison tower? Seeing the scene in front of her, Ning stepped forward and began crying loudly. What have you done? I've destroyed the demon tribe's 1,000-year-old wish with my own hands. I'm a criminal. Woo, little one, just kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Hearing this, Ye Xuan stepped forward and gently patted Ning's head. Don't feel guilty. You've been a spy for so long that it's become second nature. Right now, the most important thing to focus on is how we can trick King Xian. Wait, no, how we can defeat her. I'm doomed. I'm tainted, and now this cowardly human is patting my head. I need to wash my hair. Hoo. Afterward, she repeated Ye Xuan's words and froze, staring in shock. Wait, Your Highness? Ning stepped forward, grabbed Ye Xuan's hand, and placed it over her chest. Her gaze fell as tears filled her eyes. Can you not harm the princess, master? After speaking, Ning fell silent. Ye Xuan glanced over at her, and the two of them remained quiet for a long moment. Then he turned his face away, sneering as he said, Of course not. You already knew that. I never wanted to start trouble with your people. You're the ones who've been pushing me. Ning stiffened at Ye Xuan's cold and indifferent tone. Her fists clenched, frustration rising inside her. After a brief pause, she calmed herself and stepped forward, firmly taking Ye Xuan by the arm to lead him. There's a hidden passage on the 9th floor that leads directly to the 10th. Use it. The princess is there. If you can keep them apart, she'll be safe for now. Not bad. Ning already playing the obedient one, huh? You used to be so righteous. I wasn't sure you'd give in so easily. Ning didn't answer. She simply guided Ye Xuan into a narrow, shadowy corridor. They walked for a while until they arrived at a glowing magic formation carved into the walls of the passage beyond. This is it. Go ahead. Hearing her words, Ye Xuan gave her a sharp pat on the shoulder, causing her to flinch slightly. A shortcut, huh? Good. I don't need you for now. Go back to your princess, but when I find her, you better not get in my way. As Ye Xuan stepped into the passage, Ning suddenly shouted from behind. I'll never betray the princess. Just know this, whatever you're planning, you won't succeed. Ye Xuan glanced back at her, saw the anger in her eyes, and simply smiled. At the same time, in another part of the palace, Huang Biao sat inside the grand hall in front of his subordinates, speaking with excitement. Everyone, the realm of the prison tower will be completely destroyed within a month. The restrictions that have held us back for thousands of years are finally about to disappear. This is great. It's wonderful. We're about to be free. Once we get out, what does everyone want to do? Kill, kill, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden violent tremor caused the demonic beast to stumble and fall. Asao tightly clenched her fist, her face filled with excitement as she shouted, Ha ha! As expected of the Demon King, when you say it's going to break, it's going to break. The good days are almost here. However, something made Huang Biao uneasy. He raised his head, his face darkening as he looked around. This isn't right. This is not the sign of the realm of the prison tower collapsing. Plus, every repair mechanism of the realm of the prison tower has already been activated. The demonic beasts heard this and exchanged worried glances, their excitement quickly fading. Wait, what? Is the issue with the realm of the prison tower already over? What now? Does that mean we won't be able to get out anymore? Huang Biao turned his head, glaring with anger as he shouted. This is related to the demon race's 1,000-year plan. It cannot fail. Where does Yan King lie? As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful young woman stepped forward, clasped her hands, and bowed deeply. Greetings, Your Highness. You are the divine seer. Please tell me what's really going on. Understood. Yan King Lai took out a mystical artifact shaped like a turtle shell. She raised her head, closed her eyes, and began to channel her spiritual energy into the artifact. The demonic beasts, upon seeing Yan King Li's beauty, were so captivated that their eyes turned into hearts from sheer fascination. Look, that's the divine seer Yan General's signature artifact. It's said that this divine seer was once used by a woman, and it can reveal anything. A moment later, King Lai widened her eyes and looked ahead. She moved forward and stood next to Huang Biao, speaking clearly. Your Majesty, I've seen that the 9th level restriction was triggered by a human scoundrel. The 3 demon kings guarding it are all dead. What? A human brat managed to kill my demon kings and ruin everything. What's his cultivation level? King Lai paused for a moment, then seriously spoke the 3 words, Kai Condensation Realm. Huang Biao froze, his eyes wide with horror. Kai Condensation Realm, really? The crowd below was equally stunned, their faces blank, all left wondering. Oh shit, Kai Condensation, really? Huang Biao sat down on his chair and sipped some tea to calm himself. King Lai leaned in and whispered into his ear. Not only that, Your Majesty, I also discovered a major secret. Please consider this carefully. Princess Ye, along with Mai Ning, chased after that scoundrel to kill him. If they truly put in all their effort, how could they not handle a mere high condensation brat? Spit it out already, stop beating around the bush. What I mean, your majesty, is that there's definitely something being hidden. Clearly, the princess's strength should have overwhelmed him, yet she willingly gave in to him. And at the 10th level, Mai Ning went even further. She ended up seeking refuge with him and became bound by a ghost contract, turning into his slave spy. Ha ha! She has betrayed your majesty. We must act decisively and eliminate her. Only by mobilizing a generals to kill that brat can we ensure the success of our demon race plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Biao erupted in fury, grabbing her by the body and shouting, "How dare you talk back like that? Mai Ning and King Xian are people I've watched grow up. Mai Ning has been loyal and dedicated since she was a child. I won't let a piece of trash like you slander and frame her. Do you think I'm a tyrant, using others to do my dirty work?" Suddenly, a voice calling out Huang Biao echoed in his ears. A circle unexpectedly appeared on the ground, and with it came a burst of energy. The demonic beasts around them immediately knelt, bowing their heads in reverence. Someone's foot stepped out from the energy. It was the soul body of an old man, radiating a fierce demonic aura. He was none other than Qiu Bing, the demon king of the heavenly realm. Qiu Bing stood in silence, his gaze piercing ahead, and then sternly said, "I let you become the demon king of the earthly realm. There are still many who refuse to bow to the 36 heavenly demon kings. I had to swallow 3 of them to suppress their resistance. I've only just stabilized things, and now you're handling the earthly realm like this." Huang Biao immediately rushed over and knelt at Qiu Bing's feet upon hearing this. "This is the fault of my subordinate. I sent King Xian and Mai Ning to hunt down that human kid. They lacked experience and were tricked. Mai Ning even got forced into signing a ghost contract. I'm doing everything I can to resolve this. Out of respect for you being my younger brother, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself." "Yes, I understand, brother," Huang Biao replied. Suddenly, King Lai ran in, looking flustered. "Your Majesty, the Demon King, it was all you, King Xian, and Mai Ning's fault. I'm willing to go clean up the mess, kill that kid, and prove my loyalty to you. Please give me a chance. All right, that you can deal with the spy Mai Ning. Bring King Xian back and give him a strict punishment." Huang Biao froze, thinking to himself, wipe out the spy? Does that mean Mai Ning is as good as dead? The scene shifted to a vast lake where a large estate stood. At this moment, King Xian sat quietly, staring off into the distance with a melancholic look. "That kid succeeded, didn't he? It's all my fault for being careless, letting him take advantage of the opening. But his luck ends here. Ye Xuan, it's time for you to die." Mai Ning suddenly appeared behind King Xian. She immediately turned around, looking at Mai Ning and asking sharply, "Mai Ning, why are you only showing up now, and why are your clothes torn like this?" As she spoke, King Xian clenched her fist in anger. "Did you go against my orders and take it upon yourself to kill Ye Xuan?" She frowned, pointing a finger at Mai Ning's face. "Why are you saying nothing? You said one thing and did another, didn't you? You threw my orders aside, didn't you?" Mai Ning, hearing this, collapsed emotionally and broke down in tears. Princess, what's wrong with you? Have we lost?" Mai Ning clutched her eyebrows tightly, tears streaming down her face. How could she tell the princess? "I can just lose to that kid. I gave myself to him too." Seeing this, King Xian bent down and gently helped Mai Ning to her feet. It's okay. If we lost, we lost. I'll take revenge for you. Get up, are you hurt anywhere?" Mai Ning, feeling helpless with her face soaked in tears, said through her sobs, "Princess, can we not go after that kid anymore?" With that, Mai Ning grabbed King Xian's hand tightly, thinking to herself, "I'm scared that if Ye Xuan and the princess clash, I might betray the princess. And if that happens, wouldn't she be in danger? I can't let that happen." After thinking for a moment, Mai Ning stepped closer to King Xian and said, "Princess, we definitely can't underestimate that jerk's strength. I'm being serious here. Usually you're the one shouting to fight and kill. What's going on today? Did he do something cruel to you? How exactly did he defeat you? Tell me the truth." Mai Ning grabbed King Xian's hand tightly and answered clearly, "Princess, that little brat is sneaky and cunning, and he still has many tricks up his sleeve. Plus, he's handsome and elegant, with a flawless appearance like a tree standing tall in the wind. He's so perfect it makes people fall for him. Dan, help me, I can't control my mouth." When King Xian heard this, her eyes widened in surprise, and she started to understand. "I think I get it now. Could it be that you've fallen for him?" Hearing this, Mai Ning immediately raised both hands and shook them, saying loudly, No. Princess, that's not it at all. What you're thinking is totally wrong. So he defeated you and ruined your pride, and if I go after him, you'll be even more embarrassed. So you're telling me to let him off the hook?" After hearing this, Mining felt dizzy, almost like her equilibrium was off. She thought, this can't be right. When King Xian heard the response, he lost his patience and turned away. Good grief, nothing's right. This is wrong. That's wrong. I give up. Anyway, I blocked the only path. That bastard will definitely bring himself to the door. Once he does, I'll kill him and take revenge for you. What should I do now? Oh my god, I feel like dying. Ye Xuan, standing on the side, only needed to give orders, sticking out his tongue with a pleased smile. Spy, good job. Suddenly, a violent shaking made Mining and King Xian lose their balance and nearly fall. King Xian furrowed his brow and glared ahead. That sound. It's from the gate and the mechanism on the 11th floor. Has someone broken into the 12th floor? But that bastard hasn't even reached the 10th floor yet. How could he have gotten past here? That's right. How did he get around here? Didn't he just reach the 11th floor? At this point, King Xian's face darkened and he frowned, clearly troubled. The only hidden path in the realm of the prison tower. Only our royal family knows about it. There's a spy among us. Here's the translation. When Mining heard this, she felt a sudden pang of anxiety and despair. She collapsed, her mind consumed by the words spy, spy. Immediately after, King Xian grabbed Mining's hand tightly and flew off. Quick, follow me to kill that bastard. On the 11th floor of the killing tower is guarded by two newly formed demonic beasts. I have heard that a human has infiltrated the realm of the prison tower. Aren't you worried about messing things up while you're drinking? What's there to worry about? The princess herself is guarding the 10th floor. That kid won't make it here. Don't worry, the tiger said, lifting his wine jug with a joyful expression. Hey, drink with me. While the tiger and the eagle were distracted, a streak of light quickly flashed by. Ye Xuan, moving as fast as lightning, zoomed ahead. This is a perfect match. To reach the 12th floor this quickly, you King Xian and Mining are truly the sharp weapons I need to break through the realm of the prison tower. Soon after, the door to the 12th floor opened. Ye Xuan stood on a cliff, gazing intently at the towering mountains and the layers of mist and smoke before him. In a secluded corner on the rocky hillside, a demon king resembling a monkey was fast asleep, its breaths rising and falling softly as if blowing bubbles. Ye Xuan crouched behind a large rock, his eyes gleaming with calculation, a subtle, knowing smile curling on his lips. Perfect. Looks like I've run into another lazy one. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan summoned the heaven reversing seal and held it tightly in his hand. As he channeled his spiritual power and thrust his arm forward, a powerful surge of energy shot out, heading straight for the sleeping demon king. A notification appeared before him. Congratulations, master. You have slain a level 3 demon king. You've earned 200 contribution points. Ning Xiao can now collect the core. Ning Xiao's voice echoed from the beast spirit ring. Master is truly clever, always striking when the enemy is most vulnerable. They won't even know what hit them before it's too late. Ye Xuan shrugged and chuckled lightly. You have your job to do, I get contribution points. It's a win-win, isn't it? Well, I suppose so, but your luck might be running out. At those cryptic words, Ye Xuan's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Huh? What do you mean by that? Suddenly, a powerful aura rushed past him, sending a shock through his entire body. He turned swiftly, his sharp gaze fixed on the horizon. Wait, someone's coming. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, that spiritual energy. I was right. It's them. You King Xian. The sharp-tongued King Xian landed and immediately pointed at Ye Xuan's face, shouting, You brat, I still look down on you. Ye Xuan, hearing this, bared his teeth in a friendly smile and responded straightforwardly. What's wrong? Are you admitting you were wrong? You've killed so many city commanders and activated the restriction renovation. Even Mining lost to you. Mining, standing behind them, could only grit her teeth and bear it in silence. You King Xian tightly gripped her moo-ring scythe and rushed forward at lightning speed, shouting, If I don't destroy you now, I'll be the biggest fool in the world. Suspended in midair, Yu King Xian threw the moo-ring scythe at Ye Xuan with all her strength. As the scythe neared, Ye Xuan saw it about to slice him in half and swiftly dodged to the side. So she stopped playing cat and mouse, huh? Now she's treating me like a true rival. In the face of Yu King Xian's relentless attacks with the moo-ring scythe, Ye Xuan immediately activated Kunpeng of the Northern Abyss, gliding gracefully through the air to dodge with impressive agility. Yu King Xian looked up, glaring fiercely, furrowing her brows as she yelled, Look at that! You're still hiding a powerful movement technique like that. You were this fast last time. Mining, let's attack together. Mining heard King Xian's call and felt restless. Her face darkened as she clenched her jaw, unable to say a word. She gripped the sword, her entire body trembling. King Xian turned to her, raising her voice. "My Ning, stop standing there like that." At those words, My Ning mustered all her courage, gripped the sword tightly, and charged forward, aiming straight for Ye Xuan's head, shouting, "You bastard, die!" Ye Xuan sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike, and said flatly, "Slave, you want to bite the hand that feeds you." King Xian froze at his words. "Slave, what are you talking about? Don't make up lies. You're truly wicked, first signing a contract with the master and now trying to kill him." My Ning was furious upon hearing this, sweat pouring down her face. "You're a damned scumbag." With that, both girls lunged at the male lead together. "You scare people without knowing when to stop. I don't believe you. My sister and I are joining forces, and you're going to die." Ye Xuan smirked, his lips curling into a sneer. "Slave attack." Immediately, My Ning dashed past Ye Xuan, her sword clashing with the moving scythe. King Xian saw the unbelievable scene, her face turning purple, drain of all color. "My Ning, why are you like this?" "Princess, I really didn't want this to happen." King Xian didn't want to hurt My Ning, so she immediately lowered her moonring scythe. "Princess, you need to run. I can't control myself any longer. How could this happen?" King Xian was furious at this point. She glared and shouted directly at Ye Xuan. "It's definitely you. You've used dirty tricks to threaten My Ning. Hurry up and undo what you've done to her." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "I knew I wasn't wrong, My Ning. You really are a spy." Hearing the voice, King Xian instantly leaped high into the air, summoning her moonring scythe. "Who is it?" Before she could react, a sharp, thorn-covered whip shot out, wrapping tightly around My Ning's body. The situation was happening so quickly and dangerously that Ye Xuan's eyes widened in shock. The whip dragged My Ning to the ground, causing her to cry out in pain. The one who suddenly attacked was the woman Yan King Li. She rushed forward, using her spiritual power to control My Ning, forcing her to grit her teeth and fight back tears. "My Ning, you betrayed the human race, revealed secrets to ambush the princess, and caused serious harm to the realm of the prison tower. Your crime is unforgivable. I've been ordered by the Demon King to deal with you." As soon as she finished speaking, My Ning was suddenly shackled with a collar, his suppressive power causing excruciating pain. Seeing this, King Xian immediately exclaimed, "The chains of the Demon King." Seeing this is like seeing the Demon King himself descend. Is Imperial Father planning to capture My Ning? King Li smiled slyly at this. "Princess, you're sharp. The Demon King has given his orders. This matter is for your servant to handle. You must return immediately. I'm afraid your majesty will be displeased with you. That wicked witch of yours, you must have convinced Imperial Father to sow discord among us." Upon hearing this, King Lai looked at King Xian with a cold, piercing gaze. "Hep, Princess, you're the Demon King's own daughter. How could I possibly be sowing discord? The problem is that you haven't fully suppressed things here. Now that the Heavenly General of the Demon King is applying pressure, even your father can't just stand by and do nothing." When Ye Xuan heard King Li's words, he looked up and silently thought, "The Heavenly Demon King. So there are two Demon Kings in the realm of the prison tower. I've gathered a bit more intel now." King Xian, with an angry expression, clenched her teeth and said, "The Heavenly Demon King is putting pressure on my Imperial Father. They're blaming me for being soft-hearted and letting this person use me, driving my Imperial Father into this mess." After speaking, King Xian pointed directly at King Li's face and declared, "Fine, I'll go, but she's coming with me." King Li's face darkened at this and replied flatly, "That's not possible. I'm following orders from the Demon King My Ning. She's committed a serious crime, and she must be executed on the spot." King Xian, hearing this, was furious. She glared, her mouth wide open as she shouted, "What are you talking about? You want to kill My Ning without you understanding the situation? Don't speak nonsense. There's no way I'm handing My Ning over to you." Just then a voice echoed, causing King Xian to freeze. "Princess, you should go now." My Ning, tears streaming down her face, spoke sorrowfully, "It's true. I've committed a terrible crime. I may not care about myself, but the consequences are already here. Please, Princess, don't worry about me. Just let me die." When King Xian heard those words, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and shouted, "No way, I absolutely don't believe it." Without wasting any time, King Xian summoned her Moorring Psyche and charged forward. "No matter who it is, I won't let anyone harm her." As soon as she spoke, King Xian and her Moorring Psyche were almost upon My Ning. But before she could reach her, a net suddenly dropped over King Xian's head, making her widen her eyes in shock. The net trapped her, forcing her to fall to the ground with a loud crash beside her ear. "King Xian, go back now. This is an order from your uncle," came a voice. As the net wrapped around her, it pulled King Xian into the air, no matter how much she struggled and screamed. "Don't, Imperial Father!" My Ning is loyal and devoted. Something must have happened with that bastard to make her like this. Please, father, save my Ning. But no matter how loud she screamed, the net didn't stop and only carried King Xian farther away. She reached out, shouting, My Ning. My Ning lifted her head and looked at King Xian with a blank, helpless expression. So it's true. The heavenly demon king really wants to punish me. Even the earth-slaying demon king can't save me. I guess it's for the best. No need to live in conflict anymore. No need to keep suffering like this. It's all over. King Lai stepped closer to Mai Ning and said with a sneer, Ha ha. Mai Ning, now there's no one to save you. You can do whatever you want. Cut. Kill. It's all up to you. King Lai looked at Mai Ning with a sharp gaze. Kill you? Do you know why I'm making things difficult for you? It's because you have something in you that could help me make a breakthrough. Mai Ning glanced at him as she heard this. What are you talking about? You're the last descendant of ghosts, the only one with pure ghost blood. I have a secret ritual technique that can transform me into my puppet, helping me break through to soul transformation. It'll also let me surpass Wang Biao. When that happens, I'll rise to the position of Demon King and control the entire demon race. Hearing these wicked words from King Lai, Mai Ning immediately stepped back. No way. The Demon King ordered my execution. How dare you defy that? Resistance is useless. After I drain your soul and complete the ritual, you'll follow me and serve me, willing to live or die for me. Mai Ning's eyes widened in shock, sweat pouring down her face. I'm a warrior. I can risk my life for the demon race, but I will never become a puppet. I don't want anything to do with your filthy kind. Stay away from me. King Lei stepped forward and grabbed Mai Ning by the hair. You won't have a choice. The Demon King has already abandoned you, and your princess can't protect you. Now, you're on your own. Call for heaven, and heaven won't answer. Call for the earth, and the earth won't respond. Let go of me. At this moment, Ye Xuan was sitting next to her, resting his chin and listening in on the conversation when the system appeared. Choose a divine-level mission. Mai Ning has been schemed against by her enemies and is about to lose consciousness, becoming a puppet. Your choices are 1. Ignore Mai Ning being refined and the oath contract losing its effect, or 2. Your master will fight to save Mai Ning. The reward is an immortal treasure, a top-tier exclusive ghost poison ring. The system reminded. Although this choice is very difficult, hey, old lady, sorry for accidentally disturbing your beautiful butt. Honestly, I really admire your plan. Hearing the voice, King Lai turned to look, only to see that Ye Xuan had disappeared. In an instant, he suddenly appeared right next to her, leaving King Lai completely shocked. But your plan has one small problem. Ye Xuan said, she's mine. With that, Ye Xuan kicked King Lai with a swift motion, sending her flying. Then he turned and ran over to grab Mai Ning, pulling her to another spot. Ye Xuan gently placed her down in a corner while she was still confused about what had just happened. He then reached up to gently wipe the blood off his cheek. Ah, I got hit. Hearing this, Mai Ning's face turned bright red as she stared at him, thinking to herself, I never expected that at my lowest moment, the only one who cared enough to check on me wasn't the Demon King of Death, nor was it my demon race companions who I fought life and death with. It was him. Ye Xuan, with a scowl on his face, shot a furious glare and yelled, I'm telling you, if my personal property is damaged, you'll have to compensate me for it. Hearing this, King Lai immediately cracked her whip and glaring fiercely shouted, Compensate? Compensate my foot. You lowly human, I'll rip your heart out and eat it raw. Mai Ning, seeing the scene unfold, shouted, Be careful, her whip is extremely powerful. It's called the Heavenly Kang Whip, and she's a trusted advisor to His Majesty. As the whip came down with a sharp crack, Ye Xuan swiftly jumped high, dodging the attack in a spectacular move. He quickly retreated and glanced at Mai Ning, saying, Ha ha, not bad, not bad. Mai Ning, you've learned how to look out for your master now? Huh? Ha ha. If we weren't on the same team, I wouldn't give you the time of day. King Lai gripped the whip tightly and charged toward Ye Xuan. So, Mai Ning, now you're starting to coordinate both inside and out. She lashed the whip repeatedly at Ye Xuan, creating loud explosions with each strike. But I'm at the core formation stage, while you're only at the low-tier Kai compensation. The difference between us is like night and day. How do you plan to fight me? Ye Xuan stared forward, his eyes narrowed. Running fast at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per hour, the monster's mind is as simple as that. How many times have I told you, yet you still talk to me about boundaries? While running, a giant snake suddenly appeared and wrapped itself around Ye Xuan. You're the one with the big mouth, talking so arrogantly. This time, let's see where you can run to. Mai Ning yelled, her eyes wide and mouth open. Be careful, this creature is a caveman snake. It can swallow ancient beasts whole. The caveman snake charged towards Ye Xuan, but he remained unfazed, keeping a tough expression on his face. She liked to use creatures like this to boost her own power, either by training them as pets or using them for poison cultivation. She was only at the mid-core formation stage, while the caveman snake was at the core formation stage, but if they teamed up, their combined strength could rival that of someone at the nascent soul stage. Hearing this, Ye Xuan flashed a sly grin. He extended his arm forward, and a flash of light appeared. "So that's how it is. You think you're the only one with a spirit pet," he said. "Xiao Bai, come out and scratch her for me." However, when he summoned Xiao Bai, the little creature was still deep asleep. Ye Xuan's face darkened with frustration. Xiao Bai, wake up." But the stubborn cat just kept sleeping, completely ignoring him. Seeing the scene in front of her, King Li couldn't help but throw her head back and laugh loudly. "Ha ha, are you kidding me? A stupid cat? My caveman snake is a divine beast at the core formation level. Caveman snake, swallow them all for me." Hearing the command, the caveman snake opened its mouth wide and slithered toward Ye Xuan, who was desperately struggling and calling for Xiao Bai. In that instant, Ye Xuan was truly startled and horrified, shouting out loudly, "Damn, is it pretending to sleep so it doesn't have to work?" Furious, Ye Xuan tossed Xiao Bai directly into the caveman snake's mouth, saying, "Go sleep in there." Seeing this, King Li couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. "Haha, I thought this thing was powerful. If its strength is already so bad, it shouldn't be embarrassing itself like this." Mining looked ahead with a worried expression. Suddenly, the caveman snake's body shook violently. Xiao Bai was jumping wildly inside the snake's stomach, causing it intense pain. The snake howled in agony, its screams growing louder. King Lai watched this in shock, frowning and sweating in fear. How is this possible? In an instant, the caveman snake was controlled, and its head turned to face King Lai. "Caveman snake, are you out of your mind? Why are you attacking me? I'm your master." King Lai kicked hard at the body of the caveman snake, jumping up swiftly. "You little bastard, what have you done to the caveman snake?" Ye Xuan, with one hand on his hip and the other raised, responded loudly. "What's the rush? It's just a battle between two spirit beasts. What's going on? My little cat is both fierce and cute, huh?" Mai Ning stared wide-eyed at King Lai fighting with her own spirit beast. Stunned, she thought to herself, "I've crossed paths with King Li many times. We're both cautious around the caveman snake. But I never expected that little cat could torment it like this, even make it bite its own master. What kind of creature is that cat? And more importantly, how is he? Someone at the QI condensation stage, able to control such a powerful trump card. Not just one, but more than one. Who exactly is he?" After a fierce battle, King Lai was exhausted, her anger boiling over as she shouted, "Useless thing, and yet it's under the control of a little human brat." She summoned a magic artifact and sent it speeding toward the caveman snake, yelling, "I can't let you live anymore." King Lai gripped her sword tightly and leaped onto the caveman snake's head. Ye Xuan stood below, looking up at the triangular-shaped area and couldn't help but cough up a little blood, thinking, "Oh shit, the demon race is this bold. This view is pretty good, and the figure isn't bad either." King Lai swung her sword with full force, and in an instant, a stream of bright red blood splattered, along with a loud sound. She pressed her hand against the body of the caveman snake and charged forward with an intense, bloodshot glare. Shit, did she just decapitate the caveman snake's nascent soul with one swing? Even she couldn't pull that off. King Lai, with a heart of stone, ruthlessly attacked her own pet, full of rage at the disobedient little creatures. "Die, all of you! She's got some skill, but one-on-one like this, she won't make it." After saying that, Ye Xuan turned to Mai Ning and said, "Mai Ning, I'll help you break these chains, but you need to run. The Demon King's shackles can't be destroyed by any outside force, only a key can break them. Don't worry about me, just go." As she finished speaking, King Lai descended from the sky, her appearance eerie and unsettling. "Ha ha, that's right. Only I have the key." With that, she reached into her own two soul crystals and smiled. Suddenly, something made King Lai break into a cold sweat, and she quickly turned away, desperately trying to hide her panicked expression. "Wait, where's my key?" Ye Xuan grabbed Xiao Bai's head, still dripping with strange fluids from the caveman snake, and held up a bunch of keys. "Is this it?" King Lai turned around and, seeing the bunch of keys, broke into a cold sweat, her face drenched. "How did you even get this?" "No, wait, when did that damn cat sneak off with it?" Right after that, Xiao Bai snapped to attention, fur bristling with anger, and barked at Ye Xuan. "It's all your useless master's fault. Hurry up and make it up to me by getting my fur back in shape." Okay, my bad. I shouldn't have forced you to work overtime. How about I give you some tasty food instead? All right, let's get back to business. Mining carefully took the key and unlocked the collar. He really had saved her. A system notification popped up. Ding ding. Congratulations, Master. You've completed the divine level selection mission. Reward: an immortal treasure collar and immortal treasure necklace, a special immortal treasure designed for female slaves, capable of greatly enhancing speed and strength across the board. The system screen disappeared, and Ye Xuan immediately received the immortal treasure necklace. King Lai, watching from the side, raised an eyebrow when she saw the necklace. Is that an immortal treasure? Ye Xuan glanced at Mai Ning, then teasingly said, Heh, what are you standing there for? Want to get some revenge or not? That witch wanted to turn you into a puppet before. Could you have tolerated that? Mai Ning's hair was a mess as she became furious. I couldn't stand it. I would have killed her. Ye Xuan handed her an immortal treasure necklace. All right, I'm giving you an immortal treasure to help. What's this? You're giving this to me. Mai Ning stared at the necklace in her hands, thinking to herself, the spiritual energy in this treasure is really strong. It's a genuine immortal treasure, but he's casually giving it to me. Still, why does it look like something you put on a dog or a cat? King Lei stepped up to Ye Xuan and teasingly said, You little rascal, where did you get this immortal treasure? Hurry up and give your big sister one. I'll treat you much better if you do. Ye Xuan, grinning, stuck out his tongue and gave her a playful gesture. You want a treasure? Here's a saying for you. One sweet bite from the heavens, one red touch that makes all creatures adore. Sure, I got plenty of immortal treasures, but I only give out the real, full-set ones. People like you, I wouldn't even touch with a 10-foot pole. What the heck are you saying? Mai Ning couldn't hold back and burst into laughter after hearing his words. Haha, you're right. The princess and I hate her too, but I've never felt this relief. How did you come up with that? Being with you is so much fun. Now you see how great I am, huh? Hurry up and put it on. Someone is already drooling nearby. Be careful they steal it. As soon as she finished speaking, King Lai gripped her sword tightly and charged forward. You don't deserve to enjoy the immortal treasure. It's mine. King Lai was here. Quick, put it on. Protect, protect. Mai Ning glared at the necklace in her hand, deep in thought. Even though this shameless person had always been my target and I tried to kill him countless times, he had saved my life once. Forget it. I'll trust him this time. Once the necklace was around her neck, Mai Ning's body began to absorb the spiritual energy intensely. Her cheeks turned bright red, her eyes shut tightly, and she gasped for breath, feeling as if all the spiritual power was rushing into her body. King Lai arrived, and when he saw this scene, his eyes widened in shock. The spiritual energy within Mai Ning's body erupted violently, unexpectedly sending King Lai flying backward. In the blink of an eye, Mai Ning successfully broke through to the high-tier core formation stage, her appearance subtly changing. Mai Ning opened her eyes wide, staring intently at her palm. Did I just break through to a low-tier core formation again? King Lai stood aside, glaring at Ye Xuan and Mai Ning, his teeth gritted in anger. The immortal treasure was truly extraordinary. Not long ago, I had gone after Ye Xuan with a token and the Demon King's artifact, hunting Mai Ning and forcing the King Xi and Acupoint to return. So, what now? When he heard this, King Li's face darkened with visible anger. Now he had been tricked by him and ended up in a bad situation. Life really felt like a stage play, always changing unpredictably. Ye Xuan stretched out his arm and ordered, Go ahead, fight. I'm just watching. He glanced at Mai Ning and added, Fight for your master and you'll be rewarded. Hearing this, Mai Ning immediately grabbed her sword and rushed forward. King Lai, I'll kill you. As the two women battled, Ye Xuan took the opportunity to check the system. The system screen showed an image of Mai Ning's body structure to design a costume. Powerful cultivators, in an effort to pass the time, could create just about anything. It was evil, really evil, but he loved it. Ye Xuan touched the nurse outfit on the system screen, and then his eyes widened as he quickly glanced over. In an instant, Mai Ning was dressed in the nurse uniform. Then Ye Xuan tapped on the maid outfit. Mai Ning, now wearing the maid outfit, charged forward. King Lai swung his sword down with a lethal strike, then continued with another attack that tightly hugged his body. Mai Ning gripped her sword firmly and charged, swinging it rapidly at King Lai. A moment later, Mai Ning glanced over at Ye Xuan and saw him grinning maniacally, looking like a madman. She thought to herself, What's with this crazy guy? Why does he look so perverted? Does he really think I look good while fighting? But thanks to Ye Xuan, today is truly satisfying. The woman in front of me has used countless schemes to try to harm me. Yan King Lai is the enemy I've wanted to take revenge on for so long. King Lai, today is your end. When King Lai heard those words come from Mai Ning's mouth, it was like a thunderstrike. She frowned, looking furious. Mai Ning stood in front of King Lai, raising her sword high, causing King Lai to stare at her in shock and shout out in panic, Mai Ning, you're a traitor who sold out your master for personal gain. How dare you fight me? But before she could finish her sentence, something made Mai Ning widen her eyes in disbelief. King Lai had taken the chance to strike, slashing Mai Ning's knee with her sword, sending blood spraying everywhere. King Lai looked at Mai Ning, staggering in front of her, and laughed loudly. Ha ha, my divine seer has already seen everything. You ran off with that Hewitt man and still call yourself my master? Mai Ning, you're shameless. Shut up. Don't say another word. King Lai swung her sword behind her, then turned to look at Mai Ning, flashing a slight grin before shouting, the one who deserves to die is you. Ye Xuan, standing off to the side, watched as Mai Ning lost her advantage and became helpless. He closed his eyes tightly, thinking to himself, although Mai Ning is powerful, her temperament still needs a lot of work. It was time for him to take over the fight. He rushed forward quickly, glaring ahead, and smiled. At that moment, King Li's sword was pointed directly at Mai Ning's chest, making her eyes go wide with alarm. In the midst of the danger, Ye Xuan's voice rang out, King Lai, you've truly lost all shame. She turned around, face contorted in rage, and shouted, You arrogant fool, what did you just say? Ye Xuan landed beside her, a mocking smile on his face. You'll do anything for power, won't you? Acting high and mighty, but everyone knows how far you've gone to climb. King Li's eyes darkened with fury, and she charged at him, growling, You insolent brat, I'll make you regret those words. Ye Xuan turned and fled, drawing her away. After gaining some distance, he suddenly shouted, Mai Ning, now. At his signal, Mai Ning acted immediately. She blinked behind King Lai in a flash of movement and drove her sword forward, striking with precision between King Li's shoulders. Then Mai Ning suddenly jumped up, pulling her sword out with such force that King Lai cried out in pain, You damn Mai Ning, you always pretend to be pure and innocent, but you sneak attack me. I didn't. At that moment, it seemed like Mai Ning was being controlled by some sort of power. She relentlessly rushed forward, slashing fiercely with her sword. Damn, what do you think you're doing? I'm sorry, I really am sorry. No, listen to me. Suddenly, a powerful pressure came down from above King Lai, causing her to stare wide-eyed in shock. Ye Xuan summoned the heaven-reversing seal and crushed her beneath it. The main character descended from above, glaring ahead and muttering, That witch is probably dead, right? Wait, King Lai has a life-protecting artifact. She's not that easy to kill. A life-protecting artifact. Just as he finished speaking, King Li's scream echoed. Divine Seer. She used her golden turtle shell to lift the heaven-reversing seal. This bastard, even though his cultivation is low, his artifact is a divine treasure. His strategy not only makes up for his lack of strength, but he also plays with me as if I'm in the palm of his hand. He can force me to exhaust my true essence and make me use Divine Seer to protect myself. Little brat, you're using this treasure like a 3-year-old holding gold while walking through a market. Just wait for the Demon King himself to come and tear you to pieces. She tightly gripped the Divine Seer artifact and slowly rose to her feet. At the same time, the heaven-reversing seal was gently lifted. King Lai leaped up from beneath the glowing formation. Mai Ning glanced at Ye Xuan and shouted that Divine Seer was deceived by King Li's beauty. She used manipulation to climb from a mere cultivator to the highest ranks. I've heard there's a diviner who can foresee countless possibilities, and even reverse time itself. Hearing this, Ye Xuan looked ahead, a cold smirk on his face. Reverse time? Not bad at all. This treasure's worth something. With that, Ye Xuan and Mai Ning unleashed their spiritual energy. They moved swiftly around King Lai, their speed making it difficult for her to keep up. Surrounded, King Lai steadied herself. If she wanted to survive, she'd have to fight back hard. She moved forward and faced Mai Ning head-on. Mai Ning lunged, her blade slicing into King Li's side. At the same time, King Lai retaliated, striking Mai Ning in the leg with a counterattack. King Lai leaped back, narrowly dodging Mai Ning's next strike. She then swept her leg in a sharp arc, knocking Mai Ning to the ground. Breathing heavily, King Lai realized her strength was waning. She clenched her fist and turned to flee. But Ye Xuan appeared in front of her, blocking her path. Going somewhere? He asked with a glare. Ye Xuan and King Lai exchanged blows, their power colliding in bursts of force that shook the ground. You overestimate yourself, King Lai snapped. You're still not strong enough to defeat me in battle. After finishing his words, King Lai lunged forward, stabbing Ye Xuan with a fatal blow that sent blood splattering everywhere. I will tear you apart. Seeing this, Mai Ning immediately jumped to her feet and rushed forward, but was suddenly held back by some invisible force. Stop! Don't hurt him. Damn it, why can't I move now? King Lai yanked his sword out with a jerk, causing Ye Xuan to scream in pain as his eyes rolled back and he coughed up blood. Mai Ning looked up, her eyes widening as she saw what had happened, her face filled with concern. Ye Xuan! King Lai struck out with his hand, sending Ye Xuan plummeting from the sky. You filthy rat, you overestimated yourself. This is the price you pay for offending me. King Lai crossed his arms and unleashed 2 blasts of energy toward Ye Xuan. Tai compensation, and you still think you can fight me? I'll rip your heart out and watch you die. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful shockwave pressed down, causing the ground to explode. When the dust finally cleared, Ye Xuan lay motionless, covered in injuries in a crater shaped like an X. Seeing Ye Xuan at her feet, King Lai laughed triumphantly and shouted, Haha, you're finally dead. I've gotten rid of this grudge. You should thank me for setting you free. Once I bring the demon race army back, I'll nail you to the black pillar of hell, the most cursed torture in the underworld, and make you suffer forever. Just wait for it. After saying that, she immediately turned and ran. Killing Ye Xuan was enough to hand over to Huang Biao. However, after just a few steps, something made King Lai widen her eyes. She glanced up and saw the heaven reversing seal descending right above her head. This can't be. He's not dead. How is this possible? Right after that, a wave of dark energy shot toward her back. Sorry, looks like I disappointed you. Ye Xuan appeared behind her, suddenly locking her arms and tightening his grip around her neck, leaving her in shock. You're still alive? How is that possible? I've slashed at you so many times. Ye Xuan leaned in close and whispered in her ear. King Lai, you know, a thick body is hard to cut through. I did a pretty good job acting just now, didn't I? And you, pretending to be weak and injured. Was that an act too? Yeah, because how else could I have gotten close to you? How could I have grabbed you from behind? Hearing this, King Lai widened her eyes and looked back, thinking to herself, damn it, I can't escape now. That brat's strength wasn't even that great just now. I've been cornered. Seeing Mai Ning rushing toward him with a sword in hand, Ye Xuan immediately leaped into the air and kicked King Lai, sending her crashing head first into the ground. Ye Xuan, you're not dead yet. Stop wasting time. Attack. With a dark, murderous look on her face, Mai Ning swung her sword, her eyes fixed ahead. At the same time, Ye Xuan raised his hand and summoned the heaven-raging fury sword. He flew forward with a grim expression, his killing intent intense, and with a single slash, he severed King Lai's head, blood splattering everywhere. At that very moment, Mai Ning also drove her blade through King Li's heart, shattering her silicon-based body. At that moment, King Lai met a brutal death, her body torn apart. Once the deed was done, Ye Xuan landed and put away the heaven-reversing seal. I actually did it. I killed King Lai. Girl, did you see that? You died because you talked too much. Even after her head had fallen, King Li's consciousness lingered for a moment, and she mustered the strength to shout, Mai Ning, you little brat, after I die, even if I turn into a demon, I will never let you get away with this. Mai Ning, the betrayer, the spy. Aren't you ashamed of your ancestors? Aren't you ashamed of the Empress? You will never die peacefully. Before she could say more, Mai Ning stepped forward and confidently crushed King Lai beneath her foot. Die, you wicked thing. Mai Ning stomped hard, ending King Lai in an instant, leaving no chance for survival. Ye Xuan glared down below, muttering, Huh, you're about to die and still causing trouble. Even in hell, you'd just be a slave to someone else. As soon as Ye Xuan finished speaking, the patterns of Mai Ning's body and face disappeared. Thank you. That final kick was controlled by you. It was your strike that shattered the demon in my heart. As for this you and me thing, from now on, you'll call me master and consider yourself my slave. After saying this, Ye Xuan lazily half-closed his eyes, glancing over with a mischievous smile. I'm so tired from the fight. Can you give me a back rub? Those words triggered the contract, and immediately, Mai Ning stepped forward, quickly massaging Ye Xuan's body in various places. Is the master comfortable now? How about here? Is the pressure okay? After a while, when the effect of the contract wore off, Mai Ning jumped back, flustered, and yelled, What exactly did you do to me? Why am I getting more obedient every day? I paid the price and I accepted the necklace, but... Oh, my mistake, Ye Xuan interrupted with a smirk. It's actually a collar. Once you wear it, you'll listen to me even more. Mai Ning was stunned after hearing this and pointed at the necklace around her neck. You mean a necklace, not a pendant? Are you lying to me? Ye Xuan glanced over at her and responded in a sharp tone. I'm asking you, wasn't it that woman who tried to kill you, trapping you in a dead end? Yes, that's right. And didn't that get you out of there? Exactly. After I gave you the immortal treasure necklace, didn't your strength grow stronger? Did you succeed in turning the tables on her? Yes. But do you expect to receive something without giving anything in return? Now, would you rather be captured by the Demon King and killed, or have that woman turn you into a puppet, then be a slave to me? Think about it. What's worse? People like you need to learn how to be grateful. Mining's eyes widened in shock, and then tears slowly started to fill her eyes, rolling down her cheeks. She quickly wiped them away. I understand. I won't cry anymore. After saying this, Mining immediately knelt down at Ye Xuan's feet. Master Mining, no slave greets you. Good, now that's better. After hearing this, Mining's face grew serious, and she spoke with a firm tone. But the slave still has one unreasonable request. Tell me, Mining will protect her master, but will not kill the demon race. I have sworn to protect His Majesty, the Demon King, and the Princess. I don't want to harm the demon race. Even though I am my master's servant, I cannot go against my oath. Please, master, grant my wish. Ye Xuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, Dan, are you a living Buddha or something? Before surrendering, you still want to protect those who harmed you? He stepped closer and gently wiped away Mining's tears. All right, this is the biggest difference between you and that evil woman Ting Lai. You're loyal, while I'm just a traitor. Where's the loyalty in that? Whether I'm a traitor or not, there's no need to mention it. If others want to kill you, are you really going to just let them? That's just insane. You have parents, you were born to a father and raised by a mother. Why lower yourself like this? To sum up, in the realm of the prison tower, I won't force you to take action. You just need to protect me. Yes, master. Thank you very much. After saying that, Ye Xuan glanced over and noticed that King Li's magical artifact was lying on the ground. He approached, sat down, and picked it up, thinking to himself, this thing is no ordinary item. It's as famous as the ancestral dragon emperor's bone from ancient times. What exactly is this? I'll keep it for now and ask second sister when I get back. She'll definitely know. Just as he finished thinking, a message appeared on the system. Congratulations, master. You have killed a demonic cultivator at the mid-core formation stage and earned 500 merit points. Well, the worker, the debtor. How much have I had to pay off because of the heaven reversing technique? When will I ever be able to clear all these debts? The battles ahead are still waiting, so I need to recharge. Mining, happy yet still confused, stared at Ye Xuan and said, Master, King Lai and I are just small players in the realm of the prison tower. Killing King Lai wasn't easy. You want to shape the entire realm of the prison tower? Are you saying I'm trying to fight a battle I can't win? Ye Xuan asked, sensing what she meant. Mining froze, caught off guard. She didn't speak, but he already knew what she was thinking. But just like how you couldn't sit idly by and watch the demon race fail, I can't stand by and watch the sore immortal sect it destroyed. No matter what happens, I will act. If I must die, then I'll die leading the charge. Hearing Ye Xuan's words, Mining glared at him, thinking to herself, I can't believe that the master, who plays with life and is so wicked and ruthless, can have such deep and great feelings. As for me, I'm suffering because I'm too honest and I place too much importance on loyalty. If I couldn't pressure her, she'd probably treat me better. The intelligence will be packaged and sent properly, right? Mining glanced at Ye Xuan with a determined look in her eyes, pointing to the side. I know. There's a secret path here that can avoid the Demon King guards. We can head straight to the 18th floor, and I'll take you there, master. Yeah, the plan is set. At that moment, the old man Jian So, hiding behind a rock, peered out and saw Mining and Ye Xuan holding hands, happily running off. This girl Mining, is she really like a jasmine flower growing in cow dung? Is Huang Biao an idiot? Listening to that gossip from King Lai, I need to hurry up to the 18th floor and prepare. I can't let that kid achieve his goal. A moment later, the Demon King's chamber on the 72nd floor, Huang Biao and Yu King Xian were sitting together enjoying tea. Father, are you saying that you can't release Mining? Yu King Xian clenched her fists, looking at Huang Biao with fear in her eyes, her face full of worry. It's all because of careless mistakes in his work. Please, father, spare Mining's life, Yu King Xian begged. Upon hearing this, Huang Biao slammed his teacup down onto the table in anger, causing Yu King Xian to jump in shock. His face turned a deep shade of green as he gritted his teeth and shouted, Stop talking. Mining was dealt with according to the orders of the Demon King, and I can't go against that. The incident at the realm of the prison tower is being taken very seriously by the Demon King. There will be no forgiveness for any mistake. The fact that I'm even putting myself at risk to protect you is already pushing it. Yu King Xian looked up and, with a troubled expression, spoke. Uncle, don't you have any reason for this? Huang Biao picked up his teacup, his face grim as he replied in a low growl. You don't understand. In recent years, Q Bing had become a completely different person. Now, his personality was brutal. He would kill anyone at the slightest provocation, and it seemed like every day someone was being slaughtered under the Demon King's rule. The bodies piled up so high in the heavens that they looked like mountains. Ye Xuan lowered her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. Although he had once been very dignified, he'd always shown immense love and care for both her and Mai Ning. How could he have turned into this? Huang Biao furrowed his brow, a troubled look on his face. In the end, Mai Ning's fate was sealed. Even though he was still Q Bing, he was no longer the big brother she once knew. King Xian, hearing this, placed a hand on his chest with an angry expression and said, "Imperial Father, you already know what my uncle has become as his younger brother and the Demon King of Earth. Shouldn't you be trying to persuade him for the sake of the demon race's people? If you're just going to stay neutral and not speak up for Mai Ning, then I'll go be him myself. I don't believe he would even kill me." Huang Biao was extremely displeased upon hearing this. His dark eyes narrowed and he snapped. "Shut your mouth. You're too Maeve. Don't concern yourself with that human child and don't get involved in Mai Ning's matter." With that, Huang Biao stormed toward the door and shouted, "From now on, you're confined here. You're not allowed to go outside." He stepped out of the room and slammed the door behind him. "Father, don't lock me up. Father, please let me out. You keep an eye on the princess. No one is allowed inside. Understood at your demon majesty." However, before anyone could respond, one of the servants rushed in, bowed, and reported urgently, "Great King, something's wrong. What's the hurry? You must come to the main hall. The Celestial Demon King is looking for you." Huang Biao, with a stern expression, quickly left the room. "I'll be there right away." A moment later, Huang Biao stepped into the room. He stared intently at old man Q Bing, bowed, and greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, big brother. What brings you here?" Q Bing stood with his hands behind his back and spoke sharply, using only 4 words. "King Lai is dead. How much longer are you going to wait?" Huang Biao immediately dropped to his knees. "Brother, I understand. It's all my fault. I'll go personally." It was unbelievable that King Li couldn't do anything to that bastard. Q Bing glanced over his shoulder with an angry, frustrated expression. "Things have changed drastically recently. The situation is dangerous and I'm worried about King Xian's safety. Bring King Xian to me." Huang Biao looked up in shock, his eyes wide with fear. "What? Big brother, are you going to take King Xian away?" Q Bing turned around and bluntly said, "It's been a long time since King Xian visited me. I miss him. Do you really not trust me, even after all this time?" Huang Biao fell silent upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "It's because I understand your character so well that I don't trust you. King Xian is my precious one." As he was reflecting, Q Bing disappeared, leaving behind only a few words. "Let's settle it this way. I'll send Yin Zhao to pick her up. You take care of that damn human." After Ku Bing left, Huang Bao spoke up. "Someone, call for the princess." Over time, Big Brother had become more and more ruthless. He didn't even ask King Xian a single question and suddenly wanted her to go there. He even arranged for his trusted general, Yin Zhao, to personally come and get her. There must be some secret behind all of this that he couldn't tell anyone. Huang Bao paced back and forth in the grand hall, troubled. He couldn't go against Big Brother's orders. King Xian was all I have. How can I protect her from this disaster? While he was lost in thought, a voice called out, "Dad, Dad," and Huang Biao quickly looked up, startled. Ye Xuan rushed in. "My precious King Xian, you've come." Ye Xuan approached, looking up at Huang Biao, her eyes filled with tears. "Dad, King Xian knows she was wrong." Huang Biao bent down, hugging King Xian's shoulders gently as he whispered, "My dear King Xian hasn't done anything wrong. Listen to me, I have something very important to tell you." After finishing his words, Huang Biao leaned in close to Ye Xuan's ear and whispered something that made her eyes widen in shock. Ye Xuan froze, looking up at Huang Biao and shouted, "Father, what's going on? How can this be?" Huang Biao raised a finger in front of King Xian's face and said clearly, "Our demon race is experiencing both disaster and fortune, and maybe this isn't the place for it. This is something only heaven and earth know. You must never tell anyone. Do you understand?" When Ye Xuan heard this, anger flared up inside her and her brows furrowed. But if the situation was as dangerous as it seemed, then King Xian would stay by her father's side and face it together with him. "If he could listen to me," he said softly. Hearing those loving words, King Xian couldn't hold back her tears. Huang Biao bent down, took her hand, and said, "My good daughter, I've killed countless people, so sooner or later I will face retribution. In this world, the only thing that worries me is you. As long as you're safe and happy, I will have no regrets." With that, Huang Biao trembled and turned King Xian around. He raised his hand and pushed her away. Go now. Yin Zhao will be here soon, and I'll hold him off." Hearing this, King Xian immediately ran off, tears streaming down her face in the wind. "Remember, you must hide well. Don't come out unless you hear the signal. After King Xian completely left the Grand Hall, Wang Bao shouted loudly, "This is bad. Princess Yu has escaped." He immediately ordered his subordinates in the hall, "Chase her. Mobilize everyone. Hurry up and catch her. If you don't, you'll die too." His subordinates and the demonic beasts quickly got to work. "This is bad. The Demon King is furious. Hurry up. Go find the princess." In a quiet night sky, King Xian had disguised herself, riding a wolf and blending in with the demonic beasts who were frantically searching for her. She wore a black cloak, silent and emotionless. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the air, shooting down right in front of King Xian. She immediately looked up at the light, something in it making her gasp in surprise. In midair was a man with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a beast. He was Ye Xuan, the great general of the heavenly army. As expected, he's here, King Xian thought. Why did Uncle bring me here? Why did Father insist I disguise myself and escape? Where should I go? In her moment of despair, the image of Ye Xuan suddenly flashed in her mind. She angrily yanked on the wolf's reins, gritting her teeth and thinking, "It's all that little brat's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have made this mistake, I wouldn't have angered Uncle, and I wouldn't have put Father in this difficult position." With that thought, she urged the wolf to race forward. "I have to go kill that bastard." A little while later, Ye Xuan arrived at Huang Biao's main hall. After hearing the full story, he shouted angrily, "What? The princess has run away from the Demon King's palace. The Demon King has ordered me to bring her back to the celestial realm. What do you mean by this?" Huang Biao, calm and straightforward, responded, "My daughter is very mischievous. This isn't the first time she's done something like this. I was a bit careless and she ran off. What else could I have done?" Ye Xuan frowned and glared, looking annoyed. "If that's the case, I'll go find Princess Yu myself." Huang Biao called his spirit beast into the hall. "I wouldn't want to trouble you. I've already sent someone to find her. As soon as we locate her, she'll be brought back immediately." Huang Biao climbed onto the spirit beast's back and grabbed the reins. "By the way, the Demon King has also given me an order. I'm to kill that kid right away." As Huang Biao rode off on his spirit beast, Ye Xuan called out, "Wait, Demon King. If that's the case, I'll go with you." "Sure, come along." Huang Biao glanced back with a sly smile. "I'm not afraid of Ye Xuan finding King Xian. If we can bring him along to deal with that kid, that would definitely be better." On the 18th floor, Ye Xuan and Mai Ning stood in front of the mechanism. Is this the 18th floor? Ye Xuan thought. The place looked more like a temple. He had to hurry and restore the restriction. "Mai Ning, what's the guardian here?" "It's the fire sheep fairy, Pure Desire. She specializes in long-range attacks that are incredibly sneaky and deadly." No sooner had she finished speaking than something caught Ye Xuan's attention, making his eyes widen. He quickly grabbed Mai Ning, and a beam of light suddenly descended from somewhere. Ye Xuan immediately lifted Mai Ning and leaped to the side. "Be careful!" Mai Ning was so close in his arms that she felt embarrassed and stared at him wide-eyed. Suddenly, 3 poison arrows appeared in midair and shot down. As soon as the arrows hit the ground, Ye Xuan swiftly lifted Mai Ning again and jumped to dodge. However, in a chaos, Ye Xuan didn't notice that a 4th arrow was still coming from behind. It struck him right in the thigh. Cluster arrows, and it hit the exact spot I was trying to avoid. Too late to dodge. Ye Xuan muttered, its face darkening. He gritted his teeth, clearly feeling the pain of the wound. Mai Ning, seeing him like this, widened her eyes in panic. "Master, that's a blind spot. We need to get inside fast." Hearing this, Ye Xuan immediately scooped Mai Ning up and sped off like a gust of wind, causing blood from his injury to spray in all directions. Mai Ning pulled the arrow out of Ye Xuan's thigh. She ripped his pants open and exclaimed, "Pure Desire is the Demon King, known for being the best at hiding and camouflaging in the demon race. Her upper body is human, but her lower body is a serpent. She probably dug all the tunnels on the 18th floor, which makes her really hard to catch, and her arrows are coated with deadly poison." Sure enough, Ye Xuan's wound began to show a strange greenish poison that spread quickly through his meridians. If it wasn't treated soon, he would die very quickly. Without wasting a second, Mai Ning leaned down and began sucking the poison from Ye Xuan's thigh, causing him to call out in confusion, "Mai Ning." After spitting the poison out, Mai Ning looked at him, but even after sucking the poison out, it seemed like the toxin had already spread. "This is all my fault for not protecting you in time. It's okay, I'm not that easy to kill. Is there any way to deal with this snake? If we can't catch her, we're done for. One of us will have to lure her out while the other searches for a solution." Before Ye Xuan and Mai Ning could finish discussing, a strange voice echoed in their ears. "Ha ha!" As expected, the rumors were true. Ghosts has betrayed the demon race. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan immediately summoned Xiao Bai. "Talk to her. I'll keep watch. Pure desire, what do you intend to do? As soon as he finished speaking, sound waves appeared in front of Ye Xuan and Mai Ning. Of course, I'm going to take your head and bring it to the Demon King for a reward. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bai, still serious, shook her head. She listened to the mysterious voice, which was erratic and impossible to trace. She couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Damn it, demon race woman. How is it that each one seems more powerful than the last? As time passed, more reinforcements from the demon race arrived, and it was becoming urgent to kill pure desire quickly. Just as they were getting frustrated, the system issued a divine-level mission, warning of danger. You must defeat pure desire within the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, or you will face the reinforcements from the demon race. Your choices are: Option 1, let me go first and Mai Ning can deal with the enemy. Every time she gets hit, her strength will weaken so you can keep her alive. Option 2, I'll go first. As the leader, I'll show the way. Mai Ning will appreciate your bravery. However, you may suffer serious injuries or even die. The reward will be a secret clue to the realm of the prison tower. Ye Xuan opened his eyes and looked at the system, thinking to himself, this time, the reward for the god-level choice is the option to pick a top-secret lead from the realm of the prison tower. Of course, I'll go with option 2, definitely option 2. With that thought, Ye Xuan stood up with a commanding presence and boldly walked forward. Slave, open the protective space for me and observe closely. No, master, let me handle it. Ye Xuan shot a glance at her and firmly said, Slave, listen carefully. The master, must lead the way. If I die, you must live well. Hearing these words, Mai Ning felt a deep sense of admiration and tears welled up in her eyes. Wow, master is so impressive. Ye Xuan didn't know how to respond to that. One system keeps pushing him into danger every day, and one Mai Ning worships him so much that she risked her life for him. Sooner or later, he'll end up dead because of these women. After a moment of reflection, Ye Xuan stomped his foot on the ground and jumped high into the air. Just as he cleared the blind spot, a sonic circle appeared right next to his ear. Haha, handsome guy, you finally come out. As Ye Xuan flew past, the sonic circle pressed down on him. Handsome guy, don't be in such a hurry. If you're in a hurry, you won't be able to play with me. With that, countless deadly poison arrows appeared right in front of Ye Xuan, catching him off guard. His face darkened, and he broke into a cold sweat. Under the brutal attack from pure desire, Ye Xuan quickly leaped into the air to dodge, but just as he avoided one, another, even harder, came crashing toward him. Once again, Ye Xuan found himself pierced by a poison arrow. His eyes widened in pain, his face turning as dark as a pot from the agony. Furrowing his brows, he summoned a powerful force to suppress the arrow, but it only shoved him hard into the wall. Ye Xuan gripped the arrow lodged in his stomach, enduring the pain. The deadly poison spread quickly, causing excruciating agony that felt like it was tearing his soul apart. Furious, Ye Xuan glared ahead and shouted, Poisonous witch, is that all you can do? Hiding in the shadows, shooting arrows to injure people. If you're so brave, why would you come out here? Your body's strong, and with Mai Ning as your backup, I'm supposed to be afraid of a fight. Just as he finished speaking, another barrage of arrows flew toward him. Handsome guy, let me first cripple your limbs and then deal with Mai Ning. Mai Ning, witnessing this scene, widened her eyes in shock and yelled, Master, it's dangerous. But it was already too late. The arrows had begun to pierce Ye Xuan's arms. Then there were the arrows that pierced his legs, blood splattering everywhere. Ye Xuan felt intense pain, his face darkened, and he tightly shut his eyes, seeing the male knee collapse under the barrage of his own arrows. Pure Desire spoke up, Mai Ning, your master is in grave danger. Aren't you going to rush out and save him? Seeing Ye Xuan suffering, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, Mai Ning panicked, fear and confusion mixing together. Master should still be able to pull through, right? Following his words from behind a concealed screen, Pure Desire once again raised her bow, aiming ahead. Still not showing yourself. Then I won't hold back. At that moment, the deadly poison from the arrows began spreading through Ye Xuan's body. The veins on his face were visibly contaminated with poison. Pure Desire was Mai Ning's worst fear. If she killed Mai Ning, there would be no chance for victory. But now, he was poisoned. Despite the cactus protection, he wouldn't last much longer. Just then, the lethal arrows from Pure Desire were about to strike Ye Xuan. The male lead raised his head, looking ahead, and shouted loudly, Pure Desire, do you want to become the Demon King? I have a treasure that can make you the Demon King. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrows aimed at Ye Xuan suddenly seemed to be held back by some kind of power, causing them to shatter into pieces. Ye Xuan smirked and said, Looks like you can tell the difference. I charged into the 18th floor of the death trap, and your poisonous arrows couldn't even kill me. You should trust me. I'm not someone you can ignore. I have 5 pieces of the ancestral dragon emperor's bone. What did you say? the ancestral dragon emperor's bone. Ye Xuan's eyes grew cold, his face dripping with sweat as he stared ahead. You, being a snake, must have some connection to the dragon clan. If you can get your hands on the bones I carry, you become unbeatable. Don't you feel tempted? Even if I shoot an arrow through your heart, I could still refine your bones from your corpse. That's true, but I can destroy those bones myself. Heaven's treasures are fragile. If you don't want them to be destroyed, then come out and face me in a fair fight. Just as he finished speaking, Pure Desire finally emerged from behind the veil, one hand on her hip and the other holding a bow. She looked ahead, giving a sly smile. All right, if you're so eager, I'll grant your wish and fight you. Pure Desire raised his bow and charged towards Ye Xuan, thinking, this kid has taken so many hits. He looks really interesting. If you want a fair fight, fine, but you need to tell those useless people to get out of here. Ye Xuan immediately understood it and glanced over. My Ning, retreat. Hearing that, My Ning quickly followed the command and shot off. Pure Desire moved closer, sticking out his snake-like tongue and giving Ye Xuan a cold, piercing look. You're really determined, huh? I'm here. As Pure Desire drew closer, he reached out and touched Ye Xuan's face, speaking with a serious tone. You really are something. I've sensed dragon energy around you, and your spiritual root is full of vitality. If you hadn't angered the Demon King, I wouldn't have the heart to kill you. I'm not lying. We're fighting fair and square. If I lose, the cactus and your spiritual root will belong to you. After saying this, Pure Desire withdrew his arrows. Heh, you're going to lose. I'll slowly devour you piece by piece. As Ye Xuan dodged the arrows and shifted into a defensive stance, he glanced at Pure Desire, smirking mischievously. Well, let's see about that. Just as the protagonist rushed forward, Pure Desire swiftly dodged to the side with graceful ease. Are you in such a hurry, big brother? After finishing her words, she drew her bow and released 5 arrows straight at Ye Xuan. Pure Desire looked at him, smirking with a wicked smile. Young master, if a couple of arrows can't kill you, let's see how you handle 5 at once. Damn, there's no way to dodge this. With that, Pure Desire let go, shooting 5 arrows in rapid succession toward Ye Xuan. Caught off guard, he instinctively raised his arms to block, but even with 5 arrows piercing his body, Ye Xuan stood firm before her, surprising her. She quickly drew another 5 arrows. Haha, still not dead. You sure are tough to kill. Let's try again. Pure Desire soared into the air, spreading her arms wide before slamming them down. In an instant, a rain of arrows shot toward Ye Xuan, wishing you a safe and smooth journey, handsome. Thousands of arrows pierced his body, and at that moment, Ye Xuan collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back, blood pouring from his wounds. He felt his vision go dark, and almost without thinking, he looked up at the sky. Pure Desire stood in front of him, delighting in his defeat. She walked up to him and spoke, her voice full of satisfaction. Other people would have died instantly from just a few of my arrows, but not you. With that, Pure Desire raised her bow once again, firing a new volley of arrows. To make sure, I'll give you 10 more. A series of arrows pierced Ye Xuan's chest, causing him to collapse instantly, his breath growing weaker on the battlefield. Pure Desire, holding a dagger in her hand, approached with a smile and said, "Ha ha, this time you're definitely going to die." With those words, Pure Desire used her tail to wrap around Ye Xuan's body, lifting him up. A talent like you was just too valuable to let go of. As the tip of the dagger neared, Ye Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. The protagonist's body shook, struggling to tightly grasp Pure Desire's hand. Then, he summoned the heaven-reversing seal and slammed it into her face with enough force to leave a mark, preventing her from retaliating. Pure Desire, struck by the full force of the heaven-reversing seal, fell to the ground, coughing up blood. You're still not dead. I'm invincible. There's no way you could die so easily. After saying that, Ye Xuan kneed Pure Desire in the stomach, then slapped her hard across the face, making her jaw nearly dislocate. Ye Xuan controlled the heaven-reversing seal, sending it high into the air. Then he rushed forward, grabbing Pure Desire's waist and pushing her toward the seal. "Ha, let's see if my treasure is big enough for you. Enjoy this. Monster, take this." Ye Xuan threw Pure Desire down beneath the heaven-reversing seal. With nowhere to escape, she screamed in desperation. As she struggled to rise, Ye Xuan immediately leaped up, kicking her down. The heaven-reversing seal crushed Pure Desire beneath it, creating a violent shockwave. Pure Desire was left barely alive, raising a trembling hand covered in sweat. Ye Xuan saw her lying defeated and unable to move under the heaven-reversing seal, and he couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Ha! As expected with your level, the heaven-reversing seal can't crush you right away." "My Ning, chop off her head," Ye Xuan commanded. Upon hearing the order, My Ning appeared instantly, holding a sharp sword, aiming for Pure Desire's head. Seeing this, Pure Desire's eyes widened. She opened her mouth in panic, sweating profusely. Wait, young master, ye young master, mining, stop. Pure Desire raised her head, staring at the blade, and spoke clearly. If you don't kill me handsome, I'll be your slave. Haven't you already taken mining in? I'm willing to surrender. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan took a step forward toward Pure Desire. Then tell me, where are the spirit stones that activate the restrictions on each floor? Okay, but you need to release me first. Ye Xuan fell silent for a moment before replying bluntly, don't even think about it. Mining charge. Wait, I'll tell you. Jian Seto hid the spirit stones. A day ago, Jian Su passed through here and said he was worried you might come, so he took them with him. Why didn't you stop him? He has close ties with the Demon King of Earth Death, and they often drink together. Even if he's a top assassin on the Earth Death floor, I didn't dare to offend him. Ye Xuan arrived and immediately put on a blank expression. This old man, Jian Su, was clearly targeting me. Pure Desire made a pitiful face, furrowed his brows, and forced a smile as he spoke loudly, Young master, why don't I serve you? I can even transform into someone who will make you happy. You need me, after all. I have 20 bottles of milk. Mining, go ahead, Ye Xuan ordered. At the command, Mining swiftly brought down her sword, decapitating Pure Desire without hesitation. Just like King Lai, Pure Desire used his last bit of divine energy to curse Ye Xuan. You will die a terrible death. I've heard that the Demon King is on his way. You'll be dead before long. Mining, hearing those words, couldn't stand it. With a quick kick, she sent Pure Desire's head flying like a ball. Dead and still talking too much. Ye Xuan sat down and took out a spirit stone. Well, looks like the slave is starting to act more like a master. But does the master have time to joke around? With all those arrows in you, is it serious? Hearing this, Ye Xuan smiled and responded, I'm the immortal main character. I'm not going to die that easily. I just need to replenish my spiritual energy and heal. Luckily, my body is at the immortal body realm, which is much stronger than an nascent soul. The arrows of Pure Desire can hardly kill me, but here I am fighting for my life on the 18th level. What will happen when I reach higher levels? After a while of meditating and absorbing spiritual energy, the veins on Ye Xuan's face disappeared. Mining, let me ask you, have you noticed anything strange happening in the realm of the prison tower? Like, has anyone's personality changed dramatically? Or is there some kind of disaster or something like that? Well, if the master says something like that, it must be true. In the past few months, the Demon King and the Demon Generals have experienced a huge power boost. Many of them have become more aggressive, even attacking each other fiercely. Even the Celestial Demon King, who once watched over me like a loving elder, has turned more brutal. Now he wants to kill me without giving me any chance to explain. Ye Xuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully after hearing this. I think back to the time of the 5 Great Wars when the realm of the prison tower collapsed. It seemed like Lin Wanli had already anticipated this. Below the realm of the prison tower, there's a blood curse formation that breaks the restrictions, causing the demons to go wild. Could the Celestial Demon King's personality change be the result of the Blood Demon Patriarch's influence? I've always felt that something is connecting these events. Mining became extremely worried after hearing this. But Master, the Spirit Stones were taken by Jian Su, and that old man has no fixed place to stay. He's wandering everywhere. Even the Demon King doesn't know where he is. Anything he targets almost never escapes his grasp. What should we do? What's so difficult about that? Ye Xuan immediately raised a plate of food high and loudly called out, Hey, Jian Su, get over here right now. The dish he held up was Jian Su's favorite, braised pig's trotters. When Mining saw the plate of food, his face turned pale and he said, Master, is this pig's trotters really safe to eat? The old man, the legendary Jian Su, appeared out of nowhere like a gust of wind. Without a word, he dove straight for the dish. In the blink of an eye, he was already there, grabbing the pig's trotter with his mouth. Mining looked over, his eyes wide with shock as he muttered, Swordmaster, it's really you. The Swordmaster, still chewing the trotter, yelled out, Hey kid, if you don't want to eat it, just give it to me. Don't waste good food. This is a delicacy from the human world, my favorite. In just 90 seconds, the once plump pig's trotter was reduced to nothing but a bone. Oh, my heavens, what a rich, heavenly flavor. This is pure happiness. Oh, wow. Mining stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, Greetings, Swordmaster. I didn't expect you and my master to know each other. Ha ha, this child of mine sure meets all the wrong people. Talented, but not properly appreciated. Such a shame. When Mining heard those words, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been thrown in her face, leaving her frozen and awkward. Ye Xuan walked up to old Jian Su and pressed him, saying, I didn't bring you here for a lecture. Where did you hide the spirit stones? Do you really think I'll tell you? Old Jian Su raised his head high and sneered, Kid, I admit I misjudged you. I thought you'd get stuck on the first floor, but here you are, all the way up to the 18th floor, hopping around like it's nothing. But now the show's over. I'm not giving you the spirit stones from the 18th floor, no matter what. Ye Xuan raised 3 fingers in front of old Jian-So and said, 3 pig's feet. Old Jian-Su glared at him, furious, and shouted, what do you take me for? Ye Xuan casually added that how about 2 dishes of stir-fried pig's intestines? Old Jian-So stayed firm, not giving in. Ye Xuan then pulled out his final move. Okay, then how about 1 more dish of stir-fried rabbit head with vegetables? Is that enough? At this, old Jian-So couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes lit up and he grinned. Make sure to add plenty of green onions. Green onions? Ha ha! I love green onions. However, right after that, the old man with a big appetite suddenly changed his mind. No way, don't think you can tempt me with a few tasty dishes to get me to break my own principles. I can't let you activate the restriction again. I have to go out. I have to take revenge on that bastard. I have to kill the 99th floor of the heavens. I'll have him down to the ends of the earth. This is the principle I've followed for thousands of years, and it's the reason I'm alive. Ye Xuan raised a finger, shaking it back and forth, glaring straight at the point. Well, then I can add 1 more thing. A huge, super delicious, super fragrant hot pot. But that's it. Nothing more. Hearing this, old Jian-Su glanced away and fell silent for a long time, deep in thought. After a while, he tossed a spirit stone to Ye Xuan. Deal. Quickly, give me those dishes. Ye Xuan took the spirit stone and immediately raised his hand. From his storage ring, rays of golden light burst out, and from those rays came the most aromatic dishes. Jian-Su quickly snatched them up, eating without a single wasted motion. He held 3 legs of meat in his arms, looking up at the sky with a blissful expression. Wow, it smells amazing. Ye Xuan held the spirit stone and walked toward the restriction mechanism on the 18th floor. He placed the spirit stone into the mechanism. Immediately, a bright light flashed and the restriction was restored. Ye Xuan looked up with a smile, feeling relieved. The second restriction was finally restored. Suddenly, the heaven reversing seal trembled and sent a wave of energy out from Ye Xuan's body. What's happening? The heaven reversing seal now has 4 more golden scales. Unless the realm of the prison tower is related to the heaven reversing seal, every time a restriction is restored, the seal gets a little stronger. This is amazing. The heaven reversing seal is my ultimate weapon. If it keeps evolving like this in the realm of the prison tower, I'll gain even more power to face the next battle. After a moment of thought, Ye Xuan walked up behind old Jian-So. Old man, let me treat you to a meal again. Besides thanking you for the spirit stone, I have 1 more, rather unreasonable request. You sly little brat, what tricky plan do you have now? Ye Xuan looked ahead with sharp eyes and said, I just hope you don't mess up my repair plan again. The realm of the prison tower cannot collapse. If the demon race wants to break out, maybe it can happen in the future, but not right now. In exchange, I promise you this. Once the realm of the prison tower is fully restored, I'll take you to mining and let you out. How about it? When Lao Jian-So heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha! As expected from the hereditary disciple of the sword fairy. You speak nonsense without any hesitation. Your ancestor was unreliable, and your words are just empty wind. Ye Xuan, hearing this, raised an arm and spoke loudly. Don't you see that the chaos in the realm of the prison tower is intentionally caused by someone? They used us like pawns to serve as shields. Is this the behavior of a wise person? What is your master talking about? Wasn't the realm of the prison tower destroyed by the demon race themselves? How can it be someone else's plot? Ye Xuan then turned to mining. Think about it. Has the realm of the prison tower been strange these past few years? Aren't you a perfect example? You failed to kill me, and now the Demon King wants to kill you. Since the collapse of the realm of the prison tower, it seems like the demon race has fallen into a state of chaos, with everyone becoming more irritable. The 2 demon kings watched me grow up, so logically it shouldn't be so heartless. Ye Xuan said as he turned and walked away without looking back. My sister investigated and found that beneath the realm of the prison tower, there's a blood curse formation running. The disturbances now are definitely the work of the demonic clan. Master says, is the demon race being manipulated by someone else? Are they playing a game of chess? It's very likely. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Xuan descended from the sky and shouted, Stop talking nonsense, kid. You only know how to manipulate people with your vague words. Mining, you must not believe him. Hearing her voice, Mining looked up at King Xian with a sorrowful expression and softly called out, Princess. King Xian was furious. She summoned her moo-wheel scythe and charged toward Ye Xuan. You restored 2 of the restrictions, and you've completely messed up my demon race's plans. This time, I will definitely kill you. However, before she could make her move, Mining rushed in front of Ye Xuan, shielding him with her body. Princess, please don't. King Xian glared at her and frowned, clearly furious. My name, get out of the way. If I kill him, I'll take you back with me. Princess, this is more complicated than you think. I can't go back anymore. Hearing this, King Xian lowered her weapon. Mining, you've been completely brainwashed. Fuming with anger, King Xian pointed directly at Ye Xuan's face. Now I deeply regret it. If I had known things would end up like this, I would have killed you with a single strike back then. But now, be a man and fight me fairly. Ye Xuan just smiled and didn't respond. Suddenly, something caught Ye Xuan's attention and his eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Bai, surrounded by a burst of energy, shot out from Ye Xuan's body. Mai Ning and King Xian glanced at each other, then followed his gaze. Old Jianzhou suddenly spoke up. You can feel it too, right? There are two soul transformation auras at their peak, leading a large army heading this way. They're almost here. It's over. It seems like the demon race army is coming. King Xian's eyes widened in shock and she looked up. It's my father and Ying Zhao. How could this happen? My father went through so much trouble to help me escape from Ying Zhao, so why is he bringing Ying Zhao here now? He has warned me many times not to get involved in Ye Xuan's business again, if he finds out that I've come to cause trouble for Ye Xuan now. Ye Xuan couldn't help but think that Demon King brought the entire demon race army with him, but the demon race princess isn't happy about it. She's actually scared and anxious. There's definitely something being hidden here. After thinking for a moment, Ye Xuan grabbed Mai Ning's hand, causing her to jump in surprise. He pulled her along and started running. The demon race army is here. We have to leave now. Even I have to go, he said. Once everyone had left, King Xian stood quietly by himself, thinking deeply. Where do I go now? If Ying Zhao catches me, all the hard work of the imperial father will be ruined. Ye Xuan made a mischievous face and deliberately said loudly, Mai Ning, let's jump into this hole. Right? That kid's a pro at running away. If we follow him, we might just escape, Ye Xuan added. Ye Xuan and Mai Ning jumped into the hole in the ground, and seeing this, King Xian quickly followed them. Ye Xuan fell from high up, landing with a thud that shook the entire cave. He immediately stood up, striking a cool pose, preparing to catch Mai Ning as she was about to land. In the next moment, without any extra movements, Ye Xuan caught Mai Ning in his arms, holding her tightly. She stiffened in his embrace, her face turning bright red, and then something unexpected happened. King Xian's feet landed right on top of Ye Xuan's head. The next moment, Ye Xuan felt something heavy pressing down on his head. King Xian had jumped down and landed her backside on Ye Xuan's head, causing his eyes to widen in shock as he screamed. Oh my goodness, the fall was so hard that dust flew up in a cloud, making Mai Ning cough uncontrollably, struggling to clear her throat. As the dust gradually cleared, Ye Xuan's face appeared, pale and grimacing. It feels like something is pressing on my face. Ye Xuan turned his head and reached up to squeeze King Xian's backside. Oh, it's still really smooth. King Xian quickly jumped up and sat on Ye Xuan. When she saw him, she froze, screamed in shock, and yelled out, Good heavens, why is it you again? Without thinking twice, King Xian slapped Ye Xuan hard across the jaw, causing his eyes to bulge out. Pervert! After delivering the slap, she immediately sprang back, hopping away from him. Ye Xuan sat up, rubbing his swollen red cheek and wiping away tears. Why did you hit me? Are you attacking me from behind? King Xian hugged herself, her face flushed red. This princess, pure and untouched, has never been touched by anyone, let alone some lowly Kwai condensation human. You asked for it. Who told you to get all handsy with me? Ye Xuan stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and said nothing. After all, it wasn't like he lost anything in the situation. He then added, What are you following us for? I was sent by the Imperial Father to keep an eye on you, to make sure you don't run off. You little brat, no matter how skilled you are, I'm sure you've heard that when the Imperial Father himself rides out, even the bravest tremble, right? Ye Xuan heard this and turned around, glancing behind before responding straightforwardly. If they're enemies, not friends, then it's either fight or leave. In short, she wasn't allowed to follow. However, just a few steps later, the ground suddenly trembled with a terrifying shock. Ye Xuan glanced over and said, Quiet, they're here. On the ground, Huang Biao had led a large army of the demon race, and all the demon kings were glaring ahead with eyes full of bloodlust. Huang Biao lifted his head and unconsciously gazed forward, pondering deeply. Sure enough, he had achieved his goal. Ying Zhao, standing behind, smirked slyly. Demon King, Earthslayer. This is the second time the restriction has been triggered, right? The time for our demon race to escape the realm of the prison tower has been delayed by another month. You have no ability to rule and no ability to control your subordinates. I think this time you'll have to take responsibility for it. Both he and I are low-tier soul transformation, yet he's been ranked as a demon king. What's the reasoning behind that? Upon hearing these words, Huang Biao's face darkened. Ying Zhao, you haven't earned the right to lecture me yet. This place has been tirelessly built by pure desire. Below is a hollowed-out mountain with spiderweb-like tunnels in all directions. That kid most likely is already hidden in there. Huang Biao raised his hand and signaled. Everyone, listen up. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll catch that kid for me. Understood. The moment the order was given, the group of powerful demon soldiers immediately sprang into action, splitting up to search every corner. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, Ye Xuan sat sandwiched between the 2 girls hiding. Hey, is it really safe here? This is the only place to hide underground, so we have no choice but to stay here. Besides, if you feel unsafe, why are you even following me? I'm just a human kid, so it's understandable for me to run and hide, but you're a princess. What are you doing running away like this? King Xian flinched when she heard that, shooting a resentful glare at Ye Xuan. Mai Ning, standing behind Ye Xuan, widened her eyes and spoke up. Princess, is something wrong? King Xian, hearing the question, quickly looked away, her voice clear and firm as she replied, There's nothing wrong on my end. It's because you committed a crime, and I pleaded on your behalf, so I was put under house arrest. I secretly snuck out. A while later, Ying Zhao walked over to Huang Biao. Huang Biao, searching like this is bound to have its gaps. With my cultivation, I could use my spiritual sense to scan the area and easily find that kid. Do you want me to do it, or will you handle it? I can handle this myself. No need for you to get involved, Huang Biao replied, dismissing the offer. Ye Xuan and the 2 girls below the cave heard everything and grew increasingly anxious. This was bad. Although their hiding place was well concealed, it wouldn't be enough to escape the spiritual sense of the Demon King. It seemed like they were out of options. The Demon King's cultivation was unfathomably deep, and it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Ye Xuan glanced up and noticed King Xian's face had gone pale, devoid of any color. He thought to himself, she's this scared. Looks like I was right. The reason she's running away must be because something's happened. Who knows? Maybe. At that moment, Ye Xuan raised his hand and began to count on his fingers. I'll calculate and see. In this life, we will definitely make it out safely. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Above the ground, Huang Biao began using his spiritual sense to see through the earth below. Quickly, the images of Ye Xuan and the 2 girls appeared in his mind. Huang Biao still couldn't believe what he was seeing, so he opened his eyes with a serious expression. Have we found them? He muttered, then closed his eyes again to observe more calmly. This time, the images of Ye Xuan and the 2 girls were as clear as day. Switching focus, Huang Biao's spiritual sense now showed an image of his daughter. He was startled and panicked, his face turning pale. King Xian, why is she here? And why is she with that human boy and Mai Ning? What in the world is going on? Ying Zhao quickly asked, Did you find them? Are they there? Huang Biao growled, his hands clenched tightly as he thought, Forget it. The immediate priority is to hide the secret. I absolutely can't let Ying Zhao discover King Xian's whereabouts. After a moment of thought, Huang Biao turned around and said, That kid is very cunning. He left earlier, and there's no trace of him here. If that's the case, should we hurry up and chase after him? You're right. Don't waste any more time here. We need to catch up with them. Hurry up. Below the ground, Ye Xuan and the 2 girls sighed in relief upon hearing those words. It looks like we've escaped for now. Huang Biao's strength is really overwhelming. I need to quickly improve my own cultivation, or I won't stand a chance against an enemy like him. After a while, they all climbed back up to the surface. Mai Ning reached out to help Ye Xuan. Master, come on, I'll pull you up. Before Ye Xuan could even get back on his feet, King Xian shouted right in his face. Our debt isn't settled yet. Hey, I did save your life. How can you repay kindness with hatred? You're turning on me faster than flipping a pancake. Who said I owe you anything? Ye Xuan jumped up, ran straight in front of King Xian, and shouted loudly. You just stood there like an idiot earlier. Even if the Demon King pretended not to see, Ying Zhao isn't blind. If you hadn't been with me, do you think you could have escaped? Fine, I'll let you go, but you have to break the contract with Mai Ning right now. I'll take her with me. Ye Xuan grabbed Mai Ning's hand and pulled her toward himself, grinning slyly. Mai Ning is mine. No one's taking her. Who said I'd let you off? Heh, it's me letting her go, not you. If I didn't see how close you and Mai Ning are, I would have dealt with you already. What? You want to deal with me? Ye Xuan's face darkened as he shouted angrily. Not happy? Then come and try. Master, go fight. You're not going to win. You little brat, are you looking for death? Princess, why are you even arguing with this shameless person? How embarrassing. However, right after that, a strange, oppressive aura descended, making Ye Xuan freeze in shock. Huang Biao, radiating murderous intent, appeared before Ye Xuan like a silent god, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Kid, you dare make a move again? Ye Xuan stood before Huang Biao, raising both hands in fear, nearly wetting himself. Well, so it's the Demon King? Hello, Huang Biao. After that brief greeting, Ye Xuan quickly turned and ran for his life, bidding Huang Biao farewell. But he couldn't get far before a massive hand reached out and grabbed him. Still thinking of running? Ye Xuan glanced up and desperately shouted, Demon King, your majesty, why are you being so polite and stopping me? Could it be that you want to marry your daughter off to me? She's beautiful, but a bit too quick-tempered, so let's just forget it. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? You want to die? Hearing Ye Xuan's words, Huang Biao was consumed with rage. He raised his hand high, controlling his demonic power to make Ye Xuan stumble, as though he were a puppet caught in his technique. Kid, you're looking for death. Ye Xuan, covered in bruises, bit down on his lip, sweat pouring down his face. This was bad. Huang Biao threw him down with force, causing the ground to crack and tremble, sending shockwaves that were terrifying. Ye Xuan took the full force of Huang Biao's strike and was sent flying, leaving a long trench in the ground. So that's it, Huang Biao said, his tone serious. Your body is unusually strong enough to take one of my blows. No wonder the Demon Kings from the 18th floor couldn't stop you. Ye Xuan slowly got up, wiping the dirt off his face, and thought to himself, damn, I almost ended up like those broken pieces of stone. This is the immortal body realm made from 5 pieces of cactus, plus the empowerment and the 3-dimensional great immortal affinity spell. If my physical strength had been any weaker, I would have been dead on the spot. Huang Biao stared ahead with a grim expression and said coldly, Kid, if you hadn't ruined my plans twice, I'd actually admire you, especially your boldness. Your effort reminds me of the days when my brother and I were dominating the realm of the prison tower, sweeping through all opposition. Hearing this, Yu King Xian walked up to Huang Biao, his face full of anger. What are you saying, father? This kid's a savage, despicable, full of tricks. How could he possibly be as mighty as you and uncle were back then? Ha ha ha. Not bad. But this kid is different from the human cultivators I've encountered before. He talks about ethics and morals, but it's all fake and ridiculous. I want to swallow them whole just thinking about it. Ye Xuan frowned and scowled, thinking to himself he praises me, but doesn't show any mercy. The way he acts, it's like he wants to kill me right here and now. The next day, Huang Biao's expression suddenly changed. His face grew fiercer and his eyes turned bloodshot. Too bad, kid. You've caught my interest, but I can't let you keep running wild anymore. It's time for you to die. Huang Biao activated the Demon King's divine power, a force that could crush everything. Immediately, a giant hand with sharp claws appeared, heading straight for Ye Xuan. At the sight of this attack, Ye Xuan furrowed his brows and glared, thinking to himself, with my current body, I definitely can't survive another hit. Am I really going to die here? Die by Huang Biao's hands? But just as the attack was about to strike, Mining rushed forward and took the blow for Ye Xuan, leaving him stunned. The full force of the attack sent Mining soaring into the air, spinning several times before she fell back down. As she dropped, Ye Xuan quickly bent his legs and jumped toward her, shouting, Mining! The hero reached out and caught Mining, her clothes torn and blood spilling from her mouth. What are you doing? He said, his voice filled with anger. You saved my life and now I owe you one. Next life, we won't owe each other anything. Hearing this, Ye Xuan's face twisted with frustration, his eyes welling with tears. You idiot, why are you so stupid? Landing on the ground, he clenched his eyes shut and said, The contract, I tricked you into signing it. I saved you just to use you. I know that, but I can't bring myself to feel guilty. I'm from the Ghost Clan. Do you think I'd weave this with a conscience? I won't let you die. You can't die. King Xian rushed over from a distance, reaching out and shouting loudly, Mining. She grabbed Mining's hand tightly and said, Don't die, please. Princess, don't be sad. Do you remember when we used to watch the sunrise together? If there's an afterlife, I hope we can have freedom unchained. A life where we are free. With those words, Mining let her arm fall. Huang Biao stepped forward, speaking in a sharp tone. Kid, now, you got even more reason to die. Mining's death will be on your head. Ye Xuan, hearing this, angrily turned his head, glared, and shouted at Huang Biao. Didn't you kill her yourself? Huang Biao raised his fist in front of him, his voice cold and harsh. If you didn't kill her, she died for you. In the end, isn't it because you're too weak? Weakness is the root of all evil. Because you're weak, you lost everything. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan gently laid Mining's body on the ground. You're truly a monster, talking without any logic. Ye Xuan stood up straight, his body surging with overwhelming spiritual energy that was almost blinding. So what if you're the Demon King? Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Suddenly, a blinding light descended from the sky, accompanied by a voice. The Demon King is interesting. Ye Zhao stepped out from the light, smirking slyly as he personally brought Princess King Xian along to put on a good show. Huang Biao gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. Ye Zhao, how dare you follow me? Ye Zhao, hearing this, replied straightforwardly. This lowly general would never dare to spy on you. Just now, I sensed that your mind seemed to have noticed something. You wanted to speak but held back, which made you think more deeply. That's why I followed you, to offer some help, and maybe to assist in fulfilling future orders. After speaking, he flew in front of King Xian and bowed, saying, Princess Yu, the Demon King of Heavenly Kang has sent for you. Please come with me to the Heavenly Kang realm immediately. Yu King Xian hid behind Huang Biao, looking frightened. Earlier, her imperial father had told her that Uncle Ku Bing was no longer the same as before. The emperor had told her to flee for a reason. This was something that made the princess uneasy. She didn't want to go far. Huang Biao spoke up, Ye Zhao, have you heard clearly? I will handle matters concerning my daughter myself, and I will discuss them with my brother. You should return now. Upon hearing this, Ye Zhao's face darkened. He summoned his magic weapon and said, This lowly general cannot accept that order. With that, he swung his whip toward the father and daughter and shouted, You know the temper of the Demon King of Heavenly Kang. Let me take the princess first. The Demon King can come to discuss matters with him personally. Huang Biao, enraged, raised his arm and struck, severing Ye Zhao's divine whip with a single move. How dare you? He roared. In that instant, Huang Biao unleashed his power and a fierce beast apparition appeared behind him, radiating immense strength. If you want to touch my daughter, you'll have to get through me first. At the same time, Ye Zhao summoned his own spirit manifestation, and the power he commanded was equally formidable. It seems you really won't obey the orders of the Demon King of Heavenly Kang. If that's the case, don't blame me for being heartless. With that, the fierce beast apparition of Huang Biao and Ye Zhao's spirit manifestation clashed in a fierce battle. Ye Xuan stood on one side, observing and thinking to himself, Are they really fighting this brutally? Huang Biao had done his best to prevent his daughter from falling into his brother's hands. It seemed that the internal conflict between the two rival factions, the Demon King of Heaven and the Demon King of Earth, was no small matter. It was similar to the rapid collapse of the realm of the prison tower. The demon race within the realm of the prison tower had also become more divided, with their personalities changing dramatically. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan quickly grabbed Mai Ning and ran. When gods fight, it's like common people who suffer. They couldn't stay here for long. He needed to find a place to save Mai Ning as soon as possible. At that moment, a flash of Zhao Zhao appeared in Ye Xuan's mind. This time, I won't let the important people in my life slip away from me. However, when Ye Xuan turned around and saw King Xian still following him, he shouted angrily, Hey, why are you following me? King Xian replied, Of course, I'm keeping an eye on you for Imperial Father to make sure you don't escape. Ye Xuan, hearing this, stomped his foot and took off running. Last time, you led the Demon King here and nearly got Mai Ning killed. Now that she's still alive, you're back to cause more trouble. You're supposed to be her best friend, but now you're just making things worse. Is she still breathing? King Xian laughed and said, All right, I'll let it slide for Mai Ning's sake, but how do you plan to save her? Ignoring everything around them, the two powerful forces continued their fierce battle in midair, sending out strong shockwaves. Ye Xuan landed on the ground and quickly said, Let's run first, we can talk later. At that moment, Jian So happened to arrive as well, shouting, Hey, take me with you. While fleeing, the system panel appeared, the situation was urgent, and now neither Huang Biao nor Ye Zhao could match up to you. You've activated 2 restrictions, which has greatly delayed the Sword Immortal Sect. Do you want to continue? Option 1. Stop when you see fit and receive a portal to teleport out of the tower, but it's only for you. Option 2. Keep pushing forward and face the pursuit of Huang Biao and Ye Zhao. You might even get a life-saving elixir. Ning Xiao pointed ahead and said, Your courage has been proven. Stop now. Staying here would only make you a pointless sacrifice. Your courage has been proven. Stop now. Staying here would only make you a pointless sacrifice. Option 2 doesn't really have a chance to get the life-saving elixir. Ye Xuan's eyes widened as he looked at Mai Ning, who was unconscious in his arms, clearly troubled. Mai Ning and also 7th sister, 8th sister, there's been a bloody battle, and with eldest sister, they're outside guarding the tower. If I leave, the realm of the prison tower will collapse for sure. We'll be surrounded by powerful enemies like Huang Biao, Ye Zhao, the Demon King Tian Gang, and the Blood Demon Patriarch, Lin Wanli. They're ruthless and will stop at nothing. I'm afraid my sisters and the sword immortal sect will fall. If I stay, there's still a chance to turn things around. I choose option 2. On both sides, the battle was still raging fiercely, creating an explosion in the air. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ye Xuan and his brute quickly fled when no one was paying attention. Ning Xiao appeared behind Ye Xuan, his face filled with anger. He shouted, "Are you serious? Our opponents this time are those 2 old monsters from the soul transformation stage. You're really staying behind? Don't waste any more time talking. I've got to get the life-saving pills for Mai Ning." Ye Xuan gently set Mai Ning down and leaned against a large rock. He said, "So, you're staying because you can't bear to leave that beautiful slave girl behind, huh?" With that, Ning Xiao took out a pill and continued, "Here, take this. It's the Demon God Pill, a special item for the demon race. As long as she's still alive, this pill will not only help her recover, but it can also increase her potential." A moment later, King Xian and the old Jian Su arrived. King Xian stared at Mai Ning, his eyes full of sorrow. "Mai Ning, you can't die. With injuries like these, what can we do? She's been hurt so badly, even the origin calming pill won't save her. Not even a great firmament golden immortal could help." Mai Ning slowly opened her eyes, gasping for air. "This is my fate. I don't have any more regrets. Princess, goodbye. Sword Master, please take care. Master." Before she could say another word, Ye Xuan shoved the pill into Mai Ning's mouth, frustrated. "Enough with the nonsense. Just swallow it." The situation unfolded so quickly and dangerously that she broke into a cold sweat, her eyes wide with shock. After that, Mai Ning raised her head, attempting to force the spiritual pill down her throat. Seeing this, King Xian and the old man Jian Su were both startled and anxious. They shouted in concern, Hey, do you even care about her well-being? She's barely hanging on, and you're still giving her some random medicine." "That's right. What kind of elixir are you using? This seems like the result of prolonged torment, and now you want to take control of her fate." "Enough." Ye Xuan snapped, his eyes darting at Mai Ning, worry etched on his face as sweat poured from his brow. Just then, Mai Ning's eyes suddenly snapped open, her pupils glowing with a fiery intensity. Not only that, her body began radiating powerful spiritual energy. The 4 of them were instantly shielded by a protective barrier. Mai Ning's sudden surge of power forced King Xian to stagger backward, raising his hands instinctively to shield himself. Mai Ning's face was drenched in sweat as she said, Master, I feel like something inside me is healing my wounds." Seeing Mai Ning recover so rapidly, almost miraculously, after taking the pill left everyone stunned. "She's already healed." "Master, what kind of elixir was that?" King Xian and old man Jian So stood there in disbelief, their eyes wide in shock, both exclaiming in unison, "No way! Hold on, Mai Ning's injuries have completely healed and her demon core has even evolved to a whole new level." The old sword master's eyes widened in shock, his mouth dropped open as he shouted. Before, it was a pre-heaven demon core, and now it's upgraded to a top-grade demon core. King Xian heard this and glared down at the old sword master, asking, "What's that supposed to mean? A top-grade demon core? I've never heard of a demon core being upgraded before. The demon core is like a human spiritual root. It's the foundation for cultivation, and it's ranked in 12 grades. Before, this kid had a pre-heaven 7th grade demon core, but now it's broken through to the 9th grade. His future is limitless. He might even become an immortal and stand on the same level as the immortals in the heavens." "What? Immortal? I've never even dared to imagine that." At this point, all 3 of them fell silent, staring at Ye Xuan as he brushed the dust off his clothes, not knowing what to say. The old sword master stepped forward, grabbed the young man by the collar, and demanded, "Kid, what kind of elixir did you just give her?" Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow, tapping his finger to his lips as he answered, "I think it was called the Demon God Pill, or something like that." When the old Jian So and King Xian heard this, it was like a thunderclap struck them. They were completely stunned, their mouths hanging open as they shouted in disbelief, "Holy shit, the Demon God Pill." Mai Ning, upon hearing this, couldn't hold back. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed, "Master, why would you give me such a precious elixir like that?" Ye Xuan heard this and lightly tapped his ear, saying, "What's so valuable about that? Anyway, Mai Ning is my servant. I was just helping her out. The Demon God Pill is one of the highest grade elixirs of the demon race. It's said that only someone at the peak of soul transformation can even craft the recipe, so it's extremely precious. Then why did it turn into something so ordinary when it went into your mouth?" Mai Ning suddenly jumped up, hugged Ye Xuan's leg, and shouted, "Master, you've saved my life again and even upgraded my demon core. I can never repay you. Isn't my injury because I was protecting him? There's no need to thank him." Mining held onto Ye Xuan's thigh, crying uncontrollably. But the Demon King taught us to always be grateful. The favor of my master is as vast as the sky and as deep as the sea. In the future, I will serve you with all my heart. Hearing this, King Xian just gave up and buried his face in his hands, saying, "Oh my God, I'm out of words." But something caught Ye Xuan's attention. As he and King Xian turned around, they saw a powerful surge of energy in the air coming from the combined force of Wang Biao and Ying Zhao. Realizing what was happening, Ye Xuan quickly grabbed King Xian and jumped aside to avoid the attack. The powerful force struck the ground with such strength that it shattered, sending out a violent shockwave. Ye Xuan and King Xian quickly sat up and stared ahead, where they saw a cloud of smoke glowing with golden light. The main character and the girl stared wide-eyed, sweating heavily, and exclaimed, "Who could have done that?" Ying Zhao and Huang Biao descended from the sky. At the same time, Ying Zhao activated a beam of light. He rushed toward Huang Biao and said, "Princess, my apologies, damn, you dared to touch my treasure." Immediately after, Ying Zhao used his magic to trap Ye Xuan and King Xian in a strange black mist. He cast a spatial illusion and opened a black curtain, pulling both Ye Xuan and King Xian inside. Once they were inside, Ying Zhao followed them and jumped into the black curtain. Huang Biao, seeing this, immediately leaped down in anger. When he landed, the black curtain had completely vanished. Furious, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, I can't get in. This is Q Bing's spatial illusion magic treasure. Does he know I won't give King Xian up?" So he sent Ying Zhao to deal with me. Huang Biao punched the ground with all his strength. "King Xian, hang in there. I'll break the restriction and save you right now." A moment later, Ying Zhao stepped into the illusory universe space. Ye Xuan saw him and froze, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He thought to himself, facing soul transformation directly, "This is going to be tough. Let me think this through." Ying Zhao stood in front of Ye Xuan and King Xian, spreading his arms wide. His whole body released a vast amount of spiritual energy. "Princess Yu, you have no way out now. Come with me quietly," he said. Ying Zhao, a mere demon general, had the nerve to act so disrespectfully toward me. "I'll definitely report you to my uncle when I see him." Hearing this, Ying Zhao smirked and said, "If the princess wants to report me, then this lowly general would be happy to escort you to your uncle." Ye Xuan's eyes widened in anger when he heard that, thinking, so the Heavenly Demon King wants to capture you, King Xian, and the Earth Demon King is desperate for his daughter to escape. This is my chance to break through. Ha ha! If I can get the Earth Demon King involved, I might have a shot. Taking his chance, Ye Xuan boldly stepped forward a few paces. Hey, listen up. Even though that girl is really annoying, she already said she doesn't want to go with you. Why don't you hurry up and leave, kid? If you wait around, I'll definitely take your head. If I let you live a little longer, you'd be ungrateful, wouldn't you? Ye Xuan spoke with no fear, standing with his arms crossed, his tone proud and indifferent. "You won't get my head. But if I don't want you to take this girl, then don't even dream of it." Ying Zhao was incredibly angry when he heard that and immediately summoned his weapon. "Kid, what are you bragging about?" He gripped his weapon tightly, glaring with his mouth wide open as he shouted, "If you're going to talk like that, I want to see what you're really capable of." King Xian stepped up next to Ye Xuan and warned loudly, "Ying Zhao has innate divine power, and his spear is extremely sharp. Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, Ying Zhao's spear shot toward Ye Xuan and he yelled, "Die." She took a small step back, saying, "Don't get in my way. Let me show him." King Xian's eyes widened in surprise when she heard Ye Xuan's words. She froze, not knowing what to say. Ying Zhao looked down and let out a big mocking smile. "A mere high condensation level brat dares to take my attack? You fool, you're asking for death." Ye Xuan stood below, rolling his eyes and gritting his teeth as he gathered his strength and shouted, "Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Ying Zhao is nothing to be afraid of." Hey, are you crazy?" Ying Zhao sneered. In the next instant, his spear pierced through Ye Xuan's body, emitting a flash of blinding light. Receiving the blow, Ye Xuan leaned back, summoning his mirror of reflective spirit light with all of his might to reflect Ying Zhao's attack. The mirror's reflective power controlled the spear, turned it around, and sent it flying straight back toward its owner. Seeing this, Ying Zhao's face darkened and beads of sweat poured down his face. The next day, he was pierced through the chest by his own spear, a pain so intense it took his breath away. Ying Zhao glanced down at the wound, blood pouring out in waves, and angrily shouted, "What is this? My ultimate move turned against me, causing me harm?" King Xian stepped forward, looking genuinely surprised. "God, how could you do that? Even my imperial father couldn't counter Ying Zhao's full-force attack. You not only countered it, but you also injured him. Ha ha, it's nothing serious. But then, as Ye Xuan glanced over, he saw that the mirror of reflective spirit light was slowly cracking. Goddamn, the mirror of reflective spirit light is shattered. A full-force blow from soul transformation is no joke. Furious, Ye Xuan yanked the spear out of his chest. You, lowly human, possess such a treasure? With that, he charged at Ye Xuan. This time, you were as good as dead. Ye Xuan stared ahead, his eyes narrowing with intense focus, his face darkening. He stretched his arm out, gathering spiritual energy, then smirked arrogantly. I can strike once, and I'll strike you again. A golden light suddenly shone directly in Ye Xuan's face, making him grit his teeth and sweat. Looking up, he saw the heaven-reversing seal descending toward him. Without hesitation, he created a strong protective barrier. However, the protective barrier disappeared in an instant, leaving him to rely on his own strength to block the heaven-reversing seal. The pressure from the seal was so overwhelming that he had to use all his power to control it, causing the ground to crack under the strain. Ye Xuan struggled, both hands holding the heaven-reversing seal, his face darkening as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. What kind of treasure is this? King Xian exclaimed, her eyes wide in surprise. Why does the human race, with such weak ki condensation, possess so many powerful artifacts? How many more treasures do you have? She added, still in shock. Ye Xuan sat down, his eyes narrowing as he looked ahead. He began to focus on his cultivation, drawing spiritual energy into his body. As expected from someone at the soul transformation stage, his fighting strength was far beyond the others. I have a heavenly Tao spiritual root, plus the rare 3 flowers gathering on the peak, and a lot of spiritual energy stored within my body. Even so, my spiritual power is depleting at an alarming rate. Outside, Huang Biao was anxiously trying to save his daughter, even more desperate than Ye Xuan. Once he broke through, it would be Huang Biao's turn to unleash his full strength. Ye Xuan only needed to trap Ye Xuan and stall for time, then he could escape. After a moment of thought, Ye Xuan suddenly shouted, You King Xian, why are you still standing there? Go up and strike him. All right, she responded. My seal can suppress him, and King Xian's Mu Wheel Scythe is pretty strong too. The longer we hold him, the better. King Xian arrived using the Mu Wheel Scythe to strike Ye Xuan repeatedly while he was struggling to hold up the heaven-reversing seal. Each slash from the scythe caused Ye Xuan immense pain. Enraged, his eyes rolled back, and he shouted, I will kill you all, I will kill you all. As soon as those words left his mouth, he unleashed his full power, creating a powerful shockwave that sent King Xian flying back. After the strike, King Xian was pushed backwards, clearly in a tough spot now. My cultivation is way weaker than his, Ye Xuan thought, staring ahead with trembling hands. I can't break through his defense. Why is the Demon King taking so long? Why hasn't he come in yet? My spiritual energy is depleting too fast. My dantian is almost empty. Ye Xuan growled, stomping his foot so hard that the ground shattered. Kid, you're impressive. You managed to trap me under this seal. The pressure from the heaven-reversing seal grew even more intense, causing Ye Xuan to tremble violently. You're still dreaming about Huang Biao breaking through the illusionary boundary? Don't get your hopes up. This thing was given to me by Lord Chu Bing to deal with Huang Biao. He doesn't have the time. He can't possibly break in. Ye Xuan gritted his teeth, his jaw clenching as sweat slowly trickled down his face. This was the secret technique that the Heavenly Demon King used to counter the Earth-slaying Demon King. If Chu Bing believed that Huang Biao could resist and personally gave this item to Ye Xuan, then Ye Xuan would have a solid 90% chance of victory. I would be killed by Ye Xuan, and even if Huang Biao managed to come in later, it would be too late. It's over. I've probably miscalculated everything this time. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan was desperately using all his strength to lift the heaven-reversing seal, letting out a loud, desperate scream as he did. Seeing this, Ye Xuan quickly focused on cultivating, continuously absorbing spiritual energy into his body. King Xian stepped forward, worry clearly written on her face as she gazed ahead. Ye Xuan, what should we do now? At that very moment, Ye Xuan truly exploded with power, using all this spiritual energy to activate a heaven-reversing seal. Stop calling out. This kid from Ki Condensation, just holding on until now, is already beyond my expectations. His spiritual energy is much greater than that of a typical core formation cultivator. Ye Xuan's dantian was cracking continuously, unable to hold any more spiritual energy. He was on the brink of collapse. Just as his mind started to slip, Ye Xuan fell to the ground. The leftover spiritual energy he hadn't absorbed spilled out, unable to stay within his body. Ye Xuan froze, his eyes wide, thinking, Am I going to die here? Seeing this, King Xian gasped, her mouth wide open as she cried out in panic, Ye Xuan, Taking advantage of the moment, Ye Xuan released a powerful surge of energy, shattering the heaven-reversing seal and breaking free from the mark. With his spear in hand, Ye Xuan charged forward, his eyes burning with a fierce desire for revenge. I'll tear you apart. You'll pay for hurting me. As Ye Xuan fell, the images of the 4 closest celestial maidens appeared in his mind, pushing him to rise up again. Xiaoshu, once you break through to nascent soul, we'll reward you as promised. What do you want? Ye Xuan, make sure to practice well. If you need anything, tell second sister. Big sister is waiting for you to come back safely so we can train together in the 9 heavens mysterious eye technique. With those words echoing in his mind, Ye Xuan forced himself to stand, glaring fiercely as he shouted, I don't want to die. Suddenly, Ye Xuan's body was enveloped in a burst of dazzling golden light, surprising him. His dantian had been restored to its full state, glowing brightly. In the next instant, an explosion sent Ye Xuan soaring into the air as spiritual energy surged around him and began pouring into his dantian with intense force. Staring down at his dantian, Ye Xuan was astonished. Ah, did I break through? Congratulations to the master on breaking through chai condensation. Current cultivation level. Foundation establishment, lower grade. Just then, Ye Xuan charged toward Ye Xuan with his spear raised. Die, you brat. Ha ha. Hey, 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 you old horse. After those words, the heaven-reversing seal came crashing down once more. Today, I'll show you what true endurance is, what real strength is. With that, the heaven-reversing seal slammed down violently, creating a massive explosion and leaving a terrifying aftershock. At the same time, outside the 18th level space, Huang Biao was relentlessly smashing through the illusory barriers, targeting both Ye Xuan and the illusion itself. He was throwing full-force punches, filled with rage. His eyes glowed a fiery red. You bastard, you damn bastard, don't you dare touch my daughter. Suddenly, Huang Biao's eyes widened in realization as if he had sensed something. His brother had made such careful preparations. Sending King Xian away wasn't some sudden idea, but a long-planned scheme. But why? Why had they done this? Thinking about this, an image of his wife appeared in Huang Biao's mind. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect our daughter properly. I'm sorry, I've let her down. Shaking off his thoughts, Huang Biao threw a full-powered punch at the illusion, shouting loudly, King Xian. At that moment, Lao Jiansu and Mai Ning arrived and saw Huang Biao repeatedly punching the illusion. They couldn't help but exclaim, Hey, hey, stop pretending. Time has passed. King Xian is definitely about to be taken away soon. But Huang Biao ignored Lao Jiansu's words and kept punching nonstop. Lao Jiansu walked over to Huang Biao and asked, What's going on? Did I hit a nerve and make you upset? Did you hear that? It sounds like there's a fight going on inside. Are you so heartbroken that you're imagining things? What fight? Unless you think King Xian and that kid could hold out for this long, Huang Biao snapped. Mai Ning turned to them with a look of panic. I think I also heard a fight coming from inside. It sounded like the moo wheel sight of the princess. No way, how could that be? Lao Jiansu grinned widely, his smile twisted. I know King Xian's abilities well. She could easily handle a core formation. But against the soul transformation demon general Ye Xuan, she has no chance of winning, and she won't last long at all. Hearing this, Huang Biao immediately focused his energy into his fist, glaring straight ahead and shouting loudly, King Xian, I will never abandon you. As Huang Biao threw a full-powered punch, the illusory barrier shattered. The sound of glass breaking echoed, and even Huang Biao himself couldn't believe his eyes as he stared in shock. Old Jiansu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Oh shit, you actually managed that? Mai Ning was overjoyed, her eyes wide with excitement, a bright smile spreading across her face as she called out, Master. The 3 of them jumped down together. At that moment, Ye Xuan was slumped under the heaven-reversing seal. As they landed, they saw Ye Xuan sitting and cultivating, absorbing spiritual energy into his dantian. What happened here? He's just a QI condensation kid, and yet he managed to trap the demon god Ye Xuan for so long. Ye Xuan glanced behind him, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Demon King, why are you only showing up now? Your daughter almost got taken away. Ye Xuan lifted the heaven-reversing seal with his spiritual energy, but just barely in time. If he had been any slower, he wouldn't have lasted much longer. His older sister was right. At critical moments of life and death, potential could truly be unlocked. He'd experienced several breakthroughs in a short span of time, but even now, he was still an enemy to the whole world. So he had to heal quickly to keep up his fighting strength. Mai Ning rushed over with a worried look on her face. Master, I'm so glad you're okay. A system notification appeared, showing physical strength at level 6, Immortal Body Realm, and a cultivation level of foundation establishment. It congratulated the master for achieving the perfect completion of the 13 dragon statue technique. The 9 Yang mysterious mother technique was at level 7, and the Kun Pang 9 mist technique was at level 5. Ying Zhao sluggishly stood up, his face darkening. His body was still surrounded by weak, lingering energy. He walked up to Ye Xuan. "You little brat, you've made me suffer such great humiliation. I'm going to tear you apart. Demon King, if you're still this stubborn, then I'll offer you a deal. Today, I won't take Princess Yu with me. Let me take these people and chop them into 1,000 pieces, and we'll consider this matter between us finished. What do you say?" Huang Biao heard this and clenched his teeth, frowning in silence. "What's this?" Seeing Huang Biao's hesitation, Ying Zhao's face turned livid with anger. "What's going on? Are you really going to protect that brat? If you protect him, you'll be betraying us and siding with the enemy. You know very well what the consequences will be, don't you?" Huang Biao heard those words and made a disdainful face, clenching his fist tightly. "You don't need to teach me what to do. I am the Demon King of the demon race. Whatever I do, I always put the interest of the demon race first." Upon hearing this, Ying Zhao looked at Ye Xuan and said, "Fine then, I'll go kill that kid now." But before she could act, King Xian and Mai Ning stepped in her way. The two of them stood in front of Ye Xuan, fully protecting him. "Imperial Father, if it weren't for Ye Xuan, I would have been taken away by now. Did you once say that even though the demon race values power above all else, without trust, you can't stand strong? Isn't this betraying the one who saved your life?" Ying Zhao paused in front of King Xian, then sneered with a malicious grin. "Demon King, it seems like you don't know how to raise your daughter. Even the princess is protecting him. No wonder you've been losing territory and your soldiers are getting weaker." Huang Biao's anger flared up upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth, his face dark with rage and murderous intent. While in the middle of his cultivation, he suddenly heard someone call out Ye Xuan, causing the main character to startle and open his eyes wide. "It's 7th eldest sister calling me." Then Ye Xuan stood up, looked towards Ying Zhao and King Xian and spoke. "You two move aside. I'm a man. I don't need a woman to protect me, and I certainly don't need the Demon King to cover for me." Ye Xuan pointed forward, his body brimming with surging spiritual power, and said, "Ying Zhao won't be able to hurt me." Hearing this, Ying Zhao immediately charged toward Ye Xuan with his spear. "Kid, your spiritual energy is running low, isn't it? And yet you still have the nerve to talk like this." Ye Xuan glanced at the sharp tip of the spear about to pierce his head. Instead of showing fear, he remained calm and said, "Ying Zhao, you're a general in charge of level 81, right?" Ying Zhao froze in his tracks, staring blankly. "What did you just say?" Ye Xuan stared him down, his voice firm as he continued, "If the level you're guarding falls and the restriction I've restored is triggered while you're not in position, do you think the Demon King with his ruthless nature will let you off the hook?" Huang Biao and old Jian Su were stunned, their eyes wide, mouths agape in disbelief. On the other hand, Ying Zhao found it utterly laughable. He raised his head and let out a loud laugh that almost shook his body. Then he stared intently at Ye Xuan's face and sneered. "The restriction at level 81, restored by you? The demon race's territory, especially the Heaven General Realm, is tightly guarded. Every 3 steps, there's a watchman. Every 5 steps, there's a guard. Kid, you're threatening me with that. Ha ha, how laughable." King Xian glanced over with a frown, clearly unimpressed. "That's right, Ye Xuan, there's boasting, and then there's going too far." Ye Xuan raised his hand and pinched the spear's tip between his fingers. "Who told you to talk nonsense? Ying Zhao, I'll give you one last chance. If you hurry back to the 81st floor now, there might still be hope. Otherwise, the consequences are on you." Ying Zhao frowned and scowled. "You little brat." Ye Xuan cut him off by starting a countdown. 3. Huang Biao and old Jian Su furrowed their brows, sweat starting to bead on their foreheads. Then the number 2 rang out, causing Mai Ning and King Xian to widen their eyes in shock. Ye Xuan raised his hand high and snapped his fingers, saying 1. In an instant, the entire sky turned pitch black. A powerful shockwave erupted and a wave of spiritual energy surrounded Ye Xuan and the 2 women. Ying Zhao, now feeling a bit uneasy, glanced over. What's happening?" Old Jing and So turned around and stared, his mouth agape. "This shockwave, has another restriction been activated and restored?" Ye Xuan calmly sat down on the ground, looking ahead with a victorious smile. Huang Biao also felt it now, and his brows furrowing as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Looks like the 81st Heaven Lock has been restored after all." Ye Xuan stood on this side, secretly transmitting sound to Duan Mufu. "7th eldest sister, you came at the perfect time. Please lend me a hand." At the same moment, on the 81st floor of the Heavenly Prison Tower, Duan Mufu was sitting on a tree branch, observing below. What happened? Why has the restriction been restored? Damn it, if something happens now, hurry up and find that kid. We have to bring him back. No, there's no sign of life anywhere. Why is Xiao Shu saying that? What trouble have you gotten yourself into? I'm fine. Seventh eldest sister, don't worry about me. Just make sure you're safe. Okay, I'll keep going. Huang Bao stood on the side, looking at Ye Xuan with a dark expression, silently thinking. The restrictions in the realm of the prison tower are getting more and more complicated. The 81st floor has 13 restrictions, each guarded by a demon king. Even I can't move through this floor silently. This person definitely has impressive skills. They're good at hiding and stealth. That kid actually has such a strong team and they can coordinate so precisely. This kind of planning is terrifying. At that moment, Ying Zhao was so angry that his face turned green. He pointed directly at Ye Xuan and shouted in panic, "It's all your fault." Ye Xuan, hearing this, casually raised his pinky finger and twirled it in his ear before answering bluntly, "Yeah, I had someone do it. So what? What are you going to do about it?" Ying Zhao was furious, his eyes rolling back as he grabbed his weapon and charged at Ye Xuan. "You're definitely going to die." Just as the tip of Ying Zhao's spear was about to reach Ye Xuan, a powerful force suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked the attack. It was Huang Biao, who had rushed in and punched the spear away, leaving Ying Zhao stunned. "Huang Biao, what are you doing?" With a dark expression, Huang Biao glanced at him and coldly replied, "Sorry, Ying Zhao, but this is a restricted area and I'm in charge here. You have no right to interfere." Hearing this, Ying Zhao was enraged. He shouted back, "Huang Biao, what he says is true. The restriction you've been guarding has been broken, which means someone has secretly entered the heavenly Kang realm. If you don't want your punishment to get worse, you better hurry up and go after that person. Let's clean up our own messes first, without worrying about anyone else." Ye Xuan, standing behind Huang Biao, smirked and chuckled softly. "Ying, we did it." Ying Zhao glared at Huang Biao, thinking to himself, the power of the envoy has been completely lost. Does Huang Biao have a grudge against me? There's nothing left for me today. After thinking for a moment, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. "Huang Biao, I'll report today's events to the Demon King of the Heavenly Court. As for you, kid, consider yourself lucky today. But if we meet again, I'll make sure you wish you were never born." Ye Xuan smiled widely and waved his hand. "Get lost, bye-bye." Then Huang Biao spoke up, "Kid, now it's my turn to settle the score with you." Ye Xuan was startled when he heard this. Huang Biao turned to face Ye Xuan, his eyes cold and his face dark with anger. "You killed my general, broke my restriction, and ruined my plans. Should I just tear you into 1,000 pieces?" Hearing those words, Ye Xuan broke into a cold sweat, trying to hide his fear. "I think you should just hurry up and handle your own business. What did you just say?" Ye Xuan pointed at King Xian and spoke loudly. "I said, Demon King, you're an idiot. You can't even stop someone from taking your daughter. If I hadn't seen this young lady in distress and stepped in to help, your daughter would have been taken a long time ago. Also, I saved your daughter's life. Just now, Ying Zhao wanted to kill me and you didn't even dare to show your face. Is this how you live as a man? And you call yourself the Demon King? You should change your name to Turtle with its head in the shell." Huang Biao was left speechless as if someone had sprayed glue in his mouth. But now, the Demon King's daughter was trading insults with him. "You're lying. Say one more word and see what happens." Ye Xuan raised his head, looking directly at Huang Biao, speaking boldly. "As for whether the collapse of the realm of the prison tower benefits you or not, I don't know. But from what I see, your biggest problem is your Demon King brother. Trouble starts at home. Is that what you think? That you should let me go? One more friend, one more path. If something were to happen to you, I could at least return the favor by taking care of your daughter." Yu King Xian, hearing this, grew furious. She clenched her fist and shouted angrily, "Damn, you little brat. You're pretty sly, aren't you? And now you're talking about taking care of me? Dad, why are you holding me back? Let me at him, I'll show him a few punches." Huang Bao shot her a glare and looked down at her. "You want me to let you go? But now things have escalated, and how can I just let you off the hook that easily?" Ye Xuan gave a mysterious smile after hearing this. The real meaning wasn't "I can't let you go," but rather, "I've already made things big enough. How can I come up with an excuse to let you go now?" It seemed Huang Biao was someone who understood the situation. The reason? Was it like the reason Ying Zhao withdrew his troops? Huang Biao froze for a moment after hearing this, his face darkening. "What did you just say?" Ye Xuan snapped his fingers again, and immediately a powerful shockwave rippled through the air. Is the restriction being restored again? How can this be? Ye Xuan looked up, staring ahead, and smiled. "My 8th sister just sent a voice transmission. She's already reached the 45th floor. The heaven reversing seal has changed again. The The weight has at least increased by 70,000 pounds, and her combat power has doubled. This trip to the realm of the prison tower has really been a huge gain. Huang Biao stepped closer to Ye Xuan, narrowing his eyes as he spoke sharply. All right, so you've got backup even at the death-defying floor, huh? Ha, don't worry. There's an old saying, a clever rabbit dies, a good dog gets cooked, and a bird flies away while the bow is hidden. As long as cunning creatures like me are still hopping around, you'll be fine. Your life won't be taken that easily. Restoring the restriction at the 45th floor, this is your best chance to escape. It'll buy you more time. Isn't that right? Huang Biao fell silent, thinking to himself, I didn't expect this little human kid to see through my every move. Well, fine. I'll go hunt down the enemy on the 45th floor. After finishing his words, Huang Biao raised his hand to summon his spirit beast. Kid, I'm only letting you off the hook for now because you saved King Xian, but we'll meet again. Just remember that. Father, wait for me. I'm staying here with Jian So. If anything happens, I'll send a message. Don't leave Jian So's side and don't listen to anyone else. After we push back Ying Zhao, the conflict between me and the Demon King of the Heavenly Ridge will definitely escalate. Even if that kid keeps saying things like, if the rabbit doesn't die, the dog doesn't cook. With Q-Bing's temperament, you can't predict what he'll do. I'm not hiding just to hide. It's a last resort. You go with him. King Xian's eyes went wide in shock after hearing this. What is father talking about? How could I possibly go with that kid? Ignoring King Xian's words, Huang Biao immediately flew off. The girl hurriedly chased after him. Father, wait. Ye Xuan stepped forward and stopped King Xian. The Demon King has his reasons for saying that. Trust him, and just follow Jian So without worry. Ye Xuan looked up and followed Huang Biao with his eyes, silently thinking, the words of the Demon King are clearly a hint. With his status and cultivation level, surely there's a way for him to retreat and protect himself, right? The realm of the prison tower is probably going to change completely soon. At the same time, in a different scene, someone's hand crushed a skull. It turned out to be Q-Bing. He was sitting on his throne, looking down at his subordinates with a grim expression. Q-Bing spoke up 4 times. Since that kid entered the realm of the prison tower, he's already broken 4 restrictions. Ying Zhao, tell me, why did the 81st floor fall? Ying Zhao was drenched in sweat, his face pale, and he replied in a loud, clear voice. Your Majesty, the 81st floor was guarded by 13 great demon kings. 4 were slaughtered, and the remaining 9 didn't even realize their precious spirit stones were stolen until it was too late. The thief is a cultivator at the nascent soul level or higher, skilled in illusionary assassination techniques. It's likely that this person is working with that kid. Upon hearing this, Q-Bing's anger flared up again. Q-Bing shouted, It's your incompetence. You didn't even notice how the enemy stole your precious spirit stones. Useless fools. That person is truly elusive. We didn't see it coming, and I was tricked into stepping aside. The attacker took the chance to strike. All I saw was their back. It looked like a woman. Ku-Bing grew more and more angry as he listened, and with a quick swipe of his hand, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy. He couldn't believe how useless they were. The force of his strike sent the heads of the 9 demon kings flying off, blood splattering everywhere. Demon King, please forgive me. Seeing this, Ying Zhao was terrified, sweat beading on his forehead. This lowly general was ordered to escort Princess Yu, which is why I left my post. I'm willing to make up for my mistake with action. Oh, really? Then where's my King Xian? Where does she? My subordinates and I faced stubborn resistance from Huang Biao. Not only did he refuse to hand over the princess, but he also stopped me from killing that brat. I suspect he may be working against us. Q-Bing's face darkened as he heard this, and he fell silent for a moment. After a while, he spoke. I understand. You may leave. Yes, I'll take my leave now. Once Ying Zhao left, the hall grew eerily quiet. Then, Q-Bing widened his eyes and smirked a wicked grin. Huang Biao, do you not trust me that much? Q-Bing placed both hands on a skull, standing up as he muttered to himself. But it makes sense. No one understands my younger brother better than I do. You're probably the one who understands me best in this world. If there were another way, I wouldn't want to harm the little girl. With that, his gaze shifted toward the door through which a heavy scent of blood was leaking. Soon after, Q-Bing walked into a secret chamber, stepping down a staircase, 1 step at a time. As we go deeper inside, the first thing that catches the eye is a pool of fresh blood. He stepped into the blood, moving toward the blood array that lay on the surface of the water. Q-Bing's formation was activated instantly, and immediately, the blood essence from the lake began to absorb into his body. 2 mid-stage nascent souls from the Sword Immortal sect and a newly advanced Foundation Establishment cultivator thinking they could disrupt my plans. They must be mistaken. If it weren't for the fact that my nascent soul couldn't absorb the demon core of Q-Bing, I would have already completed my body possession and removed those obstacles. After draining the blood essence from the lake, he lifted his head, his eyes now sunken and glowing red. He opened his mouth and let out a shrill, triumphant shout. The last blood transfer was a success. At this moment, his eyes gained another pupil. Ku Bing glared down below, his mouth curling into a sinister grin. Finally, I can suppress Ku Bing's soul, ha. But the demon body can only provide a physical vessel, no other benefits for me. I still prefer the bodies of humans, especially those that are half human, half demon. A spiritual root of that quality will perfectly match my nascent soul and allow me to unlock my full potential. You King Xian is still the best candidate. It's urgent. I need to capture that child quickly. I'll also take those 2 phenol cultivators from the Sword Immortal sect while I'm at it. That way, no one will be able to stop my plans. When I achieve ultimate success, I will rid the world of anyone who stands in my way and seek vengeance for past wrongs. The scene shifts to Ye Xuan's group. At this moment, Mai Ning is leading him toward a passage. Master, this is a teleportation array. It can take us directly to the 27th floor. Then let's go quickly. We need to take advantage of the time while Huang Biao is busy and restore the restriction as soon as possible. Stepping through the teleportation portal, Ye Xuan and his group entered a different space. Before them lay a lush green forest. The guardian of this place was an evil-bodied she-demon at the peak of core formation. Suddenly, dark wings appeared in the gloomy sky, soaring toward them. Lowly humans. Upon hearing the voice, Ye Xuan and Mai Ning looked up, their expressions grim. There were far too many enemies, and they would be extremely difficult to deal with. In the sky, a group of 3-headed monsters flapped their wings and descended. How dare they invade the territory that I, the evil-bodied she-demon, protect? Prepare to die. The Demonesses chanted together, joining their hands to form a seal. Ancient God of thunder and lightning, please grant me thunder and lightning to repel the enemy. As soon as the words were spoken, dark clouds suddenly gathered, and a spatial rift appeared, unleashing powerful bolts of lightning. Master, the evil-bodied she-demon's specialty is thunder and lightning. Even Princess King Xian and I aren't sure we could survive a single strike. You should find a place to hide for now. All right. With that, Ye Xuan gritted his teeth, dashed off, and leaped away in an instant. However, despite his attempt to flee, the bolts of lightning still targeted him. The attack was a bit troublesome. Xiao Bai, do you have any way to deal with this monster? But before he could finish speaking, the sky dropped an atomic bomb, leaving Ye Xuan frozen for 5 seconds. He turned and shot a frustrated look. What's with this attitude? Are you farting or what? A 3-headed demon stepped forward, sneering. I've calculated the timing, and since your excellency, Thunder God, is not in good condition, we'll just leave and wait for a better day to come back and kill you all. Leader, are we really going to let that human boy off just like that? Lord Huang Biao said there's no need to stop that boy. Just let him pass. Right? We should just head back and rest. Suddenly, a wooden sign flew through the air, clearly displaying the words Spirit Stone here. The sign slammed into the ground right next to a blue spirit stone in front of Ye Xuan. When the main character saw this, he couldn't help but tear up. He paused for a moment, making sure not to overdo it. He was surprised that the demon race was so clever. Ye Xuan picked up the spirit stone, tossing it up lightly in his palm before walking towards the restriction. All right, let's just get down to business. King Xian walked up beside Ye Xuan, looking at him with a sad expression. Do you really want to cut off the demon race's freedom? Isn't that a bit cruel? Ye Xuan fell silent after hearing this. He stayed quiet for a long time, then turned to say, if the realm of the prison tower collapses, my sword immortal sect will be destroyed as well. With the bloodlust of my uncle and the madness of the demon race, not only will my sword immortal sect fall, but the entire world of cultivation will be dragged into a bloody storm. Ordinary people will be left living in hell. She asked, tell me, what's more important to you, your freedom, or the lives of the thousands of beings out there? Hearing this, King Xian froze, feeling awkward. He was right. Half of my blood comes from my human mother. How can I just stand by and watch the human race be destroyed? After thinking for a moment, King Xian lowered his head, his face darkening as he said, but if the demon race is trapped in the realm of the prison tower forever, without any hope of tomorrow, how could we live out our final days like this? Ye Xuan listened and then casually wiped his nose, replying, I get where you're coming from. Once I sort out the situation, I'll consider whether it's worth letting you out. Just as he finished speaking, old Jiansu crossed his arms and frowned with a displeased expression. That's nonsense. The old sword fairy who created the realm of the prison tower wouldn't let us survive and leave. As long as the realm of the prison tower exists, we'll never get out. Ye Xuan tossed a spirit stone to Mai Ning, then glanced at the restriction and said, together we'll figure it out. If you plot against me, I'll plot against you, and in the end, we'll both be dead. Mining, it's time to act. Mining stepped up to the restriction and placed the spirit stone into the mechanism. Then, a pillar of light flashed and the restriction began to activate again. The strong shock caused dust in the braze to rise, dirtying Ye Xuan's face. If things continue this smoothly, the realm of the prison tower really is a paradise for training. Suddenly, something caused Ye Xuan and his brute to shiver in fear. A powerful tremor shook the ground, causing it to crack open. A thick cloud of dust rose fiercely, forcing Ye Xuan to raise his hand to shield himself. Then, two streams of golden energy appear, swirling around the broken stones and flying toward him. Just as these two forces were about to strike the protagonist, a heaven-reversing seal appeared and created a golden circle to block the attack. Ye Xuan grabbed the heaven-reversing seal and stared at it, silently thinking, based on the direction of the tremors, it must have come from the death floor on the 54th level, near 8th Sister's location, and the heaven sensor on the 90th level, near 7th Eldest Sisters. Now, the three of us have restored 7 restrictions in total, with 5 more left. I just need one final restriction to complete the mission. At that moment, the heaven-reversing seal in his hand burst into flames. The seal had been strengthened twice, and its power was unstoppable. After thinking for a moment, Ye Xuan lifted his head and stared at the sky with a serious expression. Even though our progress is accelerating, those behind the realm of the prison tower won't just sit by and wait. Master, is something big about to happen. I have a feeling that the realm of the prison tower is about to go through some major changes, Mining said, his voice tinged with concern. At this, Ye Xuan looked up at the clouds drifting by. We can control this, but we have to move forward on our own. We must break through to the 36th floor and restore the restriction, no matter what. Yes, Master, Mining replied. At that moment, King Xian, leaning against a tree, stared at Ye Xuan, silently thinking, this kid's been pushing things forward day and night. He must sense that the situation isn't looking good, which is why he's acting so recklessly. I just hope things aren't as bad as the Imperial Father fears. A little while later, at the 36th floor of the ground prison, Ye Xuan and Mining stood before a massive ancient tree, and Ye Xuan said, this place is full of natural energy, and the demonic beasts raised here are not to be underestimated. Ye Xuan then glanced at Xiao Bai, who was frowning on his shoulder. What's that greedy little cat thinking now? Xiao Bai ignored Ye Xuan's question and continued to stare ahead, as though sensing something. The next day, Xiao Bai signaled something that made Ye Xuan freeze in shock, breaking into a cold sweat. What do you mean? Are you saying there's a huge treasure here? King Xian, standing behind a rock, watched Ye Xuan approach the ancient tree and was about to step forward to stop him. No, we can't let that kid continue breaking through. If the 36th floor falls, the demon race in the realm of the prison tower will be in danger. However, old Jiansu grabbed King Xian's hand to hold him back. Hey, wait, you can't go against Wang Bio's wishes. Right now, his conflict with Qiu Bing is escalating. He wants to stir things up. If we reveal a threat to humanity and draw Qiu Bing's attention, that kid will get even more dangerous. The more safe you and your son are, the better. Let him make a scene. He won't even get past this floor. What floor? You mean the demonic beast is guarding this floor? Old Jiansu narrowed his eyes and answered bluntly. Exactly. That kid will definitely lose this time. Ha! Does he think those pig's feet will make me betray him? Dream on. Then why did you keep eating pig's feet on the way here, Mr. Jianso? Over here, Ye Xuan, Xiao Bai, and Mining were struggling to climb the glowing ancient tree. Master, there's something I need to tell you first. Oh my, what is it? Wait until we're done here. Xiao Bai, if I climb up and don't find any treasures, I swear I'll pluck all your fur out. Suddenly, halfway up, Ye Xuan stopped. He then turned his darkened face downward and said, I told you we should hurry and get going. Why are you just standing there? However, both Xiao Bai and Mining stood still, terrified, sweating heavily. Seeing this, Ye Xuan glanced over and, out of nowhere, a mighty pure phoenix appeared in front of him, its wings flapping as it soared out from the tree's canopy. The pure phoenix tilted its head back and released a fierce ancient flame. The flames rushed past Ye Xuan's eyes, leaving him stunned. Right after that, he was knocked down and completely engulfed in the pure phoenix of fire. Ye Xuan broke free from the flames, his face covered in dirt and his clothes were a mess. In a panic, he shouted, Holy shit! Oh my god, is there really a phoenix this huge in the realm of the prison tower? Why didn't any of you warn me about this? Master, you told me to wait until we were done before talking. Pure Phoenix shot into the air, unleashing a wave of fury as it fired sharp, sturdy feathers. The feathers darted toward Ye Xuan like a gust of wind. Oh my god, with the power of this Phoenix, it has to be at least nascent soul level. Ning and Bai are just regular humans. They probably won't survive these feather arrows. Thinking this, Ye Xuan turned around and glanced behind him. This is the only way. With that, he used his body to shield Ning and Bai from the barrage of thousands of sharp feather arrows, determined to protect them at all costs. The pain was unbearable, and Ye Xuan constantly spat out blood, which only made Ning and Bai even more worried. Master, what's happening to you? Through the eyes of the pure phoenix, Ning rushed over to support Ye Xuan, guiding him toward the cave ahead. Quick, we need to hide inside the cave now. Once inside, Ning glanced at Ye Xuan's pale face, his concern growing even stronger. Ye Xuan sat down and quickly popped some healing herbs into his mouth. Ning moved to the entrance of the cave, standing guard while Ye Xuan recovered. Master, the pure phoenix is pounding against this cave. We won't last long if this keeps up. You should use this time to heal. Let me keep watch for you. Pure phoenix, huh? I thought it was just a regular phoenix. Bai flew over and landed on Ye Xuan's shoulder. He immediately opened the system panel, which displayed the information. Pure phoenix is an immature form before evolving into the phoenix, also known as the mysterious bird of the 9 heavens. Similar to the relationship between the mythical aquatic serpent and the dragon, this pure phoenix was accidentally captured by the sword fairy and intended to be kept as a spiritual pet. However, due to its ancestors ascending, it was forgotten in the prison and has been here for thousands of years without proper training. The resources available have caused its cultivation to be stuck at level 5, unable to break through. Still, that's how it is, Bai said. But even if it's malnourished, it's still a young phoenix. You're asking me to steal its egg, which means you're sending me to my death. Bai bared his teeth, giving a wicked grin and signaling Ye Xuan. What? You're saying this is fated by heaven with dragon sinews and phoenix marrow. Taking phoenix marrow can greatly enhance strength, and bathing in phoenix blood can refine the immortal body, creating a path to the highest level of cultivation. Ha ha! Exactly. Ting ting. Congratulations to the master for unlocking the divine level auction. You've encountered a level 5 pure phoenix. Do you dare to risk killing it? Option 1. Turn around and leave, no reward. Option 2. I killed divine beast and you will receive 2,000 contribution points and a large additional reward. If so, my account will be upgraded to level 4. Not only that, but its entire body also has an amazing power, as valuable as any rare treasure. The question now is whether you dare to face it. After hearing this, Ye Xuan immediately stood up and boldly walked out of the cave. Never ask a man if he dares. A phoenix with its feathers plucked is no better than a chicken. It must be killed. Ye Xuan looked ahead, clenched his fists, and silently thought to himself. However, being forceful wouldn't help. He needed to come up with a clever plan that would avoid bloodshed. Then, Ye Xuan lowered his head, his eyes wide open, slowly realizing something. This pure phoenix had accidentally been captured by the sword fairy elder, who intended to turn it into a soul beast. However, after the elder ascended, he forgot about it, leaving it trapped here for thousands of years. Outside the cave, the pure phoenix repeatedly butted its head against the stone. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke appeared, leaving the phoenix dazed and unsure of what was happening. From within the smoke, the figures of an old man and a young woman emerged. It turned out that the old man and the young woman were Ye Xuan and Ning disguised. The pure phoenix lifted its head and stared intently at Ye Xuan and Ning, wondering what was going on. Taking advantage of the situation, Ning used her enchanting arts and the soul-entrancing eyes, chanting a spell under her breath to confuse its spirit and capture its soul. Instantly, the pure phoenix was completely mesmerized by Ning's gaze, causing its mind and soul to become disoriented. Master, my enchanting arts won't last much longer. You need to hurry. The high-level demonic beast uses the simplest hunting methods. Look at me. To create that mystical smoke for Ye Xuan's acting career, Bai cried her eyes out, constantly fanning the blazing fire. Ye Xuan clasped his hands behind his back, standing in the middle of the smoke. He stared straight ahead and said, "Sinful creature, kneel before me." When Pure Phoenix heard those words, it instinctively recalled the image of the elder holding his sword and taming it. Ye Xuan, with a serious expression, spoke clearly. Originally, I reincarnated to journey to the immortal realm with you. But after thousands of years, your cruel and ruthless nature, killing innocent lives, hasn't changed. In fact, it's only gotten worse. You betrayed my expectations. Upon hearing this, Pure Phoenix's eyes turned red. Tears welled up in its eyes and drops of them fell. Immediately, it lowered its head, spread its wings wide, and knelt before Ye Xuan. The protagonist, seeing this, raised his hand in a dismissive gesture. All right, enough. If you truly regret your actions, I'll give you another chance. I know you just had a child, so bring them with you on this journey." Pure Phoenix nodded immediately upon hearing the command, then flew straight towards the ancient tree. King Xian, who had been watching from behind the stone wall, couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this scene. Is it really that easy to trust someone? What you don't know is that originally Pure Phoenix was tamed by the Elder's life force. Now that kid is using the magic of the demon soul to take the form of my older brother, tricking this foolish bird. Isn't that the same thing? After all, to that foolish bird, my older brother is also of the same bloodline. A moment later, King Xian saw Pure Phoenix emerge from the tree's canopy, holding an egg in its mouth and carrying 2 bags with its feet. Why do we have to move the whole family again? People misunderstand us, and we still haven't gotten our money back. I don't even understand why Imperial Father chose them to guard something so important. Pure Phoenix flew in front of Ye Xuan, carrying the egg and luggage. You know something about this. Pure Phoenix has Phoenix blood, and it, along with my older sister, both come from the 9 Heavens female sect. If we use the token from the mysterious bird of the 9 Heavens that was given to my sister, it might have an effect. Ye Xuan reached out to take the egg from Pure Phoenix's beak when Mining suddenly appeared behind him, whispering, "Master, my magic is about to wear off. How much longer can I keep it up?" As soon as Mining finished speaking, Pure Phoenix noticed that Ye Xuan had disguised himself as the ancestor. Oh, it looks like the disguise is no longer working. Pure Phoenix lowered its head, glaring at Ye Xuan in his current form, its face darkening with anger. Pure Phoenix, furious, pulled back and unleashed a fiery wave that sent Ye Xuan and Mining flying far away. That's it. Pure Phoenix knows it's been tricked. We need to run now. For now, its power has skyrocketed to the peak of nascent soul. It's likely that the entire 36th floor will be burned to the ground. Master, you must leave immediately. My God, my older sister just reached the peak of nascent soul too. This stupid bird has evolved the same way. We can't fight it. It's hopeless. With that, everyone in Ye Xuan's group quickly fled. Ye Xuan, you little rascal. You're the one causing all this trouble, and we're the ones paying for it. Who told you to follow me? If you had just gone somewhere else, none of this would have happened. The Pure Phoenix merged into the ancient blazing flames, soaring up into the sky. Then it opened its mouth wide, let out a loud roar, and spread its wings. Instantly, everything around them was engulfed in a sea of fire. We're cornered. Where do we run now? With no other options, the group quickly flew into a narrow rock crevice. Although it was incredibly dangerous, Ye Xuan still held the Pure Phoenix egg tightly in his hands. A moment later, Ye Xuan glanced back and saw that the Pure Phoenix had followed him into the crevice. This terrain might give us some cover for a while. He looked up and saw the wings of the Pure Phoenix flying past, thinking to himself, this is the moment. Ye Xuan hugged the Pure Phoenix egg and leaped into the air. He immediately summoned the Heaven Reversing Seal and slammed it down beneath the rocky abyss, aiming to restrain the Pure Phoenix. A stream of golden energy surged from his hand, making the Heaven Reversing Seal grow larger. When it hit the ground, the earth shattered, and thick dust and smoke rose into the air. In that instant, the Pure Phoenix was trapped beneath the Heaven Reversing Seal, screaming in pain. Seeing this, sweat poured down Ye Xuan's face. He knew it was a close call, but he couldn't back down now. Clutching the egg tightly, he raced toward the Heaven Reversing Seal. Suddenly, a violent shockwave erupted. What's going on? 2 waves of force pressed against Ye Xuan's body, sending intense shockwaves through him. The Heaven Reversing Seal then sprouted 2 dragon scales. 7th eldest sister and 8th sister. They had broken the seal just in time. The next day, Ye Xuan summoned his heaven-raging fury sword. Taking advantage of the moment, he struck down the Pure Phoenix, slashing with powerful sword energy. With that, the Pure Phoenix's head fell off and blood splattered everywhere. Fresh red blood from the Phoenix stained Ye Xuan's face and clothes. Suddenly, a rain of blood poured down from the sky. Ye Xuan's body began to tremble. The blood on his face started to corrode his skin. In pain, he thrust his sword into the ground, lifted his head, his eyes wide, and let out a loud, desperate scream. Seeing this, Ning Xiao immediately threw Ye Xuan a pill. Hurry, swallow the Pure Phoenix Demon Core. It'll help reduce the pain from the Phoenix's blood. Ye Xuan grabbed the Demon Core and swallowed it. Once you get through this, you'll gain a heavenly opportunity and your cultivation will rise. As soon as Ye Xuan swallowed the Demon Core, smoke began to rise from his body. The core fused with him and flowed through his meridians, setting his entire body on fire. Before long, Ye Xuan collapsed. Mai Ning, King Xian, and the old Jian So saw this and rushed over. This is bad. This kid's going to die if we don't help. Look, he's still writhing in pain. Mai Ning, with a worried look, hurried over and helped Ye Xuan sit up. Then she turned her face toward the back and exclaimed, "Princess, I know you have a soul gem made of 1,000-year-old black ice. It can calm the heat. Please save him." Hearing this and seeing Ye Xuan in such a state softened King Xian's heart. She took out the soul gem. "This brat may be irritating, but after all, he did save my life. I can't just let him die without trying to help. I'm giving this to you, not to him." Yes, thank you so much for saving my life, Princess," Mai Ning said gratefully. Mai Ning pressed the soul gem to Ye Xuan's forehead. The gem began to spin, releasing a cold aura that spread throughout Ye Xuan's body. At that moment, a heavy downpour suddenly began to fall from the sky. "It's suddenly raining so hard. Even the heavens want to help this brat," someone remarked. A moment later, a powerful aura of a golden dragon and a fire phoenix emerged from Ye Xuan's body. The dragon and phoenix entwined with each other, twisting around Ye Xuan's body. Soon after, the male protagonist's eyes snapped open, and in his pupils, images of the golden dragon and the phoenix appeared. Ye Xuan floated in midair, bathed in the light of the blood moon. Congratulations! Your flesh and blood have now reached the mid-level of the immortal body realm. From now on, even nascent soul experts will likely nod in respect when they see you. Also, while you were unconscious, Jiansu only saw the pure phoenix, so I will be taking back its protective shield. The system has successfully upgraded 4 levels, and today you'll receive 5,000 contribution points. Old Jiansu and the 2 girls were still staring wide-eyed at the blood moon. The appearance of the blood moon was worrisome. Rivers of blood flowed, and bodies were piled up. The realm of the prison tower had never seen a blood moon before. What was going on? Old Jiansu turned his head to glance at Ye Xuan, thinking to himself, could it all be coming true for that kid? At the same time, Ye Xuan received a transmission from Duan Lufu. "Kid, not bad. You actually managed to complete the mission. 7th eldest sister, you're not bad either. You even broken the 3rd level restriction. Stop praising each other, you're giving me goosebumps. 8th sister, you're doing pretty well inside too." Duan Lufu lowered her head and said, "I'm planning to finish this quickly. I'm already on the 108th floor. The 108th floor? Isn't that where the Heavenly Demon King resides? 7th eldest sister, you can't go alone. Wait until we gather everyone, then we'll go together. Strength in numbers." "No need. There's not much time left." Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan anxiously shouted, "7th eldest sister! 7th eldest sister! What's happening to 7th eldest sister?" Duan Lufu calmly sent out a message, "The Tianqing Demon King is coming." Ye Xuan froze when he heard this, his eyes wide in shock. He gripped the sound transmission jade tightly in his hand, his face showing clear signs of sadness and worry. The Tianqing Demon King is coming for 7th eldest sister. He furrowed his brows in anger and shouted, "7th eldest sister, run! You can't face him alone." However, no matter how loudly Ye Xuan shouted, Duan Lufu didn't respond, not even with a single word. At that moment, the main character understood the gravity of the situation, his face turning dark. "It's over," he muttered through gritted teeth, then immediately dashed forward at lightning speed, astonishing everyone around him. "Master, where are you going?" Hey, kid." Jiansu crossed his arms and closed his eyes, confused. What was going on? It seemed like someone close to Ye Xuan was in trouble, but to charge into the Tianqiang realm, wasn't that a death wish? Ignoring King Xian and the old man's conversation, Mai Ning immediately followed Ye Xuan closely behind. The 2 of them ran straight into the secret chamber leading to the 108th floor. "If anything happens to 7th eldest sister, I'll tear the Tianqiang Demon King apart, even if it costs me my life." 10 years ago, when Ye Xuan was still a child, he was constantly bullied by the outer disciples. It was because his spiritual root had been destroyed, and yet he still carried the title of Great Emperor's Disciple. All the elders were already dead, and no one was there to protect him. The Sword Immortal sect doesn't need a useless person like you. Get lost, useless trash. You're not worthy. Ye Xuan could only helplessly cover his head, accepting his fate. Just then, a wave of energy suddenly rushed by. Ye Xuan glanced over, and through his vision, he saw Duan Lufu stepping in to handle the chaotic fight between the disciples. Afterward, she turned around and smiled at Ye Xuan. Hey, why are you just standing there letting others hate you? Don't you have a big sister?" Duan Lufu's words gave Ye Xuan the motivation to train harder. With newfound determination, Ye Xuan furrowed his brow, his face filled with resolve, and shouted out loudly, "7th eldest sister!" Gripping the heaven-raging fury sword tightly, the main character rushed forward, but was stopped by a group of demonic beasts. Ye Xuan charged ahead with his sword, cutting through the beasts and earning countless contribution points. In rage, he raised his hand in front of him and shouted, "Get out of my way! Anyone who dares block me will die." Ye Xuan unleashed a blazing fire that burned the demonic beasts to death in the sea of blood. His contribution points kept soaring. "Congratulations, Master, you've cleared the debt. Your remaining contribution points are 20. King Xuan walked up and seeing his people lying dead in the blood pool, was filled with rage. "This brat is blind. These are all citizens of the demon race." After speaking, King Xuan stepped forward, glaring, and issued an order. "Demon race, listen up. Don't block the way, move aside immediately." The demonic beasts, seeing Ye Xuan, treated him like an enemy. But upon receiving King Xuan's command, they reluctantly stepped aside to make way for the protagonist. Ye Xuan, covered in the blood of the demonic beasts, was panting heavily, which made Mining extremely worried. King Xuan stepped forward and grabbed Ye Xuan's hand, saying, "Ye Xuan, wait a moment." At the same time, Ling Yu's voice came through the communication jade. "Ye Xuan, it's a message from 8th Sister." He quickly raised the jade and shouted loudly, "8th Sister, where are you?" Ye Xuan, realizing the urgency, listened closely. Ling Yu, hiding behind a tree on the 72nd floor of the Demon King's Death Realm, spoke for the jade. "I'm on the 72nd floor of the Demon King's Death Realm. I'm about to lift the restriction here. After that, only one forbidden floor will remain in the realm of the prison tower, the Heavenly Death Demon King's floor. I'm going to the Heavenly Kang realm." When Ye Xuan heard this, he was filled with fear, his eyes wide, sweat pouring down his face. "What? 8th Sister, don't act alone. I want to go with you." "No, listen to me carefully. My cultivation is not high, and even though I've achieved many feats, I can't possibly defeat the Heavenly Demon King. I'll go on my own, or I might infiltrate the Heavenly Demon and activate the final magical barrier. This is the duty of a senior elder of the Sword Immortal sect. As for you, you should go back to the first level now. Once all the restrictions are activated, the tower will start moving in a short time. You must take this chance to escape." "No, we'll go together. If we go, we'll leave together. There's no other way. Ye Xuan, the enemy is too numerous. We can only take a gamble, even if it's only a 1 in 10,000 chance. The promise we made 10 years ago. I'm really looking forward to it. You've got to live well, no matter what." Ye Xuan's heart broke when he heard those words. 8th Sister, don't please, 8th Sister. The Heavenly Demon King must have reached the level of soul transformation. In reality, the gap in strength is huge. There's no way to win. 7th eldest sister, 8th sister, they've already made up their minds to die, then it's time to risk everything. After a while, Ye Xuan and his group arrived at the 72nd floor, where the Demon King's restrictions were activated. 8th sister was already triggering the restrictions on the 72nd floor, preparing to burn her own body to initiate a self-destructive explosion. The Heavenly Demon King could reach the 72nd floor at any moment. At this thought, Ye Xuan trembled, his face turning dark as he muttered, 8th sister is using her own body as bait, giving me a chance to escape, but I can't run away. I must save them, no matter what. When Ye Xuan tried to run away, King Xuan stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Wait a moment. The main character forcefully shook King Xuan's hand off. "Let go of me." "Ye Xuan, have you thought this through? This is your last chance from your 2 older sisters. With your current cultivation, even if you manage to strike the earth-killing Demon King, it will only serve as a meal for the Heavenly General Demon King." "That's right, Master. Given your current state, it's really difficult to defeat him. Even if you manage to save someone, you need to protect yourself first." Hearing this, Ye Xuan firmly responded, "I will never abandon 7th eldest sister or 8th sister. I must go to the Heavenly General realm." As soon as Ye Xuan said this, the atmosphere fell completely silent. After a long pause, King Xuan, with an annoyed expression, spoke up. "Fine, if you've made up your mind, I'll take you to the earth-killing Demon King's residence first. Maybe your sisters are there." The scene shifted to the earth-killing Demon King. Outside the Grand Hall, countless golden light pillars appeared. Ye Xuan hid behind a wall, peeking out toward the hall. He noticed the golden light pillars and muttered to himself, "Those light streaks are the recovery light from the Forbidden Zone. 8th sister must have done this." Thinking of Ling Yu, Ye Xuan couldn't hold back and bit his lip, holding back his tears. King Xuan glanced over and said sharply, "Your sister is really something. I don't know how she managed to slip past those strict guards. With my Demon King's restrictions activated, the Sword Immortal sect, and you here, it's impressive." Ye Xuan didn't waste any time thinking. He immediately ran toward the hall, saying, 8th sister might still be inside. I'll go find her. Stay calm and don't cause trouble. Follow me." Ye Xuan's group entered the mansion and reached a restriction. The Demon King's restrictions are layered. I'll take us straight to the last floor. If your sister is still with the Demon King, she'll definitely be there. This is the final level, but it doesn't look like your sister is here. As he finished speaking, Ye Xuan's eyes widened as he spotted a pin lying on the ground. The pin was stained with blood. This was Eighth Sister's favorite pin. Ye Xuan collapsed to his knees, picked up the pin, and held it close to his chest, trembling all over, his face darkening with anger. He pressed the pin to his chest, raised his head, and yelled, "Demon King, come out here, I'll kill you." Seeing this, Jian Su quickly rushed over and covered Ye Xuan's mouth. Don't get too worked up. There's still the aura of the Heavenly Demon King here. Ye Xuan angrily jumped to his feet and shoved the old swordsman aside. Old man, stop meddling in things that aren't your business. Anyone who gets in my way will be my enemy. Ye Xuan, calm down. King Xian said, there's always a reason behind everything. The one who harmed your sister was the Heavenly Demon King, not my father. Hearing this, Ye Xuan shot a glance at him and then yelled at King Xian, you're all part of the same group, brothers even. Maybe the Demon King had a hand in hurting my sister too. My father would never do something so cruel or heartless. If I said I won't be enemies with you for now, I definitely won't harm your sister. Suddenly, the old swordsman raised a hand to his mouth, signaling for silence. Shh, don't talk. Someone's coming. At these words, King Xian quickly moved forward and forcefully pushed a stone statue of a beast. As it activated, the mouth of the beast statue opened wide. King Xian led the way and stepped inside the mouth of the stone figure. Once everyone was inside, the mouth of the stone statue closed behind them. Ye Xuan peered out through the eyes of the statue, and something outside caught his attention, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Lingyu, Yu, and Duemu Fu were tied up and being dragged away by someone. Ye Xuan was furious when he saw the scene and shouted loudly, Eighth Sister, Seventh Sister. Qiu Bing dropped the two girls to the ground and dragged them along the dirt. He pulled them toward the dragon statue ahead. Seeing this, Ye Xuan couldn't hold back and almost charged out, but Mai Ning quickly grabbed him and stopped him. Mai Ning angrily said, damn it, Master Ye Xuan, are you crazy? If you mess with the Heavenly Kang Demon King, not even a few lives would be enough for you to die. Old Jian Su growled, lowering his face, and sternly said, calm down, your sister isn't dead. That's the Heavenly Kang Demon King. If you rush out like this, you'll only be walking to your death. If you want to save her, you have to be patient and wait for the right moment to strike. But don't focus too much on the Heavenly Kang Demon King. His spiritual senses are so powerful that he could detect us. Ye Xuan clenched his teeth and held back, enduring the frustration and anger. King Xian stepped forward and placed a hand over Ye Xuan's, reassuring him, don't worry. When I was hiding here eavesdropping, I was also afraid my father would find me. That's why I used 10 spirit stone cloths to set up a formation. As long as we don't show any killing intent, the Heavenly Kang Demon King won't detect us. Let's stay hidden for now. When the opportunity comes, we'll act. But then, King Xian felt something strange. But why does it feel like something's different with my uncle compared to before? Suddenly, a voice rang out. I could know my brother was visiting. Is it father? He's here too. Outside, Huang Biao knelt at Qiu Bing's feet and said, Hi, your younger brother. Could not welcome you from afar. Please forgive me. Qiu Bing extended his hand forward, getting straight to the point. All 8 of your territory's restrictions and 72 checkpoints are gone. Is this a sign of incompetence, or did you do it on purpose? At that moment, Duemu Fu and Lingyu Yu were lying at Qiu Bing's feet, struggling wildly, but the old man had set up a screen that no one could see through. King Xian looked outside and heard Qiu Bing's words, thinking, what is the Demon King of Heaven's intention here? Is he suspecting that my father has betrayed him? If that's true, it's a serious charge. It could lead to the execution of our entire family. Huang Biao, hearing Qiu Bing's question, answered frankly, I have failed repeatedly, and I deserve to die. It's all up to my older brother to decide. But whatever it is, please understand, King Xian has nothing to do with this. I beg you, don't harm her. Qiu Bing was stunned by the response. He frowned and then walked closer to Huang Biao. You treat me like this because you want to bring King Xian along. Are you trying to play both sides? Huang Biao responded, I don't dare, but she's my only daughter. Qiu Bing bent down to help Huang Biao to his feet. You used to be the bravest warrior, but now that you have a daughter, you've fallen for the emotions of fatherhood. You used to fight fiercely, yet now you're willing to kneel before me to protect King Xian. What are you saying? Huang Biao sighed. You are right, older brother. I've grown old and no longer want to fight and kill. Once the seal on the realm of the prison tower is lifted, I intend to return the position of Demon King of the land to you. I only want to take King Xian and travel the world, seeing its wonders. King Xian stood inside, hearing those words, placing his hand on his chest, his eyes closing. You scared the life out of me, he thought. In the end, Dad and Uncle are still good brothers. There shouldn't be any problems now. But something made Ye Xuan gasp and shout, "Not good." As everyone looked outside, they froze, their faces full of shock and fear. Tu Bing had used spiritual energy to summon his sword, suddenly stabbing it through Huang Biao's chest, setting blood spraying everywhere. The fatal blow caused Huang Biao intense pain, and he kept coughing up blood. Despite that, he still struggled to speak, calling out weakly, "Big brother." Seeing this, King Xian couldn't hold back and was about to rush outside, but Mai Ning and Elder Jian So stopped him. "Imperial father, King Xian, don't overreact." Chu Bing yanked the sword out sharply, then glared at Huang Biao, sneering as he said, "Who's your big brother?" Huang Biao, hearing this, clenched his fist in anger, slammed his hand onto the ground, and shouted, "Song Tong, you're not my big brother. Who are you?" Elder Jian So, upon hearing that, widened his eyes in shock. "What? Song Tong?" He rushed forward, staring outside in surprise, and shouted so loudly that Ye Xuan jumped. This was something unimaginable. Huang Biao clutched his wound standing up and yelled, "You! Who are you really? Why are you pretending to be my big brother? My big brother is supposed to be where the useless one is. Why are you using my demon race like this?" "Using your demon race? What do I need from your demon race?" Q Bing sneered. "I'm just keeping a few toys around, that's all." At this point, Q Bing's face darkened and he bared his teeth in a sinister smile. "What I want is the world of cultivation. The 99 heavens, the 3 realms, the 10,000 great worlds." Seeing the fury in Q Bing's eyes, Huang Biao immediately took out his protective shield. His body was now surging with intense demonic energy. Q Bing gripped his sword tightly and charged toward Huang Biao. With a wicked grin on his face, he thrust the sword forward. "My sword has no eyes." He struck with full force at Huang Biao's shield. The brood of Ye Xuan stood frozen, eyes wide open in shock. Not a single sound escaped their mouths. Q Bing's full-force strike had cracked Huang Biao's once solid shield, but it didn't stop there. Tu Bing unleashed a powerful sword ki that shattered Huang Biao's shield into pieces. King Xian's eyes widened in disbelief and tears streamed down her face. Even Ye Xuan, standing behind her, closed his eyes tightly and whispered, "Your life-saving treasure is shattered. That means your cultivation and Danshin are ruined. Huang Biao, you've lost." Chu Bing continued his relentless assault, sending Huang Biao flying. Huang Biao collapsed at Chu Bing's feet, gritting his teeth in defiance, struggling to sit up. When he sat up, he noticed King Xian was watching him through the stone statue's eye, seeing Huang Biao's daughter staring back in shock. "King Xian, why are you here?" Even though he was in pain, Huang Biao forced a smile to reassure King Xian. Huang Biao sprang to his feet, rushing toward the stone statue, keeping his daughter within his sight. His mouth was covered in blood, his eyes squeezed shut, struggling to smile while tears started to fall. "Good. Hiding. Very good." Seeing her father like this, King Xian couldn't hold back her emotions and turned away, her eyes brimming with tears. "Dad, Dad." Huang Biao summoned every ounce of strength to stand, wiping the blood from his mouth, thinking to himself, "I can't stay here any longer. If he breaks through the barrier, King Xian will be in danger." After a moment of reflection, Huang Biao clenched his fist, his gaze fierce as a powerful aura burst out of him. "Ha ha, so what if your cultivation is extraordinary? Even if I died today, I'll take someone down with me." With that, Huang Biao swung his fist at the old Chu Bing. Dark energy poured from his punch. Ye Xuan looked outside and called out in a loud, clear voice, "You, King Xian, look closely. Your father will fight for you even if it cost him his life. He's not a hero, just an ordinary demon king, someone who could summon storms and command power, but still a father protecting his daughter." Ku Bing stood facing Huang Biao, staring intently at his clenched fist. This was the true presence of a demon king. Huang Biao swung a punch right in front of Hu Bing, but to his surprise, the older man didn't show fear. Instead, he grinned with amusement. Then Q Bing grabbed his sword and swung it in a powerful counterattack. However, one of Huang Biao's arms fell off, shocking him. Blood spilled across the floor and Huang Biao cried out in pain, his voice high and desperate. Seeing this, King Xian's face turned bright red. Her eyes widened with tears and she shouted, "Father! Father!" Old Jian Su immediately rushed over and clamped his hand over King Xian's mouth, hissing, "Show! Show! Don't make a sound." Huang Bao sprang to his feet and charged forward, throwing a punch with his remaining hand, aiming straight for Q Bing's head. But Chu Bing quickly raised his sword, smiling wickedly. "Haha, not bad. I'm starting to like you more and more." Huang Biao threw a deadly punch at Chu Bing's sword, creating powerful shockwaves. In response, Bing swung his sword with tremendous force, knocking Huang Biao back. But you have to die. Huang Biao took the full blow, collapsing to the ground. His eyes shut tight and blood poured from his mouth. In his moment of weakness, Huang Biao glanced over at King Xian, who stood silently inside the stone statue, watching him with wide eyes. King Xian, my good child. The next day, Huang Biao immediately pushed me back with all his strength. He pressed his hand against the wall to get some momentum, then quickly dashed out the door, running as far away as possible, away from King Xian as far as he could. Huang Biao was desperately trying to escape the area, hoping to avoid Bing sensing King Xian's presence. I'm sorry, King Xian. This is all I can do to protect you, he muttered under his breath. Seeing Huang Biao's weak, fleeing figure only made Bing more amused, and he couldn't help but laugh with pleasure. Ha ha, if that's the case, then let me escort you on your final journey. When King Xian heard this, she couldn't hold herself back anymore and was about to charge out. No, King Xian, don't act recklessly. Ye Xuan, standing behind her, was also extremely worried, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What should they do now? Suddenly, a voice spoke, offering a choice, one that seemed to come from nowhere. Your two sisters have been captured and are being dragged away. You have a chance to decide. You can either hide and continue to escape in your shell, or take the risk and try to find a way to save your sisters. Reward, 1,000 contribution points. That's right, fortune comes in the midst of danger. If Huang Biao leads Bing away now, this could be the perfect chance to save them. After receiving the mission, Ye Xuan stepped forward and wiped away King Xian's tears. Don't cry anymore. Your imperial father gave his life to buy you a chance to escape. If you want to waste it, that's up to you. If you want to use the embryo stimulation stone to break out, that's your choice too. But I have a plan that could help you take revenge for your father. When Jiansu heard Ye Xuan's words, he stepped forward and bluntly said, Kid, you don't know what you're talking about. Do you know who Bing is? With just a snap of his fingers, he could crush you like a bug. Ye Xuan smirked, his lips curling into a sarcastic smile, and replied, He's not your brother, the sword fairy ancestor. I'm not sure how, but his body has been taken over by the demon king, Bing. Jian Sino and the two girls were stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. What? You're saying that the demon king killed someone and took over the body of the sword fairy ancestor? How? How do you know this? Ye Xuan maintained his calm expression, letting out a quiet sigh through his nose. The Sword Immortal sect has a painting of the ancestor. He was born with dual pupils. It's such a distinct feature that I couldn't forget it. But don't you feel any respect for your own master? The main character immediately raised his middle finger and shouted, I was forced into this battle, so I never had any respect for that person, especially now that he's a murderous demon king. As for why he's here, why he took over the Sword Immortal sect and the realm of the prison tower, and why he's killing people himself today, I'm not interested in any of that. All I care about is how we can safely get 7th eldest sister, 8th sister, and my Ning out of the realm of the prison tower. After speaking, Ye Xuan glanced at King Xian and the old man before getting straight to the point. The task is heavy and the time is short. If you also want revenge, you need to think about surviving and getting out of here. Put all the memories related to Sword Fairy Bing into the memory jade and hand it over to me. Then you'll follow my lead. What you want to do? Without hesitation, King Xian handed the memory jade to Ye Xuan. Here, take it. Although I don't know why you became a sword fairy or what you want to do, the grudge with my imperial father is mine to avenge, and I can't die without getting justice. After receiving it, Ye Xuan stretched out his hand toward the old man Jian So. She's brave enough to do this, and yet you, a man, are so weak. I'm not stopping you. I'm just creating a memory, the old man muttered as he stood there speaking vaguely. Hearing this, the old man immediately handed over the memory jade to Ye Xuan, his face twisted into an unpleasant, cold expression. I'll give it to you, but if we don't make it out alive, I'll kill you and bury you. Ye Xuan pressed both memory jades to his forehead. What I want most is not to fight, but to strategize. Right now, you, King Xian, and Jian So share the same grudge, which is exactly the time for us to cooperate in battle. Bing could return at any moment. There's no time to waste. After Ye Xuan finished reviewing Bing's memories and the sword fairies, he called Ning Xiao over and asked, Let me ask you something. Is there anything in the marketplace that can help a person change their appearance? Ning Xiao crossed her arms and answered bluntly, Of course there is. The heavenly grade immortal pill, the 9 immortal illusory fox pill, can do that. It's a rare item made from the essence of a 6th level 9 heavens demon fox. Its shape-shifting ability can even fool magical creatures, but it costs 4,000 contribution points and it only lasts for 12 hours. How many do you want? You should just go rob someone. You still haven't paid for the last mission and now you want to owe 12,000 more. Ye Xuan responded, but this opponent is too terrifying. I'm just at the Foundation establishment stage. How am I supposed to defeat a god-tier monster without spending money? Damn it, just put it on my tab and give me 3 pills. Ning Xiao then raised both hands in a cheerful gesture and handed Ye Xuan 3 immortal illusory fox pills, saying, "Thank you, sir. We look forward to your next visit." Ye Xuan grabbed the pills and immediately flew out, heading straight for his 2 sisters. This made Jian Su, the old man, panic, shouting, "You stupid brat, are you looking for death?" Ye Xuan helped his 2 sisters sit up, glared ahead, and said in a frustrated tone, "Shut up. The King Xian people are also coming out." She stepped forward and pressed him, asking, "What do we do now? The Sword Fairy's divine sense can cover the entire realm of the prison tower. Even if we manage to escape with the 2 sisters, we'll definitely be trapped here." Ye Xuan reassured her, "Don't worry, everything's already been arranged." Ye Xuan immediately took out 3 immortal illusory fox pills, causing old Jian So to shake his head in disbelief once again. Oh crap, how does this kid have these? Even top-tier pills from the heavenly realms are in his hands? Ye Xuan stared intently at the 3 pills, smirking proudly. "I've still got plenty of good stuff. These 9 immortal illusory fox pills, my name, Yu King Xian, take them." Hearing this, old Jian So suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, I get it now. You're planning for them to pretend to be your 2 sisters. A kid at the Foundation establishment stage having 9 immortal illusory fox pills. Who would believe that?" But Mai Ning didn't hesitate. She swallowed a pill without a second thought. "Anyway, I trust the master." After swallowing the pill, Mai Ning walked over to my 7th eldest sister, took her hand, and said, "You can transform into her now. Your voice, it's perfect too." A mysterious cloud appeared, and Mai Ning sat beside Duan Lufu, her body and face now, looking exactly like hers. King Xian and old Jian Su were both stunned by the scene. Incredible. Even the dark aura around Mai Ning completely vanished without a trace, which seemed impossible. This kid really does have 9 immortal illusory fox pills. Ye Xuan tossed one of the pills to King Xian. "Do you want to take revenge for your father?" "Of course I do." "Then listen to me. Take this pill and pretend to be 8th sister." Old Jian So moved forward with an angry look on his face, grinding his teeth and saying, "So you plan to hand over these 2 and let your 2 sisters escape? That's quite a clever plan. But if you want to ruin your ancestors' work, then help me with something. Keep an eye on 8th sister and 7th sister. Once they wake up, take them and get out of here. Aren't you going with them?" This isn't the time. After finishing his words, Ye Xuan turned around and glanced behind him. He's back. Ye Xuan and old Jian Su left the 2 girls behind and fled. Mai Ning, you King Xian, you too need to lie down. The 2 girls lay facing each other, and King Xian asked anxiously, "Mai Ning, do you think he can help us? Or should we just go die in place of his 2 sisters?" "Don't worry, princess. I believe he won't do that." As they were talking, a footstep sounded. "Not good if he's here." King Xian immediately closed her eyes, drenched in sweat. "That kid, I'll trust you for now. But if you dare lie to me, abandon me, I won't let you off, even as a ghost." The Sword Fairy entered the room with a dark, menacing expression, carrying Huang Bio's severed head, blood still dripping from it. When King Xian saw this, her eyes went wide in shock. "Father." But then, Ye Xuan's voice echoed in her mind. "Remember, you must follow my orders. Your mission now is to play dead. I will definitely kill him and avenge your father." The Sword Fairy shot a cold glare down below, clearly seeing everything as normal. Nothing seemed off. Huang Biao was dead, the 2 nascent Soul Fairy sisters were captured, and there was only a tiny, powerless boy left. My plan is complete. As he finished speaking, the spirit of Hu Bing began to stir and fight back. "You bastard, you've taken control of my body and ruled over the realm of the prison tower, but now you're slaughtering the demon race and killing my little brother." The spirit thrashed, causing the Sword Fairy to collapse, his eyes rolling back. "What do you want exactly?" The Sword Fairy raised his head, his aura turning dark and ominous. "Ha ha, of course. I want to reclaim my true body." Hearing this, the spirit of Q Bing's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped. "Your body? Who are you?" "I am the Sword Fairy, the one who was originally supposed to ascend to the heavenly realm as the Sword Fairy Elder. Unfortunately, half of my dignity was taken over by my inner demons. Not only that, but those demons use immense power to separate me from him. This person is the one pretending to be righteous and dignified, yet he has imprisoned half of his own soul. Do you know? The realm of the prison tower was created through a connection with me. Your demon race was just a tool in the process, But 10 years ago, fate took a turn. I have a friend from the outside called the Blood Demon Patriarch. I ordered him to stay in the realm of the prison tower and set up the Blood Demon Great Formation, making the demon race even more bloodthirsty. You couldn't control yourself and fell for my temptation. Everything was part of my plan. Once I find you, King Xuan, and take over her body as my new vessel, my strength will be restored to almost full power. I see now. No wonder you pushed me so hard to come to the Heavens Kang realm. You are after my body. After Ku Bing spoke, his spirit struggled violently. You're dreaming. King Xuan is the only bloodline of my younger brother. I will never let you lay a finger on her. As soon as he finished speaking, Ku Bing's spirit erupted outward. Die with me. The sword fairy immediately used a divine technique to pull Ku Bing's spirit back inside. Then he stared at his own palm. How dare this pest rebel against me? Doesn't even know its limits. The sword fairy turned and left. The urgent task now was to find King Xuan. Once my spiritual sense gathers, oh, this aura, the child King Xuan is in this palace. King Xuan heard the sound and broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that he was discovered? Damn Ye Xuan, was this disguise even effective? When the sword fairy heard the noise, he immediately followed the sound and began searching. Then he used his spiritual energy to clean up the bloody scene left by Huang Biao. At that moment, Ye Xuan, disguised as King Xuan, stood behind the stone statue with a pitiful expression. He then stepped forward, raised both hands to his face, and widened his eyes in shock. Uncle, why are you here? Is this Ye Xuan? Damn it, I didn't make that expression, did I? Ye Xuan skipped forward to stand in front of the sword fairy. Uncle, everyone has missed you so much. King Xuan, what a coincidence. The sword fairy stepped closer and stared at Ye Xuan. He was using his divine sense to inspect him. He's using his divine sense to check me, but the 9 immortal illusory fox pill should work. After the inspection, seeing no issues, the sword fairy smiled and said, King Xuan, it's been a long time. You've grown into a beautiful young lady. The 9 immortal illusory fox pill really works. Even an old monster like me can be fooled. Ye Xuan walked up and took the sword fairy's hand, saying, Of course, uncle, it's been so long since you visited me. This child has no manners. Jumping up to hug me like this, how uncouth. Thinking that, the sword fairy gathered a wave of dark energy in his hand. I absolutely hate people who don't know their limits. At that moment, Ye Xuan noticed the magical energy in the old man's palm. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan leaped into a graceful dance, the new high-end move. Before even striking, she skillfully dodged, leaving the old man frozen for 5 seconds. After a moment, Ye Xuan moved closer and hugged the sword fairy, asking, Uncle, have you seen my imperial father anywhere? Hearing this, the old man quickly withdrew his magical energy, muttering to himself, Right, I am Ku Bing, her uncle, not the sword fairy. To avoid being discovered, Ye Xuan put on her most adorable face, looking up at the sword fairy with wide, expectant eyes, waiting for a response. I don't know where your imperial father is either, the old man replied. I'm guessing he's all hunting some rats of the human race. I'm looking for him too. Ye Xuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, Uncle, even though my imperial father lost the city and territory, can you please not blame him? Please, King Xuan is asking you. The sword fairy's face broke into a sweat as he pouted, thinking this damn child was clearly born with a beautiful face, but why does her speech and behavior make people so uncomfortable? All right, the old man sighed. Since I managed to get this vessel, I'll let it slide. The old man bent down and hugged Ye Xuan. All right, since King Xuan has spoken, I'll listen to you. But I'm going to promise to King Xuan, should he fulfill one of my conditions? Wow, you're hugging me that tightly? Ye Xuan said with a bright smile and sparkling eyes, gently asking, What condition are you talking about? The old sword fairy placed a hand on Ye Xuan's head and said, You came here this time for 2 reasons. First, to visit your father, and second, to come stay with me for a few days. I've just caught 2 humans. Now we can relax and enjoy ourselves. Ye Xuan's face darkened immediately and a wave of anger surged within him. The old sword fairy turned around, pointing toward King Xuan and Mining, saying, These 2 are spies from the human race. These people really don't know when to stop. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan pouted and summoned his moonwheel scythe. Uncle, I'll kill him. King Xuan, wait. Hearing this, Ye Xuan raised one finger and innocently asked, Uncle, why can't I kill him? King Xuan, my dear, now isn't the time to kill him. I still need them for something else. We can't waste any time. Let's go back to the Heavenly Demon King's place, and when we're there, you can do whatever you want with them. How does that sound? Ye Xuan nodded obediently in agreement. All right, Uncle. If you say so, I'll listen to you. That's my good. obedient King Xian. After finishing his words, the old sword fairy immediately summoned his flying sword. "We're leaving now," he said, and together with Ye Xuan and the two young women, they mounted the sword to fly. At the same time, outside, old Jian So saw a flash of light shoot up into the sky and was incredibly surprised. "So, it's really a success," he muttered, turning around and leaning against a stone, his face blank. "This is something I never even dared to think about before. And this kid, he pulled it off so easily." He then turned his gaze to Duan Lufu and Ling Yu, remaining silent. A moment later, he turned back, his eyes wide, beads of sweat forming on his face. "Damn it, that kid was right. I really am a coward. He and King Xian are both able to get revenge on that old sword fairy, and I want to do something too." With that, he took a scroll from his robe, transforming it into a perfect flying sword artifact. After flying for some time, the group of the old sword fairy arrived at a grand hall with towering buildings. "King Xian, we've arrived." The old man, holding the two women and Ye Xuan, walked into the hall. "Lately, you've been running around because of that human kid. You should rest for a bit," he suggested. Ye Xuan heard this and immediately moved closer to the old sword fairy. "Uncle and my father are too busy to meet, but as the younger generation, how can I be so lazy? How about you let me take care of these two female cultivators? I'll look after them a bit and get revenge for what they did to the realm of the prison tower." "King Xian, these two are extremely important to me." Ye Xuan heard this and grabbed the old sword fairy's hand, making a cute face. King Xian tightened the restraints. "Uncle, you won't agree, right? Then I'll just stay with them. That way, I can learn from them too." The old man frowned at this and tightened his grip. Frustrated, he left. "You don't need to do anything. Stay here and torment them. Don't go anywhere." Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan immediately entered the room and slammed the door shut. He walked over to where King Xian and Mai Ning were. "Ye Xuan, has he left yet?" At that moment, Xiao Bai suddenly leaped out of his body. "He's gone. Let me help you get free. Little brat, now that we're in here, what's your plan?" "The two girls have been saved. The first priority is to restore the last layer of the restriction. Once we activate it, any move he makes will fail." Xiao Bai jumped onto Ye Xuan's shoulder and whispered something into his ear. After hearing this, Ye Xuan smiled and said, "That old sword fairy really doesn't trust you. He's already sent someone to guard outside and keep an eye on us." That's exactly how it is. The old sword fairy ordered Yin Zhao to stand guard outside the door. Xiao Bai also discovered that this restriction requires 4 spirit stones, and they are each held by the 3 major demons. The old sword fairy has one too. We'll split up and take action. First, we need to get our hands on 3 spirit stones. "You, King Xian, is there a secret passage here? Can it be opened?" "A secret passage? Let me think. I used to come in and out of this room a lot when I was little, but it's been so long." After thinking for a moment, King Xian's eyes suddenly widened and she exclaimed, "I remember." Then she stepped forward and pointed at the wooden table. "It seems like it's underneath this table." King Xian bent down, sticking her bottom up as she checked, then quickly turned her head and said, "Found it. Luckily, I didn't remember wrong." "Nice, not bad." Ye Xuan immediately grabbed Mai Ning's hand. "Let's go. This is a decisive battle. If we just vanish like this, what if Ying Zhao comes in to check?" Ye Xuan then pulled out a stack of talismans. "It's fine. I have second sister's protected talismans here." A while later, Ying Zhao opened the door and looked inside. "Demon King, I'm here to keep watch over the princess. I wonder what the princess is doing right now." When she noticed someone spying on the talismans, they suddenly emitted bright flashes of light. The blinding light was so intense that Ying Zhao had to grit her teeth and raise her hand to shield her eyes. When the light finally faded, she discovered that what was inside was actually an image of King Xian portraying 2 female monks. I'll tell you this." Seeing this, Ying Zhao felt relieved and closed the door, smiling. It seemed like the princess had come to her senses and no longer intended to run away. However, the scene she witnessed was just an illusion created by the talismans, and there was no actual torture happening here. Ye Xuan and his group had already started taking action. He was leaping across rooftops, beginning his search for the demon. The 3 of them landed on the ground together and stared ahead, their eyes fixed in determination. "We're running out of time. Let's split up and move out." After agreeing on the plan, Ye Xuan and the 2 women each took off in different directions. The male lead flew straight into a forest, leaping through the trees to get a better view. After flying for a while, Ye Xuan spotted a demon king who was busy working out in the open. He immediately landed on a tree branch, looking down below with a serious expression, silently thinking he has a spirit stone. According to Yu King Xian's memory, this demon is Faiman, leader of 3,000 demon soldiers known for his strength, but his weakness is. Before he could finish his thought, Phi Man below suddenly sensed someone was watching him. He turned around angrily and shouted, "Who's there?" Ye Xuan, standing on the tree branch, heard him and immediately straightened his clothes, adjusted his stance, and gave a playful smile. "All right, I'm coming." Ye Xuan extended her long, fair leg. "General Phi Man, it's me," she said, stepping forward, posing shyly, and gazing at him with a flirtatious look. "I was so bored, so I snuck out to find you and have some fun." As she walked closer to him, Phi Man couldn't help but blush deeply. "You, Princess Yu," he stammered. Ye Xuan moved closer and placed her hand on Phi Man's chest, making him jump in surprise and widen his eyes. "General Phi Man, you train so hard every day. Aren't you exhausted?" "Lately, I've been really attracted to men with muscles like yours." Hearing this, Phi Man couldn't help but drop the dumbbell in his hand. "I'm not tired at all. I never imagined someone as rough as me would ever catch the princess's eye." Ye Xuan stood even closer, making him blush even more. "I'm not tired, but you've been running through my heart all day. Princess, are you finally seeing things clearly? Do you want to accept me now?" Ye Xuan struck a seductive pose and winked. "Actually, ever since I first met you, I felt a connection. You remind me of someone in my family." "What?" "I think you look just like my dad's son-in-law." When Phi Man heard that, he flared his nostrils and puffed out smoke. "Princess, I feel the same way. From the moment I first met you, I decided I would only marry you in this lifetime." He pulled Ye Xuan into his embrace, grinning in a creepy way. "But if we really understand each other, Princess, you should bring me back to your palace to try things out. My place is empty and dull. You, on the other hand, just decide so quickly. Want to take everything from me right away. I feel like you're not really that interested in me." Phi Man broke out in a cold sweat at that. "Princess, I'm sincere. I wish I could show you my heart and soul, lay everything bare for you." "Who needs your heart?" With that, Ye Xuan turned and whispered in Phi Man's ear, "But I heard your demon core is very special, and it attracts all those demon women. I want to see it." Seeing Phi Man hesitate, Ye Xuan quickly jumped out of his arms. "Forget it. You clearly don't care about me. Here I am, a princess, looking at a low-level demon like you, and you still refuse. Fine, I'll just go find someone else. Princess, the others are all bad people. Why would you want to go to them?" With that, Phi Man clenched his teeth and then raised his hand, shouting loudly, "I've heard you, Princess. I'll show you my demon core right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he took his demon core out of his mouth. Ye Xuan immediately turned toward him, his face darkening with a murderous look, a sinister grin spreading across his lips. "Wow, so this is your demon core." Ye Xuan turned around, staring intently at the demon core in Phi Man's hand. "Princess, you see now how much I care for you. If you want it, if I have it, I can make it happen." "Well, this will do for now." Ye Xuan stepped forward, raising his eyes to focus on the demon core. "Let me take a look." But before his hand could touch it, Phi Man was already on guard and quickly yanked it back. Hey, Princess." Ye Xuan was furious when he saw this. "What are you hiding for? Do you still not trust me?" "Not yet. It's just, Princess, you know the demon core has a fatal weakness. Once its energy is lost, its fighting power is reduced by at least 80 to 90%. Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Xuan pulled out his heaven-raging fury sword and struck Phi Man with a deadly blow. Ye Xuan remained silent, his voice cold and serious as he asked, "So, what should we do if something happens?" Taking that sword strike made Phi Man weaken significantly. Who are you?" In his dazed state, Xiao Bai quickly grabbed the demon core and jumped toward Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan glared, raised his sword in front of him, and turned his body back to its original position. "I'm your grandfather." Ye Xuan rushed forward, and with a single strike of his sword, coldly decapitated Phi Man without a hint of hesitation. Phi Man's eyes widened in disbelief as he used his last bit of spiritual energy to shout at Ye Xuan, "So you're the little brat." A moment later, Ning Xiao appeared sitting on Phi Man's head as the night sky revealed his form. "This world's complicated," he said. "If I play this game again in my next life, I'll be more careful." Ning Xiao took a deep breath and continued. "You've disguised yourself as a man, used magic to transform your appearance, killed people in a sudden burst of rage, and made a fortune in the process, huh? Enough of the show." He turned his gaze to the demon Phi Man and said, "You're worth 500 contribution points." Ye Xuan grabbed the demon core and stared at it, murmuring, 500 points. That works. Now let's head to the next station. Just then, a voice called out, "Ye Xuan." King Xian appeared, running toward him with a demon core in hand. "You, King Xian, did you get a demon core too?" Ye Xuan asked. King Xian handed him the demon core, replying cheerfully, "Yep, did you get yours too? Half of me is a ghost, so I can charm others into stealing the stone. How did you manage it? Ye Xuan felt a little awkward and quickly turned his face away, not daring to meet her gaze. Oh, I guess it's not that different from what you can do. As they chatted, Ye Xuan suddenly remembered something, his face turning anxious. This isn't good, he said, running off in a panic. The illusion formation is about to expire. I need to go back now. You all keep gathering spirit stones. Hey, can you handle it on your own? King Xian called after him. I'll manage, Ye Xuan responded. A while later, Ye Xuan crawled out from under the table. He emerged and stared at the talisman, noticing that it had changed color. Fortunately, he had made it just in time. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Where is King Xian? Your Majesty, the princess is resting inside. All right, let me go in and see. Ye Xuan froze when he heard this, his brow furrowing tightly. That old sword fairy is here in person. What should I do now? Saddleby, hurry up and help me. Soon after, Ying Zhao opened the door for the old man to enter. The moment he stepped in, something caught his eye, and his eyes widened in surprise. Ye Xuan had set up a scene where he was tied up by the pillar, crying bitterly in frustration. King Xian, what's going on here? With a wave of his hand, the sword fairy cut through the ropes binding Ye Xuan. The young man immediately jumped up, his face filled with panic and fear. I was fighting them earlier, and who knew they suddenly woke up? While I wasn't paying attention, they tied me up. I was knocked out by them and tied here. Hearing this, the sword fairy glanced at Ying Zhao, making him go pale with fear. Ying Zhao, how did you keep watch? King Xian got hurt, and you didn't even notice? Ying Zhao immediately dropped to his knees, looking terrified and as green as a leaf. I checked a few times earlier, and Princess Yu was always here. Ye Xuan stood up, speaking clearly. There was a female cultivator skilled in illusion magic inside. Everything you saw was fake. King Xian's words weren't wrong. The place was filled with the aura of illusion magic and talismans. You can't fool me. Ye Xuan, hearing this, thought to himself with a sense of bewilderment. This is all visible, huh? This old monster, who's become a god, really can do anything. Luckily, I have a smarter system. Otherwise, even if I used a disguise, I wouldn't be able to fool his divine senses. The old sword fairy turned around and immediately shouted at Ying Zhao, you're useless. You didn't even realize you fell for someone's illusion. What good are you? Hearing those words, Ying Zhao, furious, sprang to his feet, spread his wings, and shouted, Shubing, your temper has been getting more vicious and cruel over the years. He flew straight out the door, turned back, and coldly said, I've been disgusted by you for a long time. Upon hearing this, the sword fairy's face darkened. He swung his hand, gathering a powerful force that swirled into a mighty swirling vortex. Ha ha, very well, he sneered, and without hesitation, he hurled the deadly blast of energy toward Ying Zhao. Ye Xuan, standing behind, watched in silence, too stunned to speak. He witnessed the full force of the sword fairy's attack, and in the blink of an eye, Ying Zhao's head was severed from his body, sending him straight to the afterlife with a one-way ticket to the underworld for a tea and cake session with the king of hell. The disciples under Ying Zhao, witnessing this, were left speechless, mouths agape. Their general, who was just a step away from soul transformation, had been taken down with a single strike by the heavenly demon king. The sword fairy stepped out of the room, his expression grim, and spoke in a low voice. Ying Zhao failed in his duties and still tried to flee. Princess Yu was injured. Such a crime cannot be forgiven. Ye Xuan glanced over and saw his subordinates staring at Ying Zhao's head. He thought to himself, one bad apple spoils the bunch. The old sword fairy's tactics are terrifying. I bet the other monsters are all terrified. While he was deep in thought, the old sword fairy grabbed Ye Xuan's hand. King Xian, come with me, the sword fairy said. Hearing this, Ye Xuan felt a bit uneasy. He forced a smile and replied, Uncle, maybe I should go find those two nuns first. They can't run away. The old sword fairy responded, I have something more important for you to do. Upon hearing that, Ye Xuan realized the situation. Could it be that the old man couldn't find his sister and now wanted to deal with you, King Xian, first? What should he do now? I'm about to be handled by him. A while later, the sword fairy led Ye Xuan to his palace. As they went deeper inside, Ye Xuan found himself standing in front of the entrance to the blood formation. The old sword fairy turned around, smiling, and said, Here we are, King Xian. Come with me. I have a special gift for you. Ye Xuan grumbled under his breath. A special gift? Yeah, right. All right, uncle, he replied reluctantly. When Ye Xuan reached the basement, the old sword fairy raised his hand to signal. Immediately, 3 fierce demon generals appeared. 3 of you stand here and guard the door for me. No one is allowed in or out without my orders. If something goes wrong, Ying Zhao will be a lesson for all of you. Understood, we won't dare. Ye Xuan turned to look behind him, a frown of frustration on his face. The order to prevent anyone from coming or going meant that if he wanted to escape, he would need to get past the 3 demon generals guarding the door. This was serious. Somewhere else, in front of the house, a demon king was guarding it strictly. At that moment, Mai Ning and King Xian were hiding behind some bushes, watching intently as they stared at the demonic beast. The creature seemed to have noticed someone was watching it, and it turned around, shouting loudly, "Who's there?" Hearing the voice, Mai Ning furrowed her brow and glanced over. "What's going on? If it triggers the alarm, it'll alert the old sword fairy. We can only use brute force." The demon swung its massive sword and grinned, showing off its sharp, jagged teeth. "Two little pests, do you think you can defeat me? Where are you?" As soon as the command was heard, a group of demons rushed in from all sides, surrounding Mai Ning and King Xian. "Today is the day you die." King Xian immediately summoned her weapon, while Mai Ning gripped her treasured sword tightly and charged forward. King Xian floated in midair, creating a scene of moonlight that caused the entire group of demons to become lost in her illusion. King Xian shut her eyes tightly and took a step forward and spread her arms wide. In an instant, a circle of light appeared behind her, shining directly into the eyes of the demonic beasts, blinding them and causing them to fall. The sea monster leading them gasped when he saw the move, recognizing it instantly. This is the Mu Wheel Psyche of Princess Yu King Xian. He knew this move. Could it be? Before he could finish his thought, he saw the Mu Wheel Psyche speeding toward him. The sea monster panicked, sweat pouring down his face. "No, Yu King Xian inside the Heavenly Kang Demon King's palace is a fake. I need to report this to Demon King, Your Excellency." King Xian's eyes went wide with shock and her brow furrowed in thought. "I'm done for. Why can't I defeat this monster? If this goes on, my true identity will be exposed." While King Xian was deep in thought, the sea monster seized the opportunity and rushed at her, ready to capture her and report to the Demon King. Suddenly, a sharp sword flew down from the sky. The blade pierced the sea monster's body, spraying blood everywhere. It stared in shock, glancing behind it. What's going on? Where did this nascent soul come from? Why are there 3 nascent soul auras? Above in the sky were Elder Jian Sao, Duan Wufu, and Ling Yu. The 2 women had just woken up and were searching for reinforcements. Ling Yu raised her hand to her lips and smiled. "Luckily, we made it in time. You were almost caught." Duan Wufu swung her sharp sword, slaying all the demonic beasts. Elder Jian So, hearing this, growled and joined in with the others. All right, let's kill them all." With that, the 3 nascent soul cultivators began to unleash incredibly graceful yet powerful moves. Elder Jian So took just a few swings with his sword, cutting off the heads of countless demonic beasts. Ling Yu and Duan Wufu followed his lead, clearing the remaining monsters. A moment later, Duan Wufu, Ling Yu, and the old sword master landed from the sky, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of the demonic beasts that had overestimated their abilities. Soon after, King Xian and Mai Ning also reverted to their original forms. King Xian spoke up, "It's a good thing you all arrived in time. The consequences would have been unimaginable otherwise." Mai Ning added, "I never thought that kid would have sisters as strong as you 2, and there are 2 of you." Ling Yu immediately glanced at King Xian, her eyes narrowing as she asked, "What? Who are you calling a kid? Are you talking about Ye Xuan?" King Xian didn't answer Ling Yu's question. Instead, she stepped forward, furrowing her brows and said, "Both of you are nascent soul seniors, so why are you here in the realm of the prison tower? Did the sword and mortal sect send you here?" "No, we're here to protect Ye Xuan." "But is that all?" "Just to protect Ye Xuan." Lao Jian So stepped forward in front of the 2 girls as he heard the conversation. "What's so special about that kid? Why would 2 nascent souls protect him? He has no cultivation, no good looks, and no courage." Ling Yu heard this and immediately said something that shocked Lao Jian So. His skills may not be impressive, but he was able to defeat the realm of the prison tower. He doesn't have a high cultivation level, but he saved us. That statement is spot on. This made the 3 girls, Duan Wufu, Yu King Xian, and Mai Ning, stand there, speechless, unable to argue. Ling Yu raised her hand to her cheek and smiled brightly. He may not be brave, but he dared to face the old sword fairy. I think that's reason enough. With that, the 4 girls left Lao Jian So behind and walked away. "All right, ladies, let's go find Ye Xuan. Don't say I didn't warn you, though. The old sword fairy is a soul transformation expert. If you go up there, you're just walking into death." The scene shifted to the basement of the old sword fairy. On the blood-red floor laid a blood curse formation. The old sword fairy and Ye Xuan stood before the blood pool, where the blood had now transformed into eerie, grotesque shapes. The blood curse formation was massive, and all the demons of the realm of the prison tower had gone mad. Could this all be the reason why? Ye Xuan, his face filled with fear, couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, do you know what this is?" Upon hearing the question, the old sword fairy didn't hesitate to answer. This formation is called the Blood Curse Formation, and what's flowing inside it is human blood. King Xian, now that we've reached this point, there's something I need to tell you. The old sword fairy is about to show his true intentions. What should we do now? The old sword fairy grinned wickedly, glaring down and speaking in a cold, deliberate tone. King Xian, do you want to take this terrifying power of mine? When Ye Xuan heard this, an image flashed through his mind of the old sword fairy wildly dancing around. Why doesn't this old man join a hip-hop show? After thinking for a moment, Ye Xuan stepped forward and grabbed the old sword fairy's hand. I agree, of course I agree. What do you want King Xian to do? He still didn't fully understand how everything worked. But with the old man's nature, it was clear he was already showing his tyrannical side. However, since he was still speaking so kindly, there was a possibility of something else going on. The old sword fairy pretended to look sad, but in truth, he needed King Xian's body for the full cooperation of the energy. When Ye Xuan heard the old sword fairy's words, his eyes widened in shock. He immediately jumped up and wrapped his arms around himself. No, that's not it. Please don't. Damn it. Where is this kid's mind going? King Xian, it's not what you think. What I mean is, your life has been long enough. Although your glory has faded, you've spent many years fighting battles and getting hurt countless times. You've already done everything you can. Your lifespan isn't even going to last another year. For the sake of our demon race, and for you, King Xian, it would be worthwhile to freely give up your life. But even so, our great cause hasn't been achieved. I can't stand to see the demon race fail time after time without a leader. So, what should we do now, Uncle? The old sword fairy gently turned to Ye Xuan and patted his head. I've thought of a way. There's only one option. Temporarily borrow your body. While we wait for our demon race to break through the realm of the prison tower and enter the immoral cultivation world, I will definitely find a suitable body to give back to you. At this point, he pretended to wipe away a tear. I really have no other choice but to resort to this last method. King Xian, can you understand the pain in my heart and make this sacrifice for the demon race just this once? Ye Xuan didn't hear a response, so the old man quickly cut him off. Does that mean you agree? You've always been loyal to our demon race. As long as King Xian can help, don't say anything about taking a life. I'd willingly sacrifice even my soul if it means helping. King Xian, you are such a good child. Time is tight, so hurry and lie down. Oh, and take off your clothes. We can't let anything get in the way of the soul entering the body. After hearing this, Ye Xuan raised both hands to his chest, his gaze slowly sinking. Master, although I've agreed, it's a bit difficult for me to remove my clothes. Can you step outside for a moment and let me do it on my own? You can come back later, please. The old man, the sword fairy, stroked his beard and chuckled. All right, I was too hasty. Of course, we should maintain some proper distance between men and women. How can I forget that? You go ahead. He laughed heartily. With that, the old man left the basement. Ye Xuan immediately called Ning Xiao out to share the burden. Hey, Ning Xiao, what should we do now? I just wanted to borrow you King Xian's identity for a while. But I never expected that old man to have such intentions, wanting to take over someone else's body. What can I do? You drank the pill on your own, so you should have expected this day to come. Ye Xuan, upon hearing this, grabbed his head in frustration. What was he supposed to do now? Suddenly, a rat happened to pass by. Hearing the sound, Ye Xuan turned around and stared wide-eyed in confusion. Then, a smirk appeared on his face as he let out a sinister grin. He walked over to the rat, making it sweat bullets in fear. A moment later, the blood pond formation suddenly began to shake violently for no apparent reason. Outside the Grand Hall, the three demon generals and their demonic beasts were loudly cheering. Everyone, the Demon King has ordered that today I must guard the entrance. No one is allowed to enter. The freedom we've longed for, the freedom we desire for eternity, is finally within our grasp today. Just as they were celebrating, a monster looked up and spoke, catching the attention of the demonic beasts, who quickly turned to look. It seems like someone is coming from that direction. In front of the demon generals and demonic beasts stood Duan Mufu and the old Jian So. The group had just landed on the ground from above. It was them, the human cultivators who had sneaked into the realm of the prison tower. But why is Princess Yu with them? One of the demon generals muttered. Without thinking too much, the three demon generals immediately charged forward with fierce expressions. Today, no one gets out alive. Kill them all. One of them shouted. Seeing the demonic beasts rushing toward them, Duan Mufu immediately drew out his Mu-wheel scythe, ready for battle. She only brushed lightly past the demonic beasts, and just like that, they were left with severed limbs, heads, and limbs scattered everywhere. Anyone who stands in my way will die without mercy. In contrast to Duan Mufu's cold, fierce demeanor, Ling Yu was calm and gentle. She simply let a few cherry blossom petals fall and then said, "Haha, I told you, don't block my path." "You didn't listen, huh? Well, I guess that means I'll have to kill all of you." But those petals, though delicate, were far from ordinary. They made the demonic beasts panic. The moment they touched the heads of the demonic beasts, a series of small explosions erupted, sending the group into chaos. None of them could defend against it. Meanwhile, King Xian had used her Mu Wheel Scythe, personally dealing with her fellow demon race members. Afterward, she stared fiercely ahead, her brows furrowed. "Wait for me, Ye Xuan. I'll definitely come to save you." Inside the main hall, the old sword fairy was still waiting for the right moment, mumbling to himself, "Those rotten rats. Once I successfully take that body, I'll show you where your graves are." After saying that, he entered a secret chamber. At the same time, Ye Xuan had already removed his clothes and was lying under a blanket, trying to shield himself. "King Xian, my dear King Xian, my demon race will never forget the favor you shown today." His mouth said one thing, but deep down, he still didn't trust it fully. He used his divine sense to check again. Indeed, King Xian's body was just as it should be. "My plan has finally worked." After saying that, he removed his clothes, revealing a strong, muscular six-pack. He calmly smiled and reassured, "King Xian, I want you to willingly offer your body and unite with me." At this point, he climbed in and crawled under the covers, causing Ye Xuan to shiver. During this process, no matter what you see or hear, you need to trust me. Don't have any opposing thoughts, understand? Good, now let's begin. The old man, the sword fairy, and Ye Xuan lay down on the formation with spiritual energy rising from the lake beneath them, flowing into their bodies. The blood-race spirits were also drawn in by the formation and consumed. At that moment, strange impurities mixed with vital blood were continuously poured into the bodies of the old man, the sword fairy, and Ye Xuan. Meanwhile, in the blood demon realm, a stream of blood had gathered inside a lake. The blood demon patriarch, with a dark expression and an aura of killing intent, appeared. The formation has finally begun. Looks like that old man has successfully found a replacement body. Suddenly, a bloodstone materialized in front of him. "Once the time comes, I'll surround the sword immortal sect. I will bring chaos to the world of cultivation and let blood flow like rivers." Outside the realm of the prison tower, the 9 great immortal sisters seem to be in a bad mood. "Big sister, Lin Wanli has arrived. That bastard finally couldn't hold back his anger, huh?" The two factions faced each other on a cliff, separated by a deep ravine, with the wild strays showing up uninvited. "Lin Wanli, what are you planning?" Tong Dejiang stood behind Lin Wanli, smirking wickedly. "The 1-month deadline is here. Why hasn't the Sword Immortal sect fixed the realm of the prison tower yet? The collapse of the realm of the prison tower is causing chaos across the entire cultivation world. As members of the 5 Swords Alliance, we cannot just stand by and watch. Nangong Zhao, aren't you going to kneel and apologize to Lord Lin?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man Yuan Qin stepped forward. "Lord Lin, as you can see, all the trouble comes from the useless sect leader, Nangong Zhao. I ask you to put an end to this chaos and let me take over as the sect leader. I will definitely follow your orders. Handle the situation at the realm of the prison tower well." Yurong, listening to this, was furious and shouted, "Yuan Qin, as the eldest elder, you know better than anyone about the situation in the realm of the prison tower. But after 15 years of us sisters being married into the Sword Immortal sect, we've never heard a word from you. What are you up to? Spy! You're the one who led the way. You should have been killed long ago." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanli opened his mouth and grinned heavily. "Nangong Zhao, of course I pity you. This time, I can't enforce the proper punishment for the Sword Immortal sect." Nangong Zhao, far from being afraid, calmly countered, "What do you want to do?" "Ha ha, all you need to do is agree to let the Sword Immortal sect return to the Myriad Sword Alliance, and I'll take care of the chaos in the realm of the prison tower for you. What do you think?" "What if I don't agree?" "Well, that would be difficult. Not only would the punitive army from the Alliance come after us, but if the larger immortal sects in the heavens decide to punish us, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to handle it. The only option would be to ally with other powerful sects." Hearing these words about punishing the Sword Immortal sect, Saifeng and the others were furious. "Lin Wanli, you're truly shameless. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation while the house is burning? Sisters, don't waste time talking." With that, Nangong Zhao stepped forward. She gripped her sword tightly, swinging with a powerful slash that sent a fierce blade of energy cutting through the air. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared ahead. The people from Lin Wanli's side couldn't help but stare at her in shock. Nangong Zhao's strike released a powerful sword energy mixed with violent lightning bolts, making everyone jump back in fear. Then, with a serious expression, she spoke just 2 words, "Move forward." At that moment, Lin Wanli also drew her weapon. Today I act in the name of justice and will wipe out your sword immortal sect." Upon hearing this, Nangong Zhao lowered her sword, her whole body radiating intense fire. She looked down at the group with a disdainful expression. With a swift leap, she stood tall, glaring and shouting loudly, "All disciples, follow my orders. Even if I must die, I will protect the sword immortal sect." Meanwhile, inside the realm of the prison tower, the demonic beasts and demon generals were quickly being defeated due to their coordinated efforts and unmatched strength. In the basement, as the streams of spiritual blood flowed into Ye Xuan's body, his face turned dark with fear. His eyes widened as his mouth hung open in shock. Suddenly, the sky above him darkened and a blood-red moonlight burst forth, piercing through the grand hall of the Sword Fairy. Hearing the loud noise, the women turned to look, and upon seeing the scene, they were stunned into silence, their eyes wide with astonishment. Oh my god, the old man's Sword Fairy's aura suddenly exploded. Could it be that Ye Xuan really got swallowed up by him? "Mom, hurry and run, my brother." No, it's the old man's Sword Fairy. He's successfully taken over. That kid turned into an old man's Sword Fairy now. We can't beat him anymore. All that's left is for him to find his own way to die. "Master, master, how are you?" A powerful force surged up from the roof, accompanied by a loud, triumphant laugh. From the energy, a dark figure began to appear, spreading out with the blood of life. "Congratulations to the Holy Lord for succeeding. We welcome the Demon King's return." From that aura, the Sword Fairy gradually took form, his body identical to King Xian's, causing the demonic beasts to grit their teeth and stare in shock. What is this? The Demon King's new body. What's going on? Just then, the old man's body erupted with intense demonic energy. "Ha ha ha, that's right. I've taken over Princess Yu's body. With this body, this spiritual root, this potential, I'm completely satisfied now." The demon general listened in silence, his expression somber and sweat beading on his forehead. He didn't say anything, just stood there quietly. The old Sword Fairy, standing in front of the demonic beasts, gave a sly smile. "This time your contributions are not small. Once I take down the realm of the prison tower, I'll reward you handsomely." The girls gathered close together, speaking in hushed tones. "What's going on here? Isn't that you, King Xian, actually Ye Xuan in disguise? Could it be that Ye Xuan was swallowed up? Let's wait and watch a bit longer before we act." The old Sword Fairy, his eyes with two pupils, looked down below and smirked. "I'm very pleased today," he said, raising his hand in front of him. He gathered his magical power, then shifted his gaze down below. "Well then, how about we have a grand bloodbath today? Would it be reasonable to use your heads as offerings?" Upon hearing this, Nguyen Mufu stepped forward in front of the three girls, spreading his arms to protect them. However, the magical power of the old Sword Fairy's hands only gathered a little, like a clump of cat poop. The three demon generals stared blankly at the scene, breaking into a cold sweat. The girls were no exception, looking completely confused. Then, Lingdu Yu turned and asked, dumbfounded, "What's going on here? Could it be that our Ye Xuan is too weak and can't unleash his soul transformation power?" "That's possible, but surely the master isn't that bad, right?" the old Sword Fairy said, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at his own hand. "What's going on here?" By this point, the old Sword Fairy was furious, his face turning as dark as a pot bottom, his eyes burning red. He poured all his strength into channeling the magic, coughing violently like a dog. Then the old Sword Fairy stretched out both arms, but the magical power in his palms was still only the size of a bean. At that moment, King Xian, holding the Mu Wheel scythe, stepped forward and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, truly the cycle of fate. Looks like the soul transformation ability doesn't work, huh?" With that, King Xian leaped into the air and hurled the Mu Wheel scythe toward the old Sword Fairy, shouting, "Then go join my father in the grave." The old Sword Fairy, upon seeing King Xian, was completely taken aback, his eyes widening in shock as he yelled, "How can this be? How can there be another you, King Xian?" As soon as he finished speaking, King Xian's Mu Wheel scythe struck the back of the old Sword Fairy, turning his face a dark shade of green. He immediately grabbed his head and began running, casting a glance at his subordinates below and shouting, "What are you standing there for, you fools? Protect me now." "Protect you? You're not the Demon King. What is there to protect?" As he ran for his life, a foot suddenly landed in front of him. He froze, his eyes widened, and he screamed out in disbelief. "What is this? That aura again. Another you, King Xian. What's going on here?" Right now, you may not fully understand the situation, so let me explain. The you princess you see before you is not the Demon King you all think she is. She's actually the inner demon of an ancient Sword Fairy. This Sword Fairy created the realm of the prison tower mainly to control his own inner demon. After he ascended, no one in the Sword Immortal sect knew about the secret anymore, leaving only the old Sword Fairy with a chance. The sword fairy activated the blood formation in the Demon King's domain, causing the demon race to sink deeper into bloodshed. Meanwhile, Demon King Qiu Bing took the opportunity to swap bodies, but he wasn't satisfied with Qiu Bing's body. He wanted King Xian's, a half-human, half-demon body, thinking it would allow him to unleash his full strength. As for me, being as kind-hearted as I am, of course, I had to help him. Hearing this, the old ancestor's face twisted with rage. His eyes bulged as he yelled, "Stop wasting time. Just get to the point. Why are there 3 Yu King Xians? Behind you is Yu King Xian, the real deal. As for me, let me make sure you understand." Ye Xuan, holding the 9 immortal illusory fox pill, returned to his original form. As for you, your body may have been swapped, but it's obviously not Yu King Xian. It's certainly not something you're familiar with. What I've temporarily captured is just a small animal. The old man, the sword fairy, turned pale with rage upon hearing this. "You little brat, you sure have guts. A body without a spiritual root and no spiritual energy. Using this kind of vessel, of course, my cultivation can't be unleashed." Now that we're at this point, there's no choice but to think of another way. After thinking for a moment, he boldly stepped forward and said, "All demon race, listen up. You've seen for yourselves. I could become Qiu Bing and kill Huang Biao. My strength is far beyond that of all of you. If you follow me, I'll definitely help you break free from the realm of the prison tower and roam freely. Now, go and kill all of them. If you perform well, you'll be promoted right away and become my personal guards. Rich rewards await." The demonic beasts, after hearing this, hesitated, feeling a mix of reluctance, fear, and uncertainty. None dared to respond. However, just then, a hand shot out and a voice yelled, "Old bastard, you're really loud, huh?" The old sword fairy heard it, turned around, and stared in shock. A pair of sharp claws grabbed his head. It was Qiu Bing. He had regained his body. After grabbing the old sword fairy's head, Qiu Bing slammed him into the ground, causing the earth to crack and break apart. Then, Qiu Bing stood up straight, retracted his attack, and looked down into the realm of the prison tower. Since when did outsiders start sticking their noses in? The demonic beasts, seeing and hearing this, were overjoyed. "It's the heavenly Demon King. Your Majesty, Demon King, are you all right?" King Xian, standing behind, called out softly with a hint of sadness, "Uncle." Then, unable to hold back, she ran up and hugged Qiu Bing tightly. "Uncle, you're finally back. King Xian, you've worked so hard. It's all because I fell for the old sword fairy's trick." After speaking, King Xian turned to look and froze in shock. In front of her wasn't the old sword fairy, but a giant rat trembling with fear, covered in sweat. "Hey, where's the sword fairy?" The demonic race, seeing this, were equally stunned and gasped, "Holy shit. What's up with the mouse?" King Xian and the 3 girls were standing there. One of them confused, the others unable to hold back their laughter. What was going on? Old Jian So stepped forward, standing right in front of the mouse, covering his mouth tightly to hold back his laughter. "Ha ha," as it turned back to its original form. That's exactly what happened. Earlier, I was forced into a body swap by him, and with no other option, I suddenly spotted a mouse passing by. I took the opportunity, pretending to strip off my disguise, and invited him to step outside to let the mouse eat a 9 immortal illusory fox pill. I just needed to take out one more pill, transform it into that mouse, and trick him. It's like selling dog meat under the guise of goat meat. I could deceive his searching divine sense. The rest I'm sure you can guess. The sword fairy succeeded in the body swap, and by chance, I was able to save the celestial demon king too. All of this happened because of 7th eldest sister, 8th sister, and the rest of you who pushed right to his doorstep, making the sword fairy a bit flustered. If he hadn't been so rattled by the pressure, searching more carefully, I probably wouldn't have been able to trick him. At this point, Duai Fu gave Ye Xuan a firm push. "Stop hugging me already. Seems like it was all just an amazing coincidence. Too much of a coincidence." When Ye Xuan heard this, he felt a bit disappointed, furrowing his brows and frowning. "What do you mean by coincidence? Intelligence is also a part of strength, you know." Just as he finished speaking, Fu Bing stepped forward and called out, "My brother, I know the full story. Qiu Bing is here to thank the life-saving benefactor. Not just me, but the entire realm of the prison tower demon race owes you a great debt. You can ask for anything you want. But this old sword fairy has killed many of my people, even my younger brother. Could you let me handle him?" While this dramatic conversation was going on, Xiao Bai had already locked onto his target, chasing after a rat and startling it as it dashed away in fear. Back to Ye Xuan's side, he glanced over and replied in a firm tone, "I'm afraid that's not possible. This old sword fairy is a mental phantom with no real body. It's very hard to destroy him. We might not even notice when it happens. It could affect others too. After careful consideration, I've decided to imprison this old sword fairy here forever. The best course of action right now is to have my guardian beast keep an eye on him. Once I leave the realm of the prison tower, I'll discuss with the current sect leader of the Sword Immortal sect, who happens to be my sister, on how to deal with him. When Chu Bing heard this, he realized there was no other option and reluctantly agreed. That's fine too. With that, Duan Mufu folded his arms and stepped up in front of Hu Bing. If the chaos within the demon race has been settled, then we should complete our mission. The Heavenly Demon King, the last spirit stone, is with you, right? Ku Bing hadn't had a chance to respond when the demonic beast spoke up. Demon King, we still need to restore the realm of the prison tower. I've been stuck in this cursed place long enough. This kid might have done something for the demon race, but after thousands of years, is this really the only chance we get for freedom? Are we really going to give it up? Hearing these words, Ku Bing's face darkened and the smile faded from his lips. King Xian grabbed his sleeve, gently calling Uncle. Ku Bing turned to her and softly patted her head. It's all right, King Xian. I believe we'll have our chance to see the sun someday. With that, he took out a spirit stone. But before that, if we lose the dignity of the demon race, that would be a real loss. The noble cause of the celestial demon is something worth fighting for. With those words, he handed the spirit stone over to Ye Xuan's group with a smile. Leniu Yu and Duan Mufu exchanged glances and smiled. Is this really happening? I can't believe we actually broke through this tower. It felt almost impossible. Ye Xuan, you really did all the hard work. With that, the final restriction in the realm of the prison tower was activated again. The light pillars surrounding the restriction shot up into the sky, radiating immense power. Seeing that scene, the demonic beasts of the demon race held their heads in sorrow. We've completely lost our chance. Who knows how many generations will have to wander in this realm of the prison tower, they said. Ye Xuan stood between the two beautiful sisters, smiling as he looked ahead. Suddenly, there was a violent movement from above, where they were standing and thick dust began to rise. It wasn't like the tremor from a restored restriction. It seemed more like the realm of the prison tower was forming an alliance with something. At that moment, the heaven reversing seal inside Ye Xuan's body suddenly shot out, followed by a golden dragon wrapping around him. Ye Xuan raised his head, his face showing clear discomfort. Ning Xiao, I feel that the heaven reversing seal and the realm of the prison tower are forming a powerful alliance. What's going on here? You brat, you've really gotten lucky, the old swordsman said. This realm of the prison tower is just like the heaven reversing seal. Both are fragments of a mysterious world. The old swordsman, seeing Ye Xuan staring dumbfoundedly at the heaven reversing seal, angrily shouted, Kid, what's going on? Stop hiding it. Spit it out. Ye Xuan, hearing this, glanced over and replied with a smile. You guys once said that as long as the realm of the prison tower isn't broken, you can't be free, right? So what if I take this realm of the prison tower back? When Ye Xuan spoke those words, the entire demon race shouted in unison. What are you talking about? The realm of the prison tower is a fragment of an ancient divine artifact. How could a kid like you possibly move it just by saying so? Ridiculous. That's right, it's not that simple. I was teamed up with the 4 strongest demon generals, many demon kings, and my younger brother to strike the realm of the prison tower. We tried to create a small hole in it, but the realm of the prison tower didn't budge at all. It truly deserves its title as a divine artifact. Hearing this, Ye Xuan felt helpless. He sat down and muttered, Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain. Just watch. With that, Ye Xuan closed his eyes tightly and began chanting a spell. Immediately, a golden aura of spiritual energy shot up into the sky, accompanied by mysterious incantations. Moments later, a powerful force erupted from Ye Xuan's body, shaking the entire area. Chu Bing and Elder Jian So, seeing this scene, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How can this be? This kid actually has the fate of the demon race inside him. As the tower began to open, Duan Mufu and Lingnu Yu were also stunned. She, who usually got along best with him, wasn't sure if she knew about this. This kid had too many secrets. When they returned, they have to interrogate him thoroughly. Without saying a word, both of them began preparing their divine whips, ready for whatever was to come. We were worried about him, risking our lives together, never imagining that this kid had everything planned. He'd even carry away a divine artifact like the realm of the prison tower. When we return, we'll serve him well and count me in 2. At the same time, outside the realm of the prison tower, Lin Wanli glared ahead, then raised his arm and bellowed, Kill them all. Not a single one shall be spared. Upon hearing the command, his subordinates immediately rushed forward with weapons in hand. Across from them, Stifing stepped forward and called upon the celestial maidens preparing for a counterattack. She widened her eyes and focused on the disciples, charging at them with swords. Without hesitation, Stifing threw herself into the fray, gripping her sword tightly, ready to strike a decisive blow. What do I have to fear from you? At worst, we'll all perish together. Hovering in midair, Nangong Zhao glared down at Lin Wanli with a serious expression. He had a dark expression on his face, briefly glanced up, and forced a sinister smile. While the disciples were engaged in intense combat, a strange energy wrapped around the realm of the prison tower. The disturbance from this energy caused the realm of the prison tower to begin shaking violently. The female disciples, hearing the noise, suddenly turned their heads to look. What's going on? This isn't good. Elder Yuan Qin scrambled over in panic and said, "This is bad. We're too late. The realm of the prison tower has already collapsed. So what if it has collapsed? You can't imagine it. The monsters inside have been cultivating for who knows how many years. Their power is beyond measure. Although the position of sect leader of the Sword Immortal sect is tempting, you need your life to enjoy it. If the realm of the prison tower really collapses, we need to run as fast as we can." Nangong Zhao furrowed his brows and scowled as he looked down below, exclaiming, "What's going on here? Didn't you all call yourselves righteous, wanting to rid the world of evil and protect the Tao? Weren't you all shouting just a moment ago about eradicating the demons? Why are you all so scared now that it's happening to you?" Lin Wanli looked up and stared at Nangong Zhao, thinking to himself, "This isn't going to be easy. If I back out, I'll be the one who takes advantage of things, running toward benefits and running away from danger. But if I don't back out, won't I just end up suffering?" While he was lost in thought, something suddenly made him snap his eyes open. A thick wave of dark, demonic energy appeared out of nowhere, startling Lin Wanli. He quickly stomped his foot on the ground and jumped up. Below, a group of demons from the demon race stood within the swirling black mist, their eyes glowing bright red as they stared ahead. Old Yuan Qin saw the scene unfold, his face turning as dark as a pot bottom, his mouth hung open in shock. No, this is bad. The realm of the prison tower is gone, and now the demons are about to break free. At that moment, Ye Xuan, who was sitting in meditation, felt his body continuously analyze the eerie streams of black energy. Nangong Zhao's body erupted with fiery energy as he gripped his sword tightly and fixed his gaze on the base of the tower. Lin Wanli furrowed his brow in frustration, thinking to himself, "This demonic energy is so thick. Damn it, didn't the blood demon patriarch say everything was under control? The demons should never have been able to escape the tower. What's going to happen to the Sword Immortal sect now?" Nangong Zhao suddenly turned pale, her face darkening as sweat poured from her, feeling utterly helpless. The realm of the prison tower is still shattered. "Ye Xuan, the girls, it's my fault. I've dragged everyone down." With that, Nangong Zhao swung her sword with a grim expression. "I'll fight to the death and offer the heads of these demon race monsters as tribute to everyone." The Sword Immortal sect disciples quickly formed a formation. At the sound of the order, the other celestial maidens immediately gathered around Nangong Zhao, making sure not to leave a single demon or monster behind. Lin Wanli, hearing this, turned as green as a toad, his mouth agape in shock. "What good will that do? Even if we turn to dust, it won't make up for the mistakes I've made." As soon as he spoke, he glanced over and froze in disbelief. The demon kings and demon generals inside the realm of the prison tower had completely broken free, their demonic energy filling the air. No sooner had they escaped from hell than a massive bear lunged at him, slashing with its razor-sharp claws toward Lin Wanli's disciples, causing him to stare in horror. Immediately, a bloody battle erupted between the demon race and Lin Wanli's group. The demons attacked fiercely, and in an instant, Lin Wanli's people were slaughtered without mercy. Then 3 demon generals appeared. The 3 demon generals stepped forward, their eyes glowing red with a deadly chilling energy. Without hesitation, they rushed toward the front, slicing through the air and brushing past Nangong Zhao, leaving her stunned in surprise. Seeing the scene unfold, Lin Wanli could only widen his eyes and stare in shock. Nangong Zhao gathered the fairies and disciples around her, her face filled with confusion. Yurong stepped forward and whispered into Nangong Zhao's ear, "Sister, I feel like something's not quite right. It's strange, but these demonic beasts seem to be avoiding us. Could it be?" Lin Wanli stood below, glaring at the 2 women, thinking to himself, "If things keep going like this, today won't be easy to resolve. It's better to strike at the leader first. In this chaos, I'll kill Nangong Zhao." With that thought, he quickly used his techniques, summoning powerful sword intents that surrounded him. He then launched those sword intents toward Nangong Zhao. She noticed immediately and glanced over, her face showing irritation and discomfort. But when Nangong Zhao turned around, she saw a surge of energy sweeping through, wrapping around Lin Wanli's sword intents. The stream of energy carrying the sword intent flew back toward Lin Wanli, catching him completely off guard. A hand appeared, controlling the sword intent with aura, and it turned out to be none other than Old Man Chu Bing. He stepped forward, glanced at the three-sword intents Lin Wanli held in his hand, and sharply asked, "What are these?" As soon as he finished speaking, old man Q Bing effortlessly crushed the three-sword intents in his palm. Lin Wanli's followers stared at him in horror. This kind of power. Could it really be the soul transformation realm? Was he the Demon King? Lin Wanli glared at Q Bing, his face darkening with rage. In the blink of an eye, Q Bing appeared right in front of him, and Lin Wanli widened his eyes. "You're talking about me, pervert?" Before Lin Wanli could even get a word out, Hu Bing slapped him hard across the face, causing his jaw to nearly dislocate. Without giving him a chance to recover, Q Bing quickly launched a burst of energy that sent Lin Wanli flying into the stone wall. Lin Wanli crashed headfirst into the wall, his legs flailing in the air. Yuan Qin, witnessing the scene, broke out in a cold sweat. He glanced over and muttered, "This doesn't make sense. The demon race should hate the Sword Immortal sect to the bone. Why would they avoid them?" Zaifeng stood with Nangong Zhao, both watching the drama unfold before Nangong Zhao finally spoke up. "That lecherous old man, that nickname probably came from Ye Xuan," she said. After finishing her sentence, Nangong Zhao glanced behind her. In her line of sight was Ye Xuan, sitting in meditation, surrounded by four stunningly beautiful tall women. Ye Xuan had his eyes tightly closed, his head lowered as he focused on gathering dark energy into his body. A while later, a bright golden ball of light suddenly appeared from his chest. A system notification popped up. "Congratulations, Master, on successfully refining the realm of the prison tower. The Heaven Reversing Seal's level has increased, unlocking level 2 of the 108 level prison realm, capable of imprisoning 108 criminals." Ye Xuan looked at the palm of his hand and smiled inwardly. The realm of the prison tower really is a divine artifact. Now that it's fused with the Heaven Reversing Seal, its power has doubled, and it even has a second function. The prison realm seems to have additional capabilities. As he was lost in thought, Nangong Zhao suddenly ran up and hugged him tightly, calling out, "Ye Xuan." She looked up at him, staring into his eyes, and softly said, "You scare me to death. I thought, but don't worry, I'm fine. Not a single hair is out of place." As soon as I reunited with Nangong Zhao, Yu Rong hurriedly ran over to call Ye Xuan. The main character was standing with his sisters, surrounded by them, chatting. "Big sisters, I'm back. You little brat, it's good that you're back. It's really good." King Xian and Mai Ning, standing off to the side, exchanged glances and frowned. How does this kid have so many sisters? And they're all so beautiful. Yeah, I wonder if there will be room for me by the master's side in the future. Nangong Zhao stood in front of the group of sisters, her face serious as she spoke clearly. "Everyone's worked hard. Big sister, you have no idea how much happened at the prison tower. It was incredibly dangerous. Luckily, Ye Xuan was there. As for the enemies in front of us, let's talk about that later." Ye Xuan glared and smirked wickedly. Right. Let's focus on the main issue first. Where's Lin Wanli?" As soon as his name was mentioned, Lin Wanli leaped out from behind a rock. With an angry look on her face, she glared and pointed forward, shouting, "You damn bastard! How could you fall so low and team up with the demon race? Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Ye Xuan's face darkened and a murderous aura surrounded him. "You're still talking tough, huh?" Ye Xuan stood with one hand on her hip and the other pointing down below, her expression sharp and unyielding. "If there's anyone in this world who's the most shameless, the lowest, the one with no dignity, and the most disgraceful, it's you. The most contemptible person is you. You hold the title of leader, yet you refuse to do anything for the alliance of the 5 major sects. All you think about is your own selfish gain, scheming to swallow up the 5 sects. The biggest hypocrite is you. You're always talking about doing things for the righteous cause, yet all you ever say is exterminate the sects. What kind of righteous light do you even claim to be?" Lin Wanli heard the insults raining down from above and her face turned dark with rage. "You little brat, you better not fall into my hands. If you do, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces." Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan raised her hand to her mouth to stifle a laugh. "If you've come, then it's nothing but a stinking mess." Furious, Lin Wanli raised her hand high to signal. At her command, the 3 sects charged forward, ready to destroy the Demon King and that treacherous, inhuman scum. As her disciples rushed forward, their faces as dark as thunderclouds, Ye Xuan glanced at old Q Bing and spoke, "I say, Your Majesty Demon King, you've just returned to the human world. These people are here for you to establish your authority. What do you think?" Old Chu Bing heard this and let out a sinister smile, his eyes narrowing as he glared ahead. He answered coldly, "Very good." After finishing his words, old Q Bing immediately spread his arms wide and shouted, "Demon race, obey my orders. Except for the Sword Immortal sect, kill them all." Hearing the command, the demonic beasts charged forward like starving animals desperate for food. Ha ha, let's crush them completely. The demonic beasts only need to sweep through and the humans will bleed like rivers. Ha ha! Is this all the nascent soul realm humans can do? At this moment, Lin Wanli's disciples were nothing but toys in the hands of the 3 demon kings. Ha ha! This is so refreshing. One of the demon kings grabbed a young male disciple and squeezed, making him cough up blood. At the same time, Lin Wanli and the 2 old men rushed forward, shouting, "Arrogant monsters, prepare to die." Hearing their voices, the demon general turned around, holding his magical weapon, and glanced at them. With a swift motion, the demonic general struck at Lin Wanli with his staff, but Lin Wanli quickly raised his sword to block. Old Yuan Qin and Jian Wu Yi, witnessing this, were both terrified and sweating. At that moment, behind the 2 old men, the other 2 demon generals appeared. So, the 2 demon generals suddenly attacked, causing Elder Yuan Qin and Jian Wu Yi to fall down below. They then kept launching sideways elbow strikes. Hey, let's see who dies first. Meanwhile, Elder Q Bing had gathered his demonic energy into his fists, charging toward Lin Wanli while shouting, "Perverted old man Lin Wanli, I'm coming for you." As Elder Q Bing attacked, Lin Wanli just glared and stood still. Elder Q Bing slammed his fist into the ground, sending a shockwave forward that left a long trench in the earth. At the same time, the disciples were thrown back by the force. Ye Xuan stood with Nangong Zhao and Yu Rong, watching the scene with a smile. The power of this demon race is really terrifying. The Myriad Sword Alliance and Pavilion of the Ultimate Sword won't be able to hold up against them, he said. Yu Rong rubbed his chin, looking horrified. This is too much. The sect master is causing all this trouble. Are the disciples just going to take the hits? If not, at least give them a way out. Stop the attack. Ye Xuan heard this and turned around, looking behind him. He spoke in a sharp tone. Stop. These people have been wanting to chop us up, kill us, and have never shown mercy before. Now they want to prepare for being killed. That's impossible. Right now, not only are we going to defeat them, we're going to make them suffer. We'll make them feel it deep inside, make them wish they were never born, so that just the thought of it will make them regret everything. With that, Ye Xuan raised 2 fingers and flashed a sinister grin. Old man Lin, your grandfather has prepared a special gift for you. Ye Xuan jumped high into the air, summoning his heaven reversing seal. The seal began descending from the sky, growing larger as it came down. Oh my god, what is that? Is that Ye Xuan's treasure? What on earth is it? I can't even recognize it. Before the heaven reversing seal hit the ground, Lin Wanli quickly turned and ran, causing old Q Bing to widen his eyes in shock. He turned to look behind him, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Did Ye Xuan have this treasure when he participated in the 5 heroes sword debate? What is that thing? Old Yuan Qin raised his eyes to see the heaven reversing seal and muttered, "That looks strangely familiar. Could it be the ancient bronze seal I found in the Immortals' Cave? I spent 3 years researching it, but couldn't figure it out. Later, my grandson kept begging me for it, so I gave it to him." At that moment, the heaven reversing seal had almost landed. Old Q Bing looked up at it. Is it time yet? He snapped his fingers and glanced at the demonic beasts behind him. Let's go, my children. After Ku Bing fell, Lin Wanli's group looked up. The ancient bronze seal was almost directly above their heads. Lin Wanli was panicked, sweat pouring down her face. Run, run, run. Hurry up. Immediately after, he injured disciples who didn't have the strength to escape were crushed under the heaven reversing seal. Lin Wanli stood by, watching as her disciples died tragically. Instead of feeling worried, she curiously asked, "What kind of treasure is this? Its power is even stronger than a celestial treasure." Qiu Bing and the 3 demon kings looked up. "Brother Yi, this treasure keeps getting bigger." "Ha ha! Yes, luckily we formed an alliance early." At this point, Qiu Bing had an idea and pulled King Xian closer to him. "King Xian, this man has great potential. Why don't you think about it and consider making him your future fiancé?" "Uncle, what are you talking about? Who would want to marry that kid?" While they were talking, Qiu Bing suddenly turned and bolted, running as fast as he could. It turned out he was just pretending to be chasing Lin Wanli. "Ha ha! King Xian, think it over. I'm off to give a gift to my future son-in-law." Ye Xuan extended his hand forward, retracting his energy, then looked ahead and swung his hand. "My goodness, is it really this big? After successfully merging with the prison tower, I haven't even experienced the full power of the heaven reversing seal yet." Ye Xuan used his control over power and raised the heaven reversing seal. To his surprise, it was even more powerful than he had imagined. "Well then, I might as well take this great gift and enjoy it. If they dare to plot against the Sword Immortal sect again, this will be their fate." Nangong Zhao hovered in the air, looking down below, thinking to himself, Ye Xuan, you did the right thing. In the past, I was too kind. I just wanted to teach our enemies a lesson, but they wanted to hunt us down and kill us without mercy. With that thought, Nangong Zhao drew his sword and glared ahead. Now, there were only two choices: kill or be killed. There was no turning back. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of little fairies began to gather behind him. All right, ladies, let's go. Let's wipe out these wild dogs. The fairies immediately charged toward Ye Xuan's heaven reversing seal. At that moment, Lin Wanli was completely surrounded. The heaven reversing seal hovered above her, with Q Bing and Nangong Zhao blocking her from behind. She had no escape. How frustrating. So that little brat, Ye Xuan, had prepared everything in advance. He purposely provoked me to lose my mind and tricked me into this miserable situation. Tong Kejing approached, panic in his eyes. Master, we're about to be destroyed. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanli quickly ordered her two companions to retreat. Today's battle is not going in our favor. We need to leave. With that, the four of them jumped onto a cloud and flew back toward their base. Wait for me. I'll be back. Lin Wanli shouted as they fled. Under the overwhelming power of the heaven reversing seal, Lin Wanli and her group quickly turned and ran for their lives. In the blink of an eye, Ye Xuan had successfully wiped out 109 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 18 Core Formation cultivators. Using the Heavenly Mind Sutra will cost me 10,000 points, and 39 Immortal Illusory Foxbills will cost me another 10,000 points. Now I'm buried in debt, Ye Xuan muttered. Then he charged forward again, finally finding another chance to make some money. You're such a bastard, don't just walk away like that. In an instant, Ye Xuan raised his hand, using his move to suppress Lin Wanli's group. Lin Wanli, seething with anger, gritted his teeth. These disciples are the result of all my hard work. He actually killed all of them with a single blow. This is unforgivable. Ye Xuan, I'll remember you. Ye Xuan held the heaven reversing seal tightly, quickly responding, what do you want to remember me for? If you're so brave, then don't run away. At that moment, a hint of worry crept into Ye Xuan's heart. Although the opportunities had been numerous and the spiritual power in his Danshin had grown to its maximum capacity, after the heaven reversing seal upgraded, it required even more spiritual energy to use. Just one final move. After a brief pause, Ye Xuan gathered all of his strength into the attack from the heaven reversing seal. Lin Wanli kept fleeing desperately, trying to save his life. Run and hurry up. Save your life first. Just then, Nangong Zhao appeared, slicing forward with his sword. Think you can escape? It's not going to be that easy. With one strike of her sword, she unleashed a power that carried the force of a blazing fire phoenix wing. Lin Wanli, determined to survive, swiftly knocked down Elder Yuan Qin with a single move. Yuan Qin, this matter is your sex issue. You should explain it yourself, he said. With that, he sent the Elder flying toward Nangong Zhao. The fiery force of the phoenix energy surged forward, aimed directly at Yuan Qin. After the blow, Yuan Qin quickly fell to the ground, crashing heavily right in front of Nangong Zhao. Her expression darkened with anger as she stared at Lin Wanli's retreating figure. Lin Wanli, this old man actually let him escape. Forget it. There's still plenty of time. After the Sword Immortal sect has rested, we'll make sure they pay for their bloodshed. Her gaze shifted back to Yuan Qin. Now that Yuan Qin has betrayed the sect, what should we do with him? Sifeng, her face cold and determined, replied with a murderous glint in her eyes, tear him apart. Hearing this, Yuan Qin panicked. Wait, the sect master was framed by someone else. I'm innocent. Please don't kill me. Nangong Zhao's sharp eyes locked onto Yuan Qin. Innocent? Ha! She scoffed. My 9 sisters and I joined the sect to shoulder heavy responsibilities. What crimes did we commit? What crimes did the brothers who followed you into life and death commit? Ye Xuan has been mocked just because he couldn't cultivate. What crime did he commit? People like you deserve to die. With those final words, she slashed her sword, sending a lethal wave of energy straight at Yuan Qin. At that moment, Nangu appeared, and just cutting him with this single strike, it's really hard to relieve the hatred. This old man can be considered dead now. Stifeng, who was nearby, added, from now on, our sect won't have an outer sect anymore, so everything will be peaceful. Ling Yu, at the same time, was looking around trying to find Ye Xuan. Hey, where's Ye Xuan? At that very moment, Ye Xuan was lying flat on the ground, laughing excitedly. I killed so many people that my Danshin exploded. Ha ha, Lin Wanli, I see you as a lost dog now. You don't even have the strength to run around anymore. I feel so good right now, he thought, then glanced over at Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao, how many contribution points do I have right now? It must be full by now, right? Ning Xiao eagerly replied, dream on. You've got nothing at all. Ye Xuan, hearing that, was shocked and confused. What's going on here? If that's the case, I just keep going and I'll definitely hit over 10,000 contribution points, right? How could that not be possible? Ning Xiao then explained to Ye Xuan, if you spend your money first, your gold will increase and I'll take a little profit from you. 9 out of 10, 13 comes back. Without a problem with that? Ye Xuan's face changed and he stared at Ning Xiao. Can it really be played like this? Fine, I'll go along with what you wouldn't want. As expected, there was no reasoning with them. Suddenly, Nangong Zhao, who had been standing beside him, stepped forward and pinched Ye Xuan's ear. So that's how it is? Are you going to confess now? Ye Xuan winced in pain and looked at Nangong Zhao. Big sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand anything you're saying. Nangong Zhao continued to question him. You're being dishonest with me, aren't you? Tell me what the ancient bronze seal is all about, and why did the realm of the prison tower disappear? Also, why has your cultivation level improved so much? Ye Xuan looked worried. How should I explain this? I can't just reveal the whole system thing. It's way too complicated. I should hold back a bit. If I were to explain, it would take days and nights, and I still wouldn't finish. At that moment, the other women gathered around Ye Xuan. It's fine, we'll all have time. Just take your time and explain. Just then, Hu Bing appeared with a big laugh. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my future son-in-law to have so many talented and beautiful sisters. Yu Qingxian, standing nearby, looked a little embarrassed. Uncle, what are you talking about? The other women were surprised when they heard this. Son-in-law, what do you mean? Ye Xuan immediately jumped up, ran forward with a big laugh, and enthusiastically introduced the person in front of him. Ha ha, let me introduce our guest first. This is the Demon King, Mr. Q Bing. Nangong Zhao shot a frustrated glance at Ye Xuan. Even though everyone helped this time, my sword immortal sect doesn't welcome the demon race. Humans and demons are two completely different forces, and we can't form any alliances with the demon race. Old Chu Bing chuckled lightly, his gaze shifting toward Nangong Zhao. Oh, so that's how it is? We just helped you out of a tough spot, and now you're going to treat your benefactors like this? Nangong Zhao responded loudly, his tone firm. Even if our sword immortal sect is shattered to pieces, we cannot accept any favor from the demon race. Old Chu Bing's expression darkened, his voice turning cold as he stared at Nangong Zhao. Interesting. I didn't know humans could be so shameless. Yu Rong and Nan Guo, standing off to the side, also started to raise their voices. What are you trying to do? You want to fight? We're not afraid of you. Ye Xuan stood in the middle, waving his hands to calm everyone down. Everyone, please just calm down for a second. Don't get too worked up. He then leaned in close and whispered in Nangong Zhao's ear. Sister, without the help of the demon race, our sword immortal sect wouldn't even exist. All this talk of what's righteous and what's not is just empty words. Nangong Zhao still held her ground, replying resolutely. But if we keep the demon race around, what will become of our sword immortal sect? The older generations have always said that humans and demons are two completely different extremes. Many schools of cultivation forbid such things from happening. My sword immortal sect will become the common enemy of the entire immortal cultivation world. Moreover, this demon race is the one that the sword immortal sect's ancestor has imprisoned, and they hold a deep grudge against us. When that time comes, will we have to face attacks from both sides? Ye Xuan paused to think after hearing this. His older sister wasn't a stubborn person, and her worries made a lot of sense. This was better than a situation where, out of nowhere, a nation suddenly declared an alliance with an outside race. What can other countries do? Why not join forces and attack together? He then shifted his gaze to Elder Q Bing, deep in thought. But now, what should be done? After a while, Ye Xuan came up with a brilliant idea and a perfect plan. His focus then shifted to Mai Ning and Yu Qingxian. Ye Xuan pulled Nangong Zhao aside into a corner. Sis, this can actually be solved very easily, he said, immediately sharing the entire plan he had just come up with. After hearing this, Nangong Zhao immediately grew angry and shoved him into a corner. Stop being so foolish. How could you do something like this? Ignoring Ye Xuan's attempts to stop her, Nangong Zhao continued to charge forward. We, the disciples of Sword Immortal Sect, are sworn enemies of the demon race. We can never let them step even a single foot inside our sect. With that, she gave the order for all the disciples to set up formations, preparing to face off against the demon race. In an instant, the array was complete, and Nangong Zhao and her group stood face to face with the demon race. Old Chu Bing, seeing this, was excited and gave the command. Well done, humans. You were the ones who pulled back first. Now, all demon race charge and break through Sword Immortal Sect. The two forces rushed toward each other, launching an all-out attack, opening the gates to a fierce battle between the two sides. The demon race kept charging forward, their aggressive and brutal appearance making their intentions clear. The battle was intense, with swords flying and monsters blocking attacks. Some even took the time to ask each other about their preferences. "Hey, handsome, can I ask you something?" one of them called out. "Sword Immortal Sect, do you have anything good to eat?" another asked. The person in front of them awkwardly responded, "What kind of food do you like? I personally enjoy sweets." During the battle, they kept discussing things with each other. "Is this how we're supposed to act? How long do we have to do this for? I'm not sure about the details, but Mr. Yi arranged it, so it must make sense. Just follow his lead." "Ha! You guys need to stop talking and just perform well." The lion, feeling dissatisfied, looked ahead. "Fine, but you should look at those young ladies over there. They're getting more and more outrageous." On this side, the two groups, humans and demons, were closely observing each other. "Is this a female demon? Her horns are so cute. Can I touch them? She even has a tail." On the other side, King Xian was interacting with her opponent, discussing the color of their pupils. Ye Xuan stood proudly on a high rock, watching the scene. "This should be good enough, right?" Nangang Zhao also asked about casualties. "Stifing, how's it looking?" Sifeng quickly responded, "Two people are injured, one from armpit hair, the other went too deep into character and caught a cold." Hearing this, Nangang Zhao began to call for a ceasefire. "That's bad enough. Let's call it a ceasefire and pull back." Lao Qubing waved his hand and signaled, "All right, my dear children, the Sword Immortal Sect is too strong. Fighting them would be a waste of effort. Let's withdraw to Yunming Manor for now." Nangang Zhao quickly agreed. "These demon race disciples are too brutal. Let's temporarily call a ceasefire and retreat to our sect. We can continue the battle another day." At the same time, Hu Bing clasped his hands together, showing gratitude. Nangang Zhao then left with his brute, and the two forces went in opposite directions. Send word that the Sword Immortal Sect and the Demon Race are evenly matched. Also, be sure to emphasize that there is a Demon King at Soul Transformation stage in the Demon Race, 3 Demon Generals at the peak of nascent Soul, over 20 Demonic Generals at the high nascent Soul level, and more than 3 Demonic Kings at the mid-nascent Soul level. Make sure to exaggerate these details. As Mining was leaving, she couldn't help but ask, "Master, why did you have us put on this act?" Ye Xuan continued walking quickly ahead. "You silly child, you just left the realm of the prison tower and don't understand the dangers yet. Right now, there isn't a single cultivation sect in the world that would let the demon race off easily. You're practically the common enemy of every cultivation sect. The only place you can safely stay is in the Sword Immortal Sect's territory. Only then will other sects think twice before attacking." Yu King Xian immediately responded to Mining's question. "That's why we're putting on this act. We're pretending not to get along, pretending that we can't figure out who's stronger. Both sides are temporarily holding on to the area inside and outside the mountains." Old Chu Bing, who was standing next to them, also spoke up. "This plan helps the demon race gain the support of the Sword Immortal Sect, and any enemies wanting to attack the Sword Immortal Sect have no choice but to pass through the Van Mong Manor of the demon race. The interests of both the demon race and the Sword Immortal Sect are now tied together, balancing the weight of both sides. Mr. Yi truly is full of clever strategies." At that moment, Ye Xuan pointed ahead and said, "Everything will be fine as long as everyone is on the same page. We've arrived at Van Mong, a place that's a vast, ancient battlefield ruin. It used to be a desolate, uninhabited land, but it's full of rare treasures and demonic beasts." Yu King Xian excitedly ran ahead and said, "This place has a desolate aura that is perfect for the demon race to settle down. There are also many wild demon race beasts here, so I won't have to worry about food anymore." At the same time, old Chu Bing spoke again. "Kid, I should really call you a benefactor. Once again, you've helped the demon race solve a major problem, finding a place to live. I never expected such a flawless and perfect plan. How do you want me to repay you? Should I take it upon myself to marry King Xian to you?" Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan and Yu King Xian were both stunned and looked at old Chu Bing in disbelief. They immediately raised their voices in protest against the proposed marriage. "No way! I'm definitely not marrying this kid. Demon King, are you trying to repay kindness with hatred? If you keep pushing me into this marriage, then just return the Van Mong Manor to me." Lao Qubing, seeing the reaction of the two people, chuckled to himself, clearly amused. "I really don't understand you young folks," he said. "All right, let's put this matter on hold for now. But as for the demon race, we've always been clear about our debts of gratitude. The great kindness shown to us by our benefactor cannot go unrecognized." "Mining." When Mining was called, she looked at Lao Qubing in surprise. "I'm here," Mining responded, ready to listen. Lao Qubing then began to issue his orders. "Starting today, you don't need to worry about staying or leaving anymore. You'll follow young Master Yi from now on. Be loyal to him just as you would to the demon race. Mai Ning immediately bowed and respectfully replied, "Yes, Mai Ning will obey the Demon King's command." At this moment, Ye Xuan gave Lao Q Bing a thoughtful look. "So, Mai Ning was originally one of mine. You're officially acknowledging her now. Does that mean the debt is settled? You really know how to make a calculation, huh?" Lao Q Bing smiled back and replied, "Of course, it's not just that. From now on, the demon race swears to guard the Van Mong Manor, ensuring no bad people can get through. Also, my grandson hopes that our benefactor will allow him to stay by your side." Ye Xuan, feeling a bit rebellious, shouted again, "Uncle, why are you doing this? Why are you making me follow him?" Lao Q Bing didn't answer immediately. He just gently patted Ye Xuan's head. Ye Xuan focused his gaze on the old Chu Bing. With each step, it seemed like he was asking for a transfer of possession from the evil sword, which had severely damaged his vital energy. It was likely he wouldn't survive much longer. In the future, the demon race would surely be led by Ye Xuan. Did he want me to take care of Ye Xuan? After a moment of contemplation, Ye Xuan made his request. "If I'm going to take her, I have one condition. No matter the situation, Ye Xuan must always follow my orders, just like Mai Ning." Once they reached an agreement, Ye Xuan turned and began to walk away. All right, it's getting late. If everything's settled, then call your people over to live a peaceful life," the old Chu Bing said. Hearing this, the old man stood in the middle of the forest and shouted loudly, "Where are my children? Where are my lovely darlings? Come and see our new home." As soon as he finished speaking, all the members of the demon race appeared, their faces filled with excitement. Ye Xuan, Ye Xuan, and Mai Ning continued walking ahead. Seeing her fellow tribespeople with their new home, Ye Xuan couldn't help but feel touched. "I can't believe we got out of the prison and still have a new home," she said, moved. Mai Ning, standing next to her, was also filled with joy. "That's right, princess. From now on, we'll have a new life." Just then, a blue light suddenly appeared in front of Ye Xuan, and the system sent a new notification. "Congratulations, Master, for completing the task of the prison tower. You have successfully freed the demon race and made new allies. You may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Information about a spiritual vein. 2. A full volume of the Heaven Heart Sutra. Or 3. The Spirit Condensation Pill, which can condense your divine consciousness and regenerate your body." Ye Xuan looked a bit embarrassed as he stared at the reward. "I completely forgot about this task. The reward is really generous, though. Wait a second. What's the third option about? Could it be?" He suddenly grew anxious and quickly rushed ahead. "Let's go. Let's hurry up. I just remembered something urgent I need to take care of." Once he got back to his villa, he immediately gave instructions to Ye Xuan and Mai Ning. "This entire villa is mine. You two can pick whichever room you like. Just don't wander around too much." While running, he called Ning Xiao. "Ning Xiao, is the third option really what I think it is? Huh." Ning Xiao appeared instantly. "What are you talking about? Slow down a bit. Why are you rushing like that? The third option? Are you trying to revive someone? The first option will directly give you a spiritual vein, which could support your sect for about 100 years. The second option is your strongest weapon right now, the Heaven Reversing Seal." Before Ning Xiao could finish, Ye Xuan hurriedly interrupted. "I don't want that. I just want to revive Zhao Zhao." Ning Xiao was a little surprised to hear that. "Zhao Zhao, the illusionary spirit, I can't believe you give up such a great opportunity. The illusionary spirit can only function within the illusion itself. Even if you use the soul-fixing palette, it won't bring her back to life that easily." Ye Xuan then reached out to take the soul-fixing pellet. "It's fine. No matter what happens, I still have to try." At this point, Ning Xiao began to share her thoughts. "If my original soul shatters, so will yours." Saying this, she became a bit embarrassed and awkward. "Forget it. I shouldn't have said anything." Ye Xuan shot her a displeased glance. "Are all women like this, asking such silly questions? If something happens to you, of course, I'd find a way to save you. But right now, the situation is urgent. We should focus on figuring out how to revive Zhao Zhao first." Ning Xiao immediately explained the specific process. She had previously helped Ye Xuan break through his original soul, which was somewhat related to his danshan. So she suggested he place Zhao Zhao's essence into his danshan and slowly nurture it. Ye Xuan listened carefully and began the process. Place it into the danshan and nurture it. "I'll try right away, but first I need to take a bath. I haven't changed clothes in a while, and I can't let Zhao Zhao see me looking so dirty." While bathing, Ye Xuan took out the soul-fixing pellet he had prepared earlier and injected it directly into his danshan. "Zhao Zhao, you must come back." The soul-fixing pellet immediately fused with Ye Xuan's danshan. After observing for a moment, Ye Xuan became curious. "Is this enough? It feels like something is condensing inside me. Is this Zhao Zhao's original soul? Why does it seem so small? While Ye Xuan was still gazing into his danshan, a woman appeared outside. He was still fiddling with his danshan, completely unaware of what was going on around him. After a while, he wondered to himself, has it really grown a bit? Nangnong Zhao had just arrived and, seeing the scene, misunderstood what was happening. With a satisfied smile, she thought, Ye Xuan has truly grown up. He's starting to do things like this now. Ye Xuan, noticing her presence, realized she was there. Big sis, what brings you here? Nangnong Zhao blushed a little, quickly replying, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Is it okay if I come in? She stepped inside. I've arranged for the guests from the demon race to stay temporarily in the guest room. How are you planning to handle things? Ye Xuan responded right away. I've already put them in the Yunming residence. The Sword Immortal sect will also benefit from an extra layer of protection, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Big sis, you're not planning to use torture to get me to confess, are you? Nangnong Zhao quickly responded, Ye Xuan, I'm not forcing you to reveal your secrets. None of the others will ask either. I know you've grown up, and you should have some things that even your closest family can't share. If that's the case, we shouldn't press any further, Ye Xuan said. But I have to remind you, power that comes too easily is the hardest to control. You must be careful to stay true to your heart. Ye Xuan immediately grabbed Nangnong Zhao's arm. Don't worry, big sister. You've seen me get killed 7 times in the realm of the prison tower, and nothing happened, right? That means I've achieved something great this time. Do you have a reward prepared for me? Nangnong Zhao was a little startled by Ye Xuan's behavior and quickly jerked her hand away, starting to walk off. Don't get ahead of yourself, brat. You're really getting bolder by the minute. Ye Xuan quickly stood up and rushed after her. Ah, big sis, don't go. I was just joking. There's something I still need to ask you. Unexpectedly, while running toward her, he accidentally stepped on the cloth in his hand, losing his balance and falling straight into Nangnong Zhao. She was caught completely off guard. In that moment, Nangnong Zhao couldn't react in time and was knocked over by Ye Xuan. In the process, his face ended up pressing against her chest, causing her to let out a soft gasp. Flustered, Ye Xuan quickly sat up. Ouch, big sis, are you okay? Nangnong Zhao gave him an irritated look, her eyes narrowing at him. Ye Xuan. Her voice was slightly shaky, and she was clearly out of breath. What level have you reached in the 9 heavens mystical art? Why does just bumping into me make me feel so uncomfortable? Ye Xuan fell into deep thought after hearing her words. Just one light touch had triggered such a powerful reaction. Could it be the effect of the 9 heavens mysterious pulse technique? His eldest sister had once said that with his pure yang spiritual root, mastering this technique could greatly enhance his cultivation speed. If that's the case, then he must seize the opportunity. Perhaps tonight he could even help his sister break through. With that in mind, Ye Xuan focused his energy and moved closer, channeling spiritual power. Indeed, this is the result of my arduous cultivation. I ask that you help verify it, said Nangnong Zhao, turning slightly away with a complex expression. Without the assistance of supplementary techniques, how could her 9 sons' mystic art improve so quickly? This was a secret art of the 9 heavens mystical maiden sect, not to be shared lightly. Even for one chosen by fate, mastering such a technique was no easy feat. Sweat beading on her forehead, Nangnong Zhao turned to Ye Xuan. So, what level have you reached? With a confident smile, Ye Xuan approached, letting a steady flow of spiritual energy bridge between them. The energy gently coursed through her body, causing a slight shiver as it resonated with her meridians. If you want to know, why not sense it for yourself? The flow of energy intertwined, sparking reactions within Nangnong Zhao's spiritual network. She gasped softly, overwhelmed by the force. Guess correctly and I'll stop. How about that? Trying to remain composed, Nangnong Zhao concentrated and measured the cultivation force. My soul transformation bottleneck had felt like solid ice, yet it's beginning to crack. Could it be? You've already reached the 12th level. The scene right now makes it so easy for people to misunderstand. The moans keep growing louder with every word from Nangnong Zhao. By this point, she is drenched in sweat, continuing to shout, Is it the 17th floor? Ye Xuan gently leaned in, whispering into Nangnong Zhao's ear, Big sis, you finally guessed it right. You almost made me exhausted. Nangnong Zhao, a bit surprised, responded, Ye Xuan, in less than a month, you've mastered the 17th level of the 9 Yang Mysterious Destruction Technique. You're just one step away from completing it. Ye Xuan, with a confident look, replied, Exactly. It seems like the power of this technique is no joke now. Practicing with you, my spiritual energy has risen and even my danshan is almost full. How about another round? Nangnong Zhao quickly regained her composure and said, I'm not kidding with you anymore. My 9 heavens mysterious destruction technique has reached its final level. You still need to reach the 18th floor to help me with soul transformation. Honestly, even though it's a clever technique, if my sword immortal sect hadn't been surrounded by powerful enemies, I wouldn't have ended up like this. The other sisters are all training hard. With your current cultivation, you might be able to attempt another breakthrough. Ye Xuan, feeling a bit excited, asked, "So what you're saying is that you want me and the 8 other sisters to train together, right?" "Training together? Hey, I really like that idea," Nanggong Zhao said, quickly standing up with an imposing look on her face. "You little rascal, you're flattering me," she added. Ye Xuan quickly grabbed Nanggong Zhao's arm. "Sister, wait, I really have something important to tell you." At the same time, he pulled out an object he'd obtained from the realm of the prison tower. "Sister, please take a look at this." Nanggong Zhao raised an eyebrow, surprised, and focused her attention on it. "What is this? Why does it carry such a dark and evil aura?" Ye Xuan immediately explained, "This is the cause behind the chaos in the realm of the prison tower. Let me explain everything to you." After hearing him out, Nanggong Zhao appeared stunned. "Are you telling me this is half of the vengeful spirit of the ancestor from the Sword Immortal sect, and that he joined forces with the Blood Demon Patriarch to tear apart the realm of the prison tower?" Ye Xuan's expression became more serious. "That's right. The Sword Immortal's cultivation is above the soul transformation level. If we let him live, it will definitely bring disaster. We need to find a way to eliminate him as soon as possible." Nanggong Zhao grew thoughtful. The safest way would be to seal him. The only thing powerful enough to seal the soul of someone at the soul transformation level is Ming Qi. I've heard there's a type of Ming Qi in the distant underworld ghost realm that can seal the soul of someone at that level. Unfortunately, my knowledge is limited. The books in Second Sister's library would likely have more detailed information than I do. Ye Xuan had heard about it before, so he took out a large egg. In the realm of the prison tower, nothing was really that surprising. "Hey sis, guess what this is?" Nanggong Zhao looked over and was instantly stunned. This was a Tian bird's egg, also known as the 9 Heavens Mysterious Bird Pill. But even the 9 Heavens Mysterious Bird couldn't defeat someone at the soul transformation level. How could someone at the foundation establishment level like her younger brother do it? Isn't it dangerous? Ye Xuan then hinted that he wanted to give it to her. "Whether it's dangerous or not, that's all in the past. I'm giving it to you, sis. You like it?" Nanggong Zhao immediately threw herself into Ye Xuan's arms. "Do I like it? Of course I do. With this 9 Heavens Mysterious Bird, I'll need just 10 years. No, maybe 5 years, and my strength will be on par with soul transformation." Ye Xuan was shocked when he heard this. "Really? If sis could reach soul transformation, you'd probably even be able to challenge the top Blood Demon Patriarch. So I've done you a big favor. Shouldn't I get a reward?" Nanggong Zhao asked playfully. "Little rascal, what kind of reward do you want now?" Ye Xuan said, excited. "How about we continue?" Ye Xuan suggested eagerly. Hearing this, Nanggong Zhao blushed and quickly stepped back. "It's getting late. You should rest now," she said, feeling embarrassed. Ye Xuan continued to watch Nanggong Zhao's retreating figure, surprised at how fast they were running. He sat up, feeling exhausted. "Never mind, I'm tired too." Suddenly, spiritual energy remnants appeared next to him, catching him off guard. In the blink of an eye, Nanggong Zhao appeared right in front of his stunned face and kissed his cheek, leaving Ye Xuan even more surprised. Without saying another word, Nanggong Zhao quickly ran off. "That reward is for you. Don't bring it up again in the future." Ye Xuan's face turned bright red with embarrassment. "How can you be so cute, big sister?" He then glanced at his Danshin. The issue was resolved. The Sword Immortal sect was temporarily safe, and Zhao Zhao would get better soon. Meanwhile, Lin Wanli had returned to his sect, looking furious and upset. "Damn it, this is so frustrating." He turned to his disciples. "Ye Xuan is still Ye Xuan. What kind of work are you all doing? How could you let a foundation establishment kid torment you like this?" They are truly a useless bunch. Ye Xuan's arrogance has been growing more and more lately. Here I am, the leader of the 5 Great Sects Alliance, and in their eyes, I've become a joke. A group of people all being humiliated by some low-ranking kid like that. He then looked up and yelled at the sky. "Ye Xuan, as long as you're still alive, my inner demon will never fade." Time passed quickly, and by the next morning, Ye Xuan was still fast asleep in his room. Yu King Xian and Mai Ning appeared and watched him sleep. "What's wrong with him? The sun's already at its peak, and he's still not awake. I've never seen him sleep this long in the realm of the prison tower. Maybe humans need more sleep to keep their bodies going. It's like they're in a death-like sleep." The two of them then started doing all sorts of things to tease and disturb Ye Xuan's sleep. The disturbance was so strong that even in his deep slumber, Ye Xuan's eyes shot wide open and his mouth dropped. He immediately sneezed loudly, which startled Yu King Xian and Mai Ning. He then stared at them with a confused look in his eyes. Feeling embarrassed about the situation, Ye Xuan sheepishly kept staring at them. "Why are you two climbing onto my bed so early in the morning? What exactly you want?" Ye Xuan said, a bit frustrated. "Who's climbing onto your bed? It's not our fault the sun is already at its peak. We're not used to life here, so we don't know what we're supposed to do." Mining responded at the same time. "That's right, Master. When are you going to take us on a tour of the Sword Immortal sect?" Ye Xuan thought to himself. That's right. They still haven't shown them around the new place. Without wasting a moment, Ye Xuan quickly put on his clothes and headed out. "Aren't you two planning to go sightseeing? Let's go." Mining and Ye Xuan heard this and became excited. "Wait for me. I'll come with you." Ye Xuan quickly introduced them to the area. "In front of us is the main hall of the Sword Immortal sect, where the elders hold meetings. Over there is the dining hall, so if you're hungry, you can go there. But if you want to understand the Sword Immortal sect or the world of cultivation, this place is the best spot for that." He stood in front of the Feng Hall, explaining, "This is like the Sword Immortal sect's library, filled with countless ancient texts." Ye Xuan then quickly walked inside. "You two can hang out here for a while. I need to find something." Last night, Big Sis mentioned the underworld ghost realm, where there's costly energy that can seal the primordial spirit of soul transformation. "I wonder if I can find some information on it," he thought while fumbling around. At that moment, he accidentally spotted his second sister and was surprised. She, too, was looking for something and had climbed up high. Could this book be the one? At that moment, she slipped, causing a mess of things to tumble down. Seeing this, Ye Xuan quickly rushed over to catch his second sister. "Second sister, be careful." When second sister saw Ye Xuan, she blushed a bit, looking embarrassed. "Is that you, Ye Xuan?"